He was an undercover cop, until the day his identity was exposed. From then on, no one trusted him. The police cast him aside, and the Triads hunted him without rest. Even the people closest to him betrayed him. That night, with nowhere left to run, a cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind, corruption system activated. Tian Yangsheng's 7 brothers appeared in his life. They were a kill squad straight out of hell, elite underground mercenaries, and now every one of them answered only to him. From a discarded pawn, he became the king destined to reshape Hong Kong's underworld. In 1983, at the Tsim Sha Tsui police station quarters on Hong Kong Island, Huo Wenyao stared at the unfamiliar face in the mirror. It took him several minutes to confirm that he had transmigrated, and into a world where classic Hong Kong crime films overlapped and merged. The body's previous owner had just completed an 8-year undercover assignment, sending the crime boss Han Chin to prison. Yet after Huo Wenyao absorbed his memories, he could only feel a wave of bitter absurdity. At the award ceremony, his superior shoved a commendation letter and 5,000 Hong Kong dollars into his hand in haste, not even bothering with an extra word. In the serious crime squad, colleagues whispered in private, he was a Triad thug for 8 years. Who knows what side he's really on? From now on, keep him away from any critical operation. Even more dramatic was the reaction on the streets. His girlfriend Yaqin broke up with him on the spot, and his former brother-in-arms D. Lu publicly declared their brotherhood severed. From his prison cell, Han Chin even offered a 1 million bounty for his head. Crushed in that narrow gap between law and the underworld, the former owner of this body finally broke and chose to end his own life. Thus, the Huo Wenyao from the 21st century arrived. You had a perfectly good police job, and you chose to be an undercover. Huo Wenyao tugged mockingly at the corner of his mouth at his reflection. Did you really think you were Li Shutong's son or something? Naive. He paused and his gaze turned cold. Still, your death came at the right time. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here. He murmured under his breath, from now on, it's my show. Since the police treated him like a criminal and the underworld saw him as a mortal enemy, his identity as a cop had become a joke. In that case, he might as well embrace the darkness completely. A chime suddenly rang out in his mind. Conditions met for system binding. Initiating binding of the corrupt army amplification system. 100. Binding complete. Huo Wenyao froze for a moment, then the corners of his lips curled up. A system. An unexpected bonus indeed. Another chime sounded, issuing novice starter pack. Tian Yangsheng's 7 brothers, loyalty at 100%. Tian Yangsheng. Huo Wenyao's eyes lit up. That was the madman from Man of Men who dared storm into police headquarters leading 6 brothers, each one a top-tier fighter. Good. He could not help laughing aloud. Now the plan is even more secure. Another system chime resonated in his head. Current situation: ostracized by the police, betrayed by your brothers, abandoned by your girlfriend. Please select your initial mission. Mission 1, kill Han Chin and wipe out his remaining syndicate. Reward: a complete set of anti-surveillance and anti-bugging equipment. Mission 2, take revenge on your superior Huang Zhiqing. Reward: the abilities of a Zingi Iquin Grandmaster. Huo Wenyao glanced over the subtitles hovering before his eyes without making a choice. He walked to the window and looked out at the gloomy street. His police uniform hung over the chair back, but he no longer intended to wear it. His phone rang. The number was unfamiliar. Huo Wenyao picked up and a cold, hard voice sounded on the other end. Boss, this is Tian Yangsheng. Where are you? Tsim Sha Tsui Chitair Road. Huo Wenyao chuckled. Come to me. My address is... His eyes narrowed. There's a tail on me. Clean it up. Understood. The call ended. Huo Wenyao's revenge truly began from that moment on. His stomach suddenly growled. It was time to eat. He left the police quarters and walked down the corridor. Many colleagues shot him looks of disgust. He pretended not to see any of them and strode straight out. But not long after he stepped out of the station, he sensed the tail. A plainclothes officer with an ordinary face squatting at the roadside with practiced ease. Clearly the man was an experienced paparazzo-like watcher. Huo Wenyao sneered inwardly, though his expression remained calm, as he strolled lazily into a cha-chan tung. Boss, 1 abalone rice box. The food arrived quickly. He picked up his chopsticks and dug in, taking big mouthfuls. The flavor was indeed excellent, rich and savory. Across the road, the plainclothes cop leaned against an electric pole pretending to eat instant noodles, while his eyes kept drifting toward the restaurant. A few minutes later, an old van rolled to a silent stop beside the plainclothes cop. The side door slid open and Tian Yangsheng, wearing sunglasses, stepped out and patted the cop on the shoulder. Hey! The cop had just turned his head when a fist crashed straight into his face. With a dull thud, he collapsed like a puppet whose strings had been cut, without even seeing who hit him. Tian Yangsheng caught him, smoothly propping him up like a drunk, then deftly shoved him into the van. The vehicle pulled away from the corner at once. A few passers-by glanced over, but only for a moment. In those days, street brawls and people being dragged into vehicles were common, and no one wanted to meddle. Huo Wenyao popped the last piece of abalone into his mouth when his phone gently vibrated. He glanced at the screen. Boss, the task is done. Deleting the message, he finished the last of his rice, wiped his mouth, and stood up to pay the bill. Then he hailed a cab and headed straight for Portland Street. 2 hours later, in the Serious Crime Squad office, a loud thud broke the tense air. Inspector Huang, bad news. A constable rushed in, pushing the door open. The officer tailing Huo Wenyao, Bin, he's gone off the grid. Huang Ziqing shot up from his chair. How long has he been missing? Almost 2 hours. By protocol, he has to report in every hour, but we've heard nothing from him. Huang Ziqing paced back and forth behind his desk, his brows knotted. Where's Huo Wenyao? We don't know. We haven't contacted him at all, or we've only been following from the shadows. Face dark, Huang Ziqing grabbed the phone directory from his desk, flipped to a number, and dialed. The ringing went on for a long time before someone picked up. Hello, who is this? Drawled a lazy voice with muffled suggestive noises in the background. Huang Ziqing's face turned livid. This is Huang Ziqing. Constable Huo Wenyao, report your location immediately. Oh, Huang dog. No Huang sir, Huo Wenyao drawled deliberately, dragging out the words. I'm on Portland Street. What's up? A rush of heat hit Huang Ziqing's head. He nearly crushed the receiver in his grip. I order you to return to the station at once. Immediately. Right now? Come on, Inspector Huang, I'm working a case here. Huo Wenyao's voice carried a light laugh, and the sticky panting sounds in the background grew even more obvious. Working a case. On a bed on Portland Street. 10 minutes. Huang Ziqing roared. Get back here. Sure, no problem. Huo Wenyao agreed cheerfully, and then hung up. Only the busy tone remained in Huang Ziqing's ear. Enraged, he hurled the phone to the floor. Huo Wenyao. On Portland Street, Huo Wenyao tossed his phone aside, one hand on the waist of the long-haired woman beneath him, the corners of his mouth curling coldly. Go back immediately. Huang dog, what are you really? He lowered his head, glancing at the woman's flushed face. Right, her name was Qiu Ti, if he remembered correctly. Huang dog, let him wait as long as it takes. The next morning, a muffled bang sounded in the Tsim Sha Sui Serious Crime Squad office. Huang Ziqing hurled a stack of files at Huo Wenyao, who sidestepped, letting them crash to the floor. Huo Wenyao. Huang Ziqing jabbed a finger at him, voice trembling with suppressed rage. Explain why you failed to return to the station yesterday. All around officers stared at Huo Wenyao, as if he were a criminal. It was no wonder. They had lost contact with Bin, the colleague sent to tail Huo Wenyao. 18 hours had passed, and there was still no trace of him. The whole unit had turned the city upside down searching for him, but he seemed to have evaporated. And the so-called person of interest. He had spent a day and a night carousing on Portland Street, and had even dared ignore Huang Ziqing's calls. Huang Ziqing stepped forward, practically grinding the words out. Constable Huo Wenyao, explain your actions yesterday right now. Huo Wenyao glanced at him, then at his colleagues, a cold sneer forming in his heart. He slid his hands into his pockets and quietly pressed the record button on a small device. The show was about to begin. He chuckled and looked at Huang Ziqing. Isn't it obvious? Portland Street is every man's holy land. What do you think I was doing there? He paused, his tone dripping with mockery. Asking questions like this. Are you trying to make yourself look especially stupid? The office instantly boiled over. He's too arrogant. We were running ourselves ragged yesterday while he had his fun. Inspector Huang Bin's disappearance must have something to do with him. Haul him in for questioning. Amid the curses, Huang Ziqing spoke, his voice icy. Constable Huo Wenyao, watch your attitude. You are a police officer. A police officer. The smile vanished from Huo Wenyao's face. He stared at Huang Ziqing, his gaze sharp as a blade. Inspector Huang, do I look like a police officer to you? Before Huang could answer, Huo took half a step closer. Wasn't it me who arrested Han Chen a week ago? Wasn't it my merit? He let out a laugh, though there was no warmth in his eyes. I thought I could return to the force with my head held high, wear the uniform, and be a good cop. And you? How many of you actually came to the award ceremony? 10. Did any of you stay for even 1 full minute? His voice rose, anger straining beneath the surface. I hadn't even finished introducing myself before you all walked out. What kind of hero was I to you, huh? The room quieted somewhat. Several officers lowered their heads. Huo Wenyao's eyes swept over them, his words laced with shards of ice. I went undercover for 8 years. Which of you has any idea what I endured? You strutted around in uniforms looking heroic. Me? I played the triad thug, hacking people with knives, doing every vile thing you can think of, and worrying every single day that I'd talk in my sleep and blow my cover. Oh, and getting handled by our own people every other week. You know nothing about that kind of life. Huang Ziqing's face had gone ashen. Your mission is over now. Over. Huo Wenyao suddenly burst into laughter, then cut it off at once. Then why is everything being done behind my back? Why send people to follow me? He raised his hand and pointed directly at Huang Ziqing. So Inspector Huang, stop telling me I'm a police officer. You never treated me as a colleague, so don't blame me for acting like I don't care. The surveillance and secrecy are standard procedure, Huang Ziqing said in a low voice. It's not targeted at you personally. You spent 8 years in a triad. Who can guarantee you haven't changed? So it's my fault for becoming an undercover in the first place, is that it? Huo Wenyao arched a brow. A clear conscience fears no crooked shadow. Huo Wenyao let out a derisive laugh. That line is truly disgusting. He suddenly spat toward the floor, flecks of saliva landing on Huang Ziqing's jacket. A vein throbbed on Huang Ziqing's forehead. Huo Wenyao, he said coldly, considering the psychological issues you may have developed after years undercover, you are hereby suspended for investigation and will undergo a psychological evaluation. Huo Wenyao burst out laughing. Perfect. I wanted to break anyway. With that, he turned and headed for the door. Stop right there. Huang Ziqing barked. Do you know anything about I've been the officer who was following you and has now gone missing? Huo Wenyao raised a hand without looking back. None of my damn business. He strode out of the office. A wave of curses followed behind him. A colleague's missing and he says it's none of his business. Someone like that is not fit to be a cop. Inspector Huang, we have to fire him. Once he stepped through the door, even the last trace of expression vanished from Huo Wenyao's face. Let them curse. Soon enough, they wouldn't be able to. After leaving the station and walking more than 100 meters, he stopped at a crossroads. A Mercedes was parked by the curb, its window half open. He took the cassette recorder from his pocket and casually tossed it through the open window before turning away. He took out his phone and sent a text message. Sell this recording to TVB and ATV. Charge each station 10,000 as an informant's fee. Not long after the message was sent, Tian Yangsheng replied, yes, boss. Huo Wenyao read it, then deleted both messages. At 10 in the morning, TVB and Asia Television almost simultaneously received an anonymous call. The caller claimed to have explosive news and demanded $10,000. Initially, both stations suspected a scam, but after listening to an audio clip and a brief outline of the incident, they readily paid the money. At 11 o'clock, each station mobilized its contacts to verify the situation. Undercover for 8 years with a bounty of 10 million and shunned by colleagues. Such explosive details ignited excitement within the news department. At noon, both channels broadcast the story simultaneously. Asia Television anchor Fong Siwei faced the camera with a solemn tone. Good afternoon, viewers. We interrupt our program to report a major scandal involving the police force. A young police officer went undercover in the lion's den for 8 years. Fong Siwei narrated Huo Wenyao's experience in full. Once the news broke, all of Hong Kong was in uproar. Ordinary citizens were incensed. Are you kidding? Treating our undercover brothers like this? It chills the heart. 8 years. How did he endure? When solving Han Shen's case last time, didn't the police celebrate with a party? They were so self-satisfied. How ironic. After all his contributions, this is the reward. A mere formality at the awards with only $5,000. Can't even put on a serious act. He sacrificed his life for his achievements, yet was betrayed by his own. Are those Tsimsha Sui officers even human? Meanwhile, the undercover agents hidden in various circles felt a deep bitterness. In a dilapidated room, Operative Gao Qiu stared at the television with an impassive face. How many years had he been undercover? He had lost count. His boss had been generous, yet he knew that one day he would betray him. But even betrayal would lead to the same fate upon returning to the force. Could he possibly endure it? In a rented room, undercover agent Zhang Lang watched the news with trembling hands. For his mission, he had painfully broken up with his girlfriend. Now to be told that an undercover agent's return would end like this. In Han Shen's gang, Chen Yongren remained undisclosed, still trailing behind Di Lu. Upon watching the news, he froze completely, recalling every rooftop moment when Huang Ziqing promised 3 years after 3 years. Suddenly, he felt a tremor within his heart, as if his resolve were wavering. And then there was Gu Zai, the subordinate by Brother Hua's side. Gu Zai, the underling beside Jia Ge. Azu, the disciple under Lin Kuan. One by one, the undercover agents, once steadfast, found their resolve shattered by the news. Someone had already grabbed the phone to call their superior. Sorry, I'm done with undercover work. Then find someone else next time. The identity of a police officer. I don't want it anymore, alright. Whoever wants to work can, but I can't go on. Either transfer me back immediately, or I resign on the spot. Phone calls kept coming. The superiors pounded their desks in anger. It's all Huang Ziqing's fault. After painstaking arrangements, the undercover agents were now in revolt. Thus the superiors also grabbed their phones, each calling the police headquarters to complain. Kill that bastard Huang Ziqing. Chaos had long engulfed the police headquarters. The chief and deputy, upon seeing the news, immediately hurled their cups. What will become of the Tsimsha Sui police station? How did such a recording end up on TV? Who on earth did this? The higher-ups, furious, immediately ordered the internal affairs and public relations departments to extinguish the fire. Staff from both departments, as if scorched, split into teams to dash to the television station, the Tsimsha Sui police station, and any place Huo Wenyao might head to. Inside the Tsimsha Sui police station, pandemonium reigned. Taking the lead was Huang Ziqing, who recorded the audio. His voice had shifted. He was truly anxious and panicky. Once the news broke, he knew he was in deep trouble. He immediately summoned every major case officer present to the office. Huang Ziqing, his face ashen, scanned everyone. $10,000. For a mere 10,000, betraying your own. Who did it? Step forward. The officers exchanged bewildered looks and shook their heads hurriedly. Officer Huang, it wasn't me. Nor me. I've never done it. One after another, they shook their heads like pendulums, desperate to clear their names. Huang Ziqing's gaze swept over each face. Officer Huang, could it be that Huo Wenyao did this himself? Yes, it might well be him. A few officers whispered in agreement. Impossible. Huang Ziqing abruptly interrupted. He was convinced that Huo Wenyao, now marked with a 10 million bounty, had doomed himself by the broadcast. Huo Wenyao was no fool. Thus the mishap must have originated from within. Huang Ziqing's gaze finally fixed on Fei Hong. This fellow had been strapped for cash lately, and with his home in disarray over a dancer, he was the prime suspect. As he planned how to break, Fei Hong silenced the sound of rapid leather shoes echoed outside. Everyone turned to look as 4 men in black suits strode straight into the office, instantly freezing the atmosphere. Internal Affairs Division. The leader flashed his identification, his gaze locking onto Huang Ziqing. Senior Inspector Huang Ziqing regarding the news just broadcast, please accompany us for an investigation. Huang Ziqing's face went pale. What was destined had arrived. Police Headquarters, Internal Affairs Division interrogation room. The investigator glared at Huang Ziqing in an icy tone. Regarding the returning undercover agent Huo Wenyo, have you discriminated against or ostracized him? No. The investigator slammed his hand on the table. Officer Huang, please be serious. This is internal affairs. Our records will reveal everything. Lying will only worsen your charges. Answer me once more, have you? Huang Ziqing stared at the investigator's face as relentless as a snarling hyena. It was well known that internal affairs had its own methods with its own. No, the investigator sneered. Shall I remind you that over the past 8 years you personally arrested him 75 times? Isn't this a targeted action? Huang Ziqing lowered his head. He had held a grudge against Huo Wenyo for 8 years. At that time, he believed him to be nothing more than a small-time thug under Han Chun. He remembered that night during a raid when Huo Wenyo, in front of his brothers and colleagues, had flipped his police cap. From that day on, he was determined to take him down. The investigator leaned back. It seems Officer Huang is still unwilling to cooperate. But we have plenty of time. Huang Ziqing's heart sank. That sliver of hope quickly dissipated. Bolin Street. Huo Wenyo was busily engaged in an in-depth discussion with Qiu Ti. Carrying memories from a past life, the experience was uniquely bittersweet. As he moved and calculated, he knew the police headquarters would soon be restless with the news. This time, even if Huang Ziqing survived, he would be stripped of his dignity. And as for himself, it was likely that the public relations crew was already on the move. Then suddenly, bang! The door was forcefully pushed open. A woman in professional attire accompanied by 2 female subordinates stormed in, her face as pale as frost. The newcomers were none other than Fang Jiexia of the Public Relations Department. Huo Wenyo halted his actions and turned to look at the trio. They had arrived swiftly. Fang Jiexia instinctively glanced around, her pupils contracting before she averted her gaze. The 2 female officers behind hastily turned their heads. Police work is not for you. Step aside, Fang Jiexia coldly told Qiu Ti. Qiu Ti quickly bundled his clothes and slipped out. Huo Wenyo began dressing unhurriedly. Fang Jiexia flashed her identification. Officer 75432, Huo Wenyo, I am Fang Jiexia, head of public relations. Huo Wenyo had already recognized her, his hands never paused. Did head Fang call me about something? Have you watched the new news? I haven't. Fang Jiexia smirked. You're lying. If you hadn't seen it, you wouldn't be so calm. Huo Wenyo nodded. How clever, you guessed it all. Fang Jiexia fell silent, her forehead veins throbbed silently, saying, who asked for your praise? She took a deep breath to quell her anger. What do you have to say about this news? Huo Wenyo simply shrugged. I'm quite happy that someone is standing up for justice on my behalf, he said, while Fang Jiexia maintained her stern expression. But now every undercover agent in Hong Kong will be shaken by this news. What does that have to do with me? Huo Wenyo replied in a calm tone. Fang Jiexia stepped forward, striving for sincerity. As a police officer, you have a duty to maintain stability in the force. Therefore, I hope you can step forward and say a few words to reassure the public. Huo Wenyo burst into laughter. Reassure the public. Head Fang, I can barely settle my own mind. How can I settle others? He paused and continued, should I tell the other undercover agents that after 8 grueling years, all I got was $5,000? Fang Jiexia and the 2 female officers were momentarily speechless. $5,000. Such an amount is indeed embarrassing. Huo Wenyo continued without pause. Or should I tell them I was promoted from police officer to sergeant? 8 years, nearly losing my life several times, and in the end, just 1 rank up. And what about my superior? Transferred directly to the headquarters to become chief inspector. The 3 across fell silent again. Just a promotion to sergeant. The contrast was disheartening. Huo Wenyo looked at their expressions and added, or perhaps I should tell the truth, that not only did I get no benefits, but I was also hit with a 10 million bounty and regarded as a monster by my own colleagues. Fang Jiexia took a deep breath. She felt that the situation was extremely tricky. How could she persuade him? Beneath the bed, a tape recorder had already started up, its red light softly glowing. Fang Jiexia adjusted her breathing. Looking at the indignant Huo Wenyo before her, the sympathy in her heart quickly subsided. After all, she was the head of public relations. With the situation now crystal clear, she had to win Huo Wenyo over. Officer Hua. She softened her tone. Don't call me sir. Huo Wenyo interrupted, his face still laced with resentment. I'm just a lowly sergeant. I don't deserve it. Mr. Hua, Fang Jiexia corrected. The force is under great pressure now and the undercover agents need reassurance. I understand your grievances. If you have any conditions, state them. I will approve what I can, and for what I cannot, I will report it upward. Conditions? Huo Wenyao laughed. Supervisor Fong, the most pressing issue right now is the 10 million bonus from Han Shun hanging over my head. Can you resolve this? Fong Jiexia hesitated. This? She quickly thought of an alternative. We can't revoke the reward, but we can apply for G4 protection for you. Huo Wenyao snorted coldly. G4? Locking me in a room is no different from being in prison. Fong Jiexia was momentarily speechless. Huo Wenyao continued to question. And what about that $5,000 bonus? How do you expect to justify that? I've risked my life for 8 years, and this is what I'm worth. 5,000 is the stipulated amount. Fong Jiexia probed. How much do you want then? 10 million, Huo Wenyao replied decisively. Fong Jiexia's eyes widened. 10 million? That's impossible. Is it too much? Huo Wenyao raised his voice. This is what I risked my life for. 8 years. Do you know how I've lived these past 8 years? Always on edge, even afraid of revealing my identity in my dreams. He became increasingly agitated, almost shouting. Fong Jiexia pressed her temples. I can apply for a higher bonus, but 10 million is absolutely impossible. How can the police department function if every undercover demands that? And what about promotion? Huo Wenyao pressed on. I took down Han Shun, who controlled 1/3 of the market in Hong Kong. A mere sergeant wants to brush me off. This is not only disrespectful to me, but also demoralizing for all undercover agents. So what do you want? Fong Jiexia felt a tightness in her chest. My demands are not high. Huo Wenyao looked at her. I want to be a senior inspector. Fong Jiexia nearly choked. Do you? Do you know how hard it is to get promoted to inspector? How many years does an ordinary officer have to endure? Huo Wenyao sneered. Hard. Then how come some people come in as trainee inspectors right away? Are they gilded or diamond-studded? His gaze swept over Fong Jiexia. Oh, Supervisor Fong, you must have also been directly appointed as a trainee inspector, right? Fong Jiexia hurriedly explained. That's different. We are professional talents selected through strict processes. How professional? Judiciary, criminal investigation, public relations. At least a doctoral degree. Fong Jiexia straightened her back. Huo Wenyao nodded. Oh, I understand. You are high and mighty professionals, while we undercover agents are just trash deserving to suffer and toil. We risk our lives out there, and we can't even touch the edge of an inspector's position while you sit in the office sipping coffee and can just leap to the top. Tisk truly enviable. Fong Jiexia was momentarily speechless. She actually had a ready rebuttal in her heart. You're not a high-level talent, of course you have to start from the bottom. Can it be the same? The new recruits in the police department, which one of them does not endure this treatment? The regulations are set this way. However, she could not say this. Once the words were spoken, it would likely stir up a wave of discontent regarding internal injustices within the police, and those undercover agents would undoubtedly explode. At this moment, Fong Jiexia, based on her professional judgment, had already come to a conclusion. Huo Wenyao had psychological issues with extreme thoughts and highly unstable emotions. All right, she conceded. I will report all your demands and wait for the leader's decision. Do you have any other requests? Huo Wenyao's expression suddenly turned a bit melancholic. The last request is not for myself, but on behalf of all my undercover brothers. Many people in those organizations live as if they are neither human nor ghost, always living in fear. I demand that the police implement new reward regulations raising money positions and treatment. I don't want to see any brothers like me who risk their lives to complete tasks only to receive $5,000 and an empty title of sergeant while being hunted down everywhere. Fong Jiexia nodded seriously after hearing this. I will report this as well. You can go. Huo Wenyao waved his hand, looking very weary. I need to rest. Then you rest well. Fong Jiexia said no more, quickly leaving the ward with her 2 colleagues. She needed to hurry back to report to her superiors. After the door closed, the weariness and melancholy on Huo Wenyao's face instantly vanished. He coldly watched them leave, then bent down and pulled out a small recorder from under the bed. Indeed, he recorded again. Whatever emotional instability, whatever radical thoughts were all deliberately performed for Fong Jiexia to see. From the moment he learned that the police would come, he had prepared this trap. And when Fong Jiexia and the others entered the room, they happened to catch him playing with women. The preconceived impression made them completely overlook the possibility of checking the room and guarding against recording. Thus, that lengthy conversation earlier, Fong Jiexia had thoroughly jumped into the trap he had set. A new day dawned, and the undercover incident continued to escalate. This time, all major newspapers in Hong Kong, including Ming Pao Apple Daily and Oriental Daily, began to report in detail on Huo Wenyao's undercover experiences, even unearthing Huang Ziqing's background. More citizens became aware of this matter, and more undercover agents who understood the inside story emerged. The incident snowballed, gaining ever greater momentum. While the citizens sympathized with Huo Wenyao's plight, all their anger was directed at Huang Ziqing, and the complaint lines were nearly overwhelmed. That scoundrel Huang Ziqing must be dismissed and investigated. Is he even human? He's simply inhuman. How can such a person be a police officer? Unbelievable. What is the police doing? allowing such a person to be the head of the serious crimes unit. Sympathy and anger intertwined, and public opinion boiled over. On the other side, the undercover agent, Ah Lang, who was lurking by the arms dealer Hai Shu's side, felt like a herd of 10,000 grass mud horses galloping through his heart upon seeing the newspaper. Hai Shu pointed at the newspaper with a cold smile, and said to everyone, "Did you see? This is the outcome of being a traitor." Ah Lang forced a smile that looked worse than crying, and echoed, "Yes, Hai Shu, how could there be a good ending for a traitor?" Surrounding subordinates pledged their loyalty. "Don't worry, Hai Shu, there are no undercover agents here who would be foolish enough to do this." Ah Lang silently muttered in his heart, "Am foolish, truly I'm that fool." At this moment in the cafeteria of Stanley Prison, Han Chen sat in front of the television watching the endless reports about Huo Wenyao on the news, his gaze cold. Huo Wenyao, oh Huo Wenyao, he murmured to himself. "I wonder if you regret betraying me now." Seeing Huo Wenyao's seemingly tragic situation filled Han Chen's heart with delight. "If I can't live well, neither can you. That 10 million bonus has to be collected by someone." Huo Wenyao rested for a night at the nightclub. After washing up in the morning, he went to the adjacent room. Boss, Tian Yangsheng and Tian Yangyi stood up immediately. They were almost inseparable from Huo Wenyao, always responsible for security nearby. "Was there any commotion last night?" In response to the boss, Tian Yangsheng said in a tone as flat as discussing the weather, "2 people tried to sneak near your room, but they have been dealt with by our brothers and sent to the sea." "Good." Huo Wenyao nodded, then instructed, "Next you need to take care of something. Send a brother into Stanley Prison to deal with Han Chen." He had never forgotten this culprit. Tian Yangsheng, "No problem, we'll take care of it right away." Huo Wenyao, "Also keep an eye on Han Chen's former subordinates, those like Di Lu and Sha Chang. Look for an opportunity to eliminate them and then take over their territory and business." Tian Yangsheng, "No problem." Huo Wenyao, "Also keep an eye on Huang Jiqing." Tian Yangsheng, "I haven't asked." Ding ding ding. Just as he was about to finish, Huo Wenyao's phone suddenly rang. He answered the call, and a capable female voice came from the other end. "Hello, is this Mr. Huo Wenyao? I am Dr. Li Shiner from the police department's psychological counseling office. I just received an arrangement and need to conduct a psychological assessment and counseling for you." Psychological counseling? Huo Wenyao instinctively wanted to refuse. "I don't need it." However, just as he was about to hang up, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Li Shiner. Huo Wenyao's thoughts drifted for a moment. He had a slight impression of this name. He quickly found the connection in his memory. It was that psychologist. The corners of his mouth twitched. Since the other party had taken the initiative to reach out, it wouldn't hurt to meet. "Mr. Well, you don't have to be too resistant. Many officers undergo similar assessments." The voice on the other end continued. Huo Wenyao interrupted her. "Alright. Dr. Li, I am available today." "I'm sorry," Li Ziner's voice carried an apologetic tone. "I'm fully booked for the next 3 days. How about Friday at 2 in the afternoon?" "No problem," Huo Wenyao readily agreed. The call ended. Just 3 minutes later, gunshots rang out in a gold store at the corner of the street downstairs. Tian Yangyi rushed in with his face covered, firing a few shots at the ceiling. "Robbery! Everyone get down." The store was instantly thrown into chaos. Screams erupted. Passers-by on the street also panicked, with some hurriedly calling the police. Before long, the sound of police sirens grew closer. Patrol officers quickly arrived, blocking the entrance of the gold store. "Drop your weapon. You can't escape." The standoff did not last long. Tian Yangyi promptly threw away his gun and walked out with his hands on his head. The police rushed forward and handcuffed him. With solid evidence, but since he harmed no one and being a local with voluntary surrender, the court made a judgment the next day, 3 months in prison. That day he was escorted to Stanley Prison. The night in Stanley Prison was not peaceful. Upon entering the cell, Tian Yangyi got into a conflict over bed space with Sha Biao's men. The outcome was predictable. Those few people were all knocked down by him, groaning and unable to get up. By the time the prison guards arrived, the fight had long been over. Just like that, Tian Yangyi's name spread in the prison. Everyone knew a tough guy had come in who immediately took care of Sha Biao's men. During breakfast the next day, as soon as he walked into the cafeteria, he immediately attracted the attention of various factions. Some were curious, some wanted to recruit him, and of course some had ill intentions. Han Chen also looked over. He had money in the prison, but lacked capable men, always feeling insecure. Tian Yangyi's appearance stirred some thoughts in him. Before he could move, someone came looking for Tian Yangyi first. Sha Biao strode up with his men, bristling with menace and blocking Tian Yangyi's path. "Kid, you hit one of my men last night. They'll give you 2 choices, come with me or kneel and confess." Tian Yangyi rose slowly, jabbed a finger into Sha Biao's chest, and regarded him with disdain. "Who do you think you are? You better call me Grandpa." Sha Biao exploded. "Damn it, finish him." With that command, his underlings surged forward. The mess hall instantly descended into chaos, and other prisoners scattered to avoid the fight. Tian Yangyi parried and, as if by accident, retreated, unknowingly drawing close to Han Chen. The scuffle quickly swept even the trying to hide Han Chen into its turmoil. He felt puzzled. He had been stepping backward, so how was he suddenly enclosed within the fray? A cold premonition barely flickered in his chest when a sharp, searing pain erupted beneath his left rib. "Oh!" Han Shin screamed, clutching his stomach and collapsing to the floor. No one noticed him amid the confusion. Only a few newly recruited subordinates fumbled and helped him to his feet. Tian Yangi and Sha Biao's fight kept shifting the battlefield. "Stop! Everyone stop!" The prison guards finally rallied, batons raised, crashing into the mess hall and swinging at anyone in sight. Sha Biao's side had 3 men knocked down on the spot. Tian Yangi clever crouched with his hands over his head and escaped harm. The farce was soon quelled. Both Tian Yangi and Sha Biao's crews were dragged off to solitary confinement. The others went back to breakfast. Han Shin felt his left flank aside from a dull ache. He thought the injury seemed minor, so he did not dwell on it. After breakfast, he went to the workshop as usual. But an hour later, while mopping, Han Shin suddenly went black at the edges of his vision and fell rigidly to the ground motionless. A nearby prisoner kicked him with his foot and cursed, "Hey, get up. Don't fake death to shirk work." Yet the man quickly sensed something was wrong. He crouched and reached out to check Han Shin's breath and found he had none. "Someone! He's dead!" The shrieks exploded. The entire prison was jolted. The warden and supervisor Shaso Xiong raced to the scene, and the prison doctor came running with his case. After an examination, the doctor noticed Han Shin's abdomen was slightly swollen. He drew a syringe and pulled out a dark reddish liquid. Those around him were stunned, baffled by what had happened. At the hospital, a thorough check revealed the truth: a ruptured spleen and internal bleeding. But the warden and supervisor Shaso Xiong could not make sense of it. How could a perfectly healthy man have a shattered spleen? The news soon reached Tian Yangi in the confinement cell. Han Shin is dead. Tian Yangi was surprised, not by Han Shin's death itself, but by how effective the method Huo Wenyao had taught him turned out to be. 2 days earlier, Huo Wenyao had asked him, "Do you know how to kill someone without leaving a trace?" Tian Yangi had thought for a moment and answered, "Poison." Huo Wenyao had smiled and chided him, "Fool, where would you get poison in this prison?" "Then what do you do?" Tian Yangi asked. Huo Wenyao's eyes glinted as he explained slowly, "Under the left rib, there is an organ called the spleen. It's fragile. A hard blow can rupture it, and at first it won't hurt that much. The person can keep going for half an hour or even an hour before collapsing from blood loss. By the time anyone thinks to save them, it will be too late." Tian Yangi listened, nodded thoughtfully, and said, "Boss, I understand." Huo Wenyao patted his shoulder and spoke earnestly, "So read more books, don't spend all day on fights and killing." Tian Yangsheng nearby was speechless. Tian Yangi answered loudly, "Yes, boss." Once inside the prison, he followed that method and struck Han Shin beneath the left rib during the confusion. As a result, Han Shin truly died, and the prison could not determine the cause. The news of Han Shin's death blew through the prison like a gust of wind and then swept outward. The underworld erupted. The police were also thrown into commotion. At Hongxing, Jiang Tiansheng's villa, the telephone rang urgently. Jiang Tiansheng answered, and as he listened, suddenly rose from the sofa. "What? Han Shin is dead." His first reaction was to ask who did it. Dongxing, or the Big D from Yangsheng, or that Lin Cohen. But surprise quickly turned to exultation. Clutching the receiver, he paced the living room and murmured, "Good. Perfect timing." With Han Shin gone, nearly 1/3 of the city's stall market he controlled would be up for grabs. That was a fortune. Jiang Tiansheng wasted no time and called his strategist, Chen Yao Io. "Han Shin is dead. Get our people moving now and take over his market." The Hongxing machine began to churn into action. At the same time, Dongxing received the rumor. Luo Tuo was momentarily stunned, then broke into a grin. Could Hongxing have done it? Or the Big D with Yangsheng? Or Lian Haolong from Zongyixin? He guessed aloud and wasted no time, immediately summoning Dongxing's 5 tigers and ordering an immediate strike to seize the vacant territory. The same scene played out at Zongyixin, Yangsheng, Lin Kuan, Zhu Tao, and other factions. Everyone reacted with shock, then joy, and hurriedly sprang into action. Even Hong Tai's young scion stirred, a newcomer eager to insert himself. Han Shin's death was a gift. For a time, the whole underworld surged with restless currents and violent undercurrents. At Dihao nightclub, Han Shin's stronghold, news of Han Shin's death reached here almost instantly. "What?" Di Lu jumped up from the sofa. "Chen Ji is dead." A brief thrill flashed through him. With the boss gone, would these businesses and territories be his to inherit? But his face quickly hardened into anger. "Who did it?" He snarled at the messenger. The young man answered in a choked voice, "Di Lu, I don't know. I only heard Chen Ji suddenly collapsed in prison, bleeding badly. They couldn't save him." Sha Chong, who heard the news, was stupefied, and his thoughts scrambled. Di Lu was the number one. He was number 2. With Chen Ji gone and Di Lu on the rise, what good days would be left for him? Chen Yongren, standing beside Sha Chong, was filled with disbelief. Han Shun died in prison. Just like that. Everyone in the room fell silent, exchanging uneasy looks. With the boss suddenly gone, what would everyone do next? Eyes naturally turned to Di Lu. He forced down his excitement and put on an expression of mournful, righteous fury. "Brothers, we must avenge Chen Ji and that Huo Wenyao." Before he could finish his sentence, a thunderous crash. The nightclub's door was kicked open from outside. Tian Yangsheng sunglasses on strode in at the head expressionless, followed by Tian Yinjin and 4 others. Tian Yangsheng's cold gaze swept the room. Di Lu and the others felt as if icy water had been poured over them. From today on, Tian Yangsheng's low voice cut through the noise. This place is no longer surnamed Han. Who the hell are you? Di Lu snapped. He had been planning to take over Han Chen's operations and would not tolerate a stranger barging in to declare the territory no longer belonged to Han. This was clearly an attempt to seize their share. Di Lu would not stand for it. He grabbed a bottle and charged at Tian Yangsheng, swinging it to smash him over the head. But Tian Yangsheng moved faster, spun, and delivered a brutal side kick to Di Lu's chest. With a thud, Di Lu flew several meters, crashed to the floor, and lay still, blood trickling from his mouth, eyes wide open. The hall erupted. Damn! How dare you! Cut them down! Get them! A mob of henchmen seized weapons and surged, but when the 6 Tian brothers fought, they were like tigers among sheep. In moments, those who rushed in lay scattered, groaning, and unable to rise. Chen Yongren and Sha Chong tried to dodge, but Tian Yangsheng had already singled them out and closed the distance. Before they could react, heavy blows sent them into unconsciousness, utterly senseless. In criminal intelligence, Lu Jiaming learned of Han Chen's death a little later. He's dead. At first, Lu Jiaming felt relief, then unease. Han Chen died suddenly. Whatever material Han Chen held on him that could implicate Lu, where would it end up? If someone else got hold of it, trouble would follow. With that thought, he could not sit still and wanted to go find Mary immediately. On the other side, ordinary officer Lin Guoping also received the news. He felt a twinge of pleasure mixed with regret. In the security department, Inspector Yang Jinrong heard of the incident and only shook his head, feeling that with one rival gone, life might become a bit dull. At the Tsim Sha Sui police station, the major crimes office phones rang nonstop with reports. With Han Chen dead, disorder predictably followed. But most of the major crimes team had been called in by internal affairs for talks. A sign: look, we've investigated this much already. Huo Wenyao should calm down now, right? Huo Wenyao himself behaved as if he had not heard the calls, reclining comfortably with his feet arrogantly propped on his desk. He was slurping a bowl of instant noodles with apparent satisfaction when a system chime sounded at his ear. Detection target Han Chen is dead. His group has been annihilated. Task complete. Rewards being issued now. Reward: anti-eavesdropping device has been issued. Huo Wenyao glanced over the description. The device activates automatically, cannot be damaged, will disable all listening devices and indicate the source of any eavesdropping. A fine thing, he chuckled. No need for me to worry, it will block them on its own. From now on, he would act even less by the book. His greatest fear was being monitored. Now, with that worry gone, he felt utterly at ease. His phone rang. It was psychologist Li Shiner. Officer Hu, you haven't forgotten today's 2 o'clock counseling appointment, have you? Huo Wenyao's lips curved, but his voice turned low and weary. I haven't forgotten, Dr. Li. He'll be there. At 2:10 in the afternoon, Huo Wenyao was 10 minutes late when he knocked on the door of Li Shiner's psychological counseling room. His hair was messy, his eyes were bloodshot, he hadn't shaved, and his clothes were askew. He looked like a police officer who had been suffering from insomnia and anxiety for several days. Upon entering, he nervously glanced around, even checking behind the door, behind the curtains, and opening the cabinet as if to see if there were any ambushes. Li Shiner had been observing him since he entered. Seeing him in such a state softened her heart, and she couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Officer Hu, don't be nervous, this place is very safe. Safe? Huo Wenyao locked the door behind him and finally seemed to relax, saying, I currently have a bounty of 10 million on my head. I don't know how many people are tempted to take risks. Li Shiner felt even more distressed upon hearing this. She stood up from her desk, walked over to Huo Wenyao, and said softly, Come, let's sit on the sofa first. The sofa was soft, allowing the patient to relax a bit, which would facilitate the upcoming conversation. Huo Wenyao nodded, saying, Okay. He was about to walk towards the sofa. Suddenly, a dull thud came from outside, as if someone had fallen. Up. Huo Wenyao jumped up like a frightened rabbit, clutching Li Shiner tightly and burying his face in her embrace. Someone is trying to kill me. Li Shiner felt a tightness in her chest, unable to move as he held her tightly. Huo Wenyao was quite strong, and she couldn't break free. Mister Hu, don't be afraid, no one is trying to kill you. She quickly reassured him, gently patting his back. It's okay, really, it's okay. Li Shiner continued to pat Huo Wenyao, trying to push him away, but he wouldn't budge. Huo Wenyao was still trembling, making her feel uneasy as well. She suppressed her shyness and softly said, Officer Huo, it's okay now. Only then did Huo Wenyao release his grip, standing up and looking around, seemingly a bit more composed. He apologized, saying, I thought someone was trying to kill me. He then looked gratefully at Li Shiner, saying, Dr. Li, thank you. Seeing him improving, Li Shiner said, Officer Huo, please sit down. She pointed to the lounge chair sofa. However, Huo Wenyao shook his head, saying, No, I can't get up from this chair. If a killer comes, I can't fight back. Li Shiner felt even more distressed. It was no wonder he had psychological issues with such daily experiences. She asked, What do you think can help you relax the most? Huo Wenyao looked at her awkwardly, saying, Do I really have to say it? Li Shiner nodded. Huo Wenyao shyly replied, When I was just holding you, I felt the safest. Li Shiner fell silent. Huo Wenyao looked at her expectantly, saying, Dr. Li, though it's presumptuous, I haven't rested for days. It's only when I held you that I calmed down. Can I hold you again? Li Shiner, out of sympathy and the need for therapy, nodded and said, all right. Huo Wenyao joyfully exclaimed, thank you, Dr. Li. So Li Shiner sat at one end of the sofa, and Huo Wenyao lay down, resting his head on her lap. Li Shiner felt a bit dazed, but seeing Huo Wenyao relax, she comforted herself. For the patient. Suddenly, there was another sound from outside. Huo Wenyao shouted and buried his face between her legs. Li Shiner felt taken advantage of, but had no evidence. An hour later, the counseling session ended. Li Shiner stood up to straighten her skirt, her face flushed. Huo Wenyao thanked her, saying, thank you, I feel much more relaxed. Li Shiner blushed and replied, it's nothing. In reality, that hour had been full of ambiguity, leaving her flustered. Huo Wenyao eagerly asked, when is the next counseling session? Li Shiner replied, Friday. There are still 5 sessions left. Huo Wenyao happily said, all right, and then reluctantly left. Li Shiner received the next patient, but her mind kept drifting back to the intimate moments with Huo Wenyao. He was her first close male contact, which held special significance. Huo Wenyao whistled and smiled as he took the elevator down. When he reached the first floor, just as the elevator doors were about to close, a man in a suit rushed in. Wait a moment. Huo Wenyao recognized him as Lu Jianming, an undercover police officer. He didn't look back and walked quickly. Lu Jianming observed his retreating figure with keen eyes. Meanwhile, at the police department, Huang Jiqing concluded his investigation. He announced, Police ID 23151 Huang Jiqing. After investigation, the following punishment is imposed: deprivation of the rank of senior inspector, reassignment to the outlying islands as a regular officer. Huang Jiqing walked out of the police department, still somewhat dazed. The results of the investigation echoed in his ears, having his rank of senior inspector stripped away and being directly reassigned to the outlying islands as a regular officer. That was a remote place only accessible by boat, jokingly referred to as guarding the water pond within the police force. He had been in the police force for 25 years, had fought against the Ni family, and assisted his superior in defeating Han Shun, earning his share of merits. Yet now he was brought down by the very undercover methods he excelled in. This fate was indeed somewhat laughable. However, Huang Jiqing did not lose heart. He suddenly remembered Chen Yongren, the undercover agent still in hiding. As long as Chen Yongren was around, he still had a chance to turn the tables and achieve merit. With this thought, the fire in his heart reignited. Meanwhile, at the Tsim Sha Sui police station, Huo Wenyao had just returned to the major crimes unit. His colleagues avoided him like a plague, their eyes filled with disgust. The news of Huang Jiqing being demoted to guard the water pond had already spread, and everyone inevitably felt a sense of loss. Though Huang Jiqing had a tough style, he was skilled in handling cases, leading the major crimes unit for over a decade, earning respect from everyone. And Huo Wenyao, the culprit, naturally became the target of everyone's blame. Huo Wenyao could certainly feel those gazes. He sneered and thought to himself, do you think I want to be a police officer? Coming back from undercover and facing discrimination, he had long had enough and wouldn't continue. Besides, even if he stayed, promotions were hopeless. It would be better to resign early. The outside world of business was vast. Just as he was thinking, a notification sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Darkening explosive soldier system activated. Main task initiated: path of the Dark Tycoon. The host is to resign from the police force, step into the business world, and consolidate underground forces. Main task 1 triggered: resign from the police force. Reward: Qiu Gang team. Huo Wenyao felt a surge of joy. Was there a task reward? The Qiu Gang was known for their strong combat abilities, and their leader was quite formidable. What was he waiting for? Resign. He immediately pulled out a piece of paper and swiftly wrote a few lines. Exactly a resignation letter. Then he went straight to the commissioner's office. The foreign commissioner merely glanced at it and quickly signed. Huo Wenyao was a troublemaker. Now that he wanted to leave, the commissioner was more than happy. Ding! Detected that the host has resigned. Reward distribution in progress. Qiu Gang team released from prison at 10 a.m. the day after tomorrow will become the host's loyal subordinates. The day after tomorrow. Huo Wenyao noted the time. Just then the phone rang. It was Fang Jiexia from the Public Relations Department. Officer Huo, is it convenient to meet? We need to discuss the details of the compensation from the police department. Huo Wenyao thought for a moment and smirked. Sure, come to my place. The call ended. 2 hours later. Huo Wenyao's home was old and cramped with dim lighting. Since the bounty had been placed on him, he hadn't stayed here. He had his own plans for this meeting. When Fang Jiexia knocked and entered, Huo Wenyao was exercising shirtless. His chiseled face, strong muscles, and beads of sweat trickling down his skin filled the air with a strong smell of sweat. Fang Jiexia felt a bit hot. Fang, sir, please sit. Huo Wenyao gestured to the only place to sit, the edge of the bed. Fang Jiexia quickly shook her head. What? Fang Jiexia was surprised, resigned. Why? What else could it be? Huo Wenyao paced around the room, his tone agitated. You demoted Huang, sir, to guard the reservoir. The brothers in the major crimes unit all respected him, and now they all think I'm the cause. One by one they hate me even more. He exploded at Fang Jiexia. But who was Fang Jiexia? Her heart was as cold as iron. She would sacrifice anything for a promotion. She didn't sympathize with Huo Wenyao. She secretly cursed that Sim Sha Sui commissioner for being useless, actually agreeing to his resignation, leaving her in a very passive position. Huo Wenyao glared at her. I've lost everything, it's all your fault. What did I gain from being undercover for 8 years? Fang Jixia pressed her temples. Then what do you want? She asked. Huo Wenyao stared at her, his gaze somewhat dangerous. I've checked you out, he said. Fang Jixia's heart skipped a beat. You're 32, unmarried, and focused on climbing the ranks, Huo Wenyao continued leisurely. You're now a senior inspector. The next step is to achieve the rank of Legislative Council level police chief. This year you have the opportunity to take the exam, but you need a major achievement. Fang Jixia looked sharply at him, her eyes suddenly sharp. And this matter of mine, Huo Wenyao met her gaze and continued, is both a crisis for you and an opportunity. Fang Jixia's face turned cold, but beneath the coldness was a hint of panic. He had hit the nail on the head. She was indeed being pushed out to take the blame with no choice, which was why she was so desperately trying to deal with him. Huo Wenyao's eyes were fierce and intense. Fang Jixia took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. What do you want? I want compensation. There is compensation, Fang Jixia immediately replied. The police department has agreed to give you 2 million in mental damages on the condition that you don't speak out of turn. Not enough. Fang Jixia became a bit annoyed. You've already resigned. Even if I wanted to promote you, it wouldn't matter. Or I could coordinate with the leadership to transfer you to another police station. Huo Wenyao shook his head. I'm not going to be a cop anymore. Then what do you want? Fang Jixia frowned. My current predicament is also related to you. What does it have to do with me? Fang Jixia shouted angrily. I was just sent here. And I'm trying to help you negotiate better conditions. No. Huo Wenyao's voice became agitated. Look at me, I've always been above you. Fang Jixia was momentarily speechless. Indeed, she viewed Huo Wenyao and most ordinary officers from a superior perspective. She always felt that they were two different worlds. At this moment, she suddenly found Huo Wenyao a bit frightening. This person might not be as simple as he appeared. Just say it, what do you really want? Huo Wenyao sneered. Because of you my woman ran away. So I want you to make up for it. You're dreaming. Fang Jixia exploded instantly. Huo Wenyao stepped forward. Are you not afraid it'll make a scandal and ruin your mission? At worst, they'll be blamed for incompetence and receive a scolding, Fang Jixia forced out. She managed a bitter laugh. Is that so? Huo Wenyao snorted and suddenly pressed the play button on the tape recorder perched on the cabinet by the door. The tape crackled and their conversation spilled into the room. Do you know how hard it is to be promoted to inspector? Hard. How come some people walk in and become probationary inspectors? You too, Supervisor Fang. Those are special high-level talents. Oh, I see. You sit on high thrones while we undercover agents get nothing. We risk our lives and don't get promoted while you take coffee breaks and waltz straight up. He clicked the tape off there. Fang Jixia's face drained of color. She stared at Huo Wenyao with murderous eyes. You recorded that secretly? Yes, I recorded it, Huo Wenyao admitted calmly, his gaze a blatant threat. Inspector Fang, what would you do if this tape reached the television station? Never mind promotion to superintendent, even your position as inspector would be in danger. Years of effort destroyed. You are shameless. Not as shameless as some, Huo Wenyao said, tugging at his smile. Fang Jixia's chest heaved. She was too furious to speak. If this tape were exposed and the media frenzy reignited, she would be finished. Her end would be worse than Huang Ziqing's. Huo Wenyao took the cassette out and tossed it to her. You can take this. I have copies. 10 minutes to decide. Fang Jixia gripped the box so hard her nails bit into her palm. She gnawed with anger, wishing she could tear Huo Wenyao apart, but she had no way. With her ambition, she could not allow years of toil to be wasted. Fine. She spat the words squeezed through clenched teeth. I agree, but only this once. She glared at Huo Wenyao and chose to yield. She took it as a dog bite and bore it. Huo Wenyao smiled. Pleasure doing business. I hope you keep your word and cause no more trouble. Fang Jixia said angrily. Huo Wenyao smiled faintly. Relax, I am a law-abiding citizen. 10 minutes later, Fang Jixia sneered. Is it over now? 2 hours passed, her stare went blank and tears streamed down her face. I'd rather be demoted, she said hoarsely. When it was done, she glared at Huo Wenyao. We're finished with each other from now on. She hurled the words at him and slammed the door behind her in a huff. Just as she got into her car, and before the engine had even started, the phone rang. Huo Wenyao was on the other end grinning. Sir Fang, sorry. Seems I forgot to turn off the recorder earlier. Listen to this. Fang Jixia sat frozen in the driver's seat after hearing the tape. Her composure utterly collapsed. Ow. A scream tore from the car. Huo Wenyao, you shameless bastard. Thanks for the compliment, came his easy reply down the line. Die. Fang Jixia snapped, mad with rage. She grabbed her service pistol and ran back upstairs. But Huo Wenyao had already vanished. The apartment was empty. She stamped her feet and howled in the living room, chest heaving with fury. Oh. Down on the corner, Huo Wenyao lit a Marlboro and exhaled slowly. The tactic was ugly, but having lived twice, he had long since learned that the meek only get trampled. Reborn, he swore never to endure it again. Money, power, women. He would take them all. While Fang Jiexiao vented at home, Huo Wenyao skirted round to the front door through the alley. As he stepped out, a striking figure suddenly bounded in front of him. Officer Hua, I knew you'd come back. Her voice brimmed with surprise. Years undercover had sharpened his instincts, but when he saw her face, he paused. Xiao, Shujin. No. Huo Wenyao's eyes brightened, his gaze swept over her like a scanner lingering a beat on several key places. Quite the figure. Still so shapely. He noticed the camera slung at her shoulder and the microphone shape peeking from her backpack. Reporter. Then it clicked as she introduced herself. Officer, hello, MTVB reporter Lu Huijin. I came hoping to catch a break and run into you. Huo Wenyao understood immediately. She was hoping to mine the affair for follow-up stories. He continued to admire her figure while replying calmly, "Oh, a reporter." Lu Huijin felt uneasy under his gaze. If few officers had been looked at so blatantly. That stare seemed to peer through clothing. Huo Wenyao withdrew his eyes and stepped forward. Ms. What do you need me for an interview? Lu Huijin hurried to keep pace. I want to continue the undercover story and expose the force's injustice. Huo Wenyao had already settled the matter for himself, but for the sake of her looks, he did not object to giving her an opening. Is that so? Well, perhaps that's not impossible. Lu Huijin's eyes lit up. Passing a convenience store, Huo Wenyao took 2 ice creams from the freezer, bit into one, and offered the other. For you. Thanks, but I don't eat that. Lu Huijin waved a refusal. Huo Wenyao understood not eating cold, when healthy, usually meant she was on her period. A pity. He shoved the other ice cream back into the freezer, dropped a coin, and walked off. Another time. Lu Huijin stood there baffled. What? Just because she declined the ice cream? She watched his retreating figure bewildered. That night in a secluded hotel room, Tian Yangsheng pushed the door open, removed his sunglasses, and greeted respectfully Brother Yao. Boss, it's all handled, he said. He entered and spoke without preamble. Han Shen's assets have been cleaned out, and his men Di Lu and Sha Chong have been dealt with, leaving no trace. He paused, then added, Chen Yongren was sensible and surrendered quickly. As you instructed, we left him for now and have a Ji following him. Huo Wenyao's mouth twitched upward. Well done. Tian Yangsheng bowed his head slightly in response. Huo Wenyao tapped his fingers on the table, considering. Next, register a security company, he said. With that shell, everything we do afterward will be easier. Tian Yangsheng nodded at once, then heard his boss add slowly. After all, I am a legitimate businessman. Tian Yangsheng said nothing further, standing in silence. Huo Wenyao clearly didn't care for his reaction, or rather couldn't be bothered. One more thing, Tian Yangsheng continued. Han Shun is dead, his employer is gone, and the bounty on you in the black market has been withdrawn. That news pleased Huo Wenyao further. Even with Tian Yangsheng and the others watching his back, a 10 million bounty hanging over him was like a sword suspended above his head. Now the sword was gone, and he breathed easier. So Han Shen in prison deserved death. 2 days later, the outlying island district. The place was vast and nearly empty. Huang Ziqing, freshly removed from the limelight, had been sent here to look after a few fish ponds. Anyone with eyes could see the top brass intended to let him fade away here. But Huang Ziqing refused to accept that his inner fire had only grown hotter. Especially when he stared at the stagnant ponds before him. You bastard, Huo Wenyao. He spat. You think dumping me here means I can't reach you? He ground his teeth, voice low. Wait. He'll kill you sooner or later. After cursing, he still took out his phone, hesitated, and dialed a number. It rang a few times before someone answered. When are you free? Let's meet for a late-night meal. Huang Ziqing kept his voice low. At the other end, Chen Yongren was silent for a moment. Han Shun is dead. His territory has been taken by some ruthless men, he said quickly. Things are tense now. He'll contact you in a few days. Huang Ziqing frowned, curious who had moved so swiftly, but he didn't press. He acknowledged with a curt sound and hung up, pocketing the phone while his mind drifted. He plotted revenge against Huo Wenyao while staring at the dead ponds before him, bored and irritated to his core. At the same time, in Huo Wenyao's old rented room, the door opened and Fang Jiexiao walked in. Huo Wenyao watched her with a knowing smile. Fang Jiexiao had always been strong, calculating, and used to looking down on him. But now the moment she met his gaze, her face changed. She was ashamed and angry at once, but anger clearly dominated. Despicable. She glared. If you look at me like that again, I swear I'll gouge your eyes out. Huo Wenyao's smile faded into a hint of mockery. That night, you didn't scream like that. Fang Jiexiao understood instantly, her face flushed and then went dark with fury. She snatched at her hip as if to draw her pistol. He'll shoot you dead right now. But Huo Wenyao was faster. He sprang up, seized her wrist, and pinned her against the wall. They were pressed close. Huo Wenyao lowered his eyes before speaking in a low voice. I hate being held at gunpoint. He paused and his tone carried another meaning. Especially by a woman. Fang Jiexiao understood immediately and struggled to rise. I've already handled things with the police department, she began. Her words were cut off as Huo Wenyao clamped a hand over her mouth. You. Silence followed. About an hour later. Fang Jiexiao slumped, too exhausted even to move a finger. Click. Huo Wenyao lit a Marlboro. Fang Jiexiao glared at him, her voice hoarse. If you agree to a settlement, the department will pay you 3 million. She drew a breath and continued, on condition you keep silent from now on. This matter must never be mentioned again. and the compensation must be kept confidential. Before Huo Wenyao could respond, she widened her eyes and added, also this is the last time. From now on, don't you dare touch me again. Huo Wenyao exhaled smoke and interrupted her. Is that clause from the department as well? Fang Jiexia did not answer at once. She fixed him with a cold stare. What do you take me for? Her voice chilled. One of those women outside. Huo Wenyao smiled and shook his head. Not at all. Fang Jiexia's expression eased slightly, but the next sentence froze her. Your technique is too raw, he said flatly. Not as good as theirs. Fang Jiexia was stunned for 2 seconds, then suddenly sat up. What did you say? Are you looking for death? It's not good to be so fierce all the time. Huo Wenyao appeared indifferent, saying, women should be a bit gentler to be likable. I won't. Fang Jiexia gritted her teeth. Who said that? Huo Wenyao raised an eyebrow, showing a questioning expression. Weren't you quite capable just now? Fang Jiexia was momentarily speechless, feeling her forehead throb. She realized that there was no way to communicate with this person. Scum, shameless garbage. Every bad word fit him perfectly. No wonder Huang Zhiqing wanted someone to keep a close watch on him. A person like this deserves it. Just as she was thinking, Huo Wenyao had already given his answer. I refuse. Why? Fang Jiexia was anxious. 300,000 is already the limit. Without me negotiating, you won't get a dime. Huo Wenyao's smile was a bit strange as he continued. Just remove that last clause, and it's done. Fang Jiexia was left utterly speechless. She felt trapped, but noticing Huo Wenyao's gaze starting to misbehave again, she hurriedly grabbed her clothes. With the reconciliation reached, I need to go back to report. Once the words left her mouth, she didn't mention the last time again. The two sides seemed to have reached some sort of tacit understanding, and neither continued on that topic. The money will be transferred to your account. She quickly dressed and nearly fled the rental apartment. Huo Wenyao watched the swaying door and chuckled softly. Old sayings are indeed not wrong, he mused. But the frequency is still a bit low. If only there were a few more times, it would ensure complete compliance. His gaze followed her departing figure, as if watching a bird that had just been caged. In the afternoon in the suburbs, the car stopped in front of the entrance to the Chizhu prison. This prison holds many dangerous individuals. Huo Wenyao glanced at the time, 4 o'clock sharp. Creak. The heavy iron gate slowly opened. Under the watchful eyes of 2 prison guards, Qiu Gonggao led a few people out one after another. The scar on Qiu Gonggao's face was prominent, his gaze as cold as a snake. Behind him, Dai Zhuxian, the great white shark, Mo Yichuan, and Zhao Jiqiang followed in succession. Upon seeing Huo Wenyao, they immediately quickened their pace and bowed in unison. Boss. Huo Wenyao glanced at their respectful expressions and nodded. I know you harbor hatred, he said straightforwardly, but there's no rush. I will give you the opportunity for revenge. Thank you, boss. Excitement suddenly ignited in Qiu Gonggao's eyes. Every day he spent inside, he thought about what to do once he got out. Hearing Huo Wenyao's straightforward promise at this moment filled his face with gratitude. Huo Wenyao naturally understood what they wanted, so upon meeting, he provided them with the answer they desired most. Huo Wenyao patted the door of the car behind him. Get in, he said with a smile. Today is a good day, let's celebrate your return. Thank you, boss. The group climbed into the car one after another. That evening, in a private room of a nightclub in Tsim Shui, Huo Wenyao led Qiu Gonggao and the others inside, glancing back. These individuals had just been released from prison, their expressions a bit awkward, feeling out of place amidst the surrounding glamour. He understood why. Qiu Gonggao and the others had originally been police officers, the capable kind with bright prospects ahead. But years ago, due to a clue in a case, they acted too harshly and accidentally killed a gangster. The superior, who promised to take responsibility, turned around and sold them out, leading to their imprisonment. In a place like Chizhu, having been a police officer was a sin in itself. Many prisoners inside were sent in by their own hands. They nearly didn't make it through those years. This experience made Huo Wenyao view them more favorably. These past few years, though not long, Huo Wenyao grinned, spreading his arms. The outside world has changed quite a bit. Qiu Gonggao, Dai Zhuxian, Mo Yichuan, and Zhao Jiqiang all nodded. Their expressions still held some restraint, but more was the excitement they could no longer contain. Huo Wenyao knew they needed time to adapt, so he patted Qiu Gonggao on the shoulder. You've had a hard time in there, he continued, but don't worry, as long as you follow me, you won't lack for women or money. This statement warmed the hearts of Qiu Gonggao and the others. Seeing their expressions relax a bit, Huo Wenyao smiled and raised his hand, clapping twice in the air. Clap, clap. The door to the private room was pushed open and a group of elegantly dressed women streamed in. Choose for yourselves, Huo Wenyao smiled, however many you want. Looking at the thoughtful and even extravagant hospitality before them, Qiu Gonggao and the others felt their eyes start to sting. They hadn't experienced this kind of warmth in many years. The 4 instinctively exchanged glances and then turned to Huo Wenyao, bowing solemnly. Thank you, boss. Huh. Huo Wenyao laughed heartily in satisfaction. After more than an hour, he left the private room for Qiu Gonggao and the others to enjoy. Having been in such a tough spot for so many years, these individuals had a lot of pent-up frustration, he understood. While he also enjoyed this, he had no interest in joining the revelry. He tossed a wad of cash to the waiter to settle the bill and stepped outside the nightclub for some fresh air. Lighting a Marlboro, Huo Wenyo was pondering whether to find that Chiu Ti again when a familiar and glamorous figure suddenly jumped out from the side. Huo Wenyo's mouth twitched helplessly, finding this female reporter somewhat bothersome. But soon after, a smile broke out on his face, and he couldn't help but mutter, "This has come to me, why look for Chiu Ti?" In the night, Lu Huijin was oblivious to the change in his expression, excitedly exclaiming, "I didn't expect to run into Huo here. Huh, this time you will accept my interview, right?" Huo Wenyo's gaze resembled that of a hungry wolf seeing a sheep. This time he did not refuse and smiled, nodding his head. Lu Huijin was overjoyed and immediately took out her notebook. Huo Wenyo's face showed a hint of mischief as he said, "It's too noisy outside, let's go in and talk. He'll open another private room." He paused, regarding the undercover situation. "I can share a bit more with you." Lu Huijin didn't think much of it and followed him into the nightclub. She wasn't entirely without wariness, but Huo Wenyo's previous identity as a police officer and the righteous persona created by this undercover incident made her let her guard down. Moreover, the heat of this interview was enough to promote her in her excitement. She overlooked many details. Inside the nightclub, Huo Wenyo's newly opened private room was right next to Chiu Ganggeo's. The faint sounds of revelry coming from next door made Lu Huijin's face flush slightly. Just as she was about to ask a question, she saw Huo Wenyo smiling as he pushed a glass of whiskey filled to the brim in front of her. "The atmosphere here," he smiled. "How can we not drink a little? How about this? He'll drink 3 glasses, and you only drink 1. That works, right?" Lu Huijin hesitated for just a moment. Thinking of the importance of this interview, she ultimately did not refuse. Besides, Huo Wenyo didn't look like a bad person. Especially since she had worked so hard to catch him, she didn't want to hear the phrase, "Next time let's schedule another meeting." After all, if Huo Wenyo's news was snatched by someone else, her opportunity would be lost. Moreover, she was somewhat confident in her drinking ability, so she didn't hesitate much and raised her glass to down it. Cough, cough, cough. The alcohol hit her hard, making her frown. Huo Wenyo's smile deepened. As they continued, every time Lu Huijin drank 1 glass, he would accompany her with 3. His speaking style was quite skillful, with each answer hiding the next question, and Lu Huijin unwittingly followed his rhythm. After several rounds, her head began to spin and her body swayed, unconsciously leaning against Huo Wenyo's shoulder. Huo Wenyo took the opportunity to wrap his arm around her, feeling it was still not enough, and continued pouring more wine. Lu Huijin gradually lost her sense of awareness and ultimately passed out. Huo Wenyo tossed her onto the sofa, and after half an hour feeling that this wasn't enough fun, he half supported and half dragged her up to a hotel room upstairs. Some might think Huo Wenyo is a scoundrel. However, Huo Wenyo himself understood clearly. Yes, he is a scoundrel. In this world, not being a scoundrel means one can only be bullied and trampled. But being a scoundrel, not only can he earn 300,000 topple fong jiexia, subdue Tian Yangsheng and Chiu Ganggeo's group, but now he could also get Lu Huijin into bed. How exhilarating. This is what Rebirth should be like. Only his own pleasure matters, he can only exploit others, and no one can exploit him. This is the awareness one should have at the top. Huo Wenyo always remembered a saying, hesitation leads to defeat. It was precisely because he was ruthless and decisive that he could reach where he is today. To say the least, he has fully integrated into this lifestyle. Shamelessness is the passport. One cannot stand firm without ruthlessness. Being a scoundrel is 100 times more enjoyable than being a so-called upright gentleman. In the hotel room, Lu Huijin was destined to experience what it means to not be able to catch the wolf without letting go of the child. At the same time, in the outlying islands district, although this place is remote, there are still some residents. At this moment, on the rooftop of the tallest residential building in the district, Huang Ziqing smiled as he watched Chen Yongren rush over. He knew that his hope for a comeback mostly lay in Chen Yongren. Huang Ziqing had always had high hopes for him. But Chen Yongren's expression was not good. "Why do we always meet on the rooftop?" His tone was a bit sharp. Huang Ziqing replied lightly, "It's a habit. Standing high allows for a broader view." This was of course an excuse. In fact, he simply liked this feeling of looking down on everything as if everything was under his control. Chen Yongren fell silent for a few seconds and suddenly spoke. "Huang sir, I don't want to do this anymore." Huang Ziqing frowned, immediately displeased. "Do you know how many times you've hurt people and been caught? If you don't become a policeman, what else can you do?" Chen Yongren became agitated. "You clearly said 3 years, then 3 more years, then 3 more years. It's been nearly 10 years, boss. Can you please be nicer to me?" Huang Ziqing suppressed his anger. "Right now, only I know your identity in all of Hong Kong. If I go back and delete your file, you will only be a real gangster for the rest of your life." The threat implicit in his words was not lost on Chen Yongren. If it had been before, he might have endured it. But since the incident with Huo Wenyo was exposed, he had become more clear-headed about Huang Ziqing. There was no good ending in the undercover line. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he directly shouted, "What do you want me to do? Should I shout in my sleep? I'm a policeman." His shout echoed across the rooftop. Huang Ziqing immediately calmed down. Chen Yongren was his last card. Pressing too hard would backfire. He changed the subject. "What about Tian Yangsheng? What's his background?" A flicker of displeasure crossed Huang Ziqing's eyes, yet he still withdrew a file envelope from his inner pocket and handed it over. Chun Yongren impatiently tore it open and pulled out a listening device, grumbling, "Another antique like this. The police force is so wealthy. Can't they invest in some modern technology?" As he spoke, he suddenly fished out a wristwatch from the envelope and froze startled. Huang Ziqing finally broke the silence. "Isn't your birthday the day after tomorrow? A birthday gift?" Chun Yongren gazed at the watch, his heart softening ever so slightly. After years as an undercover operative, living like a rat in the sewers, it was rare for anyone to remember his birthday. He clutched the timepiece tightly, the words of resignation lodged once more in his throat. Just then, footsteps echoed behind them. Huang Ziqing and Chun Yongren turned simultaneously to see Tian Yangsheng standing silently at the rooftop's edge, flanked by Tian Yangxi and Tian Yangji, who watched them with icy indifference. Chun Yongren's pulse spiked. He blurted out, "Brother Sheng, what are you doing here?" Hearing the title, Huang Ziqing instantly grasped the man's identity, and cold sweat broke out across his spine. Tian Yangsheng scoffed, "Who's your brother Sheng?" Chun Yongren frantically pointed toward Huang Ziqing. "He's my cousin's uncle." Still pretending. Tian Yangsheng cut him off with impatience, his gaze locking onto Huang Ziqing. "Superintendent Huang." The moment his identity was exposed, Huang Ziqing yanked Chun Yongren sharply. "Run." They whirled and sprinted toward the rooftop exit, only for Tian Yangxi's long leg to sweep forward. Huang Ziqing ducked instinctively, but the leather boot veered midair and slammed into his face. Thud! Huang Ziqing flew backward, crashing hard onto the concrete. Struggling to rise, he found Tian Yangxi's boot already planted firmly on his chest. With a subtle press, blood spattered from Huang Ziqing's mouth. Meanwhile, Chun Yongren barely assumed a fighting stance before Tian Yangxi's whip-like kick struck the hollow behind his knee. With a cry of agony, Chun Yongren collapsed, and in panic seized a steel pipe and swung it wildly behind him. Tian Yangji caught the pipe effortlessly, then delivered a precise palm strike to Chun Yongren's nape. Darkness swallowed Chun Yongren's vision. He slumped unconscious. "Bind them," Tian Yangsheng commanded coolly, not even deigning to glance at them again. As Huang Ziqing was dragged away, he roared hoarsely, "Do you know what assaulting a police officer entails?" A sardonic curve lifted Tian Yangsheng's lips, but he offered no reply. The crash of waves roused Huang Ziqing. He found himself lying on the deck of a fishing vessel. Chun Yongren had just awakened too. Their eyes met, both faces grim. "They didn't kill us. That means we're still useful," Huang Ziqing murmured low, "play it by ear." At that moment, Tian Yangsheng strode before them. Huang Ziqing lifted his head cautiously. "We can negotiate terms. Killing officers in Hong Kong. You know the consequences." "Superintendent Huang speaks truth." A voice emerged from the cabin. Huang Ziqing stiffened, then watched stunned as Huo Wenyao stepped slowly onto the deck, a faint, enigmatic smile playing upon his lips. "What are you doing here?" Huang Ziqing's eyes widened. Chun Yongren gasped, "Huo Wenyao. Why shouldn't it be me?" Huo Wenyao came to a halt before them. Tian Yangsheng quietly retreated behind him and murmured, "Boss." Huang Ziqing's voice trembled, "You're their leader?" "Correct." Huo Wenyao shook his head with feigned regret. "Shame there's no prize for guessing right." Chun Yongren suddenly pieced it all together. His face paled to ash. "You knew I was undercover all along. That's why you waited until we met, to strike." Tian Yangxi grinned beside him. "Damn it." Chun Yongren sucked in a sharp breath and whirled to glare at Huang Ziqing. "You said no one in Hong Kong knew my identity, except you. You're insane." Huang Ziqing bellowed at Huo Wenyao, ignoring Chun Yongren entirely. "This is suicide." His voice quavered, yet he forced a threat. "Release us now, or when the police force learns of this." Huo Wenyao interrupted, exasperated, afraid. He spread his hands, lacing his tone with mockery. "Please, I'm a law-abiding citizen. A former undercover who's gone completely straight." Huang Ziqing fell speechless. After a pause, he spoke slowly. "Your case is closed. I've been demoted to guarding fish ponds. We're even. So why bring us here?" Superintendent Huang, still feigning ignorance. Huo Wenyao sneered. "Why else would I bring you here, except to send you to join Han Chun?" Huang Ziqing stared, dumbfounded. "You mean Han Chun was killed by you too?" "He placed a $10 million bounty on me. Wasn't eliminating him justified?" "Impossible." Huang Ziqing's eyes bulged as he whispered, "You were just a petty thug. How could you possibly pull that off?" "I don't believe it." Huo Wenyao smiled. "Belief is irrelevant." He let the cigarette butt drop onto Huang Ziqing's chest, burning him with a jolt. Looking down, Huo Wenyao said, "You've seen who bound you. Dying now won't be unjust. Han Chun waits for you below," he added. "You." Huang Ziqing began to shout, but Huo Wenyao snapped his fingers. Tian Yangji and Tian Yangxi surged forward, clamping hands over Huang Ziqing's mouth, shoving him into a sack, stuffing stones inside and tying the opening tight. They dragged the sack to the ship's rail. Huo Wenyao strolled over, glanced at the writhing sack, and smirked dismissively. Then he kicked. Thud. Water splashed, then settled into eerie calm. Huo Wenyao turned, meeting Chun Yongren's wide, horrified stare. Chun Yongren's face drained of color, his voice cracked. "I never wronged you. Wronged or not, That's unimportant, Huo Wenyao murmured softly. I simply find you irritating. He paused then added, I'm no saint, but neither are you. Chen Yongren froze, confusion flashing in his eyes. Huo Wenyao sneered. You helped Huang Zhiqing destroy the Ni family, so Hanshin inherited their empire. Am I mistaken? Chen Yongren opened his mouth to ask how Huo Wenyao knew, but received no chance. You share the surname Ni. Huo Wenyao fixed him with a piercing gaze. Ni Yongxiao, your half-brother, was also eliminated by you. How fiercely loyal you must be to Huang Zhiqing. If I let you live, might you seek vengeance for that yellow dog? No, Chen Yongren pleaded urgently. Ever since learning how Huang Zhiqing treats undercover agents, I've planned to resign. Huo Wenyao refused to listen further, waving his hand dismissively. Chen Yongren managed only one syllable before Tian Yangxi, and Tian Yangxi pinned him down. A sack dropped over his head, the knot tightened with finality. Oh, and one thing, Huo Wenyao added casually. Fellow undercover operatives, we share misfortune. Consider this a complimentary tip. Your ex-girlfriend bore you a daughter. Inside the sack, Chen Yongren went utterly still. He recalled meeting her, holding a little girl by the hand. He'd asked the child's age. She replied 5. Huo Wenyao's voice drifted in happy. She's 6 now. A storm of emotion overwhelmed Chen Yongren. He had a daughter. Learning this before death, strangely he felt a quiet happiness. He whispered, thank you. Now I can die in peace. Don't thank me, you fool, Huo Wenyao snarled, and kicked again. Glug. Water rippled once more, then stilled. Huo Wenyao turned facing the sea wind, savoring the sweet, intoxicating rush of vengeance fulfilled. A wry smile curled his lips as he murmured to himself, I think the Hong Kong government owes me an award. After all, I've spent my nights diligently reclaiming land from the sea. A little outstanding citizen award wouldn't be excessive, would it? Tian Yangsheng and the others, normally impassive, could not suppress a twitch at the corner of their cheeks. Just then a system chime resonated in Huo Wenyao's ear. Ding. System verification complete. Dark Transformation Elite Troop Summoning System. Activated. Each completed objective grants rewards, including elite combat units. Ding. Reward granted. Master of Xingyi Boxing. Instantly warmth surged from Huo Wenyao's heart, spreading rapidly throughout his entire body. He exhaled deeply, acutely aware of power flooding every fiber. The warm current radiated from his heart, coursing through limbs and marrow without pause. Huo Wenyao expelled a thick breath, sensing his physical capabilities surge several-fold in an instant. Alongside the warmth, mastery of Xingyi Boxing, its forms, techniques, and battlefield wisdom fused seamlessly with his own memories. He gently clenched his fist, the knuckles crackling softly, a profound, unprecedented sense of strength thrumming through his veins. Instinctively, he glanced back at Tian Yangsheng. In that moment, intuition whispered in combat he might now match, even surpass, this legendary warrior. The sensation was pure exhilaration, far beyond any earthly pleasure. Ha ha ha. Uncontrollably, he laughed aloud, elation soaring within him. Tian Yangsheng and the others following him into the cabin stiffened simultaneously. In that fleeting instant they sensed it, the subtle but unmistakable shift in Huo Wenyao's aura. A latent, chilling danger emanated from him, sending a ripple of unease through their chests. Tian Yangsheng and Tian Yangxi exchanged a glance. When their eyes returned to Huo Wenyao's back, reverence edged their gaze. Strength commands respect, everywhere, always. Events unfolded precisely as Huo Wenyao had foreseen. The disappearance of Huang Zhiqing and Chen Yongren stirred no ripple in Hong Kong. At the Lantau Island police station, only a few officers mentioned it idly during casual chatter. It's late. Why hasn't Huang Zhiqing reported in yet? Who cares if he shows up? What's he worth anyway? Probably thinks our station's too run down and quit on the spot. A disgrace who tarnishes the force. No wonder he lacks the shame to stay. Demoted from superintendent to constable. I'd resign too. The murmurs faded quickly. When Huang Zhiqing remained absent the next day, no one probed deeper. They simply assumed he'd fled in disgrace. A disgraced former superintendent. His fate drew no concern. Huo Wenyao awoke in his hotel room in the afternoon. After lunch, he strolled leisurely to an apartment building and knocked. Who is it? A muffled voice came from within, then the door opened. Lu Huijin's face appeared. Huo Wenyao offered her a gentle smile. Won't you invite me in? Lu Huijin blinked. Then her expression twisted violently, fury blazing in her eyes. You bastard. How dare you show your face here? Gritting her teeth, she swung her pale fist straight at Huo Wenyao's chest. Why don't you just die, eh? Scumbag. Her outrage was understandable. She'd intended only a routine interview, yet ended up entangled, irrevocably, utterly compromised. That bitterness choked her. Yet her punch landed against Huo Wenyao with feeble, lifeless force. Watching her chest heave with rage, he felt no anger, only a mischievous, intrigued smile tugging at his lips. Her reaction, he decided, made her infinitely more fascinating. Yet when Lu Huijin's fist struck Huo Wenyao's chest, it felt limp and powerless. Huo Wenyao watched her cheeks balloon with fury, and instead of shrinking back, only grew more animated. Bastard, let go of me. Go to hell, get out of the way. Afterwards, Huo Wenyao lit a cigarette and leaned against the headboard. Lu Huijin curled up on one side, biting her lip in mortified anger and glaring at him. Huo Wenyao paid no heed, lazily blowing smoke rings. Seeing him like that, her temper flared again. Her eyes practically spouted fire as she snapped, "Believe me, you'll call the police right now. Report you, and you'll be finished." Huo Wenyao glanced at her, reached into his pocket, produced a wallet, and casually tossed a wad of bills onto the bed. "This is the arrangement," he said indifferently. Lu Huijin froze, bewildered. Could it be like this? Who asked for your money? She finally registered what he meant and could no longer contain herself. He had forced himself on her twice and now had the audacity to humiliate her with money. "Bastard. What do you take me for? A cheap woman?" Lu Huijin raged. "You're the cheap one. Your whole family is cheap." Huo Wenyao cracked a smile and unhurried picked the money back up from the bed. "Sorry, my mistake," he said calmly. After a moment he added, "Since you are not, I'll put it away." Lu Huijin sat dumbfounded again. What the hell was this maneuver? "I said Jian, the one that means rape. The Jian as in sexual assault. You bastard." Lu Huijin ground her teeth. He had thrown money to shame her, and now he retrieved it. Had she not been used for nothing? Huo Wenyao, however, recognized that Lu Huijin was throwing a childish tantrum. He stretched wearily and asked casually, "Want something to eat?" "He'll go buy it." Lu Huijin hesitated, shot him a resentful look, and muttered, "Rice rolls." "Okay," he replied. Huo Wenyao smiled and said, "Be a good girl and wait for me." Unexpectedly, Lu Huijin did not resist. His smile immediately brightened. Women, as the saying goes, often speak contrary to their hearts. That evening, to soothe this temperamental woman, Huo Wenyao agreed to an interview. Lu Huijin took up pen and notebook and with feigned solemnity asked, "After you resigned, what are your plans for the future?" Huo Wenyao's mind stirred. He knew Lu Huijin was a TVB reporter, and this was a perfect chance for free publicity. He immediately began to shape the narrative for his newly formed security company, answering with gravity, "Society is chaotic, gangsters are everywhere. In my years undercover, I saw ordinary people being bullied and could not stand by. I plan to establish a security company to protect the vulnerable. Justice delayed is not true justice," he continued, "because I've been rained on. I want to hold an umbrella for others." His words rang with lofty conviction. Anyone unaware might think him an idealist with the world on his mind. Lu Huijin was inwardly speechless. "You, justice? Huh?" She scribbled those supposedly moving lines into her notebook and could not help rolling her eyes. "Clearly a villain, yet he paints himself so nobly," she murmured under her breath. To be honest, Lu Huijin had not seen Huo Wenyao as such a cad before. She had thought him a patient, honorable policeman bearing burdens for the greater good. Now she finally understood. This man was a shameless scoundrel. Yet as the interview progressed and Huo Wenyao spoke more, her impressions quietly began to shift. A more textured portrait slowly formed in her mind, an undercover agent with a sense of justice, a man forced to be sullied by plunging into darkness. His conduct perhaps was a habit left from 8 years undercover. With her body already surrendered, Lu Huijin found herself involuntarily making excuses for him and imagining reasons on his behalf. Over an hour later, when she looked at Huo Wenyao again, her gaze had softened considerably. Huo felt quietly triumphant. The way he had steered the interview had succeeded in making Lu think he had endured hardship. Although he had spoken truths, his framing was so artful that even Lu Huijin did not notice she had begun to rationalize his behavior. She even overlooked some excessive actions, muttering inwardly that he was not naturally like that. The 8 years of undercover work had forced him into it. Thus her self-persuasion was complete. Huo Wenyao casually mentioned that after so long undercover, his temper sometimes lost control and he might act rashly. On hearing that, Lu Huijin forgave him outright. Her tone softened, no longer a ruffled cat. She spoke seriously, "The interview and this news piece are indeed valuable." A satisfied smile crossed Huo Wenyao's face. Women were easily deceived. Once sympathy stirred, they could be manipulated at will. When the interview ended, he pondered the fallout while holding Lu Huijin close on the sofa watching television. She did not refuse his embrace. The next morning, the interview aired. "Hello, this is TVB. Our reporter Lu Huijin had the pleasure of interviewing the recently spotlighted undercover officer Huo Wenyao." Huo Wenyao's notoriety was at a peak. As the story ran, his profile surged. In a breakfast shop, he chewed a pineapple bun and listened to the conversations around him. Poor Huo, it's tragic. He finally regains himself and is treated like this. It's heartbreaking. After watching that interview, the undercover life seems unbearable. Exactly, a blame that scoundrel Huang Zhiqing. Scum like him should be expelled from the station and let his enemies deal with him. My wife watched and cried as she felt such sympathy. Huo couldn't stay anyway. Resigning might let him have a peaceful life. Don't just say that as women do. I'm a tough man and I sympathize too. He did so much and was tossed aside. Years of sacrifice fed to the dogs. An undercover is a real man. An undercover like Huo is the most righteous. Have you seen the report? He plans to open a security company to continue seeking justice. Only he knows the common people's hardships. I support him. Huang Zhiqing is a disgrace. He deserves damnation. The citizens chattered. Huo Wenyo's image swelled. Unyielding, brimming with righteousness, determined to protect the harbor even outside the uniform. As for Huang Zhiqing, he was pilloried like a rotten dog and cursed in every direction. In a corner someone heard and could not hide a cold sneer. It was a policeman under Huang's command. He lowered his voice and spat. "You know nothing. Huang Sir has solved countless cases." That remark drew attention. A customer glimpsed the bulge at his waist and recognized the police belt. Seeing his sneer, the crowd's anger flared immediately. "Bastard, you put on a uniform and think you're a gentleman. Scum, how dare you grin? You're surely one of Huang's cronies. People like you eating here offend us. Laugh all you want, be careful of triads out on the street. You lot keeping the peace. You wish. You don't deserve it. I recognize him. That's the cop who insulted Huo Wenyao earlier. So it is him. Fucking bastard." A volley of curses and ancestral insults erupted. The breakfast shop instantly exploded into a torrent of abuse. The policeman could not get a word in. He was berated through a litany of invectives until he was thoroughly humiliated. He could not endure it and rose in shame to leave. Even the breakfast owner called after him, "Don't ever come back here. You don't deserve it." The policeman was speechless. Huo Wenyao sat in a corner and watched the scene from beginning to end. Though he remained silent, he was quietly pleased. Outside, the policeman kicked the shop sign in fury, face flushed, and shouted, "You bunch of idiots. You really think Huo Wenyao is a good man? Brainless fools, you deserve to be deceived." Seething with anger, he returned to the station, intending to find time to visit the outlying island to check on Huang Sir. As he entered, he heard whispers. He drew near and heard someone say, "Have you heard? Huang Sir is missing." "Is that true?" another asked. "Absolutely," one replied in a hushed tone. "I just passed the superintendent's office and heard it. The reports from the island say people have been missing for days." "Perhaps he was targeted for revenge," someone murmured. "The last place he was seen was the rooftop. There are said to be signs of a struggle." "Serves him right," one spat. "That Huang dog has shamed our Tsim Sha Sui station. Now we get cursed wherever we go." Exactly. Huo Wenyao was a noble undercover hero, and Huang reduced him to this. Who wouldn't be heartbroken? The policeman was stunned by the news. He spun around and rushed into the major crime unit office, shouting the news. The entire unit erupted. Though Huang Ziqing's reputation was foul outside, he had long-standing allies and subordinates here. Hearing that their boss might be in danger, a group immediately clamored to go out and search. But as they surged toward the office door, someone blocked them. A man in a suit with gold-rimmed glasses stood there, polished in appearance, yet with an ice-cold gaze. The leading detective, impatient, shoved him aside and snapped, "Move, don't block the way." The man did not budge. He swept the group with a calm, terrifying look and uttered two words, "Go back." "Who are you? Why should we listen to you?" "Get out of the way, we are looking for our boss," they clamored. Then the man spoke again, his voice low, yet it carried over the din. "I order you to return to your positions." There was no overt emotion in his eyes, yet the steadiness of his command unnerved them all. Someone could not help but whisper, "Who are you?" "Yang Jinrong," the man replied coldly. The office fell silent in an instant. Yang Jinrong's name was well known in the port police. A senior inspector in the security division, nicknamed the cold-faced Yama, he was rumored to be a ruthless individual with no moral boundaries. It was said that during negotiations with terrorists, he would shoot without hesitation if discussions soured. To capture drug lords, he would force gangsters to commit perjury only to later apply for commendations for them. To sum it up in 3 words, ruthless, no boundaries, and not to be provoked. The group that had just been brimming with bravado now looked deflated. Someone gasped and quickly apologized. Yang, sir. "I'm sorry, we didn't know it was you." Yang Jinrong ignored them and walked straight into the office, adjusting his glasses. "I am your new team leader, Yang Jinrong." He scanned the room. "My demand is simple, I say you do. This place needs no second opinions, understand?" No one dared to speak, all nodding like chicks pecking at rice, not even daring to make eye contact with him. Yang Jinrong then slowly said, "Now listen closely to the first task." Everyone perked up their ears. "Organize a team immediately to investigate Huo Wenyo 247. His daily meetings, actions, everything. I need to know it all." The news quickly spread throughout the police station and naturally reached Huo Wenyo's ears. He hung up the phone, his usual smile gone. He knew about Yang Jinrong. Although they had never crossed paths, he remembered the character from Infernal Affairs 3 very well. That was a person who would use any means necessary to achieve his goals, calm, yet ruthless, more difficult to deal with than Huang Zhiqing. Being targeted by such a police officer was indeed troublesome. However, Huo Wenyo merely frowned. He lit a cigarette, thinking that he still had to do what needed to be done. He couldn't shrink back just because a tough character had arrived. Around noon, he went to Tsim Sha Sui with the Tian Yangsheng siblings Qiu Gongao and a new batch of recruits from the security company. Tsim Sha Sui was known for its wealth and its many disputes. Various gangs vied for control here, with territories changing hands faster than the weather. Those who could stand firm in such a place were certainly not easy to deal with. Huo Wenyo chose this place to establish himself, naturally drawn to its wealth and chaos. More chaos meant more opportunity. East of Tsim Sha Sui, by the roadside, the owners of various businesses were summoned by Qiu Gongao. gathering together, looking somewhat perplexed at this sharply dressed young man. Huo Wenyo stood before them and smiled. "My name is Huo Wenyo." His voice was not loud, yet it silenced the murmurs. "Those who have watched TV recently should recognize my face." Indeed, there was a reaction from the crowd. "Isn't he that undercover cop? What is he doing here? Didn't he say he opened a security company? Simsha Sui is a treasure land. Oh, everyone knows that. But treasure lands also come with troubles. Too many collect protection fees. Today it's this gang, tomorrow it's that faction. It's hard to keep up with payments right." What's most frustrating, Huo Wenyo spread his hands, is that even after paying, troubles still arise. Why? Because it's too chaotic here. No one has the final say, and paying doesn't guarantee safety. He observed the sympathetic expressions on the faces of the crowd, knowing the moment was ripe. He then took out a document from his pocket and waved it in his hand. "I used to be a police officer, and I can't stand honest businessmen being bullied. So I'm no longer a police officer. I started a security company instead." He paused, speaking clearly. "Our company is properly registered and legally operated. Our goal is simple: to provide real protection and true peace of mind." The owners looked at each other as if beginning to understand something. Huo Wenyo shook the contract. "I am here today for a simple purpose." His gaze swept over the crowd. "I hope everyone will sign a protection contract with us. You pay, we provide the service. From now on, we will shield you from those chaotic protection fees in your shops." Huo Wenyo patted his chest in assurance. "With me, Huo Wenyo here, no gang dares to trouble you." He waved the contract. "We will protect all clients. The contract is here, no deception." The business owners in the audience were momentarily silent. They exchanged glances, pondering. Wasn't this still protection fees? Just a nicer name for the same thing. Of course, unlike other gangs here, you had to sign a contract to pay up. It seemed legitimate, but whether the contents of the contract could be fulfilled was a different matter. However, there were many who believed in Huo Wenyo. After all, his 10-year undercover history and former police status did genuinely sway some business owners. Huo Wenyo elaborated on the benefits in the contract, finally throwing out the most crucial point. He raised his voice, enunciating clearly. "As long as you sign a contract with us, you won't have to pay protection fees to other gangs anymore. If anyone causes trouble for payment, our security company will step in to resolve the issues." As soon as this was said, the business owners' eyes lit up. Other gangs came to collect money every day, without fail, each month. They were fed up with it. If Huo Wenyo could really pull it off, it would be a tremendous blessing. The venue instantly buzzed with whispers. "This sounds pretty good. I just worry they can't deliver." "Yeah, which gang doesn't say that when they come? Trying it out sounds okay. At worst, I'll just pay one more since I'm already paying so much. Huo Wenyo seems quite righteous, so I think I can trust him. Let's pay a little less at first. If it doesn't work, we can stop paying later." It sounds good, but I doubt they have the ability. Amidst the discussion, some found the contract conditions tempting. Some genuinely believed in Huo Wenyo's character, while others simply wanted to escape exploitation by other gangs. Of course, some felt this was merely a facade and didn't believe it at all. However, the previous reports by Liu Huijin had indeed made an impact, and Huo Wenyo's image as a just police officer had taken root. As a result, many merchants were eager to give it a try. Huo Wenyo smiled as he began to urge the owners to sign the contracts. One could not deny that his earlier words were indeed moving. Almost 90% of the merchants lined up to sign and pay, their actions decisive. Yet a few merchants felt it was unreliable, believing the money would be wasted, and turned to leave. Huo Wenyo was prepared for this. His smile remained unchanged as he cast a slight glance at Tian Yangsheng. Tian Yangsheng immediately understood his cold gaze sweeping over the departing owners, and he took out a small notebook to note their names. The threatening implication in that gaze was too obvious, making several owners feel a chill down their spines. Their steps faltered, exchanging glances before they obediently turned around and queued at the end. They were genuinely intimidated by Tian Yangsheng's demeanor with that little notebook. The atmosphere instantly became harmonious. After signing the contracts and pressing their fingerprints, the matter was finally settled. Just as the owners were about to disperse, Huo Wenyo called out to them. For the first time, his expression was so serious, scanning the owners of the bars, nightclubs, and hotels before him. "If there are troubles, I will resolve them as per the contract. But one thing must be made clear." Huo Wenyo raised his index finger, emphasizing heavily. "This place is not to sell drugs." The owners were taken aback, then nodded in agreement. They were all legitimate business people and had no intention of dealing in that, agreeing particularly readily. After all, if anything happened, it would be themselves who would suffer. The crowd dispersed. Huo Wenyo held a stack of signed contracts and smiled with satisfaction. However, just as he finished up on his side, news had already reached the ears of several nearby gangs. Zhongxin, Yihongxing, Dongxing, and Lianxing, as well as Lianhe Society, any gang with territory in Simsha Sui, had heard of this matter. In the Dongxing Hall, the leader Litu listened to the report with a face full of disdain, turning to the strategist, the smiling tiger Wu Jiwei, saying, "Just a lousy cop, why pay him any mind? If it weren't for Han Chen's accident in prison, that $1 million bounty would have driven him out of town." The smiling tiger nodded with a grin. "Big brother is right. I see it the same way. What good end can a traitor have? In the eyes of the police, he's not even human, and he won't get along with the gangs either. He's doomed to fail sooner or later." Luota chuckled as he stood up. Exactly which gang in Hong Kong doesn't hate traitors? He might just be taken out tomorrow. Forget about him, let's go have tea. On the other side, Zhongxin's Lin Haolong was doting on his wife's belly, gently resting his hand on it. Lin Haolong had indeed calmed down a lot recently. This wasn't due to a sudden change of heart, but primarily out of guilt. The word on the street was that he was too ruthless in his dealings, causing his wife to miscarry several times. Though it was harsh to hear, Lin Haolong occasionally had his doubts. So even though he never believed in fate, his temper had begrudgingly improved a bit lately. His most famous saying was, during the day the port is managed by the police, after midnight it belongs to the gangs. Arrogant as he was due to his ruthless methods and clean operations, the police genuinely had no way to deal with him. At this moment, Lin Haolong was carefully touching his young wife's belly, a smile blooming on his face. It wasn't easy this time, it seemed stable. However, at that moment, a little brother approached and quietly reported Ho Wenyo's declaration of no drugs for sale. Lin Haolong, upon hearing this, immediately sneered. His arrogance is worse than foot odor. He released his hand and sat upright. Such words even the foreign devils at the police department wouldn't dare to say outright. What qualification does a resigned undercover have to speak so harshly? Beside him, the first enforcer Luo Tianhong flipped his blue bangs. Boss, how about I take care of him? He suggested in a low voice. His only capable subordinate is Chiu Gongao, who used to be a cop. The rest are not worth worrying about. Luo Tianhong nodded, offering no further resistance. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, at Hongxing, Chen Yao was reporting to Jiang Tianxing. Mr. Jiang, Prince Tai Zi has sent word from Tsim Sha Sui, that wildly popular undercover cop, has established a security company and begun collecting protection fees. He paused. And he even signs contracts, dubbing it with feigned nobility, serving the public good. Jiang Tianxing lifted his gaze slightly. The same undercover officer who was ostracized by his colleagues and resigned. Yes, Chen Yao confirmed. Prince Tai Zi asked, shall we move against him and drive him out? Jiang Tianxing frowned in thought, then shook his head. No need. It's not worth it. His fingers tapped lightly on the desk. This man is currently under intense media scrutiny. Even if we eliminate him, police pressure would force a full investigation, no matter what. Ours is an era of profit, not petty vendettas. Don't risk everything over such trivialities. Chen Yao wasn't surprised by the reply. In his eyes, Jiang Tianxing was first and foremost a merchant, where cold calculation always outweighed temper. Understood. Yet Jiang Tianxing added one more question. Any formidable figures among his ranks? A man named Chiu Gongao, formerly a police officer imprisoned after a fatal shooting, recently released. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tianxing waved dismissively. All just disgraced officers, no real threat. Let them fade into obscurity in Tsim Sha Sui. Understood. Huo Wenyao's seizure of Tsim Sha Sui sent ripples across the district. News reached every major Triad leader nearby. Strangely, none moved against him, at least not yet. Huo Wenyao had hoped for a period of quiet consolidation. But the East Star Syndicate arrived nonetheless. It was Wu Ya, the Mountain Descent Tiger, one of East Star's 5 tigers, whose given name was Chun Tianxiu. On the streets, he bore a grim epithet, the table-flipping war god. Brutal and ruthless, he stopped at nothing to achieve his ends. Legend claimed he adored overturning tables, so much so that dining with him often meant going hungry. Thus circulated a sardonic saying, follow Wu Ya starve 9 times in 3 days. That night, Wu Ya strode confidently into a nightclub in Huo Wenyao's territory, flanked by over 20 men. To any seasoned observer, this was clearly no ordinary patronage. After all, the Underworld had long held its truisms. East Star deals in white powder, United Bamboo traffics in vice, Hongxing supplies the muscle. Wu Ya's purpose hung in the air, unmistakable. It was widely said that Hongxing's men were the most fearsome fighters. Many branch leaders ran martial arts schools, and their underlings trained daily, honing bodies as hard as tempered steel. East Star, by contrast, focused on narcotics. Many of its members were addicts themselves, weakening their combat edge. Yet the trade brought swift wealth, and bolstered by the fame of its 5 tigers, its ranks remained vast. Tsim Sha Sui, with its dense concentration of nightclubs and abundant profits, had long served as fertile ground for scattered drug distribution. Wu Ya's visit to this club was ostensibly for entertainment, but in truth he had come to offload his wares. He'd heard of Huo Wenyao, of course, but if even his own boss Luo Tua chose to ignore him, why should Wu Ya grant him any regard? Bringing so many men along, he may well have intended, on impulse, to crush some upstart who dared forget his place. Inside the nightclub's private lounge, Wu Ya lit a cigarette and gestured to his men. His trusted lieutenant immediately understood, distributing bags of white powder among the crew. Sell every gram tonight, he ordered. Fail, and don't bother returning to report. The men, long accustomed to such orders, took their shares and dispersed. Wu Ya remained behind with 5 others drinking in the lounge. One henchman kicked the table and bellowed toward the door, "Hey, don't you see my boss has arrived? Bring your best girls, now." The manager, terrified, hurriedly summoned a group of hostesses. 5 men, 2 each, were served drinks and fruit platters. The bill inevitably mounted swiftly. Time slipped past midnight. By 3 a.m. The dealers trickled back, and Wu Yi, satisfied, rose to leave. At that moment, the manager approached, nervously, face drawn. Brother, about the bill. Might we settle it now? Wu Yi's eyebrows shot up. His expression darkened instantly. He shoved aside the hostess beside him and glared, settle the bill. Pointing at the women, he snarled, look at the trash you've brought me. Ugly, incompetent, and not even willing to undress. You actually want payment. Spittle flew toward the manager's face. Pay for what? Your mother's skull. But, brother, the hostesses were summoned, the drinks consumed. All legitimate expenses. Slap. A thunderous blow sent the manager spinning. Staggering backward, he collapsed onto the floor. We came here out of courtesy. Wu Yi loomed over him, voice dripping with contempt. And you dare demand money, after being granted such grace? His men erupted in mocking laughter. Our boss is Wu Yi, the mountain descent tiger of East Star. He never pays for anything. Say another word and I'll end you. Do you believe me? Get lost, before you stain our sight. But, you did consume everything. The manager's voice trembled. Shut your mouth. A henchman lunged forward, kicking him hard. Vanish, or I'll level this entire place. Others tightened their fists, ready to strike. The manager dared utter nothing more, scrambling away on hands and knees, fleeing the lounge. He finally grasped the truth, they'd come solely to provoke chaos. Without hesitation, he bolted straight for the innermost private lounge. Bang, bang, bang. He hammered desperately on the door, voice cracking with panic. Brother Wenyao. There's trouble. Men eating and drinking for free, then assaulting staff. You must intervene. Inside the lounge, Huo Wenyao was listening as Tian Yangsheng reviewed recent accounts. The knocking interrupted him. Huo Wenyao glanced toward the door. Tian Yangxi rose and opened it. The manager burst in, breathless. Boss. A man named Wu Yi, East Star, brought dozens, ordered 10 hostesses, drank, and 8 freely, refused to pay, and assaulted staff. Wu Yi, East Star. A flicker crossed Huo Wenyao's brow. He understood instantly this was deliberate provocation. He stood, waving his hand once. Let's go take a look. Tian Yangsheng, Tian Yangxi, and their siblings fell into step behind him. Qiu Gangao and Dai Zhuoxian followed closely. The group arrived outside the lounge. Qiu Gangao stepped forward, and with a thunderous kick shattered the door open. Silence fell like a blade. Wu Yi's men surged to their feet, eyes blazing with hostility as they locked gazes with the newcomers. Qiu Gangao, Dai Zhuoxian, and Zhao Jiqiang entered first. Tian Yangsheng and Tian Yangxi followed close behind, facing Wu Yi's crew across a narrow charged space. Finally, Huo Wenyao entered, calm, unhurried. One henchman scowling spat, "Who the hell are you?" Huo Wenyao ignored him, his gaze fixed unflinchingly on Wu Yi. "Fool." The henchman, eager to impress his boss, shouted again, "Are you deaf?" Before he could finish, Qiu Gangao snatched a bottle from the table and swung it down with brutal force. Crash. Glass exploded across the man's skull, blood and shards spraying wildly. Chaos erupted. Wu Yi's men roared, surging forward. Qiu Gangao and Zhao Jiqiang instantly met them heat. Shoulders collided, arms locked. Violence hung suspended seconds from detonation. "Shut up," Wu Yi bellowed. His men froze mid-motion. Though eyes still burned with defiance, they obediently retreated behind their boss. Only then did Wu Yi turn to Huo Wenyao, voice icy, "Scum. Do you even know who I am? Daring to strike my men?" His expression was utterly disdainful, leg casually slung over the table's edge as if dismissing the entire room. Huo Wenyao replied softly, "Nothing special. I'm simply here to collect payment." "Oomph," Wu Yi sneered. "How much do you think you're owed?" Huo Wenyao's eyes swept the lounge. 10 hostesses, food and drink. I'll accept $100,000. Not unreasonable, is it? Wu Yi's face hardened instantly. His men erupted, pointing fingers, voices rising in fury. "Scum. Have you gone mad? 100,000. Why not just rob us outright? That sum could buy every one of your lives. Your arrogance stinks worse than athlete's foot. Trying to shake down brother Wu Yi? You're lighting a lantern for the old man of longevity, asking for death." Huo Wenyao's lips curved faintly. "Also, anyone who points a finger will lose it. All of them." The air thick and taut as drawn wire. "You dare?" Wu Yi's voice dropped low, lethal. Huo Wenyao added, calm as still water, "Am I not committing robbery right now? What else do you imagine I'm doing?" His men bristled anew, barely contained. Yet Wu Yi merely pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and exhaled slowly, fierce. "I like that." He paused, squinting appraisingly at Huo Wenyao. "So, you're Huo Wenyao. That traitorous rat, aren't you?" Without waiting for a reply, he continued, "I'll pay the 100,000, but I doubt you'll live long enough to spend it." Laughter burst forth from his men, cold, predatory, eyes sharp with menace. Huo Wenyao tilted his lips upward, voice deceptively mild. "It seems you're quite arrogant. That makes things rather difficult for me." "Difficult?" Wu Yi's expression turned glacial. He spat out the cigarette and sprang upright. Gripping the table's edge with both hands, he heaved and flipped it over in one savage motion. With a deafening crash, dishes, bottles, and glass shattered across the floor. Almost simultaneously, Huo Wenyao raised his hand. Qiu Gangao and Zhao Jiqiang lunged forward, snatching chairs and smashing them down. Tian Yangsheng remained motionless, standing quietly at Huo Wenyao's right rear. Tian Yangxi and Tian Yangji plunged headlong into the fray. In that cramped lounge, crowded with nearly 30 men, chaos erupted. Fists slammed, groans choked, curses tore through the air. We had meant to charge straight at Huo Wenyao, but Xiao Gangao intercepted him instantly. They clashed without delay. Xiao Gangao drove a powerful kick into Wu Ya's chest, sending him reeling backward several paces. Wu Ya ripped off his flamboyant shirt, revealing dense corded muscle, and lunged again with a guttural roar. A street-bred brawler, he was fearsome, but Xiao Gangao was a disciplined elite combatant. Wu Ya threw a vicious punch at Xiao Gangao's face, only for Xiao to sidestep, cleanly driving a devastating knee into Wu Ya's abdomen. Wu Ya's eyes bulged, but he gritted his teeth, absorbing the blow, then retaliated with a brutal elbow strike to Xiao Gangao's stomach. Xiao Gangao grunted softly, staggering back half a step. To be fair, Crow had earned his place through sheer grit. His resilience and raw ferocity were undeniable. Though Xiao Gangao clearly held the upper hand, Crow refused to yield, matching him blow for blow. Thud, thud, thud. Their fists and feet clashed in rapid succession, each impact muffled yet visceral. Anyone with discerning eyes could see it. Though Crow fought with reckless courage, he was steadily overwhelmed, pressed relentlessly, utterly outmatched. Xiao Gangao, after all, was a trained professional. He hadn't even unleashed his full power, yet Crow was already faltering. Huo Wenyao, now a connoisseur of Xingyi boxing, saw at once that Crow's defense rested solely on brute tenacity, nothing more. But this pace couldn't last. Crow would collapse soon, though ironically his underlings fared far worse. Zhao Jiqiang and Dai Zhuoxian moved with surgical precision. Their opponents crumpled without resistance. Tian Yangji and Tian Yangxi, trained exclusively in lethal combat, struck with even greater savagery than Dai Zhuoxian's crew. Every henchman who had pointed a finger at Huo Wenyao moments earlier met the same fate. Crack after crack echoed as fingers snapped, mingling with shrieks and desperate pleas, plunging the private room into pandemonium. Stop. Please stop. I'm sorry, Brother Yao. Spare me. My fingers, they're broken. Their blows were merciless, yet their control over the chaos remained absolute. Huo Wenyao stood motionless, not shifting a single step. Within minutes, every standing thug lay sprawled across the floor. 7 with shattered fingers, 3 whose insolent mouths had been beaten into ruin, the rest writhing on the ground in agony. By then, Crow had fully succumbed, pinned beneath Xiao Gangao's assault. His men were strewn across the floor, helpless. Only his extraordinary durability kept him upright for another dozen exchanges. Then Xiao Gangao's whip kick struck Crow square in the chest. Ugh! Crow spat blood, collapsing, unable to rise again. Huo Wenyao had foreseen this outcome. Crow was formidable, but he'd chosen the wrong opponent. Xiao Gangao exhaled sharply, hoisted the limp Crow, and strode to Huo Wenyao's side. At that moment, the door swung open. The manager entered, trembling, and handed over a small packet of white powder. Seeing Crow's ruined state, he couldn't suppress a smirk. The slap he'd endured earlier still burned fresh in his memory. This was distributed by his men just now, the manager murmured apologetically. Huo Wenyao stared at the packet, his gaze turning glacial. He planted his foot squarely upon Crow's chest and spoke loud enough for the manager to hear. Now you know who I am. Crow coughed up more blood, consumed only by regret. Huo Wenyao pressed down harder, his voice ringing with unshakable righteousness. I was once a police officer. I've seen every kind of triad thug imaginable. You're a gutter rat when a mouse sees a cat it bows its head. This street answers to me now, he sneered. And yet you dare solicit prostitutes without paying. Crow's face drained of color. I, Huo Wenyao, uphold integrity above all. I despise filth like this. Huo Wenyao shook his head. You were unlucky to fall into my hands. Brother Yao, I beg you, I was wrong. Crow panicked. A great man overlooks petty faults. Spare me. Spare you. A faint chilling smile curved Huo Wenyao's lips, yet his tone remained solemn. I believe Hong Kong is vast enough, yet it shouldn't harbor so many criminals. Tian Yangsheng, Tian Yangxi. Crow's pupils contracted, cold dread flooding his veins. Sure enough, Huo Wenyao issued the order, voice icy. Bring him forward. Sever his Achilles tendons. This is the price for raising your hand against me. He paused, then added, and since you solicited prostitutes without payment, will sever what sustains your very manhood. Xiao Gangao nodded, drew a small blade, and knelt beside Crow. No. Though grievously wounded, Crow remained lucid. At those words, his mind shattered. A severed tendon meant a life as a cripple, but castration. What then? For years, Crow had ruled through fear and ferocity. If he ceased to be a man entirely. Brother Yao. No. I'll pay. I'll double it. Before he could finish, a scream tore through the room. Raw, primal, unbearable. To lose his manhood felt worse than death itself. He convulsed violently on the floor, voice cracking with frantic entreaties. I was wrong. Brother Yao, spare me. Please, have mercy. I swear, I'll never dare again. Truly never. Brother Yao, I'll serve you as ox or horse. Just grant me this one reprieve. But Huo Wenyao didn't deign to reply. Crow might command respect in the underworld, but Huo Wenyao dismissed him entirely. With Qiu Gongao and Tian Yangsheng at his side, even 10 crows would pose no threat. Seeing Crow attempt to writhe free, Huo Wenyao stepped hard onto his skull. Instantly Dai Zhuoxian Zhao Jiqiang and Mo Ichuan surged forward, pinning Crow's limbs with iron grip. Qiu Gongao struck. A flash of silver. The knife sliced clean. Crow's Achilles tendon parted with a sickening snap. Oh! A shriek pierced the air. Blood spattered. Qiu Gongao grimaced, wiping his face. Mo Ichuan and the others flipped Crow onto his back. Realizing what came next, Crow thrashed anew, wild, desperate, stronger than a pig bound for slaughter at Lunar New Year. But Qiu Gongao and his men were faster. The leather belt was undone in an instant. A sudden chill swept over Crow's lower body, and his struggle intensified. When pleading proved futile and castration loomed as inevitable, Crow's spirit finally broke. He twisted his head toward Huo Wenyao and roared, "Cursed be your entire family. You monster, you rot in hell. May your son be born without anus." The word died midair. Qiu Gongao's blade fell. The curse cut short, replaced by a scream more harrowing than any before. Oh! At last Crow stilled. His body screamed in agony, but his soul screamed louder. Despair was etched plainly across his face. His underlings stood petrified. Some had even wet themselves. Broken fingers paled beside their boss's fate. It was nothing at all. They stared at Crow's broken form, drawing sharp breaths in unison, suddenly feeling an icy draft between their own legs. When they looked at Huo Wenyao, their eyes held only terror, as if gazing upon a demon. No one dared draw breath too deeply, fearing they'd be next. Yet Huo Wenyao still wasn't satisfied. He withdrew the small packet of white powder, tore it open, and poured its contents directly onto Crow's wounds. "I told you, no narcotics on my turf." The searing burn made Crow arch off the floor, screaming anew. Another scream. And thus Hong Kong's last eunuch was born. Huo Wenyao scoffed, "Don't cry out. I'm merely numbing the pain." Crow bit down until his mouth ran crimson, forcing each syllable through clenched teeth. "Huo Wenyao, you will not die. Well, tch." Huo Wenyao tossed aside the empty packet, cast one final glance at Crow, then turned and walked out. "Carry your boss from my territory now. Next time anyone dares return, manual castration, for all." His men scrambled to lift Crow and rushed him to the hospital. All the way Crow muttered hollow-eyed, "My testicles are gone. My testicles are gone." The next morning Crow was half carried, half dragged into the Tung Sing headquarters, a grotesque lurching gait. He looked pale as ash, hollow-eyed, a walking corpse. Luo Tuo had just been roused from bed, still clad in pajamas, groggy and disoriented, until he laid eyes on Crow. Instantly he snapped awake. "Crow, what happened to you?" "Boss." Crow collapsed to his knees, sobbing like a child. "You must avenge me." Luo Tuo recoiled in shock. Who was Crow? A swaggering tyrant, flipping tables, beating subordinates, defying even other branch leaders. Even Luo Tuo, the dragon head himself, had faced Crow's open defiance. Yet here he was kneeling, weeping uncontrollably, nose and tears streaming. Luo Tuo froze for 2 seconds. Then inexplicably a surge of dark satisfaction rose within him. He steadied himself and spoke. "Speak. What happened?" "Boss, I. Crow's mouth opened and closed, the words refusing to emerge. "What?" Luo Tuo frowned. Crow wailed again, his face a mess of snot and tears. "My Achilles tendon is severed, and my manhood was cut away." "What?" Luo Tuo shot upright, face contorting with fury and disbelief. "Who did this?" "Huo Wenyao." Crow spat the name, each syllable ground from his molars. "That new upstart from Tsim Sha Sui, Huo Wenyao." "Him." Luo Tuo's chest heaved. He was both enraged and humiliated. Within the hour, all Tung Sing branch leaders were summoned urgently. They gathered at headquarters, exchanging uneasy glances. "What's going on? Why call everyone together like this? Look at the dragon head's face. It's serious." Soon they learned why. Crow had stormed Huo Wenyao's territory and paid the price. His tendons severed, his manhood destroyed. The leaders feigned outrage, but inwardly they rejoiced. Huo Wenyao has gone too far. Kill him. Yet when Luo Tuo truly prepared to mobilize, they suddenly found excuses. One claimed his territory was too distant, another cited manpower shortages. Luo Tuo turned livid, but powerless. In the end, he ordered Crow's own men to retaliate. Yet none of Crow's underlings would move. Years of abuse had bred deep resentment. Now that their boss was ruined, who would risk their lives for him? Luo Tuo stared at them, speechless. Damn it. He threw his head back and cursed aloud, knowing with cold certainty that tonight's vengeance would never happen. While Tung Sing smoldered with suppressed fury, Hung Hing erupted in delight. Tsim Sha Sui's prince heard first and burst into laughter on the spot. He dialed one leader after another. Jiang Tian Sheng Chen Yao. Within minutes, the entire Hung Hing network knew. Crow's arrogance and venom had long grated on many Hung Hing branch heads. His downfall was pure catharsis. Even more, Hung Hing eagerly anticipated a brutal war between Tung Sing and Huo Wenyao. Let them bleed each other dry. Hung Hing would reap the spoils. Meanwhile, news raced like wildfire. Dang Bo Chuan Bao Di, a Lu of Luen Kun Sheng. The lecherous Ham Sap of Wang Chuk Hang's Luen was Shi Ucheng's son, Yi Wang Bao. Every Triad faction caught wind. All were electrified. In their hearts they chanted fight. Fight now? Whether Tung Sing falls, or Huo Wenyao does, they'd all profit. That same night, Huo Wenyao visited Lok Waichun's home. Scum, what do you want? She snapped, but opened the door anyway. Huo Wenyao dangled a videotape. Don't say I always take without giving. Here's some breaking news. Lok Waichun's eyes lit up as she snatched the tape and fed it into the VCR. On screen, Crow peddling white powder in a nightclub, assaulting waitstaff, bullying patrons, demanding sex without payment, then being beaten senseless by Chiu Gongao. At the video's close, Huo Wenyao's voice rang out. I warned you, no narcotics on my turf. I, Huo Wenyao, stand for integrity. I cannot abide such filth. Hong Kong is vast enough, yet it should not harbor so many criminals. Seeing this, Lu Huijin was left speechless. Is this what you call righteousness? She rolled her eyes. Hey, what kind of look is that? Huo Wenyao pointed at her, pretending to be angry, then hoisted her over his shoulder and headed towards the bedroom. I'm going to punish you, bastard. Put me down. The next morning, the TVB news aired on time. Lu Huijin, with a serious expression in front of the camera, stated former police officer Huo Wenyao established a security company and upheld justice by strictly prohibiting drugs. However, members of certain criminal organizations openly defied this. Then a montage of footage played. Huo Wenyao's voice echoed again. I said before, selling drugs on my territory is not allowed. I, Huo Wenyao, am righteous. There shouldn't be so many bad people in Hong Kong. Finally, Lu Huijin emphatically declared, citizens may still remember Mr. Huo's words, because I've been through the rain, I must hold an umbrella for others. Even though he has left the police force, he is still protecting this city in his own way. The news caused a sensation throughout the city. Mr. Huo is amazing. A true moral model. It makes me so emotional. He was undercover for 8 years and must have suffered a lot, yet he continues to do good deeds. Those criminal organizations are so wicked, they deserve this treatment. Having been through the rain and holding an umbrella for others, he practices what he preaches, admirable. Meanwhile, at the hospital bed, Wu Ye was receiving in 4 drip and mechanically spooning porridge into his mouth. He looked up at the hospital TV, where Huo Wenyao was speaking with authority. Wu Ye's hand trembled, and the spoon fell into the bowl. He lay on the hospital bed, mechanically feeding himself porridge. On the TV, Huo Wenyao's righteous face filled the screen, his voice clear and articulate. His hand shook again, and the spoon clattered into the bowl. Suddenly, a wave of metallic sweetness surged up his throat. Pooh! A mouthful of blood sprayed onto the pristine white sheets. Wu Ya's vision darkened, his fingers trembling as he pointed at the TV, squeezing out a few words through gritted teeth. Huo Wenyao, you shameless. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lei Yaoyang of Dongxing sat in a tea restaurant with a few subordinates having breakfast. The same news was playing on the TV, and the buzz of discussions from surrounding diners reached them. Look at Mr. Huo, this is what righteousness looks like. Exactly, none of those thugs are good people. So moving, he said he would hold an umbrella for others. The subordinates turned pale, glancing nervously at their boss. Lei Yaoyang gripped the teacup, his knuckles turning white. He remained silent for a long while before slamming the teacup down. The subordinates echoed. They felt utterly suffocated. Clearly, they were all involved in shady dealings, competing on who was tougher, yet now the whole city was praising Huo Wenyao as a good person, while they at Dongxing had become the villains. This world is absurd. At this moment in a villa, Letu was wide awake after a night of tossing and turning, his eyes bloodshot. He sat on the sofa, staring intently at the TV screen. On the screen, Huo Wenyao was speaking with conviction. I, Huo Wenyao, am righteous and cannot stand such filth. Bang! Luatu suddenly grabbed a nearby stool and smashed it against the TV. The screen instantly cracked, flickering briefly before going black. So shameless. Luota's chest heaved violently as he gasped for air. It's clearly a gang fight over territory. How dare he talk about justice? He suddenly felt a wave of intense unease. This Huo Wenyao was clearly not someone who played by the rules. Luotu feared that this troublemaker would completely stir up the relatively orderly underworld. Hongxing, Zongxinyi, and Liansheng, the leaders of the major gangs, finished watching the news almost simultaneously. Their reactions were strangely uniform. Hongxing, Zongxinyi, Wang Bao. They all fell silent, feeling as if a lump of old blood was stuck in their throats, unable to spit out or swallow down. This Huo Wenyao is too sinister. Clearly they were all on equal footing, yet he could package himself as a moral model and win the cheers of the entire city. They all had a premonition this underworld is about to change. At Sim Sha Sui Police Station, the Serious Crime Unit office, Yang Jingrong leaned back in his chair, his gaze fixed on the TV screen, the corners of his mouth curving into an almost imperceptible smile. This Huo Wenyao, he murmured to himself, seems to be quite a formidable opponent. The more he investigated, the more he felt this person was unfathomable, which only heightened his intense interest. Yang Jingrong was always clever and arrogant, enjoying the challenge of tackling tough cases. Knock, knock, knock. A subordinate knocked and entered. Boss Weave uncovered the details. The subordinate handed him a document. Huo Wenyo's current core subordinates are divided into two groups, one led by Tian Yangsheng's 7 brothers, and the other is the team of Chiu Gongao, who just got out of prison. He raced the detailed information. Yang Jingrong took it and quickly flipped through it. The subordinate continued reporting. The murderer of Han Shun is highly suspected to be Tian Yangyi. His timing was too coincidental. He provoked the prison bully the day after he went in, and in the ensuing conflict, he accidentally killed Han Shun. As for the death of Superintendent Huang Jiqing, Tian Yangsheng was on the outlying island that day, but there is insufficient evidence. Additionally, the Chiu Gongao team is the group that accidentally killed a suspect 5 years ago and has just completed their sentence. Yang Jingrong listened, his fingers lightly tracing the paper, finally stopping at a name, Zhao Jiqiang, nicknamed Gongzi. The information indicated that this person was greedy with average abilities and had disfigured himself after prison, becoming increasingly irritable. Yang Jingrong sneered. That's the one. Such a person with obvious weaknesses was practically a tailor-made breakthrough for him. At that moment, the TV news switched to the next breaking news. Ladies and gentlemen, the next report is an entertainment story. Joyful Arena Night will officially start at 10 o'clock tomorrow night. Bets are now open. Traditional martial arts will face off against karate. Who will be stronger? Let's wait and see. In the nightclub booth, Huo Wenyao called Chiu Gongao over. Spread out on the table were Yang Jingrong's relevant materials. Boss Chiu Gongao stood still. Huo Wenyao nodded at the materials, looking up at him. Ao, have you been paying attention to Gongzi lately? He clearly remembered the incident in Firestorm, where Gongzi was greedy and impulsive, the most unstable factor in the team. Recently, he heard that he was infatuated with a lady of the night, and this situation would inevitably lead to trouble. Yang Jingrong was cunning and was most likely to exploit such obvious weaknesses. Chiu Gongao immediately understood his boss concerns, his expression serious. Boss, don't worry, I will keep a close watch on him. Huo Wenyao waved his hand. No need. His tone was calm, but his eyes held a hint of amusement. We will turn the situation to our advantage. He thought to himself, Yang Jingrong, do you think you are the hunter? But on my chessboard you are probably the prey being targeted. After discussing the plan with Chiu Gongao and having a light meal, it was already afternoon. He had to meet Li Shiner in the afternoon, so Huo Wenyao decisively went back to his room to catch up on sleep. After all, being well-rested was crucial for handling the upcoming matters. Meanwhile, at the psychological clinic, Li Shiner approached the front desk again and softly asked, Huo Wenyao, hasn't he arrived yet? The assistant shook her head. I called, but there was no answer. He might be busy. Upon hearing this, a hint of disappointment flickered in Li Shiner's eyes. Noticing this, the assistant quickly changed the subject. By the way, Dr. Li, did you see today's news? I did. Li Shiner nodded. The assistant immediately said with admiration, that Huo Wenyao is amazing. Although he is no longer a police officer, he is still upholding justice in his own way. That way truly deserves it, Mr. Who taught him a good lesson. Hearing this, a faint smile involuntarily appeared on Li Shiner's face. I've done a consultation with him, she softly agreed. He is indeed a good policeman. But she paused, her tone tinged with sympathy. Unfortunately, the 8 years of undercover work have made him endure too many bad things. She felt a bit uneasy, but the inexplicable disappointment over Huo Wenyo's absence lingered on. That evening, Li Shiner returned home after work. She had dinner, took a shower, and watched some TV. Just as she turned off the TV and was about to rest. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Li Shiner opened it in confusion, only to be slightly taken aback. Huo Wenyao stood at the door, his face somewhat gloomy, holding a bouquet of flowers. A look of surprise instantly colored her cheeks. What are you doing here? Li Shiner exclaimed in astonishment. Huo Wenyao. Huo Wenyao handed her the flowers with an apologetic tone. Sorry, Dr. Li. I had something come up this afternoon, which delayed my consultation time. He paused, continuing to explain. As soon as I finished, I thought I should come by right away, at least to explain to you. Li Shiner accepted the flowers and stepped aside. Please come in. She was not surprised that Huo Wenyao knew her address. She had told him during the last consultation. She felt that Huo Wenyo's mental state needed more timely guidance, which was why she had intentionally given him her address. Upon entering the living room, Li Shiner faintly sensed a whiff of alcohol on Huo Wenyao. But she didn't think much of it and settled him on the sofa. Huo Wenyao sat up straight, looking at her with sincere eyes. Dr. Li, he said in a low voice, could I trouble you to give me a treatment now? He rubbed his brow, revealing a fatigued expression. I feel very down right now. Li Shiner already had sympathy and goodwill towards him, so she did not refuse. Okay, she nodded, you can lie down. Huo Wenyao complied and lay on the sofa. Li Shiner prepared to begin the treatment, while Huo Wenyao, pretending to be slightly tipsy, gradually revealed a look of unease. He cooperated with Li Shiner's guidance, his brows gradually knitting together, as if entangled in countless worries. My situation is very dangerous right now, he said in a suppressed voice. Not only does Dongxing resent me, but other gangs also see me as a thorn in their side. He forced a smile and continued, actually on TV, I was just putting on a brave face. Inside, I feel very helpless. Huo Wenyao spoke in a fragmented manner, recounting how he had stood up against the oppression of merchants only to attract countless troubles. He expressed his confusion about the future, uncertain whether he should persist. His expression grew increasingly pained, and finally, with a tone that nearly broke, he implored Li Shiner, "Dr. Li, I really can't hold on any longer." He raised his head, his eyes filled with struggle and anguish, his voice trembling. "Can I have a hug like last time? Just once?" Seeing him like this, and remembering his usual sense of responsibility and justice, the soft spot in Li Shiner's heart was touched. After all, they had hugged before, but should be fine this time, right? She sighed softly, filled with pity, and walked up to Huo Wenyao. Huo Wenyao immediately reached out and pulled her tightly into his embrace, burying his face into her shoulder. A faint sweet fragrance wafted over, and the corner of Huo Wenyao's mouth, hidden in shadow, curled up slightly. He hugged her a little tighter. Li Shiner, who had initially felt calm, became somewhat shy, but this was not the first time. However, Huo Wenyao's sudden visit tonight caught her completely off guard. She had intended to rest. Now being embraced so tightly, Li Shiner's cheeks involuntarily flushed. A strange sensation quietly spread. Her heart raced unexpectedly, and the professionalism and calmness belonging to a psychologist seemed to vanish in an instant. The next day, when Li Shiner woke up, the bed beside her was empty. She looked at the empty bed and felt inexplicably disappointed, but soon noticed a note left on the bedside table. She picked up the letter, which was written in Huo Wenyao's handwriting. "Shiner, thank you for your treatment. I feel much better after waking up. I'm sorry about last night. I didn't expect that to happen. However, Huo Wenyao promised to take responsibility for you. There was an emergency at the security company, someone caused a scene, and I had to rush back to handle it, so I didn't wait for you to wake. Remember to have breakfast." After reading this, Li Shiner couldn't help but smile and murmured softly, "I knew he wasn't that kind of person." The mention of treatment in the letter made her cheeks feel slightly warm. She looked up and happened to see a breakfast laid out on the table. The little disappointment in her heart was instantly replaced by warmth. She picked up a piece of bread, and her lips unconsciously curled into a smile. Who could refuse a man who was both upright and considerate, and even prepared breakfast? She couldn't help but start looking forward to the next treatment. In fact, the incident at the security company was just an excuse. Huo Wenyao simply did not want to face Li Shiner when she woke up. To him, she was at most a diversion. The rule for scumbags during crucial moments after sleeping together: one must never take responsibility. So he casually found an excuse and slipped away. In his eyes, the two of them had nothing more than a purely physical relationship, and there were no feelings involved. As for how Li Shiner felt, he didn't care. As long as she didn't cling to him, it would be fine. Otherwise, it would be hard to arrange a meeting next time. Of course, Huo Wenyao was not entirely idle. Tonight marked the premiere of Happy Tonight's Joyous Arena Night, where Jinin would face off against Master Duan Shui Lu. From what he had learned from Lu Huijin, this was a collaboration program between the Horse Racing Association and TVB, with betting opening last night and closing this afternoon. To avoid complications, Huo Wenyao needed to place his bet in advance. This bet was significant to him, as it represented his theoretical first bucket of gold. As long as he earned this startup capital, he would have the confidence to pursue whatever he wanted next. He hailed a taxi and headed straight for the horse racing betting station. Walking into the hall, Huo Wenyao glanced at the odds board and chuckled. Jinin's odds against Master Duan Shui Lu were as high as 1 to 20. The area was crowded with bettors, and the discussions were almost unanimous. Definitely bet on Master Lu. What does that delivery guy have to compete with? Even lower odds are fine, at least ITLL pay for a drink. With everyone crazily betting on Master Lu, Jinin's odds were pushed higher, while Master Liu's odds dropped to 1 to 0. 5. Huo Wenyao smiled. Everyone was betting on Duan Shui Lu, but he intended to go against the tide. He stepped up to the counter, waved his hand, and said, "Jinin, 3 million. This money was compensation obtained through Fong Jiexia's help from the police department, just right for startup capital." His counterintuitive move instantly drew the attention of those around. A few bettors looked at him as if he were a fool. "Are you kidding? Giving away money? You don't spend money like this even if you have a lot." Huo Wenyao heard them, but paid no mind. He tucked away his betting slip and turned to leave. When the results came out, they'd know who the real winner was. As Huo Wenyao stepped out of the betting station, a smile graced his face. If this bet succeeded, he would clear 50 million after taxes, and he felt quite good. However, at the same time, the atmosphere at the East Star's Tsim Sha Sui headquarters was entirely different. The leader Liao Tuo had never been fond of crows, but crows were one of the East Star's 5 tigers. News of his downfall spread throughout Hong Kong, and the gang's reputation was utterly tarnished. Liao Tuo felt that others in the community were likely laughing at East Star behind their backs. He had to respond. That night, Liao Tuo mobilized more than 3,000 men from various factions, gathering them densely around the Tsim Sha Sui headquarters. Once the manpower was in place, Liao Tuo coldly waved his hand at Jin Mao, Hu Xiaoming. "You can take action now." This operation was led by Xiaoming. Among the East Star's 5 tigers, Jin Mao, Hu Xiaoming might not have the loudest reputation, but his actual status was higher than that of Xiao Mian Hu and crows. He was more arrogant than crows, and was not necessarily more respectful towards Liao Tuo. Many years ago, he had taught Chun Haonan and his brothers a lesson and later reluctantly released them for Liao Tua's sake. This time, he was willing to take the lead mainly because Liao Tua had privately promised that once the task was completed, the territory in Simsha Sui, along with part of Crow's territory, would belong to him. Let's go. With Sha Meng's command, over 3,000 thugs surged towards Huo Wenyo's nightclub. They had received word beforehand that Huo Wenyao was inside. The simultaneous action of over 3,000 men was intimidating. Street vendors were left dumbfounded, and the news spread like wildfire. Phones rang in various gangs, and soon all of Hong Kong's attention turned to Simsha Sui. On Huo Wenyo's side, he naturally received the news. Upon hearing that East Star had gathered over 3,000 men, he immediately called all his key subordinates to the top floor of the nightclub. Tian, Yangsheng, Qiugongao, and others gathered in front of him. Huo Wenyao looked at them with a playful smile. 3,000 men will arrive soon. 3,000 men sounded indeed intimidating. If it were anyone else, they would probably have fled in fear. But none of Huo Wenyo's subordinates showed any signs of fear. Tian Yangsheng maintained a calm expression and spoke. 3,000 men sounds like a lot. How many of them can actually fight? He paused and continued. Eliminate the leader and the rest will naturally scatter. His siblings Tian Yangxi and Tian Yangji evidently shared the same sentiment. They came from a mercenary background and their actions had always been reckless. They had never considered the Triads as true opponents. Qiugongao beside them smiled, as well, even colder than Tian Yangsheng. My suggestion is rather than waiting for them to come at us, we should take the initiative to hit back. This group excelled at using guns, and 3,000 men were merely a number in their eyes. Several newly joined security brothers listened with wide eyes. One of them couldn't help but swallow hard and exclaimed, but they have over 3,000 men. The police had received word and immediately began dispatching personnel. However, on Huo Wenyo's side, the atmosphere felt somewhat subtle. A few new security brothers turned pale and whispered among themselves, we only have 400 men. They have over 3,000. How are we supposed to fight? Even if we tire ourselves out, they could easily take us down. Their words were not out of cowardice, but rather due to the overwhelming disparity in numbers. Even if Tian Yangsheng and Qiugongao were exceptionally skilled, one could hardly replace 100. A wave of anxiety washed over the security personnel. Everyone's gaze involuntarily fell on Huo Wenyao. Huo Wenyao glanced at them and suddenly slammed his hand on the table. What are we fighting for? He frowned, his tone carrying dissatisfaction. We are legitimate businessmen. How could we possibly engage in violence with others? Have you all forgotten our mission? The brothers of Tian Yangsheng remained silent. The brothers of Qiugongao also said nothing. The security personnel present collectively fell silent, their faces filled with confusion. We're all on the same side. Why say this? Are we truly legitimate businessmen? Wasn't that purpose just a facade to impress the police and outsiders? Huo Wenyao paid no heed to their reactions and leisurely continued, in this world, you have to use your brain to survive. He paused, his expression serious as if he were giving a lecture. If gangsters don't use their brains, they'll remain gangsters for life. The brothers of Tian Yangsheng still showed no expression. Qiugongao's lips twitched. Everyone continued to remain silent. Zhao Jiqiang could no longer contain himself and asked, boss, what exactly should we do now? Huo Wenyao had clearly thought ahead. It's simple. He spoke casually. First, let's withdraw all our men. If they want to smash things, let them smash. If they want to fight, oh, if we have no one, they'll be fighting air. Everyone was taken aback. Isn't this just retreating? The brothers of Tian Yangsheng and Qiugongao were absolutely loyal. They would execute whatever orders were given. However, the expressions of the other security personnel turned rather colorful, pondering whether the boss was finding an excuse to save face. Yet Huo Wenyao continued, anyway, I've long disliked the outdated decor of those nightclubs. I was planning to renovate them. This way it's perfect. They come to smash and even bring their own construction crew. After they finish smashing, well, take the compensation money to renovate. Isn't that perfect? Everyone. It can be like this. A group of people were left dumbfounded, and even Tian Yangsheng and Qiugongao were momentarily stunned. Before they could digest this, Huo Wenyao added with a smile, oh, before we withdraw, remember to place a few high-quality replica antique vases inside. They need to look particularly expensive. We must calculate the compensation amount properly later. Now, everyone was completely bewildered. Clearly this was a life-and-death gang conflict, yet how had it transformed into a scheme to extort money in the hands of the boss? Tian Yangsheng's brothers remained expressionless. Qiugongao's eyes were filled with complexity. The security personnel exchanged glances. Seeing Huo Wenyo's serious expression, they were stunned, but couldn't help but admire him. Is it that my perspective is too limited? This trick of the boss is truly brilliant. So it can be played like this. I've gained some insight. Awesome. Huo Wenyao coughed softly twice. Instantly, everyone caught on and hastily corrected themselves. No, this is not short-sightedness. Our boss's strategy runs deep and far-reaching. Exactly. Foresight of the highest order, masterful command from behind the scenes. Only then did Huo Wenyao allow a satisfied smile to surface. Face mattered, yes, but only fools measured it by fleeting appearances. True victory belonged to whoever emerged triumphant in the end. Even if East Star suffered loss, yet could voice no protest. That was the ultimate win. The rules of the underworld were stark: winners claimed all, losers left not even bones behind. Who would laugh last remained uncertain. Yet, Huo Wenyao sensed this alone was insufficient. His eyes flickered, then narrowed, and a slow, knowing curve lifted the corner of his lips. Strangely, every person present, Qiu Gangao, Tian, Yangsheng, even the security guards, felt an inexplicable chill crawl up their spines upon seeing that smile. It was as if someone else had already been marked for calculation. And with East Star mobilizing such overwhelming force, the police could hardly remain unaware. The moment East Star gathered its ranks, intelligence reached Yao Tsim police station. Inspector Young Cam Wong stared grimly at the report, his brow deeply furrowed. East Star had mustered over 3,000 men. Huo Wenyao's side fielded 400 or 500. Should violence erupt, hospital beds, not just 1 or 2, would fill swiftly. He seized the phone, voice low and heavy. Alert patrol unit, anti-triad unit, and CD. All personnel back on duty immediately. Everyone must be in position within 30 minutes. On standby at all times. Sir, when do we deploy? Asked the operator instinctively. Deploy? Young snorted. Let them wait. Wait for my signal. He paused, then added quietly, give them time. Let them settle matters among themselves first. The operator blinked, then snapped to attention. Yes, sir. Also, Young added, assign surveillance teams to monitor Huo Wenyao and East Star's movements. Report in real time. Yes, sir. Within half an hour, East Star's forces had converged upon the nightclub's entrance. Golden-haired Tiger Shamming stood at the vanguard. Behind him stretched a sea of dark heads. A young underling rushed forward, leaned close, and reported breathlessly, boss. Just now we saw Huo Wenyao appear briefly with his men, then vanish straight back inside the club. Shamming bared his teeth in a grin. Raising his hand, he roared over his shoulder. Fools who court death, daring to defy East Star. Smash it. Drag Huo Wenyao out. I'll cripple him myself. Yes, brother. The Triad youths answered in unison, their voices booming with bravado. Shamming never imagined Huo Wenyao had deliberately shown himself, only to slip away through the rear exit moments later. The club stood utterly empty. With a wave of his hand, his men charged inward with savage cries. Shamming himself strode ahead, baseball bat gripped tight in hand. Whoosh! The swing shattered the neon sign above the entrance. Emboldened, his men surged forward, wielding chairs, bottles, pipes, smashing without restraint. A cacophony of shattering glass and splintering wood erupted instantly. Smash it all, leave nothing standing. Shamming's shout pierced the chaos, sharp and commanding. More and more henchmen flooded into the club, demolishing everything in sight. From the front doors to the bar counter, from tables and chairs to speakers and lighting rigs, nothing spared. Yet after minutes of furious destruction, Shamming began to sense something was wrong. He sauntered in, cigarette dangling from his lips, scanning left and right. Where is this dog Huo Wenyao? Shouldn't he be crawling away in terror at the sight of me? Let's see where you run today. His taunt echoed to the entrance, sparking wild cheers among those outside, unable to squeeze in their chests, puffed with pride. Look, no sign of Huo Wenyao at all. Must have pissed himself dry. Dares challenge East Star with that. My hands are itching. I want to join the smashing too. So it's not Huo Wenyao who's strong. It's Crow who's useless. Crow isn't even fit to polish Shamming brothers' shoes. Huo Wenyao's finished today. Meanwhile, atop the nightclub's roof, Huo Wenyao stood with his crew, watching the spectacle unfold on monitors with rapt amusement. Cameras had long been installed throughout the club. Every downstairs movement streamed live to the rooftop. He watched the show and preserved irrefutable evidence. Future compensation claims against East Star would rest on ironclad proof. After a while, Huo Wenyao nodded slowly. Truth be told, even professional demolition crews couldn't match their thoroughness. I'm thoroughly impressed. Ha ha ha. Roars of laughter erupted behind him. Security guards doubled over, gasping for air. Tian, Yangsheng and his sister struggled to suppress twisted grins, their faces nearly contorted. Qiu Gangao turned his face aside, his ears faintly flushed. One guard's eye sparkled as he chimed in. This kind of demolition, even my uncle on the construction site couldn't beat it. Not a single inch left untouched. Laughter exploded anew, yet Huo Wenyao raised a hand to check his watch. Time's up, he said, the mirth vanishing from his face. He gestured sharply beside him. Don't just stand there, call the police. Qiu Gangao and Tian Yangsheng exchanged glances, expressions subtly shifting. But the guards below moved with crisp efficiency. Over 400 phones emerged in unison, their keypad taps clicking like rain. At Yao Tsim police station, the telephone lines erupted. Young Cam Wong had already issued instructions, so while calls were logged, response remained deliberately unhurried. 3 minutes later, Shamming stalked out of the nightclub, cursing under his breath. He'd scoured every corner, found no soul, and simmered with pent-up fury. Grabbing a lookout stationed at the door, he snarled, "Where is he, you piece of shit?" The youth flinched violently, stammering, "But I swear I saw them go in. I didn't see them leave. Worthless. Shamming shoved him aside, frustration coiling tight in his chest like a fist swung into empty air. A junior member sidled close to soothe him. Brother Shaming, Huo Wenyao must have hidden somewhere. Hidden. Shamming spat contemptuously. When I catch him, I'll skin him alive. But before he could finish, a voice cried out, Boss, look up there. Shamming jerked his head skyward, just in time to see Huo Wenyao lower his binoculars and wave cheerfully down at him. Hi. Hello, everyone. Fuck your mother. Shamming's eyes blazed crimson. He jabbed his bat toward the rooftop. Kill him now. Charge. 1,000 men surged forward like a tidal wave. Golden-haired Tiger Shamming led the charge, but the rooftop access was a narrow doorway barely wide enough for 2 men abreast. Xiao Gangao and Tian Yangji held the threshold. Steel flashed once, and the first few attackers crumpled, blood blooming red. As Shamming forced his way to the door, Tian Yangji launched a thunderous kick. Shamming flew backward, saved only by the frantic grab of his men behind him. Though unharmed, his dignity lay in ruins. Push forward, push harder, he screamed, voice trembling with rage. The staircase became a seething knot of bodies, chaos thickening with every passing second. Xiao Gangao seized his chance. A swift kick sent 2 men toppling backward. The chain reaction sent dozens crashing down like dominoes, screams rising in chorus. Oh, don't step on me. My leg, my leg. Get out of the way. Trapped and humiliated, Shamming bellowed, eyes burning. $50,000 to whoever breaks through first. Such reward ignited fresh frenzy. More men pressed forward, overwhelming Tian Yangji and Xiao Gangao. Straining under the pressure, they shouted back, Xian, hold the line. Dai Zhuoxian responded instantly, stepping forward, blade in hand, resuming the defense. 3,000 men was no trivial force. Even felling 3,000 trees demanded immense effort. And this was no timber. This was flesh and blood. Yet Huo Wenyao's side held sufficient manpower, rotating shifts, easily prepared to hold the line until dawn. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 40 minutes passed. At last, Yao Tsim police station's vehicles arrived, late, deliberate, unhurried. Young Kamwong stepped out calm and composed, ready to manage the aftermath. Then he looked up and froze. This, for once, bewilderment clouded his features. Why does it look different? His officers stood equally stunned. The street lay in utter disarray, as if leveled by a demolition crew, yet the anticipated carnage was absent. One sharp-eyed officer pointed toward the distant building. Over there. They're still fighting. Peering closer, they saw groaning figures sprawled along the roadside. All East Star men. Above them, silhouettes moved across the rooftop. Huo Wenyao sat casually at the railing, smoking. Silence fell over the entire police contingent. Young's jaw tightened, then twitched. A quiet realization dawned. He'd miscalculated something fundamental. Sir, what now? Asked an officer, stepping forward. Young drew a slow, steadying breath and muttered low and venomous, Damn it. We arrived too early. Staring up at the building, he murmured, almost to himself, Is Huo Wenyao part tortoise? How can he endure so long? Reluctant though he was, he waved his hand, leading his officers toward the building. At the sight of police, East Star's thugs panicked instantly. Scrambling upright, they barricaded the street's mouth, locking eyes with the officers' intense standoff. Inside, the clashing steel fell silent. The entire street hushed, suddenly eerily still. Shamming peered out from a second-floor window, glaring hard at young Kamwong, his face screaming, You came way too soon. Young returned the glare, black-faced and unblinking, the message clear in his gaze, Why haven't you finished yet? Neither side moved. The tension hung thick and strange. East Star's youths dared not speak. Yao Tsim's officers held their ground. Then, laughter rang out from the rooftop. Huo Wenyao leaned over the railing, gazing down at the awkward tableau below, and grinned broadly. East Star's truly fearless. Cops arrive, and they don't even flinch. Quick, keep filming, he urged the guard holding the camera beside him. If this hits the news, the headline writes itself, Police and Triads, harmonious as one family. Absolute sensation. The guards silently adjusted their lenses. Nearby, Tian Yangsheng and Xiao Gangao exchanged a glance. Neither spoke. They simply watched, delighting in the spectacle, untroubled by consequence. Inwardly, they offered 3 seconds of silent condolence to the thoroughly outmaneuvered Shamming. Finally, Shamming snapped back to awareness, realizing the stalemate couldn't persist, and turned sharply to descend. Tian Yangsheng moved soundlessly to Huo Wenyao's side, lowering his voice, Boss, shall we seize this chance to eliminate golden-haired Tiger? Huo Wenyao smiled faintly and shook his head, reprimanding gently, Stop thinking only of bloodshed. In this world, survival demands intellect, not brute force. He refused, not out of mercy, purely because the compensation claims still needed collecting, and Shamming remained a debtor. If a man dies, who will pay for his renovations? Tian Yangsheng fell silent for 2 seconds and nodded, though in his heart he thought this schemer spares no one, not even a man's undergarments. What Huo Wenyao did not say was that his plotting went far beyond this petty sum. Sha Meng had come on Luochuo's orders. Any compensation would naturally have to be demanded from Luta. But an old fox like Luotaw would never willingly foot the bill for a failed operation. Besides, Sha Meng had become too arrogant in recent years and Luotaw had long been displeased. This was the perfect chance to punish him. Huo Wenyao was certain Luotaw would dodge responsibility and that the debt would eventually land squarely on Sha Meng. That was precisely what he had been waiting for. Alienate Luotaw, force Sha Meng to act, then expose the affair and plunge the whole Dongxing into chaos. A series of traps had already been dug, merely awaiting Sha Meng's fall. As for whether Sha Meng would dare to strike at Luotaw, Huo was convinced he would. Xiao Mianhu and Wu Ya dared to join forces to take down Luotaw, but Sha Meng was even fiercer than they were. Luotaw was old and no longer commanded the scene as he once did. Had Wu Ya not been sent back emasculated, they might not have found it so hard to assemble avengers. To make Sha Meng act this time, Hua had privately promised a handsome reward. Thinking of this, Huo Wenyao patted Tian Yangsheng on the shoulder. You can fight, that's true, but you ought to read more. Tian Yangsheng. Yes. Downstairs, Sha Meng had already strode up to Yang Jinrong. Facing more than 200 police, he showed no sign of fear. After all, he commanded over 3,000 men. This level of police force was utterly insufficient. So he remained brazen, shouting at Yang Jinrong. Our gang settles its own scores. What are you cops here to join in for? Yang Jinrong expressionless. We received a civilian report. The police are obliged to maintain public order. Sha Meng scoffed and glanced contemptuously at the officers behind him. With your puny troops. A major crime unit officer could not help but roar, bastard. How dare you speak to Inspector Yang like that? You want to see if we'll throw you in the slammer? Sha Meng snorted coldly and arrogantly, arrest me. As soon as the words fell, his henchmen bellowed in unison, we won't allow it. If you want to seize the boss, you must get past us first. You lackeys of the foreigners, what arrogance. We'll drown you all in our spit. The atmosphere instantly tightened. Although the police were armed, the Dongxing crowd outnumbered them heavily. If a real clash broke out, no one would fare well. The Jianzashui officers' faces darkened, while the gangsters wore looks of challenge. Yang Jinrong remained impassive, knowing he could not take Sha Meng away today, and seeing no point in wasting words. He said plainly, more than 3,000 against just over 400. We won't be able to subdue them in an hour. My advice is stop mixing with gangs, and go sell beetle nuts instead. The barb struck Sha Meng, his face went dark. Yang Jinrong continued coldly, leave now, or I will make arrests. Sha Meng, not wanting a foolin' clash with the police, glared fiercely at Yang Jinrong and spat. We'll see about that. Then he waved and withdrew with the Dongxing men. Watching the black mass disappear, a major crime unit officer muttered, so arrogant. If he ever falls into my hands, I'll finish him. Yang Jinrong thought the same, but showed nothing. He waved and led his men to the roof. Stepping over the bloodstains, he pushed open the last door and walked out onto the terrace. The moment Huo Wenyao saw him, he hustled forward with apparent warmth. Ah, Inspector Yang. He reached out for a handshake, but Yang had no intention of reciprocating. After all, Huo was also one of his targets. Everyone expected the scene to stiffen, but Huo deftly turned his wrist, and before Yang could react, seized his right hand. Huo shook his hand with a smile. Thank you, Inspector Yang, for saving our lives. If you had been a moment later, we would not have held out. Yang froze, his features went rigid. Are we that familiar? The Jianzashui officers were equally stunned. Damn, isn't the boss supposed to be aloof? Tian Yangsheng and the others exchanged glances. It had to be the boss. His speed was such that even Yang Jinrong could not evade it. Huo's smile never waned. Now that he possessed the prowess of a Xingyi Quan master, no matter how fierce Yang was, he could not overpower him. Want to refuse a handshake? You could not simply refuse. That single move had looked like two old friends reuniting. Yang Jinrong stared at Huo's genial face and felt his composure begin to fray. Why would this scoundrel refuse to play by the rules? The Jianzashui officers watched the twitch at the corner of Yang's mouth and cursed inwardly, how shameless. Who are you so familiar with? Hua ignored the curious glances and continued cheerfully to recount the earlier danger. You don't know how perilous it was. If you hadn't arrived in time, we would have suffered many casualties. Look at my brothers, see how exhausted they are. Yet behind him, Tian Yangji Qiu Gongao and the others had recovered. They stood erect and even cast ferocious looks at the police. Hardly the picture of defeated soldiers. Yang silent. The Jianzashui officers silent. Tian Yangsheng's mouth twitched as he hesitated whether to play the part of the battered. Qiu Gongao simply looked away. He could not bear to watch. Yang wanted to ask Huo Wenyao, do you even know what you're saying? The officers' faces were frozen like cement. Truly shameless. Yang finally could not contain himself and ripped his hand away. Still a man of reserve, no matter how angry, he managed a forced thin smile. Maintaining an official posture, he lowered his voice, so only they could hear. I know it was you who killed Huang, sir. He locked eyes with Hua. We'll catch you. Hua's smile remained unchanged and he answered at once. Yang, sir, you cannot defame an innocent man without evidence, he said, even shrugging. I am a legitimate businessman. Yang's typically impassive face twitched at the corner of his mouth. He inwardly wanted to curse. Here in private, and he still plays innocent. If Hua had simply owned up, Yang might have been less enraged. Instead, this man put on an air of innocence. Unbelievable. Their gazes met and broke. Both retreated half a step. Yang scanned those behind Hua and let his eyes rest on Qiu Gongao and Tian Yangsheng. Since the danger has passed, I will not linger. He turned to leave, but Qiu Gongao suddenly spoke, his tone clearly displeased. Sha Ming brought thousands to slash people, and the sir is leaving already. He stepped forward half a pace. No explanation. Yang glanced back, his tone flat. The police will handle it according to law. We'll return to investigate Sha Ming. He looked at Hua. If Mr. Hua's cooperation is needed to collect evidence, please assist. Of course not. Hua replied with a smile. We were lucky. No casualties, so we may choose not to press charges. As Yang prepared to nod, Hua shifted his tone. However, Inspector Yang, you can see for yourself. He gestured to the wrecked nightclub behind him. My place was trashed. It ought to be compensated, yes. After a pause, he added, there are several antiques inside. Priceless. Inspector Yang, please help us recover the losses. Yang silent. The Jianzhashui officers were collectively speechless. Now he's even trying to extort compensation. How shameless. Hua beamed at Yang. Yang's face darkened. With so many witnesses, he could only grit his teeth and agree. Protecting citizens' property is the police's responsibility. He forced the words out through clenched teeth. To Dongxing. I will pass it on. Thank you, Inspector Yang. Hua immediately chimed in. With your ability, if you agree, you will surely deliver and recover the money. Yang silent. He felt like a debt collector. But Hua had the moral advantage, and he could not refuse. On the surface, the confrontation ended without a clear victor, but in truth, Hua had won handsomely. The clash Hua wanted to provoke never materialized. Instead, Hua had maneuvered Yang into acting as a collector of debts. Seething, Yang called the squad to withdraw. The Jianzhashui officers left swiftly. Back at home, his phone rang. It was Lu Huijin. Her voice came over the line with a wounded note. You bastard. You still remember to call me. I thought you were dead. Lu Huijin had always had a fierce temper. Gentle serenity did not suit a reporter. Hua listened, but his mind wandered back to last night's liaison with Li Xiner. To be frank, she had an absolutely stunning figure. He did not pursue that thought, and instead dropped a lead. Big scoop. Come over right away. After a pause, he added. I'm at the rental, the place we first met. Then he hung up. Lu listened to the dial tone, stunned. She held the receiver, annoyance written plainly on her face. She stood there for a few seconds, clearly displeased. She could not help but be suspicious. After all, it was already pitch dark outside. Was summoning her over at such an hour could hardly bode well. The so-called big scoop might be nothing more than a ruse. Turning up at his door late at night was out of character for her usual professionalism. Though 100% reluctant in spirit, her body proved more honest. Muttering under her breath, she grabbed her coat and headed out. I'm only going for the story, purely professional. She emphasized the point aloud and then added softly, it has absolutely nothing to do with that bastard in that way. Sitting at her dressing table, the angrier she grew, the more she cursed the mirror. Bastard. If there's no story for me, I'll make you pay. She trailed off with a snort. Some women are like that. They must conquer the body before they can approach the soul. Lu Huijin belonged to that sort. She hurriedly applied her makeup, grabbed her bag, and rushed to Hua's rental. When she knocked and Hua opened the door, he saw how carefully she had dressed, and his eyes lit up. A goddess remains a goddess. Light makeup coupled with that face and figure was enough to dazzle. Hua said nothing. He grabbed her wrist, pulled her inside, shut the door, and led her toward the bedroom. Lu froze in place. Anger flared. So direct. No foreplay at all. Bastard. About an hour later, Hua reached into the bedside drawer for a pack of pills and tossed them to her. Remember to take them on time. Lu looked down and saw they were emergency contraceptives. Her face flushed red as she snapped, get out. Go to hell. Why didn't you wear protection earlier? Hua flashed that familiar cad smile. I don't want our relationship to be separated by that pathetic thick barrier. I have no feelings for you. Lu nearly exploded. Hua shrugged. You could choose not to take them. If you get pregnant, I'll just raise another child. It's not as if I cannot afford it. Dream on. Lu spat. She quickly regained her composure, realizing she stood no chance of winning an argument with this incorrigible rogue. Continuing would only drive herself to fury. Swiftly changing tack, she asked, what news did you mention? Don't tell me you lured me here under false pretenses. Only then did Hua Wenyao sober up. He reached beside him and handed her a videotape. There's a major scoop, he said calmly. Last night, over 3,000 men from the Dongxing Triad descended upon my office seeking trouble. I had security staff dial 999 for 40 minutes straight, yet officers from Tsim Sha Sui police station didn't arrive until then. 40 minutes. Lu Huijin instinctively interjected, then immediately regretted it. Had anything truly befallen him, could he possibly have been so brimming with vitality moments ago? Given this scoundrel's track record, he'd likely dug a trap for someone else. While silently grumbling inwardly, she accepted the tape and pressed play. After watching it swiftly, Lu Huijin's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was undeniably explosive, a law-abiding citizen besieged by 3,000 Triad thugs, police arriving only after 40 minutes of frantic calls, an egregious dereliction of duty. If broadcast, it would ignite outrage across Hong Kong. I'm heading back to the TV station, now. Without another word, she sprang up and began dressing. Her legs still trembled faintly, yet in the face of breaking news, everything else faded into insignificance. The next morning, Hong Kong residents went about their usual routines, breakfast, buses, commutes, unaware of the storm brewing on their screens. On TVB's early morning news anchor Liu Huizhen appeared solemn and composed, ready to begin her report. Good morning, citizens. Last night our station received a videotape documenting a grave incident. As widely known, Mr. Huo Wenyao established a private security firm in Tsim Sha Tsui, dedicated to shielding ordinary citizens from triad exploitation and assisting police in combating narcotics trafficking, a move that inevitably threatened certain triad interests. Around 7 p.m. last night, Jean Mao Hushaming, a senior Dongxing cadre, assembled nearly 3,000 men to storm Mr. Huo Wenyao's office. Here is footage from the scene. At this life-or-death juncture, Mr. Huo placed repeated emergency calls to the police station. Yet despite over 1,000 attempts spanning 40 minutes, officers arrived only after an unconscionable delay. At that moment, many breakfasting citizens froze mid-bite. A brawl involving 3,000 people wasn't unheard of, but police failing to respond for 40 minutes. That defied belief. 40 minutes, more than enough time for several lives to end. Had they crawled there? Liu Huizhen continued, but the story doesn't end there. Please observe this frame. The officers upon arrival made no arrests. Instead, they engaged in cordial conversation with the triad members. We must ask, does the officer in charge maintain illicit ties with organized crime? That final rhetorical question ignited public suspicion like tinder catching flame. Exactly, why such a delay? There's definitely something rotten here. That Inspector Young Cam Wing needs thorough investigation. With a cut to the final clip, the screen showed Huo Wenyao shaking hands with Young Cam Wing, both smiling broadly. Before the camera, Huo Wenyao clasped Young Cam Wing's hand and said with a grin, "We're profoundly grateful you arrived so promptly. Otherwise, we'd have been in grave danger." Young Cam Wing responded with solemn gravitas. Protecting the safety of Hong Kong citizens is the sacred duty of every officer of the Hong Kong police force. The footage ended there. Yet Liu Huizhen's voice followed instantly, laced with unmistakable irony. I truly wonder what material constitutes Inspector Young Cam Wing's face. How else could he utter protecting citizens without a flicker of shame? Even landfill concrete must be thinner than his hide. That remark struck like cold water poured into hot oil. Across living rooms, kitchens, and breakfast nooks, viewers' tempers flared instantly. Shameless. Utterly brazen. How can he say such a thing with a straight face? Protect citizens. 40 minutes late, Mr. Huo's life hung by a thread. Mr. Huo is truly courageous. Having long since left the force, he still dares stand defiant against these triads. Once an undercover agent, now stepping boldly into the light. Nothing but admiration. Why didn't the police assist him? Are they truly colluding with triads? Doubts swelled into demands, and then into action. Many abandoned their meals and snatched up phones to dial the complaints division. I demand to file a formal complaint. What exactly are you police doing? Launch an immediate probe into Inspector Young Cam Wing. Is the entire Tsim Sha Tsui police station incompetent? The complaints division's lines exploded instantly. Within just 1 hour, over 500 complaints flooded in, all targeting the Tsim Sha Tsui police station and Inspector Young Cam Wing. Dispatch officers turned pale, inwardly cursing Young Cam Wing for dragging them into this maelstrom. What devilry have you wrought? As reports ascended the chain of command, mounting pressure from the police headquarters ultimately crashed down upon the Tsim Sha Tsui police station. Tsim Sha Tsui police station, station commander's office. The foreign commander's face was as black as burnt charcoal. Knock, knock. A sharp rapping echoed at the door. Enter. His voice was rigid, clipped. The door swung open. Young Cam Wing strode and snapped to attention and saluted sharply, "Sir." At the sight of him, the commander's temper detonated. He seized the stack of documents on his desk and hurled them full force. Papers scattered across the floor like startled birds. "You imbecile," he roared, jabbing a finger at Young's nose. "Look what you've done. Over 500 complaint calls, each accusing you of collusion with triads and gross negligence." He enumerated each count, growing more incensed with every word, until finally erupting in a thunderous bellow. "What's rattling around inside that skull of yours? Who authorized you to withhold the anti-triad unit, the major crimes unit, and the patrol division from responding? What in God's name were you thinking?" Spittle flecked Young Cam Wing's cheek, yet his tone remained unervingly calm. "My strategy was to let them bleed each other dry first, then move in to seize both sides. I simply hadn't anticipated how inept Shamung of Dongxing would prove." Huo Wenyao emerged unscathed. Though plausible, the explanation meant nothing to the commander. Bloody hell. What nonsense. The commander unleashed a torrent of expletives. "Being a cop demands intelligence. How long have you even been posted here? And already you've created this colossal fiasco. Get out and explain yourself to headquarters." He paused, grinding his teeth before adding venomously, "Were it not for high-level protection, you'd be suspended effective immediately. Don't think political department immunity grants you carte blanche. Cross this line again, and even Jesus won't save you. Get out. Yangsheng Wing. He turned silently and departed, outwardly composed yet inwardly unsettled. Pride had always been his armor, being branded thoughtless struck deep at his self-regard. Leaving the station, Yangsheng Wing headed straight for the political department. This scandal had grown too large. His station commander hadn't been wrong. Without powerful backing, those hundreds of complaints alone would have buried him. His protector was none other than his superior in the political department. The reason was simple: his former boss held him in high regard, valuing his moral flexibility and ruthless efficiency as ideal traits for political intelligence work. The political department operated under MI6, specializing exclusively in intelligence operations. Inside the director's office, a secretary ushered Yangsheng Wing in. The director swiveled his chair around. "Sir." Yangsheng Wing snapped upright and rendered a crisp salute. The director smiled faintly, gesturing for him to relax, then asked warmly, "Ah, Rome. Long time no see." "Sorry, sir. I've caused you considerable trouble this time." Rather than acknowledge the apology, the director cut straight to the point. "Are you facing difficulties?" He paused briefly, then added, "If Sim Sha Sui proves untenable, I can recall you, or assign you to any station of your choosing." The offer sounded casual, yet granting a constable free choice of posting was an extraordinary privilege. Yangsheng Wing drew a slow breath and firmly shook his head. "Thank you, director, but this incident hasn't weakened me. Rather, it has rekindled my resolve." His voice rang with conviction. To retreat when challenged is not who I am. Though humiliated, he radiated unwavering confidence. The director observed him closely, and a satisfied smile slowly spread across his face. "Excellent. True courage arises from recognizing one's shame." "Indeed, you are precisely the man I believed you to be." Nodding approvingly, the director shifted tone. "I'll contain this fallout, but you must deliver tangible results in return. Rest assured, director, I will not disappoint you." As Yangsheng Wing exited the office, his bearing carried newfound authority and intensity. Meanwhile, Dongxing had also seen the broadcast and reacted with collective fury. Faces darkened. Curses erupted. That bastard dragged police into Triad business. Has he no shame left? Damn traitor. So thick-skinned he dares deceive the cops themselves. Doesn't he fear reprisal? Fool. Too cowardly to fight fair. Only scheming from the shadows. His underlings, still basking in yesterday's victory, now seethed with humiliation and cursed all the louder. Luo Tuan naturally had watched the report too. Enraged, he slammed the television off and exploded, "Just as I feared. This treacherous wretch born of betrayal has poisoned the very marrow of the underworld. Who knows how many young thugs will now mimic his deceitful tactics?" Luo Tuo's fury escalated. "This underworld truly is a flock of crows. Equally black, equally corrupt. Damn him." 2 days later, Shamong, who had been detained for disturbing public order, found a subordinate to take the fall. The bureaucratic process concluded swiftly. After merely 2 days behind bars, he swaggered out of the station. Standing at the entrance, he sneered contemptuously, then kicked aside a passerby blocking his path. An officer nearby trembled with rage. "Shamong, don't push your luck. This is a police station. Do you want to spend another few nights inside?" Shamong ignored him completely, not even glancing his way. "Get lost." One word, delivered with unshaken arrogance. Then, grinning broadly, he climbed into his car and sped toward Dongxing's headquarters. Though irritated by his brief detention, Shamong's mood was surprisingly buoyant. Upon returning to headquarters, he walked with his nose in the air, radiating smug triumph. In his view, the police's mounting pressure and Yangsheng Wing's disgrace were irrelevant. What mattered was that he had seized Huo Wenyao's territory. He had asserted dominance, and thereby planted Dongxing's flag firmly in Simsha Sui. From now on, this district would bear his name. No sooner had he entered the compound than a junior member rushed forward beaming. "Brother Shamong, boss knows you're out. He's waiting inside to welcome you home." Shamong waved dismissively. "About time. I need to cleanse this bad luck." The underling's expression faltered. His greeting had been mere courtesy, yet Shamong answered with naked, unapologetic arrogance. His demeanor was so imperious it dwarfed even boss Luo Tuo's own commanding presence. Without an escort, Shamong pushed open the conference room door. Inside sat a circle of familiar faces: the house boss Luo Benlei, Hu Lei Yaoyong Qinlong Hu Situ, Haonan the smiling tiger Wu Jiwei, and the veteran marshal Bai Taowing. Shamong's gaze fell on Luo, and he laughed loudly. "Boss, didn't you say would have a welcome feast? Where's the wine?" Luo Chuo's face immediately darkened. He had indeed said that, but it had been polite words, merely an acknowledgement of Shamong's latest deed. Yet Shamong's insistent questioning made it seem as if he had really expected it. Luo Tuo snorted inwardly. "Giving is favor, withholding is principle. Who begs for gifts?" His expression soured. Those around glanced at Shamong, though they said nothing. Their minds were as clear as mirrors. Shamong had always been arrogant, and everyone was used to it. But today his swagger nearly scorched the ceiling. There was not a trace left of a subordinate's proper deference to his elder. Moreover, with Wu Ye just neutralized and Dongxing losing men, Shamong had turned and swept away Huo Wenyao's turf. No wonder his tail was cocked high. Luotawa forced a smile, the corners of his mouth twitching. The party's underway, he said in a dry voice. Wait until the meeting ends. We'll all go out and celebrate. You'll get a proper welcome. Seeing Luo restrain himself and not blow up, the others could not help whispering among themselves, wondering if the house boss had grown too soft lately. By extension, they lowered their estimation of Huo Wenyao, the man who had dared to cross Wuya. Wu Jiwei's eyes flicked. He had once been closest with Wuya, the brains to Wu Ya's brawn, a golden partnership. But now that Wuya was finished, he naturally needed a new patron. At present, Sha Ming seemed the perfect choice. Wu Jiwei immediately laughed and said, Huo Wenyao, he's worthless trash. In front of Sha Ming, he amounts to nothing. Situ Haonan kept a cold face and said nothing. Lei Yaoyang snorted and remarked, Sha Ming, you really stole the show this time. Everyone outside says you are the face of Dongxing now. Sha Ming did not notice the barb. He beamed and swallowed the compliment like a tonic. Luotawa watched his swaggering, his brow involuntarily knitting. Did the man truly not regard him? Beside him, the seasoned Ben Shu observed everything with knowing eyes. Ben Shu smiled inwardly and fanned the flames. Yaoyang is not wrong, he said slowly. Sha Ming is indeed the most formidable of our Dongxing right now. Huo Wenyao. No contest. Of course. Sha Ming straightened his neck and jeered, forget Huo Wenyao. Across the entire Jianghu, few are worthy of my notice. Well said. Long live brother Sha Ming. Laughter and approval swelled up the atmosphere, bright and boisterous. Luotawa felt insulted. Just then a lackey slipped in, breaking the roomful of mocking laughter. Sneaking about, what is it? Luotawa snapped, all his anger still simmering. The lackey froze, intimidated by so many bosses staring at him. He swallowed and held up an envelope. A lawyer just delivered it, he stammered. It says, a legal notice. What does it say? Sha Ming cut him off impatiently, spit it out. The lackey forced himself and blurted, they are suing brother Sha Ming for damaging another's property and demand full compensation for the smashed nightclub. The room fell into sudden silence. The lackey hesitated and lowered his voice. The lawyer also said, there were several antiques in the nightclub that must be compensated at appraised value. Sha Ming's eyes bulged. His face twitched as if he had not heard. What did you say? The lackey repeated the words. The conference room was so quiet one could hear a pin drop. Bang! Sha Ming slammed the table and erupted in fury. Huo Wenyao. He roared. Are you really going to play the courts with Jianghu business? Do you think you can? When the lackey then tremulously announced the compensation figure, the room became utterly dead silent. How much? Sha Ming's face contorted, his voice changing. 50 million. Why not just rob him? Sha Ming trembled with rage, as if he wanted to tear Huo Wenyao to pieces. The other hall chiefs were equally stunned. How was Huo Wenyao playing this so unorthodoxly? Luochuo's mouth twitched. Yet he felt a small private thrill beneath his annoyance. Until Sha Ming suddenly turned and fixed his gaze on him. Luotua froze. That bastard. Could he be expecting me to foot this bill? You take the glory, and I carry the blame. Why should I? 2 days later at Shi Jilong Court, half an hour before the hearing, the courthouse entrance was already packed with people. Reporters' cameras at the ready clogged the gate. This case had become the hottest topic in the city. The public craved spectacle, and the media swarmed in response. Horn blasts shattered the din. Several black sedans brazenly pushed forward, and a group of henchmen jumped out, shoving the crowd aside. Moved. Good dogs don't block the road, you hear. Get lost. Don't be an eyesore. You think being a reporter makes you special, they jeered. Block the road again, and see if we don't beat you. This is how Dongxing operates. What are you going to do, punk? Sha Ming's men forced a path, clearing the way with rough elbows. The show of force felt like an intimidation rather than courtesy. Reporters cursed, but made way. Sha Ming rolled down the window and made an obscene, internationally understood gesture at them. Damn, so arrogant. Act like that, and you'll get your comeuppance. Do you own the road? The reporters spat back. Sha Ming paid them no mind. The 4 cars pulled up at the courthouse. His men bowed and opened the doors as he swaggered out, sniffing at the world, as if everyone were beneath him, which infuriated the press. He was one of the day's protagonists, so reporters pushed forward to get a comment. Sha Ming casually cursed Huo Wenyao and strutted into the courthouse. His men escorted him to the threshold and then retreated. The watching reporters grew even angrier. At that moment, another car glided smoothly up. Huo Wenyao has arrived, someone shouted, and the press surged. Huo Wenyao obliged, answering several questions thrown at him. I trust the judge will be impartial and give the victims an explanation, he said. Jianshazui Police Station. Best not to mention it. I am very disappointed. People like Sha Ming must be punished by law to preserve social order, he continued. Our company's mission is simple: to create a safe environment for the citizens. One Sha Ming alone will not bring us down. For every rise in virtue, the devil rises higher. After that little free advertisement, Huo Wenyao walked into the courtroom with satisfaction. Inside the courtroom, reporters already filled the gallery. The judge wore a white wig to underscore judicial gravity. Plaintiff and defendant, please take the stand. Huo Wenyao stood tall and composed while Sha Ming lurched awkwardly to his feet, a stark contrast. The police then outlined the nature of the case. Sha Meng provoking trouble, disrupting public order, damaging Mr. Huo Wenyao's nightclub. He has confessed to the facts. The judge then said, plaintiff state the damages. Ignoring Sha Meng's incendiary looks, Huo Wenyao spoke clearly, Your Honor, here are the itemized losses. They included initial renovation costs, material fees, security personnel's medical and tonic expenses, compensation for mental distress, lost earnings, and the costs of subsequent redecoration. He lifted several documents. There are also several smashed antique vases and Ming and Qing furniture. These are the appraisal certificates. Finally, he unfolded a list and, half smiling, read the sum aloud. In total, the losses Sha Meng has caused me amount to 50 million. I demand full compensation from the defendant. The number drew a collective intake of breath. Many in the gallery showed eager anticipation. When Sha Meng heard it, his eyes went red with fury. What did you say? He snarled. Where would your shabby nightclub have antiques? Dare you extort me? Believe it, and they'll send my men to cut you down, he bellowed. He was accustomed to swaggering and threats even in court. The judge's face darkened, and he struck the gavel. Order. Sha Meng ignored the warning and continued to spit insults at Huo Wenyao. Order. The judge barked again, so angry his wig tilted. Fortunately, Sha Meng's lawyer pulled him back, or he might have been ejected on the spot. The judge sternly warned, Ignore the court again, and I will have him removed. Sha Meng glared defiantly at the bench. Only then did the judge turn his attention back to Huo Wenyao. Huo Wenyao smiled faintly and addressed Sha Meng. Besides that 50 million in property damage because the nightclub must close for at least 3 months for renovation, there is an additional operating revenue loss of at least 10 million. So the total should be 60 million. The gallery snickered, their eyes full of derision. When Sha Meng heard that figure, he nearly spat blood. A cold numbness crawled over his scalp and rage shot to his temples. You son of a bitch. You two-faced rat. Stinking cop, he hurled as he pointed at Huo Wenyao. Dare to extort me. He'll have you killed. Completely unhinged, Sha Meng spewed a torrent of filthy curses. After so many years in the underworld, the fortune he had amassed did not come close to that sum. Yet Huo Wenyao casually demanded 60 million for one ruined nightclub. On what pretense? With that money, he could open 5 new clubs. This was plainly extortion. Antiques appraisal certificates. Only a fool would swallow it. Besides, last night he had mobilized 3,000 men. Head fees, tonic expenses, and sundries had already cost more than 2 million. If Luotoa had not agreed to hand over Huo Wenyao's and Wu Ya's territories to him, he would never have risked such heavy expenditure. Now Huo Wenyao opened his mouth and demanded 60 million. How was he supposed to pay? This demand was harsher than asking for his life. Sha Meng completely lost his composure and pointed at Huo Wenyao, shouting furiously, Bastard! 60 million. Why don't you just rob a bank instead? You're utterly delusional. Damn your whole family. Your mother. He raged, spittle flying, consumed by fury. His shouts echoed alone throughout the courtroom. The presiding judge's expression darkened. He struck the gavel sharply. Order. Yet Sha Meng ignored him entirely, as if the command had never been uttered. Order. Bang. 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 The judge, left with no choice, pounded the gavel repeatedly, but to little effect. Sha Meng continued his tirade. Rarely had the judge encountered such brazen contempt. Incensed, he bellowed, Contempt of court. You will fall silent. Now. Sha Meng, already boiling with rage, instantly redirected his fury toward the judge the moment he was interrupted. Whirling around, he jabbed a finger straight at the bench. Shut your mouth, you bastard. Do you think I won't order my men to cut you down the moment I step outside? He snarled viciously. Say one more word, and... The judge stood stunned, drenched in spittle, utterly speechless. How dare you insult me? He demanded, incredulous. What's wrong with insulting you? You pathetic fool. Sha Meng glared, eyes blazing. Think you're some mighty authority just because you wear a wig? Do you think I won't go after your mother once I'm out? At that moment, Sha Meng resembled a rabid dog, snapping at anyone within reach. The chief judge's eyes burned crimson. In decades of service within Hong Kong's legal establishment, he had never endured such public humiliation. To be called a pathetic fool outright by a triad thug in open court, he was nearly beside himself with rage. Meanwhile, Huo Wenyao, seated across the aisle, watched Sha Meng's meltdown with quiet amusement. His face, however, remained perfectly impassive. Finally, court bailiffs rushed forward and physically restrained Sha Meng. Just as they prepared to drag the disorderly defendant from the chamber, the chief judge, face flushed scarlet, raised his voice to halt them. Let him remain, he gritted out through clenched teeth. The hearing is not yet concluded. The bailiffs froze, exchanging bewildered glances. Is he truly staying? Has the old man still not had enough abuse? Sha Meng sneered at the judge, a cold, disdainful smirk. Wise choice, he mocked. Otherwise. Before he could finish, the chief judge shot him a venomous glare that silenced him instantly. The judge raised his gavel without hesitation, speaking with rapid, unyielding authority. Plaintiff Huo Wenyao's case against defendant Sha Meng is hereby adjudicated. Guilty as charged, facts fully substantiated. This court hereby pronounces judgment. Defendant Sha Meng is found guilty of malicious property destruction and shall compensate plaintiff Huo Wenyao the sum of 60 million Hong Kong dollars. Bang! The gavel's echo faded. Without granting Sha Meng even a moment to respond, the chief judge rose immediately and strode from the bench. From the gallery, spectators cast mocking, scornful glances toward Sha Meng, some barely concealing their laughter. That fool actually believed hurling insults at the judge would make him untouchable. From now on, any East Star member appearing before this court would surely face harsher scrutiny. Sha Meng himself stood dumbfounded. He had never imagined the judge kept him seated only to deliver an immediate verdict. Not even time to process it. Yet beneath the gallery's derisive stares, Sha Meng, realizing all was lost, abandoned restraint entirely. He threw back his head and laughed loud and defiant at the retreating backs of the judge and Ho Wenyao. Ha ha ha, moron, he jeered, brazen and unrepentant. So you've passed judgment, what of it? Do you think I fear you? I refuse to pay, not a single cent. What then can you possibly do to me? Idiot. Already halfway to the exit, the judge halted abruptly and turned, fixing Sha Meng with a searing, contemptuous glare. Today he had been thoroughly nauseated. The verdict was final. Sha Meng stormed out of the courtroom muttering curses under his breath, wearing an expression of smug, swaggering triumph. Think you can swindle me? Dream on. With that he walked off. But news traveled fast. Reporters gathered outside the courthouse had already heard of Sha Meng's outburst. But when word spread that he intended to defy the judgment outright, even seasoned journalists were momentarily speechless. This man wasn't merely arrogant. He was shameless. By evening, every major outlet ran the story. Amid surging public discourse, Ho Wenyao, who had long enjoyed broad popular sympathy, once again emerged as the unmistakable victim. It stirred memories of his 8-year undercover operation and the cold, dismissive treatment he'd received upon return from Senior Inspector Yangsheng. Public empathy reignited instantly. Sha Meng is utterly disgraceful. He dares insult a judge. Why isn't he sentenced more severely? Poor Ho Wenyao, bullied as a cop, now cheated by a triad thug. A misfortune always strikes where the thread is weakest. What wrong has he done? Merely sought justice. Not a single triad organization is worth trusting. We hope Ho Wenyao holds strong. Don't let this break him. As public sentiment across Hong Kong rallied overwhelmingly behind Ho Wenyao, the news also reached Sim Sha Sui police station. Inside the major case unit's commanding officer's office, Yangsheng, renowned for his imperturbable demeanor, surprised everyone by bursting into unrestrained laughter. Ha ha ha. He had feigned calm after Ho Wenyao's earlier maneuver against him, but inwardly resentment had festered. Now at last he felt a long-awaited release. That damn Sha Meng. Yangsheng shook his head, still chuckling. Brilliantly done. I find myself almost admiring the man. To Yangsheng, an enemy's enemy was by definition an ally. Though he held triad members in utter contempt, Sha Meng was the first who had ever earned his reluctant respect. Yangsheng stepped out of his office and entered the main unit chamber. Sure enough, officers were already grinning broadly. Ho Wenyao's finally gotten his comeuppance. One officer slapped his thigh, roaring with laughter. Serves him right, for thinking he could act so arrogantly. It's like a scholar debating a soldier. Logic means nothing here. Thought he could extort a triad thug. Has he lost his mind? When it comes to sheer audacity, who can rival a triad thug? 60 million. If Sha Meng hands over $600, I'll write my name backward. A buoyant, jubilant energy filled the room. Indeed, it wasn't only Yangsheng who disliked Ho Wenyao. Many officers who had served under Yangsheng still nursed deep-seated grievances. Seeing Ho Wenyao humiliated brought them genuine delight. A faint smile touched Yangsheng's lips before he issued his command, clear and authoritative. Deploy surveillance teams. Immediately track Sha Meng. The officers blinked in surprise. Chief, why follow Sha Meng? Shouldn't we be watching Ho Wenyao instead? Sha Meng's just a reckless thug. Surely not urgent. Yangsheng replied calmly. Ho Wenyao bears grudges fiercely. We've all been outmaneuvered by him before. Now that he's cornered, this rare chance won't be wasted. He'll strike without delay. One officer caught on instantly. You mean, Ho Wenyao will move against Sha Meng? Precisely. Yangsheng affirmed, tone unwavering. For that money, he'll act decisively. Understood. Right away, Chief. We'll set it up immediately. Truly only you could see this coming. If Ho Wenyao dares make a move, this time he's finished. Eagerly the officers sprang into action. Meanwhile, Sha Meng exited the courthouse and paused at the entrance of the West Kowloon Law Courts building to shout a few parting taunts inside. Think you can scheme against me? Dream on. Then head high and shoulders back he strode away. Next he headed straight to East Star headquarters, with one simple purpose to boast. At the previous leadership meeting, Luo Tua had explicitly stated that Sha Meng must resolve the matter personally, that the organization would provide no financial support. The two had parted bitterly. Yet Sha Meng had since reasoned it through. As a triad enforcer, what power did a judge's ruling truly hold over him? Refused to pay, and could they really arrest him for it? Though his rift with Luo Tua was public knowledge this time, he'd solved the problem alone. His boasting carried a veiled message, to Luo Tua specifically. Without you I stand firm on my own. Back at the East Star headquarters, Sha Meng dropped into the central chair and instantly a circle of eager subordinates closed in. Slamming his palm on the table, spittle flying, he declared, "You should have seen it. That chief judge, worthless. When I cursed him, did he dare utter a word?" His excitement mounting, he jabbed his finger emphatically into the air. And Huo Wenyao, his knees trembled at the sight of me. "Uphold justice. I'll uphold his mother's grave." His lieutenant's eyes gleamed, thumbs shot upward in enthusiastic approval. Only Brother Meng possesses such prowess. Naturally, whose authority in East Star surpasses Brother Meng's today? One sharp-witted subordinate edged closer, deferential. "Brother Meng, I wish to serve under you alone. Last time Elder Luo showed no loyalty. Only you possess true capability." Flattered beyond measure, Sha Meng swelled with pride, already imagining Luo Tua surrendering his position to him. In contrast, Huo Wenyao's world remained eerily quiet. All of Hong Kong mourned his plight, yet he himself remained serene. Of course, before reporters, he carefully assumed an expression of wounded dignity, achieving precisely the desired effect. He even managed to promote his private security firm in the same breath. "When justice falters, my company redoubles its duty to secure Hong Kong's peace and safety." The public responded warmly. Even the journalists were moved. Back at his own base, Chiu Gangao could contain himself no longer. "Boss, Sha Meng clearly intends to default. What's our next move?" Huo Wenyao smiled faintly, unfazed as though he'd anticipated everything. His defiance was part of the plan. "I knew he'd never pay." Chiu Gangao paused, then comprehension dawned. Huo Wenyao continued, voice relaxed and assured. "Refusing payment changes nothing. It simply means we retrieve him ourselves." He paused briefly, then added, "Still, I'm wary of Yang Jinro. He may have deduced our intent and already dispatched watchers to monitor Sha Meng. Send Tian Yangsheng. You coordinate additional backup. Ensure Yang Jinrong finds no grounds for accusation." Chiu Gangao nodded firmly. "Understood." For the next 2 days, calm reigned. Sha Meng's reputation surged across the underworld, and with it his arrogance intensified. Seeing no response from Huo Wenyao, he lowered his guard entirely. Pride blinded him. He truly believed Huo Wenyao dared not act. As the old saying warns, excessive pride invites calamity. That night, flattered and intoxicated by his entourage, Sha Meng staggered drunkenly from a nightclub. Arm draped over a young woman, he was escorted by a cluster of loyal underlings. Their convoy sped toward the hotel. Inside the lead vehicle, Sha Meng grew impatient, his movements growing increasingly conspicuous, yet the driver pretended not to notice. Then, just short of their destination, a car suddenly shot across the intersection. Screech! A piercing, bone-jarring skid tore through the night. The driver wrenched the wheel in panic. The vehicle spun violently, slamming hard into the roadside barrier. With a deafening crash, the entire convoy ground to a halt. Sha Meng jolted upright from the rear seat, hastily adjusting his trousers, then erupted in furious curses. "What the hell kind of driving is this? My groin, damn it hurts." Pain flared anew, stoking his rage further. "Nearly severed my manhood." The driver, blood trickling from his brow, frantically pointed ahead. "Boss, that car, it was deliberate." A chill seized Sha Meng. Instantly, he whipped his head toward the window. They saw the car that had blocked them lying broadside ahead. The door opened, and a man in white, Tian Yangsheng, stepped down with an icy expression. Tian Yangji and Tian Yangxi trailed him, faces blank, yet eyes flashing with lethal intent. A thug from the lead car poked his head out and bellowed back, "Protect the boss." Sha Meng kicked his door open as well, staggered to his feet, and pointing at Tian Yangsheng roared, "Damn it! 4 of them, and they think they can die for us." He waved a hand behind him. "Finish them." The memory of the pain head just felt sent his fury higher. "I won't let this pass today." Tian Yangsheng had only stopped the lead car, the others slammed on their brakes in time. At Sha Meng's command, the doors of 5 vehicles slammed open. A clutch of street thugs charged forward, brandishing machetes and baseball bats. "You're asking to die. You dare touch Brother Meng. Kill them." Tian Yangsheng didn't even raise an eyelid. Tian Yangxi and Tian Yangji sneered, unarmed though they wasted no hesitation and plunged into the fray. What followed was like tigers among sheep. Tian Yangxi sprang with a flying kick. The thug at the front was sent hurtling through the air. He screamed and rolled across the ground. Tian Yangxi landed and executed a backward hook. A nearby attacker swinging a knife was struck on the jaw and collapsed unconscious. Her movements were clean and decisive without a trace of slack. At the other end, Tian Yangxi's style was even more brutal. With a mighty punch, he shattered a thug's arm, and the wooden bat clattered to the ground. As the first scream rose, Tian Yangji stooped, seized the bat, gripped both ends, and snapped it with a brutal wrench. Crack! The solid wood broke in two. The surrounding gangsters froze, eyes wide, unwilling to advance. That strength was terrifying. Tian Yangji turned and glared at the nearest thug with an expression that could chill a man to the bone. The thug's hand went slack, his machete clattered to the earth, and he fled. "Trash!" Tian Yangji scoffed, casually tossing the 2 broken halves aside. Though there had been 20 out of them, they were no match for the siblings. In minutes, the gang scattered, screaming and running for their lives. Titles of Big Brother, and little brother forgotten in the face of survival. Only then did Tian Yangsheng move. He walked toward Sha Meng's car step by step. His footfalls were light, yet the sound made the man inside feel a chill creep down his spine. Sha Meng's fighting ability was worse than Wu Ya's. He had watched the whole thing, and now his legs trembled and his trousers were damp. "Get out of the car yourself." Tian Yangsheng stopped at the door and said coldly, "Or shall I fetch you?" Sha Meng shuddered, paid no heed to his injured groin, and yanked the door open to bolt. Tian Yangsheng's mouth twitched. Then he suddenly quickened his pace. He stepped onto the hood and vaulted, drifting across the roof like a feather and landing squarely before Sha Meng. The man went rigid. "Can he fly?" Mustering a bravado, he did not feel. Sha Meng snarled, "Bastard. Do you know who I am? Believe me, you'll call in 3,000 brothers to chop you up." Tian Yangsheng, annoyed, simply lifted his leg and delivered a kick. Sha Meng's gut took a fierce blow, his face contorted, and he fell to his knees, clutching his stomach. Tian Yangsheng seized his collar and dragged him toward the roadside car. At that moment, 2 cars thundered up from behind. Inside them were the policemen Yang Jinrong had sent to tail Sha Meng. They had been held at a red light at the last intersection. By the time they arrived, Sha Meng was already flat on the ground. But the officers did not rush to help. Instead, they produced video cameras and aimed them at Tian Yangsheng and Sha Meng, clearly trying to record evidence to use later against Huo Wenyao. Tian Yangsheng shot them a glance and ignored them, continuing to shove Sha Meng into the car. No sooner had a camera poked from a window than a van burst out from the opposite side of the intersection. With a dull roar, the van accelerated and lunged into the police car. Bang! The patrol car was struck broadside, metal buckled, and it skidded sideways for more than 10 meters amid a grinding screech. The officers inside reeled, dazed. The van was driven by Chiu Gangeo's men, former policemen who knew the drill intimately. Their timing was precise, leaving no chance to react. The officer in the driver's seat tried to gun the engine and push free, but the van's driver, Dai Zhuoxian, stomped on the accelerator and pinned the patrol car in place. Thud! The police car was shoved against the roadside wall and came to a dead stop. The van door opened. Huo Wenyao's guards picked the cameras off the ground, sneered at the bloodied officers inside, and turned away. Sha Meng's men had fled. A few lay on the ground moaning, forced to watch as Tian Yangsheng stuffed Sha Meng into the car and drove off. 1 hour later, in a warehouse in Jianshazui, Huo Wenyao raised his boot and brought it down hard. Directly beneath it were Sha Meng's knees. "Aya!" Sha Meng screamed. Huo's face did not change. He added more pressure with his foot. 60 million plus 10 million in interest, 70 million in all. He leaned forward, his voice low now. "Where's my money?" Sha Meng clutched his knees. Pain had creased his face into a knot. 3 days. "And the interest is 10 million, he gasped. Huo's foot did not relent. "Have you been living in ignorance so long you don't know the rule of 9 out of 13 returns?" His tone was flat, but suffocating. Sha Meng wheezed in pain and tried to argue, but the interest, it's not supposed to be that high. "My rule is the rule," Huo said coldly. Huo looked down at him and his voice turned colder. "No more nonsense. Either you pay or I send you away." Sha Meng fell silent. This time he was truly frightened. Huo had shown no weapon, but his gaze was sharper than a blade. He had once dismissed the man as weak. Now he knew he had misjudged him. Any of Huo's men could beat 10 Sha Mengs. With his life in someone else's hands, Sha Meng broke out in cold sweat. Seeing Huo was not joking, he regretted everything and begged miserably, "Brother Yao, 70 million I truly cannot muster. Not even 60 million. Huo narrowed his eyes. Sha Meng hurried on. "It's not that I want pay. I only have 20 million in cash." He feared disbelief and hurried to add, "I can send my men now. Please spare me, Brother Yao. I swear I'll avoid you from now on." Huo said nothing. He tilted his head and glanced to the side. Tian Yangsheng produced a mobile phone and tossed it in front of Sha Meng. "Bring it first," Huo said at last. Sha Meng dared not delay. He grabbed the phone and called his trusted men. Within half an hour, 20 million in cash was delivered to the designated spot. Chiu Gangeao was the one who received it. The call came back quickly, "Boss, 20 million. Count is correct." A hint of a smile finally appeared on Huo Wenyao's face. Sha Meng watched Huo's expression and let out a breath of relief, forcing an obsequious grin. "Brother Yao, you have received the money. Can you let me go now? I promise I'll never cross you again." Huo suddenly broke into a grin. Sha Meng's heart leapt. He believed it was over. But in the next instant, Huo lit a cigarette lazily, offered one to Sha Meng, and smiling faintly said, "All right. Now let's talk about the remaining 50 million. What are we going to do about that?" The hand Sha Meng had raised to take the cigarette froze midair. He blinked in stunned fury. "Brother Yao, you said if I paid you'd let me go." He had emptied his reserves. He had not lied. Huo merely smiled and asked, "When exactly did I promise you that?" Sha Meng was left choking for words and finally spat, "You are shameless." "Thank you for the compliment," Huo replied, taking a slow drag, and then asking, "So, about the remaining 50 million, will you pay it or not?" Sha Meng opened his mouth, glanced between Huo and the expressionless Tian Yangsheng, and finally his shoulders slumped in defeat. "I will pay," he forced out through clenched teeth. "I'll pay." Huo's smile blossomed. He patted Sha Ming's shoulder with seeming warmth. Good, good. Sha Ming felt like weeping. Take it easy, Hua soothed. Money is external. If you lose your life, you lose everything. As long as you live, you can earn it back. Sha Ming nodded, through tears agreeing with every word. Hua's face hardened. You are still short 50 million. I'll give you 10 days to settle it, or else. Things will not go well for you. Sha Ming lamented. But brother Yao, my turf is small, the take is limited. Where am I supposed to find 50 million? He looked desperate. Before Hua could answer, Tian Yangsheng suddenly interjected, arms crossed, his voice ice cold simple. I will send you on your way. Sha Ming stared at Hua in grief and fear, stammering, I. He could not get the rest out, the words froze on his tongue. Hua smiled and urged him to heed Tian. My men have poor tempers. If you do not repay, you'll lie in bed forever with one eye open. TCH. Sha Ming fell mute. He was thoroughly terrified of Hua and of Tian's capability. He knew Tian could make threats real, and Hua was no benevolent man. Refuse to pay, and there would be no good outcome. Just as he braced himself to agree, Hua spoke again. But you say you have no money. Hua's mouth curved into a smile. That's not without solution. Sha Ming's eyes brightened at once. Hua counseled gently, if you lack cash, you can borrow. Your Dongxing has many hall masters, especially the housekeeper Luha. He's made a lot from his white flower business. Go ask him for a loan. Sha Ming had expected some scheme, but on hearing this, his face fell. He protested, that won't work. That old miser is stingy. After our blow-up over the lawyer's letter, there's no way he'd lend me money now. Sha Ming felt hopeless. He knew he would be ruined if he could not pay, but truly he had no way to raise the sum. Hearing this, Hua's heart quickened with excitement. He had been waiting for precisely that answer. Hua clicked his tongue and said, if you can't borrow, well, that's a problem. Around him, Tian Yangsheng and Tian Yangji cast hostile looks. The murderous air made Sha Ming feel like a fish on a chopping block. Especially Hua Wenyo's cold gaze, which made him shiver. Yet Hua's expression shifted again, now beaming. I can give you a way out. Want to hear it? Sha Ming hastened, desperate, I'm all ears. Brother Yao, please tell me. Hua Wenyao cleared his throat and fixed his gaze on him, speaking slowly. Since borrowing isn't possible, how about you become the Dongxing faction's new leader? Sha Ming froze, then instantly grasped the implication and exclaimed in shock. You want me to kill my own boss? Hua Wenyao nodded approvingly. That's one way to put it. He paused, then added, after all, you're unable to repay the debt you owe me, and Luo refuses to lend you a cent. My money must be recovered in full. But if you ascend to the position of syndicate head, repayment becomes effortless. Wouldn't that resolve everything? Sha Ming fell silent, shaking his head frantically as he hurried to protest. No, absolutely not. This is utterly out of the question. In our world, loyalty defines us. Brotherhood stands foremost on the pillar of righteousness. If I committed such a betrayal, how could I ever hold my head high in the underworld? I would never betray my elder brother. Hua Wenyao furrowed his brow slightly. This reaction had been anticipated. The moral fabric of the underworld remained uncorrupted for now. Sha Ming's refusal was only natural. Yet he remained unperturbed and pressed on. You call it betraying a brother, but tell me. He drew out the pause deliberately. Would a true brother refuse to lend you money? Sha Ming blinked, stunned into silence. Hua Wenyao continued, voice sharp and incisive. What hollow notion of brotherhood is this? Anyone who withholds aid isn't a brother at all. So where lies the moral burden in turning on such a fraud? Sha Ming instinctively nodded. Then, realizing his lapse, hastily shook his head in denial. Hua Wenyao merely smiled faintly and asked, do you know why Luo is the boss, and you are not? Hua Wenyao shifted tone abruptly. In this ruthless world, what does it truly take to rise above the rest? Sha Ming shook his head blankly. Well, what do you mean by that? Seeing Sha Ming lean in attentively, Hua Wenyao cleared his throat once more and spoke with unhurried authority. Surviving the underworld hinges on 5 principles. He raised his palm and began folding down each finger in turn. Breaking oaths, betraying brothers, devouring from within, framing the innocent, and tending to elder brothers' wives. Sha Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. Could one even summarize the underworld this way? After a few stunned seconds, he studied Hua Wenyao's utterly unself-conscious expression and found himself inexplicably thinking perhaps there was truth in it. Hua Wenyao made no move to rush him, simply folded his arms and waited patiently. Sha Ming lowered his head, his gaze shifting from bewilderment to dawning clarity. After a long moment, he suddenly lifted his head and gave a firm, decisive nod. I'll do it. Exactly right. Hua Wenyao smiled warmly as he helped him up, his manner unusually cordial. Brother Ming possesses keen insight. The consequences need no further elaboration. He clapped Sha Ming on the shoulder. You've been detained long enough, tired no doubt. Allow me to arrange transport for the future Dongxing syndicate head, Brother Ming himself. Nearby Chiu Gangao nodded and casually signaled 2 security personnel. As Sha Ming turned to leave, he glanced back, only to find Hua Wenyao standing there, smiling amiably and waving. A sudden chill ran down his spine. This time he had truly witnessed something extraordinary. This man was no mere opportunist. He was a cutthroat mastermind, devouring men whole without spitting out a single bone. Trembling inwardly, Sha Meng stepped out of the warehouse, only to discover Huo Wenyao had indeed dispatched an escort. Relief washed over him. The car drove straight back to his territory. Yet the moment he stepped out, Yang Jinrong emerged from the shadows with armed men surrounding him. The officer fixed Sha Meng with a steady gaze and murmured low, "I know you were abducted by Huo Wenyao just now. He's merely attempting to extort compensation from the nightclub." Yang Jinrong edged closer. "I'd arrange protection for you." But his men intercepted them. He paused, his tone earnest. "If you're willing to testify in court against his kidnapping and extortion, I guarantee I'll bring him down and deliver justice for you. What do you say?" The offer sounded undeniably tempting, yet the memory of Huo Wenyao's words in that warehouse sent another icy shiver down his spine. That man possessed no moral boundaries whatsoever. Yang Jinrong, though cunning, stood no chance against Huo Wenyao. Should Sha Meng betray him, both men would likely vanish, swallowed whole, leaving not even bones behind. Whose side to choose? Sha Meng knew with absolute certainty. His expression hardened instantly as he pointed at Yang Jinrong and snarled, "Go to hell. Stop your manipulative scheming. Kidnapping. Extortion. Huo Gu and I are brothers, closer than blood." His voice rose with mounting fervor. "Testify. I'll testify against your mother's grave." Yang Jinrong was utterly dumbfounded. Less than 2 hours had passed since Sha Meng vanished, and yet this man who had previously loathed Huo Wenyao with visceral hatred now called him Brother Huo with affectionate familiarity. What in the world was happening? Sha Meng, seeing Yang Jinrong's speechless stare, puffed out his chest proudly. "Listen, while you corrupt cop. I, Sha Meng, walk the underworld with unwavering loyalty. You dare ask me to betray my brother? Who do you think you are?" Impatient, he waved dismissively. "Get lost. Or shall I summon my men to beat you senseless?" Yang Jinrong opened his mouth, but no words emerged. Sha Meng, unwilling to waste another second, shoved him aside and strode resolutely toward the syndicate headquarters. After Huo Wenyao's lesson, Yang Jinrong now struck him as nothing more than a pitiful, deluded clown. After several paces, Sha Meng even turned back and flipped him the middle finger. Yang Jinrong's face flushed iron gray. He bellowed hoarsely, "Insulting an officer of the law. Arrest him now." Having abandoned pretense, he now sought only to lock Sha Meng away and extract, through whatever means necessary, the truth of what Huo Wenyao had injected into his mind during those 2 harrowing hours. "You dare?" Sha Meng roared. At the sound, his underlings erupted from the headquarters, swords drawn, guns cocked, turning the scene into a hair-trigger standoff. Though seething with fury, Yang Jinrong surveyed the volatile tableau before swallowing his retort. A cold calculation flickered across his mind. Openly declaring war on Sha Meng now would yield no tangible advantage. His primary target remained Huo Wenyao, always had. Yang Jinrong drew a deep, steadying breath, forcing himself to suppress the rage. Inside, he vowed, "Once Huo Wenyao falls, I'll settle our score slowly and thoroughly." With a furious pivot, he slashed the air with his hand. "Fall back. Retreat." The officers dispersed swiftly. "TCH." Sha Meng spat contemptuously, then turned and strode into the headquarters without another glance. After dismissing his lieutenants, he sat alone and began to strategize. One question now dominated his thoughts: how best to destroy Luta? And were there other rivals to consider? Sha Meng had never been one for deep contemplation. After straining his mind fruitlessly, he resolved to tackle it tomorrow. As he scratched his head, preparing to postpone the matter, a sudden spark ignited in his mind. Could I incite Xiao Mian Hu and Ben Lei Hu to provoke chaos, and then step in at the perfect moment to claim the spoils? He murmured aloud, already envisioning the opportunity. Then I'll seize victory like a fisherman reeling in 2 fighting dragons. A hazy embryonic plan began taking shape in his mind, and the more he pondered it, the more viable it seemed. Excitement surged within him. In stark contrast to Sha Meng's rising elation, Yang Jinrong, repeatedly thwarted and humiliated, finally decided to activate the contingency plan he'd prepared long ago. "Huo Wenyao? Sha Meng, you've left me no choice," he growled through clenched teeth. First deceived by Huo Wenyao, then publicly shamed by Sha Meng, his pride lay shattered, bleeding. After dismissing his subordinates, the other officers returned home, but Yang Jinrong returned alone to his office at Sim Sha Sui police station. From the deepest recesses of his drawer, he retrieved a backup mobile phone connected to a voice modulator. Once all equipment was calibrated, he hesitated not a second, dialing the number directly. Yang Jinrong operated with meticulous caution, leaving no traceable evidence. The line rang twice before a woman's voice answered. "Hello. Who is this?" Her tone was syrupy sweet, deliberately feigned. The woman Yang Jinrong contacted was none other than Bonnie, the very woman whom Qiu Gengao's subordinate brother Zeshiqiang, nicknamed Gongzi, had recently fallen obsessively in love with after Yang spent considerable effort tracking her down. "Bonnie," Yang Jinrong said, naming her. On the other end, Bonnie laughed softly and drawled, "Oh, it's you again, boss. Have you made up your mind yet?" She paused, her voice laced with mercantile calculation. "If I'm to act, the price must be substantial. You know my rates, they're exorbitant." Indeed, Gongzi had become utterly infatuated with Bonnie, spending nearly all the funds Huo Wenyao provided on her. Upon uncovering this connection, Yang Jinrong had contacted Bonnie anonymously via the disguised voice, seeking her cooperation. Yet her demands had proven too steep, stalling negotiations indefinitely. Yang Jinrong had intended to hold this card in reserve, deploying it only at the most critical juncture. But given the current impasse, delay was no longer tenable. Okay, the payment has just been transferred to your account, Yang Jinrong declared coldly. But should the task remain incomplete, consider carefully the consequences. Upon hearing the deposit confirmation, Bonnie burst into delighted laughter and eagerly agreed. It's settled then. With the money secured, I'll ensure Gongzi, the utter fool, is dealt with. Gongzi had genuinely cherished Bonnie, yet after being assaulted and imprisoned by enemies, he'd lost both his virility and his face. Since then, he'd grown increasingly volatile and unstable. And precisely because of this fragility, any woman offering him kindness became in his eyes a divine savior, worthy of his unconditional devotion. To him, Bonnie was his sole goddess. Yet to Bonnie, a ruined, impotent man, even one devoted beyond reason, remained nothing but a disgraceful, disposable fool. She indulged him solely for his wealth. Now that Yang Jinrong offered a higher bid, she betrayed Gongzi without hesitation. Yang Jinrong hung up a cruel smile, curling his lips. All preparations complete, he whispered to himself, voice thick with venom. Now that I've found my opening, I swear Huo Wenyao will fall this time. His venomous whisper echoed sharply through the empty Major Crimes Unit office. The next day, Huo Wenyao dined with Tian, Yangsheng, and Xiao. Though Sha Meng had been temporarily stabilized, Yang Jinrong remained a viper coiled in the shadows, and Huo Wenyao hadn't forgotten him. Turning to Xiao, he asked casually, "How has Gongzi been lately?" Xiao set down his chopsticks and replied with solemn gravity, "Boss, I was just about to report on this matter." Huo Wenyao arched an eyebrow, inviting him to continue. Xiao leaned forward, his expression sharpening. "Boss, I was about to inform you. I've just received intelligence last night the woman associated with Gongzi saw an untraceable sum deposited into her account." Huo Wenyao's brow furrowed. Untraceable. He immediately suspected Yang Jinrong, and after a moment's reflection concluded, most likely this is Yang Jinrong's payment to buy Bonnie's cooperation. He paused, then let out a quiet, disdainful laugh. Yet he's hidden its origin so thoroughly. Our Inspector Yang certainly operates with exceptional discretion. Xiao nodded first. A police officer bribing a woman to stage a trap must bury his tracks deeply. Otherwise, exposure would leave him utterly exposed with no protector capable of shielding him. But then his expression darkened. That imbecile Gongzi, manipulated like a puppet by a mere woman. His voice turned glacial. Once this affair concludes, I'll eliminate him myself, lest he ever again jeopardize the boss. Huo Wenyao voiced no objection, merely gestured dismissively. First deal with Yang Jinrong. Understood, Xiao affirmed, adding firmly, I've kept constant surveillance on Gongzi, and all necessary recording devices have already been installed. That night at the nightclub, Gongzi and Bonnie, along with her circle of friends, were deep in revelry. With a grand wave of his hand, Gongzi summoned a waiter and paid the bill without hesitation. Bonnie's face instantly bloomed into radiant delight. Hey, don't forget to thank your baby. She hooked her arm through Gongzi's and tilted her chin toward her friends. Tonight's all on my baby. The group immediately swarmed in, showering them with flattery, so effusive it left both giddy with euphoria. After the party broke up, they hailed a cab and rode straight back to Gongzi's residence. A few honeyed words from Bonnie stoked Gongzi's ardor, and he eagerly attempted intimacy. Yet time and again his body betrayed him. Even after downing half a bottle of stimulants, no response stirred. Bonnie, however, seemed utterly unconcerned, her attention wholly absorbed by the wristwatch Gongzi had just removed. Her eyes gleamed with unmistakable avarice. You're really giving this to me? If you like it, it's yours. Gongzi forced a strained smile and reached once more for the medicine bottle. Bonnie gently pressed her palm over his wrist. Forget it. I don't care about that, she said dismissively. Relief finally softened his inner tension. As Bonnie turned to shower, the rush of water filled the bathroom, but beneath its steady roar simmered her restless, unspoken hunger. After all, what woman doesn't crave such pleasure? Yet at that very moment, Gongzi idly picked up Bonnie's phone left behind on the nightstand. The instant its screen lit up, he froze, entirely motionless. There in stark clarity were photographs Bonnie entwined intimately with another man. Not one, but several. Gongzi's face darkened, clouded with fury, so profound it seemed to drip with venom. When Bonnie emerged towel-draped and steam-kissed, she spotted the phone in his hand and lunged forward, desperate to snatch it back. Give it back, now. Gongzi shoved her aside, his hands trembling violently. He'd humbled himself before her, played the devoted suitor. But no man, not even the most broken, could endure the shame of betrayal. Who is he? His voice cracked raw and hoarse. Just a friend, Bonnie stammered, her gaze darting away. Such a flimsy excuse was an outright insult to reason. Gongzi stared at her, then laughed. A jagged, grotesque laugh. You lied to me. Rage detonated in his skull. Had he groveled like a lapdog only to be repaid with infamy? Yes, he was impotent, but he was still a man. Bitch, you dared cuckold me. Snatching a nearby stool, he swung it in a full brutal arc. Ah! Bonnie screamed as she crumpled to the floor. Gong Zi's eyes burned crimson. Reason had long since vaporized. Again and again he brought the stool down upon her, splinters flying with splintering under impact. Filthy whore, you gave me horns. I'll kill you. Help me. He's killing me, she shrieked, curling into a sobbing fetal knot. I despise being looked down upon, more than anything in this life. Gong Zi roared, hurling the shattered stool aside, and seizing a lamp, instead striking with murderous intent. Soon Bonnie's cries weakened to faint, ragged whimpers. Yet Gong Zi showed no sign of stopping, his violence escalating as if determined to end her life then and there. And then, bang! The door exploded inward. Yang Jinrong stormed and flanked by officers. But Gong Zi, blind to all else, kept raining blows upon Bonnie. Cease, immediately. Yang Jinrong barked, cold and commanding. Instantly several officers surged forward, 7 or 8 men tackling Gong Zi to the floor, fists hammering down. Outwardly, it was intervention. In truth, their blows were vicious, calculated. Men who had served under Huang Zhiqing, seething with hatred for Huo Wenyao's faction. This chance long awaited would not be wasted. Scum, you dare assault someone in broad daylight. The man who moments earlier had been the aggressor now lay pinned and pummeled, powerless, defenseless. Before long, Gong Zi bore far worse punishment than Bonnie. Acting on Yang Jinrong's silent signal, the officers struck with ruthless precision. Bonnie had suffered grievously, yet Gong Zi was shattered beyond comparison. Bonnie, having narrowly escaped death, burst into tears the moment she saw Yang Jinrong, and threw herself at him, clinging fiercely. Why did you take so long? She cried, voice cracking. That madman nearly killed me. Her mind worked swiftly, though Yang Jinrong had masked his voice on the call. He'd arrived precisely as arranged, and commanded the entire operation. She knew instantly he was the mastermind behind it all. Yang Jinrong's expression flickered, then he tried to pull away. But Bonnie held on, unyielding. Only when Gong Zi had been thoroughly subdued did Yang Jinrong issue his next order, voice icy and detached. Take him in, straight to the station. Officers dragged the limp, broken figure away. As a witness, Bonnie too was escorted out. Before departing, Yang Jinrong shot her a single sharp glance, warning etched plainly in his eyes. No sooner had Gong Zi vanished than Xiao Gangao, mid-bite into his late-night snack, received the news. Hey brother Ao, the caller's voice crackled urgently. Gong Zi's been arrested by Yang Jinrong at Sim Sha Sui police station. Charge aggravated assault. Xiao Gangao had kept watch on Gong Zi, so the report elicited no surprise. A thin, mirthless smile curled his lips. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. Yang Jinrong believed his scheme triumphant, unaware he himself had just stepped in a Huo Wenyao's trap. At that precise moment his phone rang. Xiao Gangao's eyes sharpened, and he answered. Your associate committed aggravated assault. I responded to the report, and am bringing him in for statement taking. A pause. Then deliberately, he's in custody. Xiao Gingao remained silent, yet his gaze turned razor-edged. I'll await you at the station, Yang Jinrong stated flatly, and hung up. In the station's visitor room, Yang Jinrong regarded Xiao Gingao. I'll detain you here for 24 hours, officially as a person assisting our investigation. He didn't wait for a reply. Don't fret. It's to ensure your silence. Once I've dealt with Tian, Yangsheng will speak again. Uncertainty flickered across Xiao Gangao's face. Yang Jinrong let out a quiet, derisive laugh. Rest assured, Huo Wenyao means nothing to me. He will not stand against me. You're intelligent. You know exactly what to do. At those words, Xiao Gangao's acting ignited. Jaw clenched, he exuded the grim resolve of a man making a fateful choice. Fine. I'll grant you this one chance. Wise, Yang Jinrong murmured, nodding in approval, then turned and strode out, instructing his men to confine Xiao Gangao and his associates. Now he needed to move, swiftly, against Tian Yangsheng. Yang Jinrong never delayed. Back in his office, he issued the command without preamble. Locate Tian Yangsheng, immediately. Yes, sir. The major crimes unit responded in unison, and sprang into action. As Yang Jinrong led his team, bursting from the station's main gate, Tian Yangi, waiting in a car parked outside, dialed a number. Boss, he murmured low, Yang Jinrong has just exited, with his men. Huo Wenyao received the call, and smirked, cold and contemptuous. Without hesitation, he dialed Tian Yangsheng. Get ready, he said, terse and decisive. The fish has taken the bait. Understood. Tian Yangsheng replied, crisp and unwavering. He ended the call, and erased the record. Then turning to the club manager beside him, he lifted his chin slightly. Bring in a fresh set. The manager beamed, bowing profusely, and hurried off, returning moments later with several stunning young women. Tian Yangsheng waved them over with casual indifference. They settled around him, and the private booth filled instantly with light, tinkling laughter. Tian Yangxi cast a fleeting glance at his brother, then silently raised his camera and melted into the shadows of the corner. A peerless assassin, Tian Yangsheng felt no allure in this glittering decadence. Even Huo Wenyao thought his blood ran cold. Yet for the sake of the plan, the performance had to be flawless. He draped an arm around one girl and raised his glass, but his aura remained forbidding, glacial, leaving her flustered and uncertain how to respond. Soon word spread among police informants Tian Yangsheng was indulging lavishly at the nightclub, just as he had every night lately. Yang Jinrong therefore harbored no suspicion. Yang Jinrong wasted no time. Delay meant risk, especially with Chiu Gangao's detention window narrowing. He assembled his most trusted major crimes officers and drove straight to the nightclub where Tian Yangsheng was. Inside, the club patrons were sparse that evening. The girls' unrestrained laughter rang out sharply. No wonder Tian Yangsheng tipped extravagantly. Tian Yangyi lifted his phone, when suddenly the private booth door crashed open. Waitstaff and the manager were shoved aside as Yang Jinrong entered, flanked by officers who instantly sealed the exit. The music died, abrupt, absolute. Yang Jinrong's gaze swept the room and locked unblinking onto Tian Yangsheng. He strode forward without pause. Their eyes met, and neither blinked. "Officer." Tian Yangsheng lounged on the sofa, a sardonic twist tugging at his lips. "Come to start a fight." Yang Jinrong adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his expression unreadable. "Precisely," he said. "Today I feel particularly inclined to strike." He stepped half a pace closer, holding Tian Yangsheng's stare. "I have intelligence. You distributed 2 kilos of white powder here just now." Tian Yangsheng blinked once. "What do you mean?" His voice dropped, frost-laced. "Framing me." Yang Jinrong smiled, slow, deliberate. "Exactly. I'm framing you." Tian Yangsheng's eyes narrowed. "Officer, that's dirty work. 2 kilos meant 10 years minimum, if proven." Tian Yangsheng held his gaze, no trace of jest in Yang Jinrong's eyes. Without another word, Yang Jinrong reached into his pocket and tossed a small package onto the glass tabletop. "My report is already filed," he said, tone level. "These 2 kilos guarantee you a decade, or more, in prison." Tian Yangsheng stared at the packet, then slowly, deliberately began to clap. "Impressive," he sneered. "Truly impressive. Yang Jinrong, you've got guts." A mocking curve rose on Yang Jinrong's lips, his eyes dripping with scorn. Tian Yangsheng watched, his pulse thrumming with suppressed violence, his knuckles white with the effort to hold back. He wanted desperately to smash that smug face into pulp, but Huo Wenyao's orders held him fast, and he instead wore a mask of wounded fury. "Believe me," he ground out, each word a blade, "I could kill you right now, and you'd never walk out that door." Yang Jinrong laughed, then spread his arms wide. "Even better," he drawled, contempt thick in his voice. "Then you'd add assaulting an officer to your charges. With witnesses everywhere, the warrant goes out instantly. And not only you, it drags your boss down with you. That fragile reputation he spent so long cultivating will vanish utterly." Yang Jinrong stood motionless, arms still open, daring him to strike. Tian Yangsheng's face darkened, his glare unrelenting. "This is perjury." "Please," Yang Jinrong scoffed, disdainful. "Tell me, who do you think the judges will believe? Me, a senior inspector, or you, a triad enforcer?" Only now did Yang Jinrong's arrogance fully surface, raw, unmasked. A flash of lethal fury crossed Tian Yangsheng's eyes. Truth be told, he longed fiercely to end this man on the spot. Yet playing the role further held its own perverse thrill. His acting snapped into place, jaw tight, voice strained. "You win." A rare hint of pleasure flickered across Yang Jinrong's usually impassive face. He waved his hand coolly. "Take them away." "Yes, sir." At that moment, Yang Jinrong was genuinely satisfied. Xiao Gongao had walked into his trap and been exposed at his weak point. Tian Yangsheng was branded with a charge of drug trafficking. Huo Wenyao's 2 right-hand men were effectively severed at the root. Without Tian Yangsheng and Xiao Gongao, he thought, let's see how long you can swagger. Even he, who usually kept a stone face, could not help the corner of his mouth lifting. "Challenge me." He seemed to already envision Huo Wenyao's ruin. That smile sent a chill down the spines of the officers beside him, who silently vowed never to provoke this superior. Yang Jinrong was more insidious than Huang Zhiqing. As they stepped out of the nightclub, Yang Jinrong beckoned a trusted subordinate over. When the man drew near, Yang murmured a few words. The subordinate understood instantly and smiled knowingly. "Don't worry, boss. Consider it done." Go." Yang nodded. He deliberately slowed his pace, while the subordinate promptly leaked the news of Tian Yangsheng's arrest to Huo Wenyao's people. The rumor reached Huo Wenyao quickly. Yet no one noticed that Huo, having received the tip, was standing behind a window opposite the nightclub, having seen everything. Tian Yangxi came up behind Huo Wenyao holding a camcorder and whispered, "Boss, the evidence is complete. Shall we release it now?" Huo glanced at her and murmured, "Share the same temper as your eldest brother, too impatient." He paused, then added, "You must learn to temper yourself." "Yes," Tian Yangxi replied, though her brow remained furrowed. Tian Yangxi answered, but kept her forehead creased. "Boss, Yang Jinrong deliberately leaked the news to us. To what end?" "For the sport of it," Huo Wenyao smiled. "He wants to see me flail." Tian Yangxi could not help cursing, "That bastard." Huo watched Yang Jinrong's retreating figure and sneered coldly, Since he's so pleased with himself, it would be unfair not to give him a taller stool to sit on. He turned and walked out, his tone calm. After all, the higher one stands, the louder the fall. About half an hour later, thanks to Yang Jinrong's deliberate delay, Huo Wenyao arrived ahead of him. At the entrance of Jinsha police station, Yang had just stepped out. When he saw Huo waiting there, a cold smile immediately crossed his face. Everything had been calculated. Once the news was out, Huo predictably could not sit still. Yang brought his men with Tian Yangsheng in custody and strode up to Huo Wenyao. "Oh, boss Hua." Yang's tone lifted. "Out for a stroll at the police station at this hour?" He paused deliberately before adding, "Or are you surrendering yourself?" Hua knew the truth in his heart, but his face flushed, and he snapped, "What do you mean? You have no grounds to arrest my men." "Don't speak recklessly," Yang sneered. "We as the police deal in evidence." He stepped half a pace forward, lowering his voice. "Do you really not know what your subordinates have been up to?" "We don't traffic in white powder," Hua said coldly. "Tian Yangsheng would never touch that." "Whether he would or wouldn't isn't for you to decide," Yang retorted, flicking his chin. "We caught them red-handed, and there are witnesses." His tone hardened. "Boss will stand aside if you have nothing to hide, or he'll suspect you as well." Hua pointed at him, his hand trembling with anger, but the words lodged in his throat. This stifled, humiliated expression made it impossible for Yang to suppress his smile. In high spirits, the earlier rebuke from the foreign commissioner was entirely forgotten. Watching Huo Wenyao's mingled anger, embarrassment, and helplessness was sheer satisfaction to him. Indeed, baiting him with the news had been the right move. Yang did not notice that Tian Yangsheng, escorted behind him, was secretly watching Huo's display and inwardly admiring him profoundly. "The boss acting. It's awfully convincing," Tian Yangsheng mused. "Even I almost believed it. I need to learn." Yang savored Huo's apparent collapse, while Hua in turn studied Yang's look of triumph. Anger and unwillingness showed on Huo's face, but inwardly, he sneered, as the old saying goes, to bring someone down first make them crazy. "Fool, let's see how long your laughter lasts." Then, as if utterly without recourse, Hua stepped aside angrily to let them pass. Seeing this reaction, Yang's remaining doubts evaporated. Yang was convinced Hua had something to hide. This time the win seemed almost certain. He led his men with head held high into the station. Hua turned away, storming off. Back at the villa, Huo Wenyao played the covert footage Tian Yangxi had taken. On the tape, Yang Jinrong was solemnly fabricating the case against Tian Yangsheng. Watching, Hua could not help but sneer, "Idiot." He turned to Tian Yanjin and Tian Yangxi and said, "Look at your eldest brother. His acting is almost up to par. If I hadn't made that final appearance to dispel Yang Jinrong's suspicion, matters might have gone awry." Tian Yanjin nodded in agreement. If he hadn't taken the bait, would have been in trouble. "Boss is right. Our eldest brother's acting needs practice." Tian Yanjin nodded earnestly. "When he gets out, he'll make sure he rehearses." Tian Yangxi said nothing, merely nodding silently. Then Tian Yanjin asked, "Boss, should we release the video now?" Hua did not answer immediately. He was beginning to understand why the 7 Tian brothers remained so united. Tian Yangsheng had asked before Tian Yangxi had just asked, and now Tian Yanjin asked again. He was momentarily speechless and then said helplessly, "Not yet. Let the bullet fly a little longer. We must wait for Yang Jinrong to make the first move." He smiled, calculation in his eyes. "If he doesn't escalate the spectacle, how can I ride the tide?" "Yes," Tian Yanjin replied. Meanwhile, back at the station, Yang could hardly conceal his joy. After a moment's thought, he immediately took out his phone and began contacting various media outlets. That night, Hua slept soundly at Li Ziner's place. Yang kept vigil through the night. Early the next morning, just after 9, the press conference at Jinsha police station began promptly. About half of the region's media, having received the tip, had turned up. After all, the earlier murky stories linking Yang Jinrong and the Underworld were still fresh in people's minds. The reporters were puzzled with such grandstanding. What was Yang aiming to achieve? 10 minutes later, the conference formally commenced. The foreign commissioner invited to speak greeted the press warmly and cast a satisfied glance at Yang. This subordinate, previously reproached for poor performance, had produced a report that genuinely impressed him. He handed the microphone to Yang. All eyes and lenses in the room immediately focused. Standing at the center, Yang relished the attention. After a brief pause before half of the region's media, he began slowly. "Today's press conference is primarily to inform the public and the press of 2 cases. Last night, we first arrested Zhao Jiqiang, nicknamed Gongzi, for the attempted murder of his girlfriend. Subsequently, acting on a tip, we apprehended Tian Yangsheng at a nightclub for trafficking 2 kilograms of white powder." The reporters in the audience were somewhat bewildered. Though both cases were serious, was calling so many media together an overreaction? Just as questions rippled through the room, Yang's face hardened, and he intoned with righteous outrage. "According to our investigation, Zhao Jiqiang and Tian Yangsheng are both recent high-profile members of Huo Wenyao's crew. As the proverb goes, those near cinnabar grow red, those near ink grow black. If his subordinates are such people, one might well wonder what Huo Wenyao himself is like." His tone deepened. "Today, I only wish to remove the false mask Huo Wenyao has cultivated. He is not the virtuous man many imagine. That security company is merely a veneer for his syndicate. I hope everyone will no longer be deceived." At those words the press erupted. What? Huo Wenyo's men murdered a girlfriend. And the other sold white powder. Didn't he claim his turf was drug-free? I never expected Huo Wenyao to be such a man. Hearing the buzz of speculation, Yang felt immense satisfaction. His purpose had been achieved. By convicting Huo's 2 lieutenants, the dirt naturally splashed onto Huo himself. At the very least, Huo's impeccable reputation now bore a crack. It also provided a convenient excuse for his previous delayed rescue. Of course, he did not need to make these links explicit, letting the media and the public connect the dots did the job for him. The press conference concluded quickly. The foreign commissioner patted Yang on the shoulder with evident approval before leaving. The reporters dispersed, eager to file their copy. At noon on ATV, intern reporter Fong Siwei faced the camera to relay the morning's developments. Next, a key bulletin. At Jianshazue Police Station, Inspector Yang Jinrong last night consecutively cracked 2 major cases. The suspects are Tian Yangsheng and Zhao Jiqia. These 2 share a commonality. They are both recent high-profile members of Huo Wenyo's crew. According to Inspector Yang's briefing, one cannot help but wonder, is Huo Wenyao good or bad? If his subordinates' crimes are true, then perhaps the banner he raises, standing up for the people, masks ulterior motives. On the other side at TVB, Lu Huizhen looked at the script in her hand, displeasure creasing her features. She did not want to run this story, but with the city's media all covering it, TVB could not remain silent. Her personal wishes could not overturn the decision from above. The news had to air unless she chose to quit. Lu stared at the script, her brow knotted. This is bad, she murmured, that bastard. This is serious. Yet she paused, envisioning Huo Wenyo's habitual sly, shrewd expression. But from what I know of him, she said with a curled lip and lowered voice, that bastard is cunning. He should not be finished off so simply, right? Almost simultaneously, the entire city's media sprang into motion. ATV and TVB's midday bulletins were only the beginning. The morning's press conference dominated the front pages of every major newspaper. Pages were taken over by sensational headlines. Is Huo Wenyao righteous or wicked? His lieutenants arrested one after another. Can Huo Wenyao be absolved? Murder, drug trafficking. Is everything tied to the Huo family? The bold vow, I will shelter you, may turn into the century's joke. Security company protecting citizens. Mind your own people first. Delayed justice may in fact reveal the truth. Huo Wenyao unmasked. Inspector Yang heroically breaks the case. These reports detonated across the island like bombs. Television news ran on a loop, and newspapers were snatched up and read in the streets. Conversations erupted everywhere, from cha-cha-tangs to office towers. No way. I always thought Huo Wenyao was a good man. You can't tell a person's nature by their face, you know. Tisk, this where fellow runs deep. With subordinates like that, how clean can he be? Shelter you. I think he was trying to snatch someone else's umbrella. Maybe we judged Inspector Yang too harshly before. Do you think Huo Wenyao could be framed? Framed. Yang Jinrong laid out the evidence clearly. Witnesses, physical proof, ready for court. How could that be false? That security company of his doesn't seem so righteous after all. I've suspected that man for a while. All show and no substance. I don't believe it. Yang Jinrong, a genius detective. He was duped by Huo, then immediately nabbed 2 of his confidants. That's too convenient. Exactly. Sometimes police tactics are dirtier than gangsters. Clearly he offended someone and got taken down. Bastard. Every street corner echoed with the same arguments. Citizens split into factions. Some stubbornly defended Huo Wenyao, others shifted their support to Yang Jinrong. Overall, however, the near-perfect reputation Huo once enjoyed had developed a visible fracture. Before Yang Jinrong's ironclad evidence, more and more people began to waver. Public opinion seemed to tilt sharply against Huo Wenyao. The news reached the underworld as quickly as it did the streets. In the Dongxing headquarters, the boss Luotua laughed with merciless delight, clutching a newspaper. Scoundrel, he slammed the table. You got arrogant. Let's see if you can still survive this. Huh, dare defy Dongxing, and you'll eat dirt. Wu Jiwei, the smiling fox, stepped forward with a fox-like grin. Boss is right. I knew Huo Wenyao wasn't a good man. A hypocrite through and through. Lei Yaoyang, the storm tiger, pushed up his glasses and spoke slowly. Given how things stand now, Huo Wenyao this time may truly be finished. Good riddance. Perfectly deserved. Luotua laughed even louder. Lei Yaoyang and Wu Jiwei exchanged a meaningful look. By the way, boss, Lei Yaoyang said, as if remembering something, I heard Sha Meng was once seized by Huo Wenyao but then released. Could there be something odd about that? Wu Jiwei chimed in. Yeah, boss, that matter is a bit suspicious. Their concern was not genuine worry for Sha Meng, but an opportunistic jab at a fellow hallmaster who had recently enjoyed too much limelight. After knocking Huo down, Sha Meng, standing within Dongxing, had risen alarmingly. Luochuo's smile faded, and he frowned. It should not be like that. He waved his hand, reluctant to dwell on the thought. Sha Meng, the golden-haired tiger under discussion, was not celebrating. He sat alone on his turf, staring at the headlines with a knitted brow. Something's wrong. Sha Meng touched his chin and murmured. He is far too cunning. He paused, eyes sharpening. This matter is never so simple. Within Dongxing, none understood Huo Wenyo's craftiness better than Sha Meng. He had personally endured Huo's methods. So while the rest of the gang jeered at Huo's supposed downfall, Sha Meng harbored a deep unease. A strong intuition told him Huo Wenyao would not be so easily overthrown. Yang Jinrong. Sha Meng squinted, speaking slowly. Have you perhaps fallen into Huo Wenyo's trap yourself? The thought flashed through him, and his eyes flickered. At the Jianshazui police station, the holding cell, Qiu Gongao sat alone on the cold bench of the cell, expressionless. Yang Jinrong had deliberately arranged for him to be held separate from Tian Yangsheng, placing them in different cells. From the duty officer, Qiu Gongao had heard the rumors. His expression shifted. He knew precisely how to react to Yang Jinrong. He lunged at the cell door, gripping the cold iron bars and shaking them violently. Bastard! Yang Jinrong, you bastard! Let him see me. Bring him to me now. His shout echoed down the corridor. Before long, Yang Jinrong entered with an almost unreadable calm. He signaled the officer to open the gate and walked straight to Qiu Gongao. You wanted to see me, oi? Yang Jinrong asked evenly. Qiu Gongao glared at him, eyes like fire. What did you say before? You promised to handle Tian Yangsheng to make him betray together with him. Qiu Gongao lowered his voice, but could not conceal his fury. Now you pin drug trafficking on him. What is this? My brother is charged with attempted murder because of you, he ground his teeth. You went back on your word. Yang Jinrong regarded Qiu Gangao's anger with a hint of satisfaction. To Yang Jinrong, people easily swayed by emotion were best kept under control. Haven't you realized yet? Yang Jinrong spoke slowly, his tone threaded with mockery. Everything is already under my control. He paused to watch Qiu Gangao's reaction. And you? Since you have betrayed Huo Wenyao, there is no turning back, Yang Jinrong said softly, yet with unmistakable finality. Follow me and do as I say, it is your only chance. Qiu Gongao stared at him without answering. Relax, Yang Jinrong added as if soothing him. If you serve me well, I never mistreat my own. Qiu Gangao's voice was hoarse when he suddenly spoke. What do I have to believe you with? Yang Jinrong seemed to have expected the question. I know what worries you, he said with quiet confidence. He'll deal with the young master. I can find a pretext to reduce his sentence. It's not difficult. He leaned forward a half step, eyes shadowed. You should know I have that ability. His tone chilled as he continued, provided that you cooperate. Otherwise you know the consequences. After hearing this, Qiu Gongao seemed drained and slumped back onto the bench. He lowered his head and after a long silence muttered, I hope you do not break your promise, or I will not let you off. Yang Jinrong's mouth curved slightly. I naturally want. He nodded with satisfaction and turned to leave the cell. To Yang Jinrong, Qiu Gangao's capitulation was a sign of usefulness. Such scum had instrumental value for now, placate him until he was spent, then dispose of him. What Yang Jinrong did not see was the faint, almost imperceptible sneer at the corner of Qiu Gangao's mouth as he kept his head down. Meanwhile, the news had already rippled throughout the harbor. Public sentiment grew ever more hostile toward Huo Wenyao. Many believed he was finished. But was that truly the case? Lu Huijin, having just finished a live news segment, hurried to a quiet corner and dialed a familiar number with anxious haste. The call was answered quickly. You scoundrel, are you all right? Lu Huijin blurted, voice full of worry. Huo Wenyao responded with a soft laugh. Huh, you're worried about me. As if. Lu Huijin protested, though she couldn't help pouting. I'm just checking if you've eaten. Huo Wenyao heard the concern behind her denial and allowed himself a fond sigh. When you're not here, nothing tastes right, he said, then teased. I was thinking of going out for a quick meal. He emphasized the words, quick meal, with deliberate weight. Lu Huijin blushed and chided him sweetly. You dare. They'll come see you after I finish work tonight, she added, then couldn't help herself and asked, Are you really all right? Huo Wenyao detected the worry in her voice and smiled. Do you think, he drawled, a man who can lure you into bed would be so easily brought down? You. Lu Huijin was about to scold him, but fell silent. Calm down, Huo Wenyao said with certainty. I'm fine, don't fuss. He lowered his voice, playfully suggestive. Besides, keep your eyes peeled, there will be bigger news coming. You'll enjoy the show. His confidence eased much of her worry. Lu Huijin thought Huo is shameless, but he's not wrong. Someone who can be taken down so easily is not a man to be trifled with. If he does not scheme against others, count yourself lucky. He is not the sort to be schemed against either. Good men do not endure long, villains leave a legacy. It was obvious which Huo Wenyao was. Lu Huijin's eyes lit up. Could it be? She grew excited, her tone rising. Do you have explosive evidence? Huo Wenyao could picture her eyes glittering, but he offered no explanation. Wait and see, he said with a faint smile. Soon you'll know. Humph, Lu Huijin muttered unhappily. I was so worried for nothing. Huo Wenyao gave a wicked chuckle. Since you're so concerned about me, he prolonged the words teasingly, I'll make sure tonight to feed you well. Pervert. Lu Huijin blushed and hastily hung up, afraid he'd say something worse. She held the receiver and patted her chest to calm herself. That scoundrel, she murmured, he never acts serious. Meanwhile, Huo Wenyao was about to pocket his phone. The phone rang again. He answered and heard Li Ziner's clear, concerned voice. Yao, are you all right? Since that intimate encounter, Li Shiner had begun calling him Brother Yao instead of using his full name, and their relationship had noticeably warmed. Huo Wenyao was somewhat surprised that the psychologist would take the initiative to call and inquire after him. This did not match her usual professional, composed persona. It seemed that when a psychologist fell in love, she was no different from any other woman. The saying that healers cannot heal themselves proved true. Huo Wenyao softened his voice on the phone, maintaining the gentle, cultivated guise he projected. Don't worry, I'm fine. I can handle it, he said. Li Shiner sighed softly. Is there anything I can help with? She asked. You don't trust my ability. Huo Wenyao chuckled, though his tone carried an air of unshakable confidence. You're the police force's psychologist. You know better than I what those officers are like. They're nothing but a pack of clowns. That was not untrue. The underworld of thugs was chaotic, yet the scoundrels hiding inside the police were often far more concealed. When those worst of them were exposed, their commotion could be as terrifying as any gang. Li Shiner fell silent for a moment, then spoke with unusual gravity. Brother Yao, I know your character, she said slowly. If you need me to do anything, please do not hesitate. Even if everyone else doubts you, I believe in you, and will support you. Psychologists rarely trusted others easily, but once they did, they often invested more wholeheartedly than most people, sometimes to extremes. Li Shiner and Lu Huijin were polar opposites. Li brought a quiet, steady warmth. Huo Wenyao's voice deepened as he offered his promise. Don't worry. It won't be long before the truth surfaces. When it does, right and wrong will be plain to see. Hearing his certainty, Li Shiner seemed to relax. She hesitated, then lowered her voice. About the therapy session the day after tomorrow afternoon. Huo Wenyao understood and smiled. I may not be free during the day. The whole Hong Kong media has its eyes on me now, he explained. That bastard Yang Jinrong could turn up at any moment. So, we'll come to your place tonight, is that? All right. There was a brief pause on the other end. Okay. Li Ziner's voice was featherlight, tinged with bashfulness. A smile bloomed on Huo Wenyao's face, and inwardly he thought conquering the seas of stars is exhilarating, but conquering different women brings its own satisfaction. They exchanged a few more words and hung up. Huo Wenyao had just set his phone down when it rang again. Not finished yet then. He was irritated but pressed the answer button. The line opened to silence, not a sound. Huo Wenyao frowned in annoyance. Who? He demanded coldly. He was about to hang up when a woman's voice suddenly came through the receiver. It looks like you're done for. Huo Wenyao paused. Commissioner Fong. It was indeed Fong Jiexiao, and she had been promoted to commissioner. Huo Wenyao felt surprised. There had been no real affection between them, only a physical relationship. If one spoke bluntly, it was he who had been coercing her. That she was calling now was intriguing. Huo Wenyao soon laughed. So you really do care about me? Don't flatter yourself, Fong Jiexiao said coldly. I'm only interested in when you'll fall. The timing of the call spoke volumes. Fong herself did not know why he had suddenly come to mind. She felt unsettled and found herself strangely recalling the intimate names he had once used for her, a stark contrast to her present formal address. Huo Wenyao heard the awkwardness in her words and let out a light laugh. You'll be disappointed. Yang Jinrong is nowhere near capable of dealing with me. He won't be reveling for long. Fong feigned disappointment. Bastard. You deserve to die. What? Huo Wenyao drawled. Worried he'll die and our videos will be seen. Fong was silent for 2 seconds, then flared. Huo Wenyao? Go and die now. Relax, it'll only get better with time, Huo said unconcerned, deliberately prolonging his tone. I was thinking of filming a few more with you. Bastard. Say another word and he'll kill you. Fong ground her teeth. As a career-driven woman, she hated such provocations, and Huo delighted in hitting her sore spots. Anger harms your health. Huo shifted the tone. Come out tonight. I want to hear your take on order in the port. Both knew what that line really meant. Fong clenched her teeth and pronounced each syllable. Hua, 1, Yao, 9 tonight, the usual place. Hua hung up before she could reply. He was confident Fong would not be late. On her end, she cursed the busy signal under her breath. Hua, you bastard, she spat, yet inwardly she felt an inexplicable relief. Though she told herself she feared a video leak, she could not clearly name the emotion she felt toward Huo Wenyao. Hua slid his phone into his pocket and muttered, too many women. It is troublesome. It sounded like bragging, yet there was no real pride on his face. He had not released the footage because the time was not right. The higher Yang Jinrong jumped, now the more spectacular his fall would be later. Huo was content to let the other man destroy his own path. He did not merely aim to topple Yang, he intended to ensure Yang could never rise again. Meanwhile, utterly unaware he had been cornered, Yang Jinrong was dining with his friend Miao Zhishuan. Miao Zhishuan was no ordinary man. Had Huo been present, he would have recognized him as the unerring marksman famed in the King of Guns. At the table, Yang Jinrong recounted his confrontation with Huo Wenyao in a measured tone, but his pride leaked through every line. To him, the match had been a complete triumph. Huo had not even had a chance to strike back. Miao Zhishuan, calm and detached, listened and saw the matter more clearly. When Yang finished, Miao frowned. Something's not right. You say Huo is meticulous, yet lately hasn't it been too calm? Yang was taken aback. Miao went on, a man who was undercover in gangs for 8 years. I heard those above worked hard to keep his past sealed. Such a person wouldn't be so easily finished. Yang fell silent. He weighed the words and had to admit Miao might be correct. After all, Hua was among the few who had made him pay in the past. Although Yang held the advantage now, who could say whether Hua had a contingency? Would Hua sit and wait to be taken down? Yang could not believe it. A cold chill ran down his spine. You're right. Yang exhaled. Maybe I was overly confident. Seeing him regain composure, Miao continued. Judging by his temperament and past acts, daring to trample on the police's dignity, even if you corner him, I don't think he will let you walk away. It may very well end in mutual destruction. Yang's expression sobered. He was no fool about Hua's nerve. Miao's analysis made sense. They discussed it further, and the possibility felt increasingly real. Still, Yang did not seem overly alarmed. My men Tian, Yangsheng, and Xiaogangao are held at the station, he said, touching his chin. If he moves, it will not be easy. Miao nodded. That's something, but be careful. Don't fear 10,000, fear the one. Yang grunted, and a chill hardened his gaze. If Hua truly struck, he vowed to make the attack one way. But he was not reckless. After a pause, he looked at Miao with gravity. If I die, the killer will be Hua Wenyao. Promise me you'll investigate. Miao did not hesitate. All right. In the restaurant hall, Hua Wenyao's phone suddenly chimed with a system voice ding. Task triggered. You now face a crisis at Jianshazui police station involving Yang Jinrong. You may choose from the following tasks. Task 1. Avenge Yang Jinrong and have him dismissed from the police. Reward the outlaw Wang Jianjun gang non-high bodyguards. Task 2. Kill Yang Jinrong and root him out. Reward system storage space of 1 cubic meter. Hua Wenyao smiled faintly. Only children make choices. This task was like women, why take one when he could have them all? Task accepted. Then, first have him dismissed, then finish him. Hua leaned back. Dismissed first, then killed. The cops will be too lazy to probe. Perfect. To be fair, the reward was generous, especially the storage space. At that moment, Tian Yangsheng entered holding a roster. Boss, this is the company's recent hiring situation. Hua took the list while Tian explained. After exposing Yang Jinrong's collusion with Dongxing and the advertisement you placed, we recruited 3,000 people. However, Hua looked up. However what? Because of the uproar over Yang Jinrong, 600 left, about 240 remain now. Tian spoke with regret. Sorry boss, I failed on this. Hua waved the apology away. No matter. It will reveal who truly stands with us. Let the turncoats leave early, that is not a bad thing. Tian relaxed. Hua set the roster down and turned his mind to the next plans. They had to deal with Yang Jinrong, but the company's expansion could not stall. Since we have enough manpower, merely guarding a few streets is dull. He muttered, it's time to expand our territory. Tian perked up. Boss, who should we target next? Hua considered the question. The prime target was of course Dongxing. The trap named Sha Meng had been set, who once detonated the scattered Dongxing would be ripe for the taking. Before he could think further, a commotion at the door caught his attention. The voice sounded familiar. Hua looked up and saw Dongxing's leader Luo Tuo stride in at the head of the group. Behind him followed the smiling wolf Wu Jiwei and the thunderous Lei Yaoyang, joking as they came in. Hua had just raised his head when Luo Tuo reached their table. When their eyes met, Luo Tuo smiled and came over. Oh, if it isn't the famed brother Yao, he drawled. What a coincidence. Hua Wenyao put down his chopsticks and smiled as well. So it turns out it's the boss of the East Star Camel. He paused, then continued. This is no coincidence, it just shows that you boss Camel are quite lucky. In the past, a fortune teller told me that I have the appearance of the god of wealth, and everyone who meets me will prosper. Hua Wenyao looked at Camel, his tone casual. It seems Boss Camel has struck it rich today, or just don't forget my share when the time comes. Camel suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Beside them, Lei Yaoyang and Wu Jiwei were also stunned, while a group of younger brothers exchanged confused glances. This sounded like a compliment, but upon closer inspection, it was clearly not that simple. So does that mean we Hua Wenyao are the lucky ones? Do we still have to pay respects to you, the god of wealth? Camel's smile stiffened slightly, and he forced a chuckle. I've heard that your tongue is sharp today. I must say I've witnessed it firsthand. Hua Wenyao nodded. They say Boss Camel is well informed, and now it seems the rumors in the Jianghu do have some exaggeration. Wu Jiwei, listening from the side, felt his eyelids twitch, secretly lamenting how brilliantly this was being handled. Lei Yaoyang cast a few more glances at Hua Wenyao, pondering what made this person so audacious. Camel was indeed a bit flustered, but after a moment's thought he realized that Hua Wenyao was currently in trouble, and Yang Jinrong would naturally handle him. There was no need for him to get involved. He suppressed his anger and changed the subject. I heard you've recently gotten into big trouble. It's nothing serious, Hua Wenyao replied calmly, just a small situation. Seeing him like this, Camel instead laughed, taking on the air of a senior. Young man, being reckless is a good thing, but you must know your limits. He said leisurely. Otherwise recklessness leads to one's own demise. Wouldn't you agree, Yao? Brother. He emphasized the last two words heavily. Hua Wenyao merely replied indifferently. Youth is the capital for being reckless. The saying young and reckless Boss Camel must have heard of it, right? Camel's breathing suddenly became heavy. This was clearly a remark about his old age, and he was trying to take advantage of it. Inside, Camel felt incredibly stifled. He realized that talking to Huo Wenyao was purely inviting trouble. This kid's words were too sharp, yet he always wore a smile, making it hard for you to even find a reason to explode. He suppressed his anger and took on the demeanor of a senior, solemnly saying, "Young man, when doing things you must leave some leeway, that way everyone benefits." He didn't even give Huo Wenyao a chance to respond, immediately continuing to lecture. "Now you realize your mistake, right? Being made a fool by the police like this has completely ruined your reputation. Without a reputation, how will you attract younger brothers?" Huo Wenyao's smile remained unchanged as he casually replied, "What era are we in? Who still speaks of loyalty and righteousness? Nowadays, younger brothers only recognize money. Besides, I'm not even in a gang, oh why do I need brothers? I run a company, and as long as the money is enough, even the governor has to serve me tea." Camel was left speechless for a long time. "Your tone is too arrogant. Better than having athlete's foot, at least it doesn't stink." Huo Wenyao raised an eyebrow. "At least it doesn't offend people." "You." Camel's face instantly turned red, and his younger brothers glared at him in anger. This was clearly an insult to their boss's bad breath. The atmosphere became tense, and the younger brothers were waiting for their boss order. However, Huo Wenyao remained completely unfazed, while Tian, Yangsheng, and a few others beside him had already leaned slightly forward, ready for anything. Camel glared at Huo Wenyao with a dark expression, his chest heaving a few times, but suddenly raised his hand to signal those behind him to relax. "Forget it. You're young and don't know better. As a senior, I won't hold it against you." He snorted coldly, then shifted his tone. "Yangsheng won't let you off, though I'll just wait to watch the show. I want to see whether your mouth will still be as tough then." Huo Wenyao nodded. "Then I look forward to Boss Camel's wait." Unlucky." Camel waved his hand in disgust. "Let's go, let's eat somewhere else." He shot one last glance at Huo Wenyao, his eyes filled with disdain, and left the restaurant with a large group. Huo Wenyao watched their departing figures, the corner of his mouth slowly curling into a cold smile. He beckoned to Tian Yangsheng, who immediately leaned in. "I originally wanted to let Sha Meng take action," Huo Wenyao whispered, his voice icy. "But this old fool chose to come in front of me and act senior. Since he is so eager to meet the King of Hell, then I'll grant him that." Tian Yangsheng's eyes brightened, nodding vigorously. "Understood. Make it clean," Huo Wenyao instructed. "I don't want anyone to know it was me. Even if they guess, they shouldn't be able to find evidence." "Don't worry, boss." Tian Yangsheng grinned, revealing a ruthless smile. "This is my specialty." Huo Wenyao had originally been considering how to deal with the East Star, but unexpectedly Camel delivered himself right to his door. This was good. It allowed the East Star to become chaotic internally, and he could take the opportunity to swallow their territory. The night grew late. Yangsheng parked his car at his doorstep, but didn't get out immediately. He cautiously scanned his surroundings, confirming no unusual movements before quickly exiting the car and entering the house. After closing the door, he carefully checked the floor, placing a cup of water cautiously on the doorknob, and then locked all the windows in the house. Only after doing all this did he let out a sigh of relief, his tightly wound nerves loosening slightly. After being reminded by Miao Zhishuan today, he felt a constant sense of life-threatening danger, making him particularly cautious even while returning home. But in the end, nothing happened. After taking a shower and lying in bed, Yangsheng couldn't help but ponder what exactly is that Huo Wenyao planning to do. However, Huo Wenyao had no thoughts of moving against him at all. At this moment, Camel was already being targeted by Tian Yangsheng. Inside a nightclub in East Star's territory, the music blared. Camel was happily dancing with two girls on the dance floor. The saying that age doesn't diminish the heart was true for him. His dance moves were quite flashy, but they were a bit hard on the eyes. But who could blame him for being the boss? Not only did no one dare to laugh, but the younger brothers around him were cheering him on. "Boss, you dance great. Wow, that girl just touched the boss. You can't deny it, the boss has quite a nice backside." Amidst the raucous cheers and flashing lights, time flew by. Camel was dancing energetically on the dance floor, and although he was sweating profusely, he felt he could still go for 300 more rounds while holding on to two young girls. The younger brothers around him were drinking occasionally, shouting to cheer him on, without anyone noticing that someone had slipped into the dance floor. Tian Yangsheng quietly blended and moving slowly behind Camel under the cover of the dim lights. He pulled out a sharpened chopstick from his pocket with his gloved hand. In the next second, taking advantage of the dance moves, Tian Yangsheng swiftly stabbed it in. The chopstick precisely pierced Camel's back. Camel's body stiffened, and he fell silent. However, the three girls beside him continued to sway against him, completely unaware of the anomaly. Tian Yangsheng turned and left, disappearing into the crowd. Almost a minute later, when the girls moved away, Camel finally fell straight down. With a muffled thud, someone died. A scream erupted, and the lights came on. There was only a pool of blood left on the floor, and only then did the younger brothers from East Star react. "Damn it, don't move. Call for help. The boss is in trouble." By the time the nightclub was in a state of chaos, Tian Yangsheng had already slipped away. He called Huo Wenyao, and the news quickly spread. In his rental apartment, Huo Wenyao had just hung up the phone. The sound of water ran from the bathroom as Fang Jiexiao was still rinsing. He picked up the landline and dialed Xia Ming. Camel is dead. You can take action now. Xia Ming was stunned for 2 seconds. What? Camel is dead. His mind was in chaos. While he pondered how Camel had died, he was also suspicious of how Huo Wenyao had received the news faster than him. Could it be that Huo Wenyao made the move? After hanging up, Xia Ming quickly contacted the Smiling Tiger and the Thunder Tiger, discreetly inquiring around, but got nothing out of it. Just then a younger brother rushed in a panic. Boss, something's wrong. The boss is gone. With a thud, the phone in Xia Ming's hand fell to the ground. His back turned cold. Huo Wenyao actually dared to take action. But then again, he thought that since he hadn't offended him, perhaps they could still cooperate. The phone rang incessantly right after. Thunder Tiger, Smiling Tiger, and the Tiger of Capture all called at once with the same message: the boss is dead, and an urgent meeting is needed with the elder by Tu Wang presiding. 2 hours later, the upper echelons of East Star gathered in the hall. Each had a serious expression, yet they all harbored their own schemes. Bai Tu Wang sat at the head of the table, his face stern as he spoke. What happened? Someone was killed on the dance floor, and none of you noticed. He glared at Thunder Tiger, Lei Yaoyang, and Smiling Tiger. Wu Jiwei, weren't you two with Camel tonight? Lei Yaoyang shrugged. I took a girl out to have fun. It's none of my business. Wu Jiwei shrugged as well. Same here. Bai Tu Wang tapped the table. Such a clean kill must certainly be an enemy. Who has Camel offended recently? Lei Yaoyang's eyes flickered. I ran into Huo Wenyao tonight and had a quarrel. Wu Jiwei shook his head. Impossible. Huo Wenyao is in a tough spot now. How could he have the guts to act? Qing Tian Tiger Situ Haonan nodded in agreement. I don't think it was him either. Bai Tu Wang concluded firmly. It definitely wasn't Huo Wenyao. Xia Ming sat beside them silent, but rolled his eyes internally. Xia Ming looked at the situation before him, momentarily speechless. It was obvious that Huo Wenyao had made the move, yet no one thought of him. Could it be that this was all part of his plan? The more Xia Ming thought about it, the colder his back felt. This person's mind was terrifyingly deep. He also recalled that he still owed that 50 million, instantly shivering. All right, from now on, I'll just obediently follow Huo Wenyao's arrangements. At this moment, Xia Ming remembered Huo Wenyao's previous instructions and took the opportunity to speak up. If we are to talk about the biggest suspect, it must be Yangsheng. East Star and Yangsheng have always been at odds with the most conflicts. Now that the boss is in trouble, it's definitely correct to push the blame onto Yangsheng. Bai Tu Wang scanned the room. Lei Yaoyang raised an eyebrow. I think that's reasonable. Wu Jiwei nodded, agreed. Situ Haonan also chimed in, no objections. Since the charge had been laid on Yangsheng, the next steps were clear. Round up allies and make Yangsheng answer for it. On Yangsheng's side, it was not long before he heard that Luo Ta had been eliminated. The hall erupted in jubilation. Several leaders were nearly setting off firecrackers. Jiang Tiansheng called around to be sure none of his own men had acted, and reassured, found himself in high spirits, uncorking a bottle to celebrate. He had barely taken 2 sips when his subordinates burst in flustered, reporting that Dong Xing was declaring law, had been killed by Yangsheng, and was mustering forces to come to the door. Jiang Tiansheng froze on the spot. It was truly a stove that fell from the sky on a man sitting at home. The underworld buzzed. Elsewhere, the contest between Yang Jinrong and Huo Wenyao showed no sign of abating. Early the next morning, unsure when Huo Wenyao might move against him, Yang Jinrong pushed desperately to advance the case. By the afternoon, he was leading the major case unit's elite, escorting the key figures, plaintiff Bangni and defendant Zhao Jiqiang, to the courthouse for trial. The convoy rolled in stately procession, 6 or 7 vehicles with over 20 officers on guarded escort, all wary that Huo Wenyao might stage an ambush. Oddly, Yang Jinrong found himself half hoping Huo would show. If he did, matters would be simpler. The hijacking drama he had anticipated, however, never occurred. The police cars drove smoothly to the courthouse doors. As the doors opened, Yang Jinrong and the victim Bangni and the others filed out. Zhao Jiqiang was brought down in custody. Reporters who had waited for hours surged forward, microphones thrust nearly into faces. They're here. Inspector Yang, we support you. Is this the victim? Her face is so badly injured, it's tragic. Is that Zhao Jiqiang? He hit her so viciously. What kind of man beats a woman? I heard his face was burned and he is sexually impotent. No wonder he's twisted. Zhao Jiqiang had been expressionless at first, but upon hearing words like impotent and disfigured face, his expression abruptly darkened, and he glared fiercely toward the source of the voices. Lu Huijin did not join the jeering, having been tormented by Huo Wenyao the night before. She watched with keen interest, hoping something explosive might surface. 20 minutes later, the courtroom was in order. The gavel fell. Order, the judge announced. Court is now in session to hear the charges against the defendant Zhao Jiqiang for assaulting and beating Bangni. What followed was the clash of counsel on both sides. Zhao Jiqiang testified, that night, I took her home and saw compromising photos of her with another man. I was furious and insulted her a few times. She in turn called me useless and impotent, constantly provoking me with her words. The plaintiff's lawyer seized upon the admission. So you admit you hit her, do you not? Zhao Jiqiang replied, I admit it. The defense counsel hurriedly interjected, Your Honor, my client acted in a moment of impulse after sustained verbal humiliation and psychological provocation. The plaintiff's lawyer retorted, Being insulted does not permit assault. The defense blurted, If I accused your mother of adultery, would you beat me? The plaintiff's counsel fell silent, his face going pale. The judge warned, Defense counsel, mind your language. The plaintiff's lawyer steadied himself and continued, In any case, verbal conflict cannot justify violent behavior. Moreover, my client spoke only the truth. Mr. Zhao's sexual incapacity is known to many, and my client merely voiced the truth in anger. Is stating a fact a fault? Clearly, the plaintiff's counsel dominated the proceedings, controlling the rhythm of the debate. Bang Ni wept on cue and intermittently displayed the wounds on her face and arms, successfully winning sympathy from the judge, the jury, and the reporters present. 3 hours later, the trial reached its conclusion. The judge read the sentence, pursuant to the jury's verdict. The sentence is as follows. Zhao Jiqiang is sentenced to 6 months imprisonment in order to compensate Bang Ni for medical expenses and psychological damages totaling 40,000 yuan to be enforced immediately. The case was thus closed. Bang Ni received compensation, Zhao Jiqiang was punished, and the reporters secured the material they had sought, satisfied with the outcome. Lu Huijin was left bewildered. Was that really it? Yang Jinrong felt a similar disquiet. Though the result matched his expectations, he found no joy in it. Why? Because the process had been too smooth. Aside from anger, Zhao offered no defense. The defense counsel had appeared weak. Huo Wenyao had not shown himself at all. Perhaps this is simply the normal course of events. Yang murmured inwardly, Have I been so tense lately that I'm imagining things? A nameless irritation gnawed at him as he left the courthouse. At 6 in the evening, the trial footage aired on TVB and Yasi. Islanders, weary from a long day, picked up their bowls and fed on the gossip. Only 6 months. That's too lenient. If you ask me, a heavier sentence would be appropriate. Then again, he clearly has psychological problems. If the defense can prove that he might avoid prison altogether. Bah, scum like that should be locked away. Why does Huo Wenyao keep such men? Isn't it obvious? Huo Wenyao is nothing like the righteous man he brags to be. Nonsense. Zhao did the wrong. What does that have to do with Hua? At most, it's a mistake in judgment. Not just Zhao. Don't forget the drug dealer Tian Yangsheng. Right, Tian Yangsheng looks like a bad man by appearance alone. And what about Xiao Gongao, a former corrupt cop? What takes in people like that? Can he be a good man? A good man? Well, let Inspector Yang Jinrong decide that. Exactly, Inspector Yang is admirable. I think Yang Jinrong smiles all the time, but is like a smiling tiger, very sinister. Huo Wenyao is the real good man. Good man, my foot. His underling Tian Yangsheng deals drugs. Both sides argued their points, and the citizens debated loudly. At home, Yang Jinrong could not sit still. He turned over the matter repeatedly, convinced a crucial link was missing. What exactly is Huo Wenyao doing? What conspiracy is he preparing? Could someone come to kill me tonight? With that thought, he did not hesitate. He grabbed his car keys and bolted out the door. The police station seemed the safer option. All the way he scanned his surroundings anxiously, but nothing happened. He arrived at the station unharmed. The excessive calm unnerved him. He picked up the phone and called his friend Miao Zhixuan. Miao fell silent after hearing the account. About Zhao Jiqiang's case, why did Huo Wenyao show no reaction at all? Yang frowned into the receiver. Even a psychiatric evaluation could reduce the sentence, couldn't it? Miao responded with a hum. I find it odd too. Could there be another scheme? Not sure. Miao paused, then said, Be careful these next few days. And keep a close watch on Huo Wenyao. See what he is up to. Yang nodded, all right. Be careful, Miao added, then hung up. Early the next morning, newspapers covering Zhao Jiqiang and Huo Wenyao lay thick across the island. The morning news on both stations, beyond replaying yesterday's verdict, focused entirely on the forthcoming trial of Tian Yangsheng. The whole territory continued to buzz. Everyone waited to see today's hearing. At 9 o'clock sharp, Yang Jinrong began the day with full energy. Everyone brace yourselves, he shouted. Yes, sir. 23 officers responded in unison. As the Jianshazui major case unit, especially the squad hostile to Huo Wenyao, today's escort was regarded as a pivotal operation. The team was fired up, convinced that from today, they could finally seek justice for the respected Sir Huang. 10 police cars escorted Tian Yangsheng toward the courthouse. Tian Yangsheng. Yang pushed his glasses up and fixed his gaze on him. Anything you care to say? Tian's demeanor was cold. He sat with legs crossed on the steel seat of the transport van, eyes closed and motionless. Will you take the fall yourself and serve 10 years? Yang asked. Or will you pin the crime on Huo Wenyao? You do not have much time to decide. Tian's mouth curved in a slight contemptuous smile. Yang felt his heart sink. The sense that something was wrong grew stronger, and a prickling agitation rose within him. With a bang, he slammed both hands on the railing and glared at Tian. Speak. What exactly are you plotting? Tian remained with his eyes closed, silent. An officer leaned in. Boss, what's the matter? Yang's brow tightened. He eventually sat back in the passenger seat. Nothing, he said. He paused, then said, Watch the road, be alert for a hijacking. It was the only scenario he could imagine. Yes. Officers transmitted the order at once. All teams be vigilant guard against hijacking. Received, replied the vehicles in turn. Yet the journey remained unervingly calm, nothing transpired. The convoy reached the courthouse smoothly. Yang was silent and tense. He could not help but wonder might Huo Wenyao be planning to act within the courthouse. As the doors opened here, a dozen reporters surged forward, microphones and cameras converging. Yang escorted Tian through the crowd and into the courthouse. At 10 o'clock the hearing began punctually. The judge, jury, reporters, and attending citizens were all in place. The plaintiff's lawyer addressed Yang. Inspector Yang Jinrong, please give a complete account of the events of that night. Yang stood ramrod straight, all official bearing. That night we received a tip that the XX nightclub was the scene of a drug deal. Upon securing the scene we found 2 kilograms of white powder on Tian Yangsheng. The plaintiff's counsel turned to Tian. Defendant Tian Yangsheng, how do you respond to Inspector Yang's accusation that you possessed 2 kilograms of drugs? Tian, who had been resting with his eyes closed, finally stirred. He opened his eyes expressionless. That's a frame-up by Yang Jinrong. The white powder was brought by him, he planted it on me. And he has no witnesses, Tian added. Yang sneered coldly. I swear on my badge, I would never frame anyone. Tian scoffed. You're a policeman. Does that make anything you say unquestionable? Where are your witnesses? At that moment 4 officers stepped forward behind Yang. They'll testify I was there. They'll testify. They'll testify too. I will testify. These 4 were Yang's longtime confidants who had worked many cases with him and had been transferred with him to the Jianshazui major case unit. Now they stood righteous and stern, casting angry, accusing gazes at Tian Yangsheng. Tian Yangsheng cast a cold glance at them and sneered disdainfully, jumping around so eagerly. Just wait. There'll come a time when you'll weep bitterly. The plaintiff's attorney asked again, Defendant Tian Yangsheng, do you have any further explanation? Tian Yangsheng remained icy and terse, none. Hearing this, his defense counsel felt a splitting headache. Such a client had extinguished even the will to fight. The trial proceeded. The defense attorney attempted a counterattack, but was swiftly dismantled by the plaintiff's counsel, left utterly defenseless. As Yang Jinrong had foreseen, would the judge place greater trust in the police or in a triad enforcer? In the end, the judge accepted the testimonies of Yang Jinrong and the 4 officers. After deliberation by the jury, the court hereby renders the following verdict. Defendant Tian Yangsheng is guilty of drug trafficking involving a massive quantity and is sentenced to 10 years imprisonment. Effective immediately. A decade behind bars, sealed without appeal. The courtroom erupted once more as journalists surged forward clamoring to interview both Tian Yangsheng and Yang Jinrong. Lei Huijin, standing amid the crowd, stared blankly. Where was the twist? Why had nothing happened? By noon, TVB and ATV aired back-to-back reports, sparking nationwide shockwaves. Countless citizens upon seeing the news felt profoundly deceived. He really trafficked drugs. If Tian Yangsheng dealt drugs, then Huo Wenyao must be the mastermind. How absurd. We actually believed he was a decent man. He used to be a police officer. How could he fall so far? Huiyao must be investigated thoroughly. Bravo, Inspector Yang. Press on. You may uncover far more narcotics. Public sentiment across Hong Kong had now swung almost entirely toward Yang Jinrong, while suspicion against Huo Wenyao swelled wave upon relentless wave. Huo Wenyao's media crisis had crystallized. With Yang Jinrong poised to launch an investigation, victory seemed all but assured. Yet Yang Jinrong, the apparent victor, felt deeply unsettled. He couldn't fathom why Huo Wenyao hadn't struck yet. What exactly was this man plotting? Afraid to step outside the police station, fearing a drunken driver might run him down, he dialed Miao Zhishuan. I'm too close to see clearly. I can't spot the flaw. Help me think it through. Miao Zhishuan pondered for a moment, equally perplexed. Either he'll hire someone to run you down, or he's already preparing to flee Hong Kong. Flee? Yang Jinrong jolted upright, slapping his thigh in dismay. How had he overlooked that? Of course, Huo Wenyao might escape. Wait, no? He paused, reconsidering. Why would Huo Wenyao flee? The heroin planted on Tian Yangsheng was his own fabrication, and he held no substantive evidence linking Huo Wenyao to any crime. What then does Huo Wenyao intend? Yang Jinrong's temples throbbed. Regardless, he feared retaliation, especially after crippling 2 of Huo Wenyao's most formidable lieutenants, Qiu Gangao and Tian Yangsheng. Thus he resolved to remain barricaded inside the station, safety first. Meanwhile, Huo Wenyao, the very man who kept Yang Jinrong on high alert, was leisurely enjoying himself. Lei Huijin arrived at his villa shortly after 1 p.m. As she entered, she found Huo Wenyao swimming laps in the pool. Why aren't you the least bit anxious? She approached the pool's edge, exasperated yet amused. Huo Wenyao swam to the side and lifted his gaze. Ah, you're here. I'm worried about you. Lei Huijin wore genuine concern. Tian Yangsheng and Qiu Gangao are both locked up, and yet you show not a trace of urgency. No need to worry. Huo Wenyao smiled faintly, reaching out to take her wrist. Everything is under perfect control. Come, jump in and cool off. Without warning, he yanked her into the water. Cradling her in his arms, he chuckled. They say frolicking on water feels unlike anything else. Let's test that theory today. No. Soon ripples surged across the pool's surface. An hour later, Lei Huijin lay sprawled across a chaise lounge, utterly spent. Don't be fooled. The aquatic exertion, though buoyant, demanded surprising stamina. Snap. Just then Huo Wenyao emerged wrapped in a towel and placed a VHS tape before her. What's this? Her eyes lit up instantly. She sensed something extraordinary lay within. Watch and see. Lei Huijin snatched the tape and dashed inside to play it. On screen, a woman named Bonnie hurled vicious insults at the young tycoon, her language scathing and cruel. Then as he raised his hand to strike her, Yang Jinrong and his team burst in just in time and proceeded to beat the tycoon mercilessly. More crucially, Bonnie cried out to Yang Jinrong, "Took you long enough. This bastard nearly killed me." That single line reeked of artifice. My God. Lei Huijin, a mind as sharp as a honed blade, immediately grasped the truth. Something deeply suspicious bound Bonnie and Yang Jinrong together. The most plausible explanation. A sting operation, orchestrated by Yang Jinrong himself. This was a seismic scandal. If exposed, amplified by Huo Wenyao's current public prominence. SSS. Lei Huijin sucked in a sharp breath, trembling with exhilaration. At last she understood Huo Wenyao's unshakable calm. His trump card lay right here. She rushed back outside, breathless. With this you can expose Yang Jinrong's corrupt methods and cast grave doubt on the entire case against Tian Yangsheng. Huo Wenyao merely offered a quiet, knowing smile. You think this is my only ace? There's something far more explosive, the footage of Yang Jinrong planting evidence at the nightclub. But he'd release it tomorrow. Dropping everything at once lacked drama. Waves upon waves made for far better theater. Lei Huijin, legs still wobbling, blurted. I need to get back to the station. May I take this tape? Will the evening broadcast air it in time? She nodded confidently, absolutely. Huo Wenyao produced another manila envelope, and this. What's inside? One day before the tycoon's arrest, Bonnie's overseas account received a HK10 transfer. Lei Huijin's eyes widened. She understood instantly. Her voice trembled with excitement. This makes the story explosive. Then, she froze, remembering something, and turned to Huo Wenyao with pleading eyes. Brother Yao, may I have the exclusive rights to this? Huo Wenyao shook his head firmly. No. I'll duplicate the tape and send copies to every major newspaper. Lei Huijin's lips puckered in disappointment. Huo Wenyao gazed at her crimson mouth, and a new idea flickered in his eyes. Come here, he pulled her close. Let me give you a chance to prove yourself. Another hour passed. Through sheer determination, Lei Huijin secured exclusive reporting rights to the bank transfer evidence. She left the villa and sped straight to the television station. Shortly thereafter, Fong Siwei, a glamorous anchor at ATV, received an anonymous package containing a VHS tape. She popped it in. Opt. Fong Siwei gasped aloud. This was breaking news. A story of staggering magnitude. Without hesitation, she rushed to her editor, demanding immediate investigative resources. Of course, ATV wasn't alone. TVB and several prominent Hong Kong newspapers, including the Guangming Daily, Wenhui Bao, and Tsingtao Daily, had all received identical tapes. Absolutely. Huo Wenyao produced another manila envelope, and this. Lei Huijin took it and asked what's inside. One day before the tycoon's arrest, Bonnie's overseas account received a HK10 transfer. Lei Huijin's eyes sparkled. She grasped its significance instantly. She exclaimed, elated, this makes the story explosive. Then she remembered. Her expression softened into a hopeful, beseeching look. Brother Yao, may I have the exclusive rights to this? No, Huo Wenyao replied flatly. I'll duplicate the tape and dispatch copies to every major newspaper. Lei Huijin's lips drooped in dismay. Huo Wenyao studied her scarlet lips, and a fresh notion stirred. Come closer, he drew her near. Let me give you a chance to prove yourself. Another hour passed. Through sheer determination, Lei Huijin secured exclusive reporting rights to the bank transfer evidence. She departed the villa and sped straight to the television station. Not long after, ATV's anchor Fong Siwei also received an anonymous VHS tape. She inserted it. Fong Siwei cried out. This was breaking news. Without delay, she raced to her editor requesting urgent investigative support. Naturally, ATV wasn't the sole recipient. TVB and newspapers like the Guangming Daily, Wenhui Bao, and Tsingtao Daily each received identical tapes. Editors-in-chief screened the tapes in their offices and bolted upright in disbelief. Clearly, Yang Jinrong knew Bonnie well. This reeked of deeper intrigue. They were electrified. For journalists, such revelations were pure gold. They didn't need to identify the sender, nor did they need to guess the motive behind this media campaign. None of that mattered. What mattered was this: the recently concluded tycoon case, already adjudicated, contained untapped layers of revelation. Instantly, they scrapped prior layouts and began selecting key frames from the tape for tomorrow's front-page headlines. Bonnie rushing into Yang Jinrong's arms, perfect for tomorrow's cover. Editors then polished their copy, meticulously determined to sell out every copy. While editors sharpened their pencils and prepared to expose the tycoon case's hidden dimensions, Yang Jinrong, through contacts at the press, also learned of the leak. As a senior inspector, having informants among journalists was hardly unusual. When Yang Jinrong heard the news, his voice tightened with alarm. "What did you say?" "Footage of your arrest of the tycoon has been sent to our editorial office." A voice replied, "I checked. It's not just us. Nearly every paper has received it. The tape clearly shows you and Bonnie know each other. Otherwise, why would she fling herself into your arms?" Yang Jinrong fell silent. A chill seized his limbs, his head pounded. Only now did he grasp the true nature of Huo Wenyao's strategy. No wonder he hasn't moved," Yang Jinrong murmured. "So that's it." At last he understood the source of his mounting dread over the past 2 days. "He's been lying in wait. Right here." Yang Jinrong's face darkened. He had a sinking suspicion about Huo Wenyao's intentions. Huo had possessed the recording long ago. Why release it only now? Why wait until after the young master's sentencing? Clearly Huo did not intend to give him any chance to fight back. The case had been pronounced, and the man sent to Chizhu. Reopening it now would wreak havoc for Yang. Especially the matter of his relationship with Bangni. That would be impossible to explain. Yang Jinrong could not help but curse. Useless at making things happen, only good at destroying them. That woman has ruined everything. He knew all too well how damaging such a report would be once it went public. The scheme he had painstakingly arranged, poised to expose Huo Wenyao's true face, now threatened to collapse. If public opinion turned against him, the consequences would be grave. Yang's expression blazed with fury as he gritted his teeth. "No, I must stop him." He spat through clenched teeth. That bastard. How cold-blooded. Willing to let his subordinates rot longer in jail, only to wait until this precise moment to release the tape. Damn it. Realizing the severity of the situation, he hurriedly told the person on the phone, "Stall your paper for me. They'll find a way to deal with the videotape." On the other end, his friend answered with disappointment, "Impossible. The editor-in-chief has already decided. They'll run the shot of Bangni embracing you as the front page. Other outlets will likely follow suit, and especially the television stations. I expect the news will break any minute. You don't stand a chance." He was right to try to stop it, but time had already slipped away. No matter how calculating he was, he lacked the power to silence every news outlet in the city. And there was only half an hour until the evening broadcast. He felt utterly helpless. Huo Wenyao. Yang Jinrong kept repeating the name, the incantation of his fury. Half an hour evaporated in an instant. The evening news hour arrived, and the TV screen came alive with the TVB broadcast. Lu Huijin, elegant in a long dress, commanded attention as she began, "Good evening. This is the TVB Evening News. We bring you an important report. This noon, acting on behalf of Jianshazui Police Station, Inspector Yang Jinrong pressed charges against the young master Zhao Jiqiang. The case was adjudicated this morning, and Zhao is now behind bars in Chizhu. However, 1 hour ago TVB received a videotape. Please take a look. The recording clearly documents the entire sequence of events. This matched the testimony given in court that morning, that he had struck because his girlfriend Bangni's phone contained photos of another man, which provoked the confrontation. Yet as he began to strike, Inspector Yang Jinrong rushed in. From his movements, it appears he had been waiting at the doorway for some time. At this point, I have to ask Inspector Yang, how did he foresee that Bangni would be assaulted by Zhao Jiqiang? Lu Huijin's words, colored by favors received from Huo Wenyao, clearly sided with Zhao. Watching from the television, Yang Jinrong's expression grew even darker. The camera cut. Lu Huijin produced a document and continued, "Next, an exclusive from TVB." Along with the tape came a bank statement. The account belongs to Bangni. The statement shows that just 1 day earlier, an unexplained transfer appeared in her account. The total, some 100,000. The camera held a close-up. With the detailed exposition of the tape and the bank record, the story spread like wildfire. After the broadcast, the whole city erupted. Yang Jinrong turned the television off with a deathly pallor. He could not bear to watch, but the viewers beyond his room continued to buzz with speculation. A viewer slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Good God, this can't be a coincidence. What household would have a police officer just waiting at the door?" A neighbor shot back, "Exactly, do Zhao and Bangni live in the street? The timing of that officer was too precise," another scoffed. "If the city's police were really that efficient, would the streets still be in such chaos? Ridiculous." Speculation quickly turned to conspiracy. "Isn't it obvious? That unexplained transfer must have come from Yang Jinrong. Bangni provoked Zhao, and Yang lay in wait to spring the trap. The young master walked right into it," someone sighed. "Which man wouldn't explode seeing that kind of photo?" Others clicked their tongues. "Yang is so devious. He went to great lengths to smear Huo Wenyao. Damn Yang Jinrong, clearly with ulterior motives. Zhao was nothing but a pawn." The chorus of skepticism grew louder. How could so many coincidences align? How could Yang arrive so quickly? "I beat my wife just yesterday, and no police stormed in to arrest me. This is clearly a setup. A cop stooping to such means, utterly despicable. The plan might have been flawless if not for the tape. Clearly Yang conspired with Bangni to frame Zhao." Some lowered their voices to whisper even darker suspicions. I suspect the man in the photo with Bangni might be Yang Jinrong himself. He really spent money to besmirch Hua Wenyao. Damn, even films wouldn't dare script this. This is clearly a plot against Hua and Zhao. Would the Jianshazui police feel any pang of conscience if they saw this? Forget it. Do they even have a conscience? It's long been swallowed. For a time, viewers who saw the story fulminated against Yang. They denounced him as shameless and vile, convinced this was a deliberate attack on Zhao Jiqiang and Hua Wenyao. Yet with the release of that tape, the once airtight case revealed too many enigmas. Events were no longer straightforward. Many began to cry injustice for the young master. Public sentiment reversed and leaned toward Zhao. Yang Jinrong was pilloried without mercy. Another conjecture began to spread. The other person arrested the same day, Tian Yangsheng, another Hua subordinate. Was he also framed? Creepy when you think about it. Now that you mention it, yes, I think so too. With Yang's nasty methods, nothing can be ruled out. That other case involved 2 kilograms of white powder, a clear catch with the evidence in hand. Hard to say. Seeing Yang's temperament, what couldn't he do? Poor Zhao, poor Hua. They are clearly being targeted. The news spread relentlessly. The police complaints division's phone unsurprisingly exploded with calls. Anger surged like a tidal wave against Jianshazui police station. Though the workday had ended, most officers from the complaints division were urgently summoned back. The phones rang from dusk until 10:15 unceasing. Angry citizens poured out curses the moment their calls connected, berating the station and Yang Jinrong mercilessly. From the station chief down to ordinary officers, even the clerical staff who answered the lines could not escape the citizens' venting. The public relations unit was utterly overwhelmed. Hua Wenyao had waited precisely to trigger more than this ripple. Superiors in the police political department received a barrage of calls and were hauled back to the office. Seeing the mountain of complaints on his desk, the superior's head spun. Veins stood out on his hand as he cursed, "Damn, this Hua Wenyao is no small thing." Judging by what lay before him, it was clear none of them would go home that night. The superior resigned himself to sleeping on the office floor. The matter was thorny and headache-inducing. With his political instincts, he knew this uproar was only the beginning. Graver troubles surely lay ahead. The citizens of the port city already nursed deep grievances against the police. With this fuse in place, the powder keg could ignite at any spark. Meanwhile, at Jianshazui police station, the incident was so severe that even the foreign commissioner was forced back to the station to work overtime. Yang Jinrong and his major crimes unit were all present. The major crimes office was heavy with a suffocating silence. Yang sat at the head, his face a terrifyingly dark mask. At that moment, the office door was kicked open. Bang! Everyone flinched and looked up. The foreign commissioner strode in and went straight to Yang, delivering a resounding slap. Yang's glasses flew off. The commissioner raged, "Jackie Yang, do you know what you've done?" He barely waited for an answer as his finger jabbed toward Yang's nose. "You bastard. Not only is our Jianshazui station under fire, the complaint division's lines have been flooded. The director is waiting for my explanation. You pathetic wretch. Do you understand the magnitude of the trouble you've caused? How many media outlets are waiting out there?" The commissioner hurled increasing abuse. "Stupid pig. You are nothing but an imbecile." Yang Jinrong's face had gone deathly pale. He could only remain silent. A higher rank could crush him. The commissioner towered several rungs above him. "Our force has striven to polish its image, and you produced this scandal. How am I to report this upward?" The commissioner's voice turned even colder. "Had I known this would happen, I would never have approved your transfer here. You've been on the job so briefly, and yet you've brought one disaster after another. I wish I could have you shot right now." Yang Jinrong had no reply. The commissioner then swept his gaze across the major crimes detectives behind Yang, especially the few trusted subordinates. "Useless. A bunch of incompetents." Spittle nearly flew as the commissioner spat the words. The office fell utterly silent. No one dared utter a sound for fear of being suspended next. Elsewhere, Sha Meng had been drinking and was slightly tipsy until the television report reached his ears. He jolted awake, largely sobered by the news. "Good God. Hua Wenyao. This is terrifying." Sha Meng shivered instinctively. Holding such evidence until now, he means to destroy Yang Jinrong. He already pictured Yang's inevitable downfall and inhaled sharply. I knew Hua was not to be underestimated. Indeed, Sha Meng felt immense relief that he had not resisted earlier and had cooperated as required. Then the memory of the 50 million compensation rushed back, and he was utterly sober. If he could not come up with the money, what would Hua do to him? He could not dare imagine the answer. If there is similar evidence on the Tian Yangsheng side. Sha Meng shuddered. "Yang Jinrong, you are dead meat." After more than half an hour, in the office of the homicide unit at the Tsim Sha Sui police station, the foreign chief inspector poked Yang Jinrong's chest with his finger. "You better make sure that nothing goes wrong with Tian Yangsheng. If you cause more trouble, even the secretary for security won't be able to save you." Bang! The inspector slammed the door as he rushed to explain to the police high command. At that moment, the phone rang. Ding ling ling. Yang Jinrong answered with a serious face. "It's me." Miao Zishan's voice came through. Yang Jinrong remained silent, feeling utterly miserable. Miao Zishan clearly understood. and comforted him. You've done, well, it's not your fault. Huo Wenyo is too cunning, it's not surprising that something went wrong. After all, Zhao Jiqiang hitting someone was already a mistake. You're at most guilty of procedural violations. Adjust your mindset. Yang Jinrong sighed deeply. After a moment of silence, he finally said this time. I underestimated the enemy. It won't happen again. Miao Zhishuan agreed. That's right, Zhao Jiqiang did break the law, and the public opinion will calm down in a few days. Just admit your mistake to your superiors. As long as your ultimate plan can be completed, they won't be too harsh. Yang Jinrong responded. I must say this reassurance did lighten his mood a bit. At the same time, his expression became even more serious. After this lesson, he had raised his vigilance against Huo Wenyo to the highest level. He could never stumble twice in the same place. After briefly comforting his subordinates, Yang Jinrong returned to his office and muttered softly, Huo Wenyo, you will surely meet a terrible end. At around 10 o'clock at night, the villa area was very quiet. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Ding dong, ding dong. Tian Yangshi opened the door and saw a woman standing outside. The journalist Fong Siwei. She wore a floral dress, was slim, and had very fair skin. You knocked on the wrong door. Click. The door was closed. Just as the door was about to shut, Fong Siwei hurriedly spoke up. Wait. I didn't knock on the wrong door. She spoke rapidly. I'm here to visit Mr. Huo Wenyo, please inform him. This is my press card. Tian Yangshi took a glance at the credentials and nodded. Wait a moment. After a moment, she reopened the door and led Fong Siwei inside. In the living room, Huo Wenyo looked at Fong Siwei as she walked in, his mind racing. He had thought the name sounded familiar, and now that he saw her, it was indeed correct. She was none other than Zhou Huimin from the Golden Toad family. His gaze shifted slightly, and a smile appeared on his face. Reporter Fong. Looking for me, so late? Is there something on your mind? Fong Siwei appeared somewhat restrained. Hello, Mr. Huo, I'm not sure. Is it convenient for you to accept my interview? The reason she came at this hour was also related to Huo Wenyo. After all, he had previously given exclusive access to the transfer records of Bonnie Bank to TVB's Le Huijian. Asia Television had been suppressed, which was why they sent her to try her luck and see if she could unearth new news. Huo Wenyo smiled and nodded upon hearing this. An interview? Sure. He casually picked up the glass of red wine that had just been poured and took an empty cup. This glass is freshly opened. It'd be a waste not to drink it. Let's drink and chat. Tian Yangshi glanced over but said nothing. Huo Wenyo handed the empty cup to Fong Siwei. Here, give it a try. It's good wine. Fong Siwei saw how cooperative he was and didn't refuse. She took the cup, clinked it with Huo Wenyo's, took a symbolic sip, and then immediately got to the point. Mr. Huo, was the videotape received by various media outlets today sent by you? Next, the two engaged in a question-and-answer session. However, Huo Wenyo always spoke in circles, dragging things out that could have been said in a minute to 10. Fong Siwei wanted to dig for news, so she had to listen patiently. Unknowingly, a good amount of wine had already been consumed. After a while, Fong Siwei's face turned red, and she waved her hand. Mr. Huo, it's getting late. Ooh, I should be. Before she could finish her sentence, Huo Wenyo suddenly spoke up. By the way, I wonder if reporter Fong is interested in the matter of Tian Yangsheng. Fong Siwei had already stood up, momentarily stunned by his words. Tian Yangsheng. About the incident where he was framed. Oh. Fong Siwei paused in her steps and hesitated for a moment before sitting back down on the sofa. In her tipsy state, she didn't notice the smile at the corner of Huo Wenyo's mouth and hurriedly pressed for more questions. Mr. Huo, can you elaborate? Of course, I hope this matter can make it to print. Huo Wenyo leisurely poured her more wine. And so the conversation continued with their glasses never empty. Everything went smoothly. That night, Little Red Riding Hood was unable to leave the wolf's villa. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window into the room. After Fong Siwei woke up, she stared blankly for a few seconds, and then her eyes turned red and tears streamed down her face. Huo Wenyo also woke up at this time and immediately put on an apologetic expression. I'm sorry. I drank too much last night, and you are so beautiful. Ooh, I couldn't resist. Fong Siwei cried, even harder, her shoulders trembling slightly. Huo Wenyo knew that mere apologies wouldn't suffice, so he turned to take a document from the bedside drawer. Don't be too sad. Even though it was unintentional, I am willing to take responsibility. He handed over the document. This contains all the information about Yang Jinrong framing Tian Yangsheng at the nightclub. I was originally going to give it to TVB, but now? Consider it an apology to you. After saying this, he gently pulled Fong Siwei into his arms and quietly consoled her for a few moments. After a while, Fong Siwei gradually calmed down. She took the videotape Huo Wenyo handed her, and the pleasant sunlight outside made her feel slightly better. There was a video recorder in the room. She silently inserted the tape and played it. At the beginning of the footage, she could hardly pay attention to her pain. Her mouth slightly agape, she was stunned. In the video, Yang Jinrong directly took out a large bag of white powder and stuffed it into Tian Yangsheng's hands. He even said, I've already written the report. This 2 kilograms is enough for you to sit for 10 years. Seeing this, Fong Siwei suddenly became excited. At that moment, Huo Wenyo embraced her from behind. What do you want to do? I want to do it. About an hour later, Fong Siwei took a shower, got dressed, and with the videotape and documents in hand, she swiftly left the villa, walking a bit awkwardly. Although her life was in chaos, work had to continue. She needed to hurry back to the television station. Huo Wenyo instructed Tian Yangsheng to drive her. He stood by the window watching Feng Siwei get into the car, recalling everything from last night. He knew that this woman had been successfully dealt with. But to be honest, the Golden Toad family truly was formidable. Huo Wenyo felt quite pleased. Meanwhile, Feng Siwei felt wronged, but since everyone was an adult, there was no use in dwelling on what had already happened. She perked herself up and began preparing for the noon news. The losses were heavy, but the gains were equally abundant. At this time, it was the busiest morning as citizens were rushing out of their homes. Many people habitually stopped at the newsstand. And regarding yesterday's news on the young master, it unsurprisingly occupied the front pages of all the newspapers. Shocking. The Zhao Jiqiang case was actually a phishing enforcement by Yang Jinrong. The girl teamed up with the police to set a trap framing Zhao Jiqiang. Outrageous. Does the Tsim Shui police act without any bottom line? Every newspaper without exception used the photo of the girl embracing Yang Jinrong, while the police beat Zhao Jiqiang. As a result, these newspapers sold like hotcakes, with sales soaring by 300. The gossip enthusiasm of the port citizens was extremely high, holding newspapers while discussing animatedly. At the breakfast stall, some citizens were cursing while reading the newspapers. This Yang Jinrong is truly despicable, deliberately setting people up. Damn. So despicable. Is law enforcement this brutal now? At this moment, someone interjected, I remember this Yang Jinrong. Last time at my brother's bar, there were a bunch of Vietnamese. Yang Jinrong wanted to arrest someone, but my brother had integrity and didn't cooperate, so he directly pulled out a bag of white powder and stuffed it in, saying if he didn't cooperate, he'd send my brother to jail. My brother was furious at the time. What? Such a thing happened. Don't talk nonsense, directly framing someone with white powder. That's too fake, right? Fake my ass. It's a true story. Is that true? Absolutely true. Yang Jinrong indeed had a bit of a dark side, and many were his victims. But usually everyone trusted the police rather than the gangsters, so no one spoke out. Now that he was exposed, many old accounts were brought to light. For a time, more and more people heard about Yang Jinrong's deeds and became even angrier. Too damn dark. This Yang Jinrong is simply insane. I heard he came from the political department. The political department. What's its background? The political department is actually a branch of the British Military Intelligence Section 7, dealing with intelligence and espionage work. You understand now. Oh, an espionage agent. Isn't that similar to Diley? No wonder he's so insidious and ruthless. He looks quite amiable, smiling and wearing glasses, but unexpectedly he's a petty person. Last time in court he was all righteous and I actually believed him. Meanwhile, on the other side at TVB television station, Lu Huijin had just finished the morning news and was tidying up her materials. Ajun, you have a package. The chubby cameraman walked into the office holding a delivery box. A package? Ding ding ding. The phone rang. It was Huo Wenyo calling. Hello Yaogu. My little treasure, I sent you a gift, or I hope you like it. Oh, roses. Lu Huijin felt a little excited. Because since being with Huo Wenyo, this scumbag had never sent her flowers, and every time they went out to eat, it was always, for that matter, it was simply shameless. By the way, even the money for condoms was paid by her. Just thinking about it made her want to vomit blood. This was the first time he sent flowers, and she didn't know how happy she was. However, flowers? What are you thinking? Such a waste of money. Huo Wenyo's tone on the other end was filled with disdain. Lu Huijin. She almost spat blood, cursing into the receiver, you bastard. Why don't you just die? Huo Wenyo replied, don't rush. I sent you a box of videotapes, and there's something good inside. Lu Huijin, you sent the videotape. Huo Wenyo, I guarantee it's a big surprise. She opened the package with half belief, took out the videotape inside, and put it into the office video recorder. The footage played, revealing the entire process of Yang Jinrong framing Tian Yangsheng. My God. Wow. No way. Framing. Lu Huijin exclaimed in shock. Colleagues nearby gathered around, and after watching the video, they were all astonished. Immediately after, the entire office became excited. Big news, in ha ha ha. Another blockbuster scoop, in absolutely explosive. In the office erupted in feverish excitement as colleagues gathered around the video recorder, gesticulating wildly with exhilaration. Ajun, we have only 2 hours until the noon broadcast. This must be processed immediately, urged a colleague. This officer Yang Jinrong is utterly corrupt. Another colleague swore under his breath. He's lost his mind, completely unhinged, they shouted in chaotic unison. Yet time was merciless. The videotape was swiftly delivered to senior executives at the television station. After watching it, both the station director and chief editor were electrified. Air this at noon. No discussion, declared the director, slamming his palm on the table. This is unquestionably the biggest story of the past several years. The chief editor nodded vigorously in agreement. At noon, both TVB and Asia Television simultaneously aired the footage during their midday news bulletins. Lei Huijin appeared on screen, her expression blazing with righteous indignation. Fellow citizens, this videotape reveals that Officer Yang Jinrong deliberately fabricated evidence to frame an innocent civilian. On Asia television, Fong Siwei reported with equal fury, "It is now unmistakably clear, Mr. Tian Yangsheng was framed. In court, we were all misled by Officer Yang Jinrong and his colleague's false testimony, resulting in a grave miscarriage of justice." She continued, voice trembling with moral outrage. "Hell lies empty, while demons walk freely among men. I cannot help but ask, will the police force truly tolerate such scum? Where is heavenly justice? Where is legal integrity?" And at that very moment, the entire population of Hong Kong was glued to their screens. In diners set down their spoons mid-bite, housewives paused mid-chore, office workers halted their tasks, all transfixed. "Good heavens, this was outright entrapment," someone gasped. "And unbelievably brazen," another echoed. And the public erupted in collective fury. Yet this scandal proved far graver than the earlier Young Master case. That earlier incident involved questionable sting operations at worst, but Yang Jinrong had directly planted narcotics to incriminate an innocent man, a crime infinitely more heinous. And, good God, there are no boundaries left. A citizen roared in disgust. And, indeed, if one crosses him, might one also be framed and imprisoned? Another asked anxiously. Even more horrifying, the court actually sentenced Tian Yangsheng to 10 years. "We were all deceived," voices buzzed in dismay. "And they say Yang Jinrong solves cases brilliantly. Could it be that all his successes were built on falsified evidence?" Possibly, no. Highly likely. And damn it, scum of the earth. And what is the police force doing? Does someone like this even deserve to wear the uniform? Public anger burned hotter than the day before. Yesterday, some still defended Yang Jinrong, arguing that tough methods were sometimes necessary for investigations. But today, even those supporters had turned horrified by the sheer audacity and menace of the frame-up. "File a formal complaint." Now, someone shouted. "And, exactly, kick him out of the force," others rallied. And across Hong Kong, citizens flooded complaint hotlines, once again overwhelming the complaints division. Complaints officers were overwhelmed and seething with resentment toward Yang Jinrong. And meanwhile, silence hung thick and heavy in the Tsim Sha Sui Major Crime Unit office. Every officer stared at Yang Jinrong, their expressions layered with shock, disbelief, and quiet condemnation. His mind went blank. Brilliant, experienced, relentless in pursuit, yet utterly undone. He had never imagined the entrapment would be recorded. Clearly, Huo Wenyao had laid a perfect trap, and he felt his colleagues' gaze shift from reverence to cold detachment. Worse still, officers from other departments peered through the glass partition, their eyes flickering with judgment, pity, or disdain. Just then, the door exploded inward, and Superintendent Guilo stormed in, a lion in full roaring fury. "And, Yang Jinrong, F you, F you." With a thunderous roar, he kicked Yang Jinrong to the floor, then seized the case file and rained blows upon him. And Yang Jinrong curled up, shielding his head. Blood welled from his brow, his dignity shattered. "F you, for dragging me into this mess." And the superintendent beat him relentlessly for a full minute before halting, breathing hard, loosening his tie, and striding out without a backward glance. "Yang Jinrong, pack your things and get out of Tsim Sha Sui police station. You're no longer welcome here." "F you." In dead silence filled the major crime unit. No one dared step forward to help him rise. The 4 officers who had given false testimony stood frozen, drenched in cold sweat, knowing their careers were finished. And meanwhile, at the police political department, the senior officer frowned deeply upon seeing the broadcast. "What is this Yang Jinrong doing? Always stirring up trouble," he muttered, disgruntled. And the director of the political department had long held Yang Jinrong in high regard, capable, efficient, decisive. Yet since his transfer to Tsim Sha Sui, Yang Jinrong had sparked one crisis after another, deeply disappointing his patron. "And this time, I simply cannot protect you." The director sighed, a sound that sealed Yang Jinrong's fate. Just then the telephone on his desk rang. He picked it up. Yang Jinrong's voice came through. "Sir, this time I acted carelessly. I let Huo Wenyao seize the advantage." The moment he heard Yang Jinrong's voice, the director's brow furrowed. This was precisely the call he dreaded most. "And it's not as simple as you imagine," he murmured low. "This has already spiraled beyond my control." Yang Jinrong was no fool. He knew denial was futile. As long as the political department still shielded him, there remained room to negotiate with the furious superintendent. He apologized instantly, voice earnest, even humbled in a way he'd never been before. "I was wrong. But please, sir, grant me one final chance. I will neutralize Huo Wenyao and turn this around." The director sighed helplessly. "I recognize your talent, and I sympathize with your plight. But this time I am truly powerless." He paused, then added gravely, "The fallout has grown too vast. The political department itself must now manage the wreckage you've created." And Yang Jinrong fell silent, a chilling dread rising in his chest. Still the director softened, just slightly. "Once this storm passes, I'll arrange something for you." And he genuinely believed in Yang Jinrong. Brilliant, tireless, loyal to a fault, a supremely effective, obedient hound. In this era, finding subordinates who were both competent and compliant was no easy task. And Yang Jinrong's voice turned parched. "Sir, Is there truly no other way? None. The director's reply was absolute. And then softening his tone to soothe, I acknowledge your ability, but this time your recklessness cost you everything. Take some time off, rest, reflect. When the dust settles, I'll assist you. And, yes, sir, Yang Jinrong ground out between clenched teeth. Thank you, sir. The line went dead. And in the canteen of Stanley Prison, Tian Yangsheng, Tian Yangji, and the young master sat side by side, watching the news on television. Dozens of inmates lingered in the recreation area, but none dared approach nor even speak above a whisper. Terrified of provoking Tian Yangsheng's wrath and suffering a beating so savage even one's own father wouldn't recognize the face. Zhao Jiqiang owed his privileged status solely to riding Tian Yangsheng's coattails. In prison had its own rigid hierarchy. Newcomers were invariably initiated. A brutal welcome meant to assert dominance. On his first day, Zhao Jiqiang was beaten black and blue, nearly suffering catastrophic injury. And though a repeat offender familiar with the system, he could not evade the ritual. He had resigned himself to keeping a low profile, especially since his usual protector brother Qiu wasn't serving time alongside him. And then, fortune intervened. And the next day Tian Yangsheng arrived. Zhao Jiqiang nearly burst into laughter. And then when the prison's seasoned inmates lined up to deliver their customary welcome, Tian Yangsheng's temperament and prowess rendered the outcome inevitable. Naviri assailant was shattered. Over 10 suffered broken limbs. When guards rushed in, the attackers met Tian Yangsheng's icy, unblinking gaze and instantly began wailing, claiming they'd slipped and fallen. With no grounds for arrest, the officers could do nothing. And thus Tian Yangsheng became the undisputed sovereign of his wing. Hence this scene unfolded. Inmates dutifully presented their finest goods as tribute, while Zhao Jiqiang transformed overnight into Tian Yangsheng's devoted lackey. The veterans never imagined their intimidation tactic would instead become the very foundation of Tian Yangsheng's authority, and their hearts ached with bitter irony. How could this newcomer possibly be so formidable? And even more astonishing, the equally fearsome Tian Yangji was his blood brother. It was over. Stanley Prison was fast becoming the Tian brothers' domain. And just then the television began broadcasting the news, and the recreation area exploded. A crowd of inmates crowded close, bending low beside Tian Yangsheng in eager deference and, wonderful. Your name is cleared, Brother Sheng. You're walking free. Truly righteousness prevails. Our heartfelt congratulations, Brother Sheng. And, here, let me light your cigarette, Brother Sheng. After release, your rise will be meteoric. Brother Sheng's boss is truly extraordinary. How did he obtain such irrefutable proof? And, you don't understand. Brother Sheng merely came here to experience life behind bars. As they watched the broadcast, the inmates grew increasingly animated, more ecstatic even than Tian Yangsheng himself. This terrifying presence was finally departing. The end of their ordeal was in sight. Who wouldn't rejoice? And some even quietly cursed Huo Wenyao. Why hadn't such damning evidence surfaced sooner, condemning them all to needless suffering? And the wing buzzed like a festival, but Tian Yangsheng remained perfectly still. And he had foreseen this outcome. His face betrayed neither surprise nor elation. Yet Zhao Jiqiang's composure crumbled. Nade played the meek novice, stood tall only when Tian Yangsheng arrived, and now with his protector leaving, he knew he'd shrink back into insignificance. He'd already caught the knowing, predatory glances of former victims, men he'd once bullied, and he wanted to weep. Though the truth of the assault had been exposed, violence remained violence. The sentence might shorten, but prison time remained unavoidable. And Zhao Jiqiang dared not contemplate the horrors awaiting him. Only darkness swam before his eyes. At police headquarters, the atmosphere stood in stark contrast. Yang Jinrong's scandal had thrown senior leadership into disarray. With public trust fraying, their sole priority was damage control, to avoid further escalation even if reconciliation seemed impossible. Yet Yang Jinrong had committed the gravest possible misstep. The entire force scrambled to contain the fallout, with virtually no success. A stroll through the management department revealed officers cursing Yang Jinrong everywhere. Given the scale of the crisis, top brass ordered the formation of a joint investigative panel, comprising the Public Relations Division, Internal Affairs Division, and Human Resources Division, to interrogate Yang Jinrong and the 4 perjuring officers. And inside the interrogation room, Yang Jinrong surveyed the row of superintendents seated before him, and understood instantly the gravity of his predicament. As questioning commenced, he confessed without hesitation. I admit, the methods I employed against Huo Wenyao lacked integrity, and the investigators sat stone-faced. One demanded in why. Yang Jinrong replied without hesitation in, I bear no personal grudge against Huo Wenyao. This was purely for the sake of the investigation. In what investigation? A superintendent glowered, his face dark with contempt. Yang Jinrong paused for a moment and decided to speak frankly. I believe that the former inspector Huang Ziqing was killed by Huo Wenyao. The drug lord Han Shun was also killed by him. He raised his eyes to look at everyone and continued to explain, I have had dealings with Huo Wenyao, and he is not an ordinary person. It is difficult to catch him with conventional means, which is why this method was used. He hoped everyone would understand. Yang Jinrong appeared calm and sincere. He knew that if he passed this hurdle he would have another chance, if not he would have to remain silent for a while. At this moment Fang Jiexia, who was sitting on the right, suddenly spoke coldly. Do you have evidence that Huo Wenyao killed Huang Ziqing? Yang Jinrong shook his head. No. Fang Jiexia slammed the table. Why are you targeting him without evidence? Yang Jinrong pondered for a moment and slowly replied. I have studied the data carefully, and Huo Wenyao is the prime suspect. That cannot be your reason to frame Tian Yangsheng. Fang Jiexia's voice grew colder. And what about the evidence for Han Chen's death? Yang Jinrong shook his head again. Fang Jiexia sneered. I see you just dislike Huo Wenyao and want to use him to elevate yourself to gain fame. I did not. Yang Jinrong immediately refuted. Huo Wenyao was an undercover agent under Han Chen, and after Han Chen was arrested, a bounty was placed on him in the Underworld. If he did not kill Han Chen, he would never have peace. He paused and continued. Before Han Chen died, his subordinate Tian Yangji happened to be in the same prison. So I conclude that Han Chen's death is also related to Huo Wenyao. Don't forget we are police. Fang Jiexia reprimanded sharply. What use is your conclusion? Police work relies on evidence. You are a senior inspector and you don't understand this. She glanced at the other department inspectors nearby and continued. All of our responsible personnel have reviewed the prison surveillance, and the forensic examination has confirmed that Han Chen's death has nothing to do with Tian Yangji. Several inspectors around nodded. A hint of cold laughter flashed in Fang Jiexia's heart. In fact, she didn't understand why she was so proactive in helping Huo Wenyao get off the hook. Perhaps she was afraid that Huo Wenyao would come to use her again if he encountered trouble, or perhaps there were other reasons. She darkened her face and said to Yang Jinrong, so your explanation is unreasonable and cannot satisfy us. There is no way to explain this to the citizens. Yang Jinrong's face turned ugly as he fell silent. Fang Jiexia's lips curled slightly. The police department had not reached a conclusion regarding Yang Jinrong's handling of the case, while on the other side Huo Wenyao was not idle. Knowing the principle of not leaving a snake alive after striking it, Huo Wenyao immediately contacted the media after receiving Fang Jiexia's message and held a press conference. At the start he threw out a bombshell. I have decided to formally sue Yang Jinrong, the Tsim Sha Sui police station, and 4 police officers who committed perjury. Huo Wenyao faced the camera, his tone firm and resolute. They are unworthy of being police. The flashes immediately erupted like a storm. He adjusted his expression to appear serious and earnest. Police are the enforcers of the law and should be the guarantee of citizens' safety. Huo Wenyao continued, but now merely because Yang Jinrong has a personal bias against me, he persecutes my subordinates, attempting to threaten and intimidate me. These kinds of police are the black sheep of the force. He grew increasingly agitated, his voice rising. I truly do not understand. My ambition is to create prosperity and stability for the harbor, which should align with the police's ideals. But why does Yang Jinrong repeatedly target me? He paused, sweeping his gaze over the reporters present. If even I can be treated this way, I shudder to think. How many good people have been wronged in his past cases due to personal emotions? How many injustices have been created? His words were like a stone thrown into water, prompting murmurs among the reporters filled with dissatisfaction and doubt. Huo Wenyao seized the moment, his expression turning indignant. Are they targeting me just because I exposed the injustices I faced after being an undercover agent for 8 years? Just because I criticized the police for being complacent, does that mean I should be conspired against? The atmosphere in the room became tense. He began recounting the hardships of being an undercover agent for 8 years, his voice gradually lowering. For the past 8 years, I've lived in fear, unable to sleep, deeply fearing that I might accidentally reveal my identity in my dreams. He spoke with heartfelt sincerity, providing detailed accounts. Taking advantage of a moment when he bowed his head, he discreetly wiped away the onion juice he had prepared. Tears instantly welled up. They say a man does not easily shed tears. Huo Wenyao choked out, but I just haven't reached the point of heartbreak. A round of sympathetic applause erupted from the audience. He wiped his eyes, suddenly becoming agitated again. But even after I left the police force, Yang Jinrong still wouldn't let me go. He gripped the microphone tightly, his voice trembling. I advise all undercover brothers from my own experience to truly think twice. There is no good end for being an undercover agent. He looked into the camera, enunciating every word. My today is your tomorrow. The atmosphere in the room reached a climax, and a female reporter had already begun to wipe her tears. Huo Wenyao took a deep breath, changing to a pained expression. There are some things I originally did not want to say. His voice was hoarse. Ever since my identity was exposed, I have been unable to sleep at night, and even when I do, I am awakened by nightmares. My hair is falling out in clumps, and I might be bald soon. He forced a smile and continued, before I resigned, the psychologist arranged by the police station clearly told me that I had severe depression. I have been taking medication, but I am truly in too much pain. This display of emotional vulnerability had a significant effect, eliciting sobs from the audience. While speaking, Huo Wenyao deliberately avoided the gazes of 2 familiar figures in the front row. Lu Huijin stood there, her lips twitching slightly. This is too much, she thought bitterly. You weren't feeling depressed when you were tormenting me. What a pity that such acting talent isn't in the movies. You rotten man, you really can act. Though she was cursing in her heart, she certainly would not disrupt the scene. Not far away, Feng Siwei looked at Huo Wenyao, who was tearfully emotional on stage, and her gaze softened. So he has had it hard, she thought to herself. No wonder he drinks so much red wine at night. It seems that last night was perhaps truly a misunderstanding. With this thought, the resentment in her heart dissipated by more than half, and she couldn't help but mumble softly, forget it. I suppose I can reluctantly forgive you. Huo Wenyao was completely unaware that his performance had yielded such unexpected results. Mr. Huo, rest assured we at Asia Television will definitely broadcast the content in full, Feng Siwei said seriously, but her words seemed to have opened a floodgate. Other reporters immediately chimed in. We will also report truthfully. People like Yang Jinrong deserve to be punished. The scene suddenly became uncontrollable, but this was precisely what Huo Wenyao wanted. Feng Siwei's unintentional remark saved him a lot of trouble. He secretly glanced at Feng Siwei, feeling delighted. The press conference had ended, but Huo Wenyao knew that the matter had only just begun. Sure enough, the reporters, filled with emotions, quickly sent out their reports. Huo Wenyao's tragic persona was firmly established, and Yang Jinrong's malicious image was equally uncompromising. The two television stations rushed to report, followed closely by major newspapers, and the news spread rapidly throughout the harbor. Huo Wenyao is so pitiful. Even after resigning, he is not let off. Yang Jinrong deserves to die. If the police don't deal with him, I will complain every day. This is not a police officer. He is worse than a gangster. Sigh, there are not many good people like Huo Wenyao left. The discussions overwhelmingly supported Huo Wenyao while trampling Yang Jinrong into the mud. This effect was in line with Huo Wenyao's intentions. However, the waves stirred up by these reports were far from over. Zhang Lang put down the newspaper, his fingers trembling slightly. He had been mixed up in the arms group for many years, serving as Uncle Hai's right-hand man, but Uncle Hai was getting old, and the newcomer Johnny was eyeing him covetously. For the sake of the mission, he even planned to take action against Uncle Hai. But behind him was a police officer, Yuan Haoyun, who was watching him like a mad dog, unaware that he was one of their own. With wolves in front and tigers behind, his situation was exactly as described in the newspaper. Isn't this just talking about me? Zhang Lang muttered. Seeing Huo Wenyao as a living example, his heart turned cold. So what if he dismantled the arms group? Huo Wenyao's today is probably his tomorrow. The thought of resigning could no longer be suppressed. That night he found a safe corner and made a phone call. Alang. Officer Peng answered quickly, his voice filled with anticipation. Got any important news? Upon hearing this, Zhang Lang's heart grew colder. The other party only cared about intelligence and did not ask him at all if he was safe. Officer Peng, he said in a deep voice, I am 673 and I resign. I quit. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. Alang, didn't you mention this last time? Officer Peng's tone became urgent. Just one last step to go, don't throw a tantrum, just. You do it yourself. Zhang Lang snapped. Even if we take them down, what difference does it make? Once I regain my identity, won't I just be ostracized by my own people? He hung up the phone directly. Officer Peng stared at the busy tone, stunned for a few seconds before reacting. He pondered Zhang Lang's last few words and suddenly understood. Huo Wenyao's incident had scared this kid out of his wits. Enduring some grievances is one thing. Officer Peng murmured to the air as if speaking to Zhang Lang. But if it really ends up like Huo Wenyao resigning won't be the end, and then Yang Jinrong will come after you. Who knows if that was directed from above? He intended to call back and persuade him a few more times, but his finger hovered over the button and then stopped. On the other end, Zhang Lang had not actually gone far. He stared at the quiet receiver, the fire in his chest burning hotter. I am also a police officer. He suddenly grabbed the receiver back and nearly shouted that Yuan Haoyun is also a police officer. Do you know how much he wants to kill me? Officer Peng was stunned by the sudden loud voice, leaving his eardrums ringing. Even my own people must be guarded against. Zhang Lang's voice trembled, but was heavy with every word. I can't live like this for another day. Even if I can regain my identity in the future, what does it matter? Who can guarantee that Yuan Haoyun won't come after me just like the deceased Huang Zhiqing? He took a breath and expelled the last remnants of hesitation. No matter what you say, I have already decided to resign. Quickly find someone to take my place, Zhang Lang added coldly. Otherwise I will let go right now, and you can figure it out yourselves. Commander Peng grew agitated and blurted out, but you're a cop. To hell with being a cop. Zhang Lang cut him off, his voice hoarse. I said I'm done. Beep, beep, beep. The line went dead, abrupt and final. Commander Peng stood frozen, the receiver still clutched in his hand. He believed he'd treated Zhang Lang fairly, but the pressure of deep covert work, he understood it all too well. Seeing how Ho Man Yu had been destroyed, anyone would tremble. Why target your own former deep covert officers instead of cleaning up the streets full of drug dealers and thugs, hey? Commander Peng's fury mounted. Now look, you've scared off every reliable undercover operative. He kicked the leg of his desk, still unsatisfied. Zhang Lang was his most valuable asset, the one closest to penetrating the core. Just as the net was about to close, he'd abruptly walked away. And Young Hoyan too, Commander Peng snarled. Another reckless fool, biting down on his own comrades without pause. Angry as he was, he couldn't let Zhang Lang simply resign. Face dark with frustration, Commander Peng snatched up his coat and stormed out. No, it can't end here, he muttered as he strode forward. This has to go straight to the top. That troublemaker Young Kamwang. How many deep cover operatives has he driven away? Him and that Huang bastard. Why should I swallow this humiliation? Muttering curses, he strode down the corridor. That bastard will pay dearly if Zhang Lang truly walks away. Commander Peng slammed his finger onto the elevator button. Then I'll resign myself. The elevator door slid shut just as he began dialing his superior's number. Almost simultaneously, Commander Peng wasn't the only one rushing to lodge complaints upstairs. Deep Cover Officer Ko Chao's phone rang. Superintendent Lau, this time I absolutely refuse. I won't budge, not even if Jesus himself pleads with me. I'm about to get married. I won't let myself be killed at this critical moment and leave my future wife to remarry. Find someone else for the robbery syndicate. Goodbye. Superintendent Lau listened to the dial tone, veins pulsing at his temples. Damn you, Young Kamwang. You truly deserve to die. In another corner, Deep Cover Officer Cao Tatwa sighed into the phone. Sir, it's not that I don't want to continue, but you know full well how many partners I've buried over the years. I can't even count them on both hands. My home's ancestral altar is nearly overflowing. I'm getting old. I have few years left. All I ask is to coast quietly to retirement. I certainly don't wish to meet Ho Manyu's fate. I'm no match for his talent. You wouldn't seriously want to attend my funeral, would you? Silence answered from the other end. Then it's settled, Cao Tatwa declared. I, Cao Tatwa, hereby resign, effective immediately. Suddenly across Hong Kong Island's police force, Deep Cover operatives seemed to have coordinated their resignations. One after another, reports flooding upward like tide. 1 refused duty, 2 grew defiant, 3 4. Even the supervising officers grew restless, grumbling openly and covertly, their words laced with resentment toward the police headquarters leadership. All because of one man, Young Kamwang, whose actions had thrown every Deep Cover operative into turmoil. When lives hung in the balance, who wouldn't demand a lifeline? Senior commanders at police headquarters stared at the pile of resignation letters, heads pounding. This was unmistakably the prelude to another Deep Cover crisis. Leaders at every level could no longer sit idle. How much hardship had these Deep Cover officers endured, year after grueling year? Just as the operation neared its climax, the net poised to close, the last thing they needed was one rotten apple spoiling the entire barrel. Pressure cascaded upward, until even the foreign commissioner of police felt his scalp prickle. He urgently instructed the joint investigation team. Young Kamwang's case must be concluded swiftly, and a credible explanation must be delivered, not only to Hong Kong's Deep Cover officers, but to the public at large. Simultaneously, the commissioner turned his gaze toward the origin of the storm, Ho Manyu. After all, he was the central figure, the first witness. If he would recant and speak favorably for the police, the situation would become infinitely more manageable. Recalling that Fong Kitha had successfully negotiated with Ho Manyu before, the choice was virtually inevitable. Police headquarters issued immediate orders. She was to return, this time to secure Ho Manyu's cooperation, no matter what. In the deputy commissioner's office, Fong Kitha listened to her assignment, her expression heavy with reluctance. Sir, last time's success owed much to sheer luck, she ventured cautiously. The same approach is unlikely to work again. What she left unspoken was this last time she'd sacrificed herself entirely for the mission. What then could she possibly offer Ho Manyu this round? Would she simply walk right back into his arms? A wave of resistance rose within her. She'd begun to sense something unsettling. That Ho Manyu was like a drug. The more one indulged, the harder it became to break free. Though she harbored no genuine affection for him, only physical entanglement. Since that night, he haunted her dreams almost every evening. Each morning she awoke to damp undergarments, a mortifying reminder. She knew Ho Manyu well enough to recognize how formidable he truly was. Even if she were willing to offer herself again, after all, it wasn't her first time. Ho Manyu, having already tasted such sweetness, might no longer fall for the same ruse. Thus, this assignment was undeniably a hot potato, and one she genuinely wished to avoid. Yet the foreign deputy commissioner would hear none of it. With Deep Cover operatives in open revolt, swift resolution was imperative, and Fong Kitha remained without question the best candidate. Succeed this time, and I guarantee your promotion. Fong Kitha paused in silence. Ambition, her greatest vulnerability. There was no escaping this assignment. Fine, she snapped, teeth clenched. Yet her face betrayed her uncertainty. This time, she held no confidence whatsoever. What a headache. Yet again, that wretched man would reap the benefits. The next morning dawned bright and clear, just as Ho Manyu's mood. Outside the courthouse, Young Kamwang's frame-up trial was set to begin. A police van screeched to a halt. Young Kamwang and his 4 lieutenants were escorted out, ready to enter the courthouse. But crowds had already gathered, citizens and journalists alike. Ho Manyu's press conference the previous day had struck a powerful chord, earning widespread sympathy and naturally intensifying public loathing toward the villain Young Kamwing. Hence the crowd outside the courthouse was exceptionally dense. As Young Kamwing stepped down, he swept his gaze across the throng. Instantly, a citizen roared from beyond the cordon, "The one in glasses, the middle one, is Young Kamwing. Beat him." Young Kamwing flinched, convinced the mob would surge forward. Nearby officers tensed hands, gripping batons, bracing for potential chaos. Tension crackled, ready to ignite. Several citizens suddenly raised their arms, tightening the atmosphere further. Then in a flash, their arms swung downward. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Several oval objects hurtled through the air. Splatter. One struck Young Kamwing squarely on the forehead. It was an egg. Before he could exhale in relief, the shell cracked. Sharp pain flared, followed by a trickle of viscous liquid sliding down his temple. Then came the stench, overpowering, nauseating. Rotten eggs. Ugh. Young Kamwing nearly vomited. The surrounding officers maintained stern expressions, but inwardly exhaled. At least it was only eggs. They soon realized how naive they'd been. The stench spread like wildfire. It was utterly overwhelming. Nearby journalists hastily pivoted their cameras, frantically capturing every second. But this was merely the opening salvo. Immediately, whoosh, 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 whoosh. An avalanche of rotten eggs erupted from the crowd. Many missed their mark, but numbers compensated for inaccuracy. In moments, Young Kamwing was drenched in a torrent of foul-smelling eggs. A few youths moved among the crowd, replenishing citizens' ammunition with baskets brimming with rotten eggs. Needless to say, this was Ho Manyu's orchestration. Revenge, vindication for Tin Sangsang and Chiu Chikwang, and above all, a calculated media spectacle branding Young Kamwing as universally reviled. Rotten eggs rained down like hail, stinging upon impact. Young Kamwing stood stunned. Fastidious by nature, self-righteous to the core, he'd never imagined facing such degradation. The stench burned, the impact stung, but the deepest wound was to his pride. His 4 lieutenants, already overwhelmed by the stench, scattered in panic. Even the escorting officers were caught in the crossfire, collateral damage. Regaining composure, they shielded themselves while urgently shoving Young Kamwing and his men toward the courthouse entrance. Smack, smack, smack. Rotten eggs pursued them relentlessly, splattering across the pavement, saturating the entire courtyard in putrid odor. Cheers erupted from the crowd. This cathartic outburst vented much of the public's pent-up anger. Young Kamwing and the officers' humiliating retreat was captured in full. Every grimace, every stumble, every desperate stride. Ha ha ha. Absolutely spectacular. Young Kamwing, a police officer receiving this treatment. Surely textbook material. Keep shooting. Get those photos crystal clear, front page gold. Journalists snapped and laughed in unison. Let's be fair, he earned every bit of it. Once published, sales will soar. When the editor sees this, my promotion and raise are practically guaranteed. Their excitement soared, yet the spectacle was far from over. Meanwhile, inside the courthouse, Ho Manyu sat composed, awaiting the trial's commencement. When Young Kamwing and his men were ushered in, the stench hit like a physical blow. Court staff passing by instinctively covered their noses, faces twisted in disgust. Young Kamwing recoiled from those looks. His face darkened with fury, his inner fire burning hotter than ever. They met at the courtroom door. For once, Young Kamwing bared his fangs, glaring murderously at Ho Manyu. Ho Manyu waved a hand lazily before his nose, then smiled. Never imagined you'd be this popular. His tone dripped with mockery, though the fragrance leaves something to be desired. You? Young Kamwing choked on rage, ready to erupt, when officers instantly restrained him. Even the escorting officers looked irritable. Many had been pelted outside, and their patience had worn thin. Court is now in session. At the gavel's call, Ho Manyu strode in, beaming, with unhurried confidence, taking his seat at the plaintiff's bench. Young Kamwing and his 4 lieutenants were marched to the defendant's dock. Jurors filed in one by one. Miyochi Shun took his place among them. Then the familiar nauseating stench wafted over. Ugh! What is that smell, eh? It's coming from Young Kamwing and his men. Don't they bathe in jail? Word is, they got pelted with rotten eggs outside the gate. Oh, serves them right. Whispers buzzed across the jury box. The judge rapped his gavel, just as the odor reached him. Order. He barely suppressed a grimace, his judicial dignity momentarily compromised. Ho Manyu, watching closely, nearly burst into laughter. He glanced sidelong at Young Kamwing. Yes, his complexion had indeed darkened further. Ho Manyu felt delight ripple through him. The judge steadied himself, suppressing the stench with visible effort, striving to maintain solemnity. Plaintiff, please present your statement of accusation. Ho Wenyo's expression grew markedly more serious as he spoke. Yang Jinrong, chief of the major crimes unit at Sim Sha Sui police station, has maliciously slandered and defamed me, and framed my subordinate. He recited the meticulously compiled list of charges one by one with crystalline clarity. Submit evidence. Though the incriminating videotapes had already been broadcast across Hong Kong, procedural formalities still had to be observed. Thus footage was played in sequence: the conspiracy to entrap the young master, the false accusation leveled against Tian Yangsheng, and Yang Jinrong's defamatory remarks about Huo Wenyao during his press conference. Once protocol concluded, the judge struck the gavel once more. Counsel for both parties, please present your arguments. Under the weight of irrefutable evidence and mounting pressure from the police force eager to quell public outrage, Yang Jinrong's defense crumbled into impotence. In stark contrast, Huo Wenyao's attorney delivered a devastating, masterful rebuttal. The judge then turned directly to the defendant. Does the accused plead guilty? Yang Jinrong knew at this juncture that no path remained but surrender. He nodded, face utterly devoid of expression. I plead guilty. From the jury box, Miao Zhishuan's gaze never wavered from Huo Wenyao. He wished only to study, truly study, the man who had just toppled Yang Jinrong. Moments later, the judge returned to the bench and struck the gavel sharply. Bang, bang, bang. The defendant Yang Jinrong has confessed to all charges. Judgment is now rendered. As a sworn officer of the law, the defendant engaged in defamation, frame-ups, deliberate entrapment, and abuse of authority, a flagrant violation of the very statutes he swore to uphold. He is hereby sentenced to 6 years imprisonment. His accomplices, officers Shen Liangzhang redacted and others, are each sentenced to 2 years imprisonment. Bang, bang, bang. The trial concluded. Huo Wenyao glanced over. Yang Jinrong's retreating figure seemed suddenly hunched, diminished. Having failed to destroy Huo Wenyao, and instead suffering such ignominy, the blow was clearly profound. Huo Wenyao smiled broadly and waved casually in his direction. Yang Jinrong's countenance darkened further, a grim mirror to the storm clouds gathering outside and the torrential downpour that now lashed the city. The jury, judge, and attorneys dispersed one by one. As Huo Wenyao stepped out, he encountered a familiar face at the entrance, an iconic cinematic figure. Miao Zhishuan. Who is this? Which film does he belong to? Huo Wenyao paused, startled. Miao Zhishuan met his gaze briefly, then offered a disarmingly benign smile. They parted without another word. Watching Huo Wenyao walk away, Miao Zhishuan's eyes held only 2 words: proceed with caution. Throughout the trial, Huo Wenyao had spoken with unassailable moral authority, yet ended with a radiant, unsettling smile. To Miao Zhishuan, this man was anything but simple. In truth, Yang Jinrong's case should not have concluded so swiftly. Under normal procedure, it would have taken at least a month. But the police force could wait no longer. It demanded expedited resolution. Thus, the moment judgment was pronounced, Yang Jinrong was immediately escorted to prison. Simultaneously, the police force issued an official statement. Immediately after sentencing, Yang Jinrong and his 4 closest aides were formally dismissed from the force to appease public fury. Emerging from the courthouse, Huo Wenyao found himself beneath a deluge. Just then, he spotted Yang Jinrong being led toward a rapid response vehicle. Smiling, he waved once more. His smile shifted, now edged with cold, biting mockery. As the vehicle's door slammed shut, Yang Jinrong cast one final seething glance backward, his expression raw with bitter resentment. Yet he uttered not another word. Leaving the courthouse, Huo Wenyao felt unusually buoyant, until a ringing phone shattered his ease. He answered. Fang Jiexia's voice came through, calm, measured. I need to speak with you. A faint knowing curve lifted Huo Wenyao's lips. I'm at the courthouse entrance. The rain's torrential. I'm soaked through. Fine. Book a room at the nearest hotel. I need to shower. Fang Jiexia's tone instantly sharpened with indignation. Huo Wenyao, don't push your luck. I never said I wouldn't talk. Huo Wenyao replied, his laughter oddly tinged. Fang Jiexia, exasperated, gritted her teeth. I'm heading to the hotel beside the courthouse, right now. 2 hours later, Huo Wenyao strode out of the hotel refreshed and radiant. Beside him, Fang Jiexia looked equally invigorated, her cheeks flushed with healthy color. Huo Wenyao murmured teasingly. Have you noticed how much better your complexion has become lately? No more sallowness. Your skin's even luminous now. You insufferable bastard. Fang Jiexia shot him a fierce, smoldering glare. Say that again, and I'll castrate you. Huo Wenyao scoffed, raising an eyebrow. Would you really? You'd better die first. I'd cheer you on. Fang Jiexia punched his shoulder hard. Huo Wenyao shook his head, wearing an expression of quiet, knowing amusement. You hesitated just now. Fang Jiexia fell silent. She'd never admitted aloud, but truth be told, he wasn't wrong. Women are masters of contradiction, saying the opposite of what they mean, Huo Wenyao added, grinning. I understand completely. I'll kill you. Fang Jiexia glared murderously. Huo Wenyao laughed heartily and strode off. An hour later, Fang Jiexia drove Huo Wenyao to the entrance of Tsim Sha Sui police station. No sooner had they alighted than the station chief, a fair-skinned blonde foreigner, approached with a delegation of officers. Seeing Huo Wenyao, he abandoned all pretense of aloofness, greeting him with exaggerated warmth. Ha ha, Yao, we've been waiting for you forever. Huo Wenyao suppressed a sneer. Even this foreign chief had grown shamelessly opportunistic, daring to use the familiar Yao to curry favor. Preposterous. Even calling him godfather would change nothing. Still, given Fang Jiexia's extraordinary effort today, he might grant her this small courtesy. Though inwardly disdainful, he wore a genial smile. Chief, long time no see. You look even more dashing than before. Fang Jiexia, who knew him well, couldn't resist a subtle skeptical roll of her eyes. After perfunctory, mutual flattery, the officers behind the chief wore strained, artificial smiles. Huo Wenyao reflected bitterly, had this foreigner shown even half this enthusiasm when he returned from deep cover, he might still be serving as a police officer today. Meeting the chief's fervor with effortless composure, Huo Wenyao waited until the chief finally proposed, "Let's continue our discussion in my office." Huo Wenyao gave a slight nod. The chief personally led them inside, guiding them swiftly to his office. After the secretary served coffee, the three settled into their chairs. The foreign chief's demeanor turned markedly more solemn as he addressed the matter directly. "I admit, I failed in my duties. Buried in work, I neglected many undercover officers. But the past is past. Today I asked Senior Inspector Fang to invite you here primarily to discuss how we shall handle the aftermath of Yang Jinrong's case." Huo Wenyao deftly returned the question with a smile. "I've just left court. Hasn't it already been resolved?" Pausing, he added, "Still, I'd advise the chief to exercise stricter oversight over his subordinates. First Huang Ziqing, now Yang Jinrong. Surely this has caused you considerable embarrassment." The foreign chief nodded without hesitation. "I fully accept this criticism." "I do." He paused thoughtfully. Then, seeing Huo Wenyao unwilling to broach the subject himself, gently steered the conversation forward. "The failures involving both Huang Ziqing and Yang Jinrong reflect systemic shortcomings within this station. Today's meeting aims chiefly to ask you not to hold Simsha Sui Police Station accountable. All misdeeds stem solely from Yang Jinrong. Therefore, I humbly request your assistance in addressing the media. Public pressure is immense. The police force demands a credible explanation from me." The chief's expression softened into earnest entreaty. Huo Wenyao declined outright. "Chief, I sincerely regret that I cannot comply. I've already spoken extensively to the press. Reversing my position now would be impossible." Disappointment flickered unmistakably across the chief's face. Huo Wenyao's resolve was absolute. No negotiation was possible. The chief retreated to a secondary proposal. "Then, may we consider Yang Jinrong's incarceration at Stanley Prison as definitive closure?" His meaning was transparent. He sought Huo Wenyao's silence regarding the station's reputation. This time Huo Wenyao relented. "That I can consider." He paused, adding deliberately, "Senior Inspector Fang has already discussed this with me." The chief's face lit up instantly, and he cast an appreciative glance toward Fang Jiexia, intuiting her pivotal role. He picked up the phone and issued a quiet instruction to his secretary. Moments later, the door opened. Qiu Gengao, long detained, was ushered into the office with conspicuous deference. Qiu Gengao entered with a sardonic smirk, glanced dismissively at the foreign chief, then approached Huo Wenyao. "Boss." Huo Wenyao appraised him carefully, satisfied to see no injury, and gave a terse approving nod. The chief immediately interjected, beaming, "My deepest apologies. This was entirely Yang Jinrong's unilateral decision to detain your associate." Turning directly to Qiu Gengao, he offered a sincere apology. "Due to our failure in internal discipline, you and your colleagues suffered unjust treatment. On behalf of Simsha Sui Police Station, I offer my formal apology. Rest assured, Yang Jinrong has paid the price. He now sits in prison." Qiu Gengao remained silent, his eyes fixed on Huo Wenyao. The chief understood instantly and pivoted smoothly to Huo Wenyao. "Fortunately, no one sustained injury. Merely a few days in holding. You may take your man with you now, Ayao." Huo Wenyao asked, laced with irony. "No bail procedures required." "Of course not." The chief chuckled awkwardly, waving his hands dismissively. Huo Wenyao let out a soft, derisive snort, then shifted seamlessly to the crux of the matter. "The chief's request is not beyond negotiation." The chief's face brightened, only to hear Huo Wenyao continue. "But I have one condition." Relieved, the chief exhaled. He'd feared Huo Wenyao would refuse to name terms, so he seized the opening eagerly. "Please state it." Huo Wenyao paused, his expression turning grave. "The Major Crimes Unit. Those officers have targeted me since before my resignation. Even afterward, they persistently harassed me. I strongly suspect Yang Jinrong's vendetta was fanned by their whispers in his ear." He paused again, then continued, voice low and deliberate. "To prevent recurrence, I request a modest disciplinary measure against them." A cold, mirthless smile touched Huo Wenyao's lips. Those who knew him well understood he was no gentleman. Retribution was swift, absolute, and deeply personal. Others might have deemed such a demand excessive given the principal offender was already imprisoned. But Huo Wenyao was different. His vengeance knew no schedule. It was relentless, unwavering, and all-consuming. He had long loathed the Major Crimes Unit at Simsha Sui, and now with opportunity at hand he intended to settle the score decisively. The foreign chief grasped the implication instantly, and found the demand eminently reasonable. Without hesitation he seized the thread. "Absolutely. I will see to it immediately." "No problem. And hold on. Reassign all CID officers to the traffic division as traffic police," he agreed readily. "Excellent. The commissioner is refreshingly decisive." Huo Wenyao grinned broadly. In seeing Huo Wenyao's satisfied smile, the foreign-born commissioner exhaled in quiet relief. As long as Huo Wenyao was appeased, he could report success to his superiors. In beside him, Fang Jiexia likewise relaxed, her heart fluttering with anticipation. After all, the deputy director had promised her promotion and a raise if she secured Huo Wenyao's cooperation. Huo Wenyao departed the police station with Qiu Gangao. Nin Sim Sha Sui, the foreign-born commissioner's order spread swiftly. CD officers having acted recklessly and abused authority are hereby collectively reassigned to the traffic division as traffic police. Effective immediately. The CID will undergo full reorganization and recruit new personnel. Word rippled through the station. The demoted CID officers boiled with fury, their eyes blazing red as they erupted into furious curses. That wretched Hua in bloody hell. He's always been rotten. And little wonder their rage ran so deep. The CID and the anti-Triad unit had long been the most prestigious and best compensated departments in the force, leisurely when idle, lavishly rewarded when active. The traffic division, by contrast, was the most grueling unit in the entire force. Meager pay, poor benefits, relentless exposure to sun and wind. Nowhere near as comfortable as sipping tea and dozing at one's desk. Yet who could blame them? They'd crossed Huo Wenyao and deserved no less. Just as Huo Wenyao strode out of the Tsim Sha Sui police station with effortless composure. Elsewhere, young Kamwing and his 4 loyal subordinates were being loaded onto a prison van bound for Stanley Prison. Nun Rout Young suddenly spoke, calm, grave, and direct, to his 4 men. I'm sorry, and this failure is mine alone. I've dragged you down with me. Ni's apology warmed their hearts instantly. They knew their superior well, proud, fiercely capable. Though this downfall had left them bitter, even faintly resentful, that single unguarded, I'm sorry, dissolved every trace of grievance. All 4 responded at once, you'll always be our boss, and even if we're no longer cops, we'll beg alongside you. Young listened, his eyes misting. He nodded slowly and murmured, thank you. Niet, enough. A nearby escort officer snorted derisively. You're all sacked. What's with this maudlin brotherly love act? Young said nothing. His 4 men fell silent too. Young felt with chilling clarity the crushing weight of a fallen lion. 3 hours later, the prison van rolled into Stanley Prison. The vehicle jolted to a halt. An impatient guard barked out. Young and his men exchanged glances before stepping down one by one. Processing began at once. Stripped bare, hosed down with fire hoses, dusted with disinfectant powder, rinsed again, then issued standard issue prison uniforms. By the time they reached the yard, over 2 hours had passed. It was recreation hour. Prisoners playing basketball, shuffling cards, or idling about froze mid-motion, all eyes locking onto the newcomers in unison. They surged forward, encircling Young and his men 3 layers deep, staring as though at rare exotic specimens. The news had already swept the compound. Many gazes held open hostility. Beneath the basketball hoop, Tin Sang and Tin Yangshi watched coldly. Nearby, the young master cracked a grotesque grin, a low, unsettling chuckle escaping his lips. Gazing at Young trapped within the crowd, he saw only his own raw, terrified arrival years earlier. The memory overlapped, so vivid it made his whole body tremble with exhilaration. He burned with anticipation what brutal welcome awaited young Kamwing. Before the rapt, merciless crowd, Young's face remained utterly impassive. His gaze swept the dense throng, then halted. Several pairs of eyes blazed with particular savagery. He locked onto them, and his heart sank. Silly Biao, Blind Snake, familiar faces, all sent here by his own hand. Trouble had arrived, especially Silly Biao, standing at the center, ringed by empty space, clearly their leader. Crossing ordinary inmates might still be survivable, but drawing the attention of men like these meant endless torment ahead. Outwardly calm, Young inwardly bristled with dread. Stripped of his uniform, he was nothing. His skill lay not in fists or feet, but in intellect. His sharpshooting meant nothing here. At least his 4 brothers stood beside him, offering fragile, vital solidarity. But the prisoners edged closer. The circle tightened. Young's expression hardened. His men sensed danger and roared warnings. Hey, back off, step back, do you want to die? Into the surrounding inmates, those shouts were no louder than mosquito whines. Sweat broke out on his men's foreheads. Then Silly Biao and Blind Snake shoved through the front line, stopping directly before Young. Silly Biao wore a twisted grin, deliberately raising his voice. Everyone, take a look. Who's this? Let me rub my eyes. Am I seeing right? Isn't this Chief Inspector Young Kamwing? Laughter exploded across the yard. Blind Snake stood bare-chested, his coiled cobra tattoo glistening. He sneered, stepping nearer. Chief Inspector, do you remember me? If not for your kind assistance, how else would I have enjoyed so many years behind bars? Young's face darkened, storm-black and absolute. Silly Biao couldn't resist interjecting, Blind Snake, you really are blind. He jabbed a finger at Young's prison garb. Can't you see he's wearing convict stripes now? He scanned the crowd, voice booming. He's no longer any inspector. He's just another inmate, same as us. More raucous laughter followed. Blind Snake slapped his forehead, feigning sudden realization. Oh, right? I just noticed. It was pure mockery. Blind Snake stepped forward, locking eyes with Young. Chief Inspector, you never saw this coming, did you? This is karma's wheel turning. He bared his teeth. Once you arrested us. Now we stand equal. But, Knee's gaze raked Young up and down. With skin so soft and delicate. How long do you think you'll last? Blind Snake at least had motive. Young had imprisoned him. Hatred burned, but restraint lingered. Silly Biao was different. His incarceration had been unjust, and his hatred deepest of all. He turned to the crowd, voice rising sharply. This Chief Inspector, soft-skinned, tender-fleshed. I claim him. He pointed straight at Young, enunciating each word, his backside. I've claimed it. Knee's eyes swept the mob, turning vicious. Anyone who dares challenge me, I'll flay him alive. The final words hissed from between clenched teeth, chilling Young to the marrow. He knew prison's law well, isolated, lawless, ruled solely by strength. Silence now would seal his fate as a helpless, pliable target. Young finally spoke, cold, cutting, precise. I advise you don't invite trouble. Oh ho. Bold words. Silly Biao scoffed. Let's see if you're still so tough tonight. His expression hardened instantly. He snapped an order over his shoulder. Keep him under watch. No one touches him first. Yes, sir. A chorus of voices answered. 20-odd men peeled from the crowd. One, visibly irritated, barked at Young's group. What are you standing there for, daydreaming? Move. Let's show you to your cells. Young refused to budge, but faced with 20 armed convicts, resistance was futile. They were shoved forward, stumbling. Young understood he'd been singled out, isolated, and marked by Silly Biao. Nonly after Young and his men vanished beyond the far end of the yard did the crowd gradually disperse. Yet beneath the murmur floated cruel amusement and, marked by Silly Biao, that cop is finished. He sent half the yard inside. Enemies everywhere. I bet he won't last a month. A month. Try a week. And still, he is fair-skinned. Silly Biao's in for a treat tonight. What about those dullards guarding him? Do they really think he can protect them? Wait and see. The fun starts tomorrow. 8 hours passed. From intake to lights out, outward calm reigned. Young's taut nerves eased slightly. He thought he'd survive day one. At midnight, the cell block lay silent and still. Young and his men slept in separate cells. In one cell, 7 or 8 figures gathered noiselessly around Shun Liang's bunk. A hand signaled 3, 2, 1. Na pillow slammed over Shin Liang's face, smothering any cry before it escaped. Then fists and boots rained down like hail. Shin Liang jolted awake, thrashing wildly, but hands pinned his limbs, rendering him immobile. MMPH. MMPH. He writhed, useless. Thud. 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 Fists, elbows, knees, even slippers and mop handles, blurred into violent motion, crashing against his body. Agony threatened to drown his senses. Not choked, gasp tore from his throat, then vanished beneath the pillow. He convulsed violently, yet every struggle proved futile against their practiced, coordinated assault. At first, Shin Liang fought back fiercely, but as the beating continued, his battered body surrendered its strength. Only faint, broken moans remained. In adjacent cells, young Cam Wing and his other 3 men endured identical assaults. No one escaped. When guards finally heard faint commotion and rushed to investigate, the attackers had already ceased, lying quietly in their bunks, feigning sleep as if nothing had occurred. Young Shin Liang and the others lay broken, bones screaming, breath stolen, consciousness slipping into blackness. But it wasn't over. As Young drifted into exhausted slumber in his neighboring cell, a new group descended, pinning him to the mattress, muffling his cries before they could form. Moments later, when his struggles weakened, they withdrew, leaving Young lacerated, bloodied, and raw. Yet the torment continued. Several inmates dragged him into the latrine, where Silly Biao waited, arms crossed. Young grasped the horror and fought anew, desperate. After all, he was a graduate of the police college, not a street brawler. His strength lay in strategy, not sinew. Knee's fair skin and polished bearing marked him as prey, especially for men who despised cops. Silly Biao's voice cut through the damp air, cold and mocking. Chief Inspector Young, did you ever imagine this day? He paused, then added with deliberate finality, don't worry. I keep my word. With a flick of his hand, several underlings seized Yang Jinrong and forced him face down over the urinal, his backside exposed. Panic seized him. He would rather die than suffer this humiliation. Help! He choked out, but before the word escaped fully, a fellow inmate swiftly stuffed Shan Biao's foul sock into his mouth. MMPH. Yang Jinrong broke down completely. Shan Biao, eyes gleaming with perverse excitement, began lowering his trousers. Told you. He's smooth-skinned and delicate, Shan Biao declared with satisfaction. All right, your turn. Thank you, big brother. Thank you, boss. That night would haunt Yang Jinrong for the rest of his life. Not only was he violated, but repeatedly, without any chance to resist. He wished for nothing more than death, yet found no means to end it within the prison walls, and so endured, burdened by unspeakable shame. Back in the cell, Mang, she muttered under his breath, Shan Biao's idea of entertainment is truly twisted. Dawn broke. By noon the next day, Yang Jinrong and his men finally staggered upright. Their bodies were battered, breakfast remained untouched. But if they skipped lunch, too, starvation loomed, especially after having eaten nothing since the previous day's journey. Leaning on one another, they limped toward the mess hall. Shen Liang and the other three fared relatively well, bruised and limping, yes, but merely beaten. Yang Jinrong was different, having received special treatment. Even his gait had become unnaturally stiff and awkward. The moment the five entered the mess hall, erupted in raucous laughter, and whistles pierced the air. Yang Jinrong's eyes burned crimson as he glared back, but no one flinched. Instead, the mockery swelled louder. Ha ha! Gongzi burst into unrestrained laughter upon seeing Yang Jinrong's distorted posture, his heart swelling with vindictive delight. He too had endured the same ordeal years ago. After all, even Xiao Gangao's formidable gang had entered prison full of swagger, only to emerge scarred and broken. You trash still think you can fight back? Gongzi mocked loudly. Shan Biao chimed in with a grin. The more you resist, the more I enjoy it. Ha ha! Laughter roared across the entire mess hall. Yang Jinrong and his four men stood frozen, tears slipping silently down their cheeks. Just days earlier, they had been proud detectives of the major crime unit, now reduced to the lowest caste of inmates, beaten, humiliated, stripped of all dignity. And the reason for it all? Shen Liang and the others instinctively glanced at Yang Jinrong, clutching his injured backside. They recalled their words from yesterday noon. You'll always be our boss. Now hollow, replaced only by bitter resentment. It was all Yang Jinrong's doing, dragging them into this abyss. Rage, anguish, regret, and defiance churned within them. Yang Jinrong, racked with pain, especially in his ravaged lower body, felt only crushing shame, blind to the shifting hatred in his men's eyes. Yet fury consumed him utterly. After last night's degradation, he had nearly chosen death, but then remembered Huo Wenyao still free and unscathed outside. That thought stayed his hand. At that moment, Yang Jinrong irrevocably crossed into darkness. A savage vow thundered inside him. Once I walk free, I will kill you with my own hands. I will kill you myself. Huo Wenyao, you will die. His hatred for Huo Wenyao would burn through every lifetime. Huo Wenyao had subjected him to utter disgrace, so now Yang Jinrong hated not only him, but everyone else who had failed him, the Tsim Sha Sui police station chief, his superiors in the political department, even Miao Zhishuan. In Yang Jinrong's mind, Miao Zhishuan had failed to anticipate Huo Wenyao's schemes, and offered no support when he crumbled. That failure sealed his fate. In short, he hated them all. To him, Hong Kong citizens who believed Huo Wenyao's words and turned against him were nothing but fools. Upon release, he vowed vengeance, not just on Huo Wenyao, but on every soul who had wronged him, the inmates who degraded him last night. None would escape death. Meanwhile, Huo Wenyao received word Tian Yangsheng had been officially exonerated, proven falsely accused by Yang Jinrong, and was now released. Zhao Jiqiang's sentence was reduced from 6 months to 2, still incarcerated, but a marked improvement. Upon hearing the news, Huo Wenyao smiled at Xiao Gangao and waved, "Let's go. Chikchu prison, to fetch Tian Yangsheng. And pay a visit." "Yes, sir." Xiao Gangao instructed Mo Ichuan to ready the car, a faint smile curling his lips. When Huo Wenyao said visit, he certainly wasn't referring to Gongzi. The target was unmistakably Yang Jinrong. An hour later, the car pulled up before Chikchu prison's gates. A small gate swung open and Tian Yangsheng emerged, calm, detached, expressionless. Huo Wenyao leaned against the car, cigar in hand, and raised a casual wave. Noticing him, Tian Yangsheng strode forward and bowed deeply. "Boss, you've endured much," Huo Wenyao said, gently lifting him. "Did you suffer any indignity inside?" Tian Yangsheng sneered dismissively. "I dealt with a few troublemakers, peaceful as a resort." "Huh." Huo Wenyao laughed heartily, never doubting a word. Then grinning, he added, "Such fine weather, perfect for welcoming you home, and washing away bad luck tonight." Tian Yangsheng's eyes shimmered with gratitude as he hurried, "Thank you, boss." Huo Wenyao smiled warmly, "You're my brother. What's mine is yours." Tian Yangsheng nodded solemnly, the atmosphere warm and sincere. Nearby, Xiao Gangao gazed at the massive iron gate, lost in memory. Here he had transformed. Here he had fallen into darkness, and now returning, the past flooded back. Sensing his thoughts, Huo Wenyao asked lightly, "Would you like to go in?" Xiao Gangao hesitated, then nodded firmly. He too wanted to see how Gongzi fared. Then Huo Wenyao inquired about Yang Jinrong and his men. Tian Yangsheng's lips curled into a cold smirk as he recounted Yang Jinrong's first night behind bars. Huo Wenyao listened captivated. He knew Yang Jinrong's life would be harsh, but not this brutal. When he heard how Shan Biao had violated him, and how others had followed, Huo Wenyao was momentarily stunned. Huo Wenyao, damn, that's ruthless. Impressive. He clapped lightly and chuckled, "Never imagined. It's far more dramatic than I expected." Boss Mo Ichuan grinned. Yang Jinrong's delicate skin means this won't be his last time. Having spent years inside, Chu, his words carried weight. Huo Wenyao clicked his tongue thoughtfully, "Tisk tisk, truly unimaginable." Though he had no desire to witness it, he couldn't help bursting into laughter. Huh. After a while, Huo Wenyao composed himself and gestured for Tian Yangsheng to get into the car. "They say you never retrace your steps after release, so wait here." I'll make the visit. Yes, sir. Tian Yangsheng replied. Huo Wenyao then entered the prison with Qiu Gingao, Mo Ichuan, and Dai Zhuoxian walking along a narrow path toward the yard, where inmates milled in noisy clusters. Yang Jinrong was nowhere in sight, but Huo Wenyao spotted his 4 men being mocked and tormented by other inmates. With quiet disdain, he murmured, wolves travel thousands of miles to feast on meat, dogs travel just as far, only to scavenge dung. You follow a dog, so you deserve nothing but filth. Under escort, he entered the visiting room. Meanwhile, Yang Jinrong crouched in a corner scrubbing himself clean, when a guard barked Yang Jinrong. Someone's here to see you move. Yang Jinrong responded flatly, dried himself, and stepped out expressionlessly. Entering the visiting room, he frowned inwardly. Who could possibly come to see me? Could it be Miao Zhishuan? Uncertain, he didn't refuse. But when led inside, and confronted with Huo Wenyao's face, his expression darkened, his whole body trembling with suppressed rage. He tried to refuse, but the guard shoved him in anyway, then lingered at the door counting money. Qiu Gangao pocketed his cash and stepped back, leaving space between them. Their eyes locked, sparks crackling in the silence. Yang Jinrong sat seething with hatred. Huo Wenyao studied him closely and saw how profoundly he'd changed in just one day. His former composure had vanished, replaced by a chilling, predatory stillness, his gaze raw with undisguised loathing. It struck Huo Wenyao as eerily familiar, just as Qiu Gangao had looked upon his release. Huo Wenyao realized Yang Jinrong had already fallen into darkness. Surprised, yes, but also pleased. So soon, faster than I anticipated. Excellent, I want you to fall. Yang Jinrong adjusted his taped glasses frame and spoke low and hoarse. I didn't expect you'd be the first to visit me in prison. Huo Wenyao smiled faintly. Don't flatter yourself. I'm not here solely for you. I came to collect Tian Yangsheng and merely dropped by to see how you were faring. Yang Jinrong said dryly, your tongue remains as sharp as ever. Huo Wenyao retorted with biting irony, sharp. Not half as impressive as your blossoming chrysanthemum. Heard you had quite the thrilling night. The memory surged. Yang Jinrong's eyes flooded with blood as he slammed his fist onto the table, his face contorting. Huo Wenyao, you won't gloat for long. Every agony I've borne, I'll repay you tenfold once I'm free. Huo Wenyao scoffed. We'll see, if you ever walk out of here. His gaze slid pointedly downward. 6 years, that's your sentence. A month in, and even your farts will shift from soft puffs to deep, wheezing rumbles. Huh. Huo Wenyao pushed the mockery to its peak, while Yang Jinrong's nails dug so deep into his palms that blood welled, his rage threatening to erupt. But then, stillness. He exhaled slowly, fixed Huo Wenyao with a penetrating stare, and shifted tone deliberately. Now that I'm a prisoner, can you finally admit it? Han Shun and Huang Zhiqing, they were both killed by you, weren't they? Huo Wenyao waved a hand lightly and laughed. I'm a good man. Don't slander me. His words denied nothing. His expression betrayed quiet, unspoken confirmation. Yang Jinrong's nails bit deeper into his flesh. He seethed at Huo Wenyao's continued pretense, but said nothing more. Rising slowly, he held Huo Wenyao's gaze as if etching his face into memory, then turned and walked out. Huo Wenyao watched him leave, smiling faintly, until the smile faded, his eyes turning ice cold. He never left loose ends, especially not one who had already embraced darkness. His gaze drifted to Qiu Gangao beside him, and he moved toward the exit. Qiu Gangao nodded. Moments later, Gong Zi entered the visiting room. Qiu Gangao stepped close, voice low and grave. The boss has ordered you to carry out his will inside the prison. The young master was taken aback for a moment, then nodded firmly. Despite his many flaws, he would never refuse something assigned by Huo Wenyao. Not long after Huo Wenyao left with the group, from Tian Yangsheng, Miao Zhishuan arrived at the Qizhou prison. In the visiting room, Yang Jinrong came and went, seemingly guessing who had come this time. Upon meeting Miao Zhishuan, immediately sensed a significant change in Yang Jinrong's demeanor. His heart sank, and he sighed helplessly before getting straight to the point. I will help you deal with Huo Wenyao. Yang Jinrong responded despondently. I advise you not to concern yourself with him. You cannot handle him. He is 100 times more troublesome than we imagined. Miao Zhishuan said seriously, rest assured, I will not underestimate him. I will arrange for Huo Wenyao to come in and keep you company. In Miao Zhishuan's view, Yang Jinrong had been scared by Huo Wenyao and lost his fighting spirit. Seeing his friend in such a depressed state, he felt a pang of sympathy. Miao Zhishuan believed Yang Jinrong should have been a rising star in the police force, but Huo Wenyao had ruined him. Therefore, Miao Zhishuan had to bring Huo Wenyao to justice to help his friend regain his confidence. Since that's the case, Yang Jinrong gathered his emotions and said seriously, then you be careful, he is very cunning. Suddenly a phone rang. As a prisoner, Yang Jinrong naturally had no phone. With limited visiting time, Miao Zhishuan didn't think much and answered the call. A voice came from the other end. Miao Zhishuan, your transfer order has arrived. You are assigned to the Tsim Sha Sui police station as the leader of the anti-triad unit. Miao Zhishuan was momentarily stunned, then filled with joy. His application had finally succeeded. He had originally been responsible for the new territories, but had specially requested a transfer to Tsim Sha Sui to deal with Huo Wenyao. Yes, sir. Miao Zhishuan exclaimed excitedly. The phone was loud, and the visiting room was quiet, allowing Yang Jinrong to hear everything clearly. You. Yang Jinrong's expression turned grave, wanting to speak, but hesitating, as if he was concerned for his friend's safety. Miao Zhishuan turned to leave. Yang Jinrong sat quietly, the madness on his face gradually becoming apparent. He looked at Miao Zhishuan's back, revealing a hint of cold mockery. There was no doubt it was mockery, not worry. Yang Jinrong had already turned dark. After encountering that incident, his heart had gradually twisted. As previously mentioned, he hated everyone, including Miao Zhishuan, hating him for not warning him enough, which led to his current predicament. Moreover, considering their current status disparity, he had fallen from the position of head of the Serious Crimes Unit to a convict, while Miao Zhishuan had become the leader of the Anti-Triad Unit at Simsha Sui. The gap was too vast. Thus Yang Jinrong was filled with jealousy, even eagerly anticipating Miao Zhishuan's fierce confrontation with Huo Wenyo. Idiot, he muttered to himself. If Huo Wenyo were that easy to handle, how could I have ended up like this? Ha ha ha. I really want to see you two suffer mutually. Yang Jinrong's face showed a look of regret. Fortunately, Miao Zhishuan left early and did not see him, otherwise just a glance from him would send chills down his spine. He stood up and walked out. Now he had to carefully plan how to survive in prison. A new day arrived. Miao Zhishuan held the transfer order accompanied by his two loyal subordinates, a Jin and a Zhu, heading to Simsha Sui police station to take office. On the way, he pondered for a long time and could not help but say to the two, the person we are dealing with this time is very cunning. You can still back out now. As the king of guns, Miao Zhishuan was always calm. In fact, he and Yang Jinrong were very similar in personality, otherwise they would not have become close friends. Especially with the title of king of guns, he was never afraid of any opponent. However, this time, he rarely spoke such words to his confidants, highlighting his seriousness regarding Huo Wenyo. A Jin and a Zhu exchanged glances and laughed. They turned to Miao Zhishuan, with a Zhu speaking first. Boss, we have been with you for so many years, from police officers to trainee inspectors. What situations have we not seen? We are not afraid. A Jin added. Yes, what opponents have we not dealt with before? This time will be the same. You want us to leave? No way. Both were resolute in their attitude. Miao Zhishuan noticed this and felt warmth in his heart. Of course, he was aware of their backgrounds. Their approach was somewhat similar to Yang Jinrong's, but their methods and intellect were lacking, making them a downgraded version. Yet at this moment, he fully accepted their loyalty. Outside the car window, the entrance of Simsha Sui police station was already visible. Miao Zhishuan pondered for a moment and said, this opponent is not simple. The task is very tricky. Adding to Yang Jinrong's previous example, after we take office, let's keep a low profile and investigate secretly. A Zhu and a Jin nodded simultaneously. Understood, boss. Don't worry. Miao Zhishuan continued, the person I want to investigate is Huo Wenyo. Think carefully, even the police department has bowed down and reconciled with him. We must not be careless. Upon hearing the name Huo Wenyo, a Jin and a Zhu's expressions immediately turned serious. This name was well known in the harbor, they naturally understood its weight. The two put away their relaxed expressions and nodded seriously. Yes, sir. Miao Zhishuan slightly relaxed and added, fortunately he is in the light while we are in the dark. As long as we do not expose our intentions, we will not attract his attention. Therefore, we will only collect clues in secret for now, and when the time is right, we will strike decisively. Yes. The car stopped at the entrance of Simsha Sui police station. The three got out, handed in their transfer orders, and headed straight for the commissioner's office. After knocking, the foreign commissioner smiled when he saw Miao Zhishuan. I have heard of the king of guns for a long time. It is our honor for you to come to Simsha Sui police station. Now that you are appointed as the leader of the anti-triad unit, it seems the gangs here will have a headache. Although the words were polite, the commissioner's demeanor carried an air of condescension. This was natural, as it was their world now, especially since he was the commissioner. Thank you, sir. Miao Zhishuan saluted respectfully. I will not let the commissioner down. The commissioner nodded in satisfaction, but suddenly remembered something, his expression turning serious as he said in a warning tone. In Simsha Sui, you can investigate anyone you want. But remember, there is one person you absolutely cannot investigate. It's best not to even touch him. A Zhu and a Jin's hearts sank. To make the commissioner emphasize this so seriously, he was certainly no ordinary person. Miao Zhishuan's expression also turned serious, but an ominous premonition arose in his heart. Sure enough, the commissioner lowered his voice and said solemnly, Huo Wenyo, remember, I don't care who you investigate in Simsha Sui, but you absolutely cannot investigate Huo Wenyo. No, you must not even have the thought of targeting him. Huang Zhiqing and Yang Jinrong have already angered him. If you cause trouble again, I won't be able to keep my position as commissioner. Do you understand? Huo Wenyo. Again, Huo Wenyo. The three exchanged glances, not expecting that right after taking office the commissioner would issue such a ban. This was truly an inauspicious start. Seeing them dazed, the commissioner frowned. Miao Zhishuan noticed this and immediately assured, Commissioner, rest assured, I will not investigate Huo Wenyo. He paused briefly, seeing the lingering doubts in the other party's eyes, and added, I have also heard that he is not to be trifled with. He is quite tricky. Since the commissioner has specifically instructed, I would not be foolish enough to seek trouble. The commissioner nodded upon hearing the assurance, finally relaxing a bit. He was truly afraid of Huo Wenyo. Then the commissioner's tone returned to normal. I wish you a smooth work process. Thanks, sir. The three saluted and turned to leave. Back in the large office of the anti-triad unit, Miao Zhishuan introduced himself and briefly got to know his team members before entering the unit leader's office. Closing the door, he recalled the commissioner's warning and couldn't help but sigh. Just after taking office facing such strong resistance in investigating Huo Wenyo, he is more troublesome than I imagined. Miao Zhishuan truly did not expect that even the foreign commissioner would be so wary of Huo Wenyo, even explicitly banning investigations. And he had not dared to refute earlier, fearing the commissioner might directly transfer him away. This situation was difficult. Even though the beginning was fraught with challenges, Miao Zhishuan felt more determined instead. He whispered to himself, this is what makes it challenging. I will always keep an eye on you in secret. Meanwhile, on Huo Wenyo's side, the system's voice suddenly rang in his ear. Ding. Task 1, revenge on Yang Jinrong, causing him to be dismissed by the police, has been completed. Reward granted. Gangster Wang Jianjun's killer gang Nanhai bodyguards. Huo Wenyo smiled upon hearing this. He remembered Wang Jianjun's gang clearly, as even Su Jingyang, a Nanhai bodyguard, had almost fallen into their hands. Now that this gang was about to come under his command, his strength would undoubtedly increase. However, just thinking of Wang Jianjun made Huo Wenyo laugh again, because this name always reminded him of that classic line, I don't know martial arts. I walked in and saw Chong Wei beating up Lai Fu. Truly hilarious. He never expected that one day this guy would also become his subordinate. Having dealt with Yang Jinrong, Huo Wenyo began to ponder the next steps. The priority was naturally to expand his influence. With power, money would come quickly, and he would also have the capital to contend with those wealthy tycoons. He pulled his thoughts back to reality, pondered for a moment, and dialed Sha Meng's phone number. Yao Ge. Sha Meng's voice came lacking the previous ferocity. Having witnessed Huo Wenyo's methods, he felt genuinely fearful. Come over when you have time, Huo Wenyo said. I want to talk to you. Yao Ge called me. I am always free. Sha Meng's sycophantic tone surprised Huo Wenyo, even with a slight lisp. What the hell? Is this the Sha Meng I know? He has no backbone. But it feels rather satisfying. In less than half an hour, Sha Meng appeared at the door, brought in by Tian Yanjin. He greeted with a flattering smile. Haha, it's been a few days, and I feel like Yao Ge has become even more handsome. No wonder you could deal with Yang Jinrong. This flattery was neither painful nor ticklish. Huo Wenyo waved his hand casually, but his gesture carried an air of unrefusability. Sha Meng immediately leaned in closely, that sycophantic smile, making Huo Wenyo unable to help but say, actually, I still prefer your previous, unruly self. Sha Meng. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately lacked the courage to stand firm, forcing a smile and saying, Yao Ge is joking. I was just immature before. In front of Yao Ge, I will always be a little lackey. Huo Wenyo merely curled his lips in mild indifference and asked directly, tell me, how have Hung Hing and East Star been faring lately? Sha Meng had anticipated this question and was fully prepared. The moment Huo Wenyo finished speaking, Sha Meng burst into excited laughter and declared, the fighting has been spectacular. They've nearly bashed human heads into dog heads. Huo Wenyao's eyes flickered with curiosity. Sha Meng grew even more animated and promptly reported, Dragon Head Luo Tua is dead. Bai Tu Wang Ben Shu, the eldest and most senior elder, has stepped forward to assume command per tradition. Truth be told, all of us branch leaders saw through his intentions. He covets the Dragon Head position. Yet East Star's culture runs thus, brothers and public rivals in secret. Backstabbing remains second nature. Everyone has ambitions for that seat, so Ben Shu must deliver tangible results to win legitimacy. Nothing rallies loyalty faster than avenging Luo Tua's death. On the very day Luo Tua fell, East Star declared war on Hung Hing. Ben Shu attempted to take command, but no one obeyed his orders. Coincidentally, every branch leader harbored ambitions to seize territory. Since Jiang Tiansheng assumed leadership of Hung Hing, discipline has slackened, and their combat effectiveness has steadily declined. So each branch leader launched assaults under the banner of vengeance, vying for Hung Hing's turf. The clashes have been fierce and evenly matched. Now tempers are flaring, stakes rising, and casualties mounting on both sides. Overall, East Star has sustained heavier losses. Were it not for the righteous momentum lent by their avenging cause, they'd likely have been driven back long ago. Sha Meng paused, then sighed helplessly. There's no helping it. Hung Hing produces elite enforcers. Their raw fighting power simply surpasses East Star's. Fortunately, East Star dabbles in every trade imaginable. Wealth flows freely, and our ranks swell with loyal underlings. But the final outcome remains uncertain. By this point, Huo Wenyo had heard enough. In essence, East Star and Hung Hing were locked in brutal, escalating warfare. Human skulls nearly reduced to canine ones. By 2 Wang Ben Shu sought to ascend amid the chaos, yet shaming Lei Yaoyang and others pursued private agendas, making his path to power anything but smooth. As for the ultimate resolution, it truly remains undecided. Simply put, once passions ignited, hostilities intensified, and bloodshed multiplied. Simply put, as fury deepened, violence escalated, and casualties mounted. Yet with each blow struck, hatred only hardened, coalescing into something darker and more enduring. Huo Wenyao sensed Shaming's unspoken plea that he intervened to install Shaming as East Star's new dragon head. Yet Huo Wenyao offered no response, merely dismissing him with a wave after absorbing the report. As Shaming departed, wounded pride shimmered in his gaze, but Huo Wenyao ignored it entirely. The irony was piercing. Before Huo Wenyao, he had bowed so low his spine seemed bent, not daring to straighten even an inch. Yet the moment he crossed the threshold, the cringing subordinate vanished. Shaming's demeanor transformed, arrogance flared, and spotting a junior brother stationed at the gate, he lashed out with a vicious kick. Scum! Haven't you heard? Good dogs don't block the road. The startled underling scrambled upright, instantly plastering on a sycophantic grin. Huh, boss is out. I'll fetch the car right away. Shaming snorted disdainfully and gave a terse, dismissive hum. His manner, brazen, unapologetic. Tian Yangshi, observing from the doorway, scoffed with quiet contempt. She had just witnessed Shaming cower before Huo Wenyao like a submissive Sharpei, yet outside he morphed into a petty tyrant. Huo Wenyao soon summoned Tian Yangshi to inquire about recent expansion efforts at their security firm. Tian Yangshi responded immediately. Ever since young Camling's arrest, our company's reputation surged. Over the past 2 days, recruitment has surged. We now field over 4,000 personnel. She paused, then added with a wry smile, truth be told, we owe much to the funds Shaming provided. Without them, growth would never have accelerated so swiftly. Huo Wenyao nodded thoughtfully. Though he intended to expand his influence, he required legitimate grounds. After all, he ran a corporate enterprise, not a triad. Any move demanded moral justification, lest he tarnish his standing among Hong Kong's citizenry. Lost in contemplation, Huo Wenyao let silence settle. Tian Yangshi stood respectfully aside, until suddenly inspiration struck. Yangshi, compile a master list of every merchant within our jurisdiction who has suffered extortion by triad organizations. Tian Yangshi tilted her head, intrigued, then hesitated. Well, every merchant has been extorted. Some endure multiple demands daily. One vendor was shaken down by 10 different gangs in a single day. She paused again, then added soberly, these hoodlums spare no one, from high-end nightclubs and bars down to roadside fruit stalls and elderly vendors selling mangoes on street corners. Even beggars with physical disabilities aren't exempt from their protection fees. Huo Wenyao blinked, stunned. He knew these gangsters were ruthless, but this defied comprehension. To extort pennies from cripples. Unconscionable. Utter filth. Huo Wenyao roared, slamming his palm onto the armrest of his chair. These thugs have forfeited all humanity. Triads are nothing but malignant tumors upon society. He paused, his expression softening into solemn compassion. All of Hong Kong knows Huo Wenyao's heart beats with kindness. Therefore, I will not permit such atrocity within my domain. It violates every principle of heaven and earth. Tian Yangshi stared baffled. Her boss had just launched into full theatrical mode. She almost blurted, we're alone here. No audience needs impressing, but held her tongue, merely nodding silently. Huo Wenyao continued, voice steady, compile that complete list. So our actions bear undeniable legitimacy, silencing any whisper of slander. Tian Yangshi's gaze turned glacial. Who dares slander Brother Yao? I'll deal with them myself, today. Huo Wenyao waved a gentle hand. This is technically sound, but unnecessary. We are respectable businessmen. Such crude language has no place in our discourse. Tian Yangshi fell silent. Huo Wenyao pressed on, especially cases involving beggars. Track down every victim. Document every incident, meticulously preserving names, dates, and verifiable details. Tian Yangshi acknowledged the order and set off immediately. By the following evening, a comprehensive dossier lay freshly printed before Huo Wenyao. She placed it in his hands with a crisp report. Within this list, Tai Zi, the undisputed kingpin of Hung Hing's Tsim Sha Sui division, stands out most brazenly. While we were entangled in young Camling's frame-up, he extorted 40% of all merchants in our territory, netting over $2 million. But surely, even they wouldn't stoop so low to rob beggars. This defies all reason. Tai Zi, born Ganzi Tai, is Hung Hing's most feared enforcer, the sole double-flower red pole in the entire organization. His martial prowess, his legendary defeat, has rarely graced his record since his debut. Huo Wenyao scanned the dossier, his expression darkened. Scoundrel, daring to shake down merchants under my protection, unforgivable. He sat upright, voice sharp as tempered steel. I, Huo Wenyao, cannot abide injustice. He turned to Tian Yangshi. Gather our forces, prepare to confront Tai Zi. Yes, boss, she replied without hesitation. That evening, Huo Wenyao assembled his full contingent. Over 4,000 men converged, marching westward toward Simsha Sui into Tai Zi's stronghold. Everyone in the Underworld knew Feiho nightclub was his fortress. 24 vehicles screeched to a halt at the entrance. Huo Wenyao descended first, accompanied by over 100 elite operatives. He glanced up at the neon sign, then raised his hand decisively. Moved. With that he strode inside, Tian Yangsheng and Qiu Gangao flanking him like twin blades. Behind them marched Tian Yangxi Mo Ichuan and scores more, nearly 100 strong advancing in disciplined formation. A cluster of bouncers rushed forward blocking the entrance. Hey, who the hell are you? Think you can stir trouble at Brother Tai Zi's club? Before the words fully left their mouths, Huo Wenyao's men seized them, yanking them aside and unleashing swift brutal strikes. Huo Wenyao's polished shoes clicked sharply against the marble floor as he advanced. He entered the nightclub. The music died mid-beat. Patrons hunched instinctively recognizing the grim signature of Triad warfare. A bartender summoning courage stammered, "Brother, are you here for drinks?" Huo Wenyao flashed a wolfish grin. "Do I look like a man here for drinks?" The bartender shook his head violently. "Precisely," Huo Wenyao replied, smiling sweetly. "Who the hell are you, and what do you want here?" A horde of hoodlums erupted from the shadows, fists clenched, weapons drawn. After all, this was Tai Zi's lair. 40 or 50 men always stood guard. The two factions faced off, tension crackling, while patrons ducked low and slipped out the exits. Tai Zi's men were volatile, spitting curses before the dust settled. "Know whose turf this is? Think you can storm in and die?" Huo Wenyao remained silent. Beside him, Qiu Gangao spoke, cold, precise, and lethal. "Bring out Tai Zi. Who dares disturb my domain?" His voice echoed, and there he stood, bearing twin peonies inked across his shoulders, Tai Zi himself. His true name was Ganzi Tai. He stepped past his lieutenants, locking eyes with Huo Wenyao. Huo Wenyao. Their gazes collided, air thick and charged with unspoken violence. Tai Zi's face hardened. He appraised Huo Wenyao up and down, voice icy. "You bring this many men. What do you intend? To plant your flag here?" His tone was ironclad. Huo Wenyao's lips lifted faintly. Then he swept his gaze across the glittering interior before replying, calm as still water, "Nothing urgent. Just came to collect some protection fees." His voice was placid, but the effect detonated like a grenade. A collective gasp rippled through the club. Tai Zi, the most formidable fighter in all of Hongqing. For years he'd ruled Simsha Sui unchallenged. His reputation alone kept rivals at bay. And yet Huo Wenyao had marched in, with barely 100 men, and spoken those words with chilling nonchalance. It wasn't confrontation. It was humiliation delivered with surgical precision. If Tai Zi endured this, his reign, and his very name, would vanish from the Underworld's lexicon forever. His face contorted, dark, furious, and he growled, voice guttural and low, "Huo Wenyao, do you know what you're saying?" "Didn't catch that, eh?" Huo Wenyao smiled serenely, repeating slowly, "I said, I'm here to collect protection fees." At those words, Tai Zi's countenance twisted further. Behind him, underlings surged forward, grabbing bottles, pipes, chains, poised to strike. Tai Zi ground his teeth, enunciating each word like shards of glass. "Huo Wenyao, you're begging for death." Huo Wenyao merely smirked, dismissive, contemptuous. "What's wrong? You collected protection fees from my territory while I was distracted. Can't I return the courtesy?" A sudden hush fell over the room. Even Tai Zi's own men exchanged glances, suddenly enlightened. Had Huo Wenyao arrived solely to seize territory, battle would erupt without hesitation. But now, Tai Zi appeared the aggressor, having overstepped first. Moral high ground had shifted. The air loosened, just slightly. Whether blood spilled next depended solely on Tai Zi's next breath. The prince's anger momentarily subsided, a hint of embarrassment flitting across his face. He initially thought that Huo Wenyao was finished and wanted to take advantage of the situation, but he never expected Huo Wenyao to make a comeback, now even stronger than before. Indeed, he was in the wrong in this matter. However, the prince was after all a prominent figure of the Hongqing gang, known far and wide. He knew that Huo Wenyao was not to be trifled with. Even Yang Jinrong had fallen, yet it was impossible for him to back down on the spot. There was only one path left to take. The prince coldly declared, "So what if I did it? You don't think that taking down one cop gives you the right to flaunt your power in front of me, do you? Even if it's combined efforts of the Sand Mantis and Crow, they wouldn't dare speak to me like that." His younger brothers behind him straightened their backs upon seeing their leader's boldness. Huo Wenyao scoffed disdainfully. "The protection fee from the Huihao nightclub is mine tonight." He paused, his tone neutral, yet carrying an undertone of ferocity. "Not even Jesus could stop it." The prince sneered. "Aren't you afraid of coming in alive and not getting out alive? This is my territory." Huo Wenyao returned the sneer. "Then you might as well ask standing outside right now, are they your people or mine?" Just as he finished speaking, one of his underlings rushed in from the front door shouting, "Prince, outside. There are a lot of people." "How many people?" The prince's heart tightened, still forcing a disdainful demeanor. The underling swallowed hard, his voice tense. About 4,000 people." The prince was momentarily speechless. His subordinates were also stunned. Meanwhile, about 20 minutes earlier, The Tsim Sha Sui police station had also received news. With over 4,000 of Huo Wenyuo's men mobilizing at once, such a commotion could not escape the police's notice. Of course, it seemed Huo Wenyuo had no intention of hiding it. Miao Zhishuan received the news, his expression darkening as he realized something significant was happening, and immediately issued orders. Emergency, recall all members of the anti-black group and patrol group. Get to work. He didn't mention the serious crimes unit, as that batch had been sent by the foreign chief inspector to serve as traffic police, and the new team was not yet formed, leaving no one available. One of his subordinates, Azu, leaned in and whispered, "Boss, should we take the opportunity to arrest Huo Wenyuo?" A kin nearby also looked over, curiosity in his eyes. Encountering such a scene right after taking office seemed too good an opportunity to pass up. However, Miao Zhishuan shook his head, revealing a faint smile. "No. Our goal tonight is not to arrest anyone." Looking at the puzzled expressions of his two trusted aides, he continued, "Not only are we not arresting anyone, but we also want to take this opportunity to show goodwill to Huo Wenyuo." Akin and Azu were momentarily at a loss for words. Azu, confused, couldn't help but ask, "Not arresting anyone is fine, but why show goodwill?" Akin nodded in agreement. "Yeah, boss, this is a rare opportunity. Although the chief inspector has instructed us not to touch him, causing such a ruckus." Miao Zhishuan did not directly answer, merely gazing out the window, as if he could already see the crowd of people gathered on the streets of Tsim Sha Sui. Miao Zhishuan did not pursue the topic further, just smiling slightly. "Huo Wenyuo is a smart man," he explained, "and smart people wouldn't leave us any evidence to grab while causing such a commotion." Azu and Akin nodded, finally understanding his meaning. "So that's how it is." Miao Zhishuan thought for a moment and added, "Do as I say and don't act recklessly. Otherwise we might alert the snake in the grass, and that could lead to big trouble." Azu and Akin immediately responded affirmatively. Goodness, with the prince's men would they almost have 8,000 people. Everyone at the scene was somewhat dazed. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Huo Wenyuo grinned widely. The smile on the prince's face also faded as he realized that the situation was not simple. "I did take your protection fee, that's true," the prince said solemnly, "but now that you've come to my door, how do you intend to resolve this?" "Draw the line. Am willing to accompany you to the end." His tone remained tough. Huo Wenyuo nodded. "In the world of the rivers and lakes we handle things according to the rules," he said. "Since you are at a disadvantage, let's follow the rules of the rivers and lakes." "A duel?" The prince was somewhat taken aback upon hearing this. "A duel?" "Exactly," Huo Wenyuo continued. "It said that you, prince, are quite the fighter, being one of the dual flower red sticks of Yangsheng. Then let's have a match and see how strong this red stick of yours really is. One battle to determine the victor." The prince thought for a moment and agreed. Good. Compared to a large-scale brawl, he indeed preferred a duel, as he was quite confident in his skills. He waved his hand, and his younger brothers confidently stepped back. Some began to skillfully move the surrounding sofas and tables, their movements quite nimble. Judging by this momentum, the prince must have frequently engaged in unknown fights. In just a few moments, the area was cleared. Next, the prince walked to the center of the empty space, bare-chested, and beckoned to Huo Wenyuo and his companions. "Who among you will come?" At this moment, the prince exuded a powerful aura, truly living up to his title as the dual flower red stick. Meanwhile, outside the Huihao nightclub, the prince's men had gathered in a thick mass. Over 3,000 people, with more arriving, blocking half the street. Opposite them were Huo Wenyuo's men. Over 4,000, equally dense, all wielding weapons and glaring menacingly at their opponents. The subordinates on both sides were exchanging insults, the tension palpable. "Damn your family. You're dead meat." However, they were still relatively restrained, all waiting for orders from their bosses inside. Inside the nightclub, the prince stood in the center and loudly declared, "Winner takes all, loser admits defeat. One battle to determine victory or defeat, correct?" "Of course." Huo Wenyuo replied nonchalantly, "If you win, I will immediately take my men and wipe the slate clean for the previous matter." He then turned the conversation, a playful expression appearing on his face. "But if you lose, the money you previously extorted will be paid back double. Furthermore, you will compensate me with 2 more streets." This wager seemed a bit uneven, yet given the prince's prior wrongdoing, it was fair enough. The prince pondered for a moment before nodding. "It's a deal. Once said, it cannot be changed." Huo Wenyuo smiled. With the 2 leaders having made their decision, the outcome of the duel would soon be revealed. However, the prince's men remained confident, as the reputation of the dual flower red stick provided them with considerable assurance. With the agreement made, the prince's gaze fell on Huo Wenyuo's side, specifically on the scar-faced Xiao Gongao. He beckoned. "Come on. I've heard that Huo Wenyuo's underling Xiao Gongao used to be a cop, and is quite the fighter, having a reputation in the rough neighborhoods as well. Let me see how capable you really are." The gazes of everyone focused on Xiao Gongao. However, Xiao Gongao remained still, merely looking at Huo Wenyuo. Huo Wenyuo smiled faintly and stopped him with a hand. "Ashing," he said, "you take this one." During this time, Tian Yangsheng had already made a name for himself. But Tian Yangsheng had not shown much performance until now. Today was a good opportunity for him to step on the dual flower red stick of Yangsheng and make a name for himself. "Yes, boss." Tian Yangsheng said, a smirk appearing on his lips as he stepped toward the prince. Seeing this, the prince's brows immediately furrowed. Huo Wenyo, he couldn't help but mock, "Are you sure you want him to fight me?" Surrounding Yangsheng subordinates also looked puzzled. They too did not understand why Huo Wenyo would send out someone with no reputation instead of the more famous Qiu Gongao. Could this person really be the prince's opponent? The underlings burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, is this a direct admission of defeat? Their laughter grew louder. Afraid that Qiu Gonggao's loss would be even more embarrassing. With that physique, do you even qualify to spar with the prince? Hey, can you last 3 moves? Huo Wenyo smiled, unfazed by the mockery. He replied coolly, "Whether he can win, well, no, once we fight." However, he paused and added, "But I hope you, prince, don't lose too badly." "I will lose." The prince seemed to have heard the greatest joke, sneering at Tian. "Yangsheng, kid, what's your name?" "My men don't fight nameless people." Tian Yangsheng's expression remained unchanged, his voice cold. "Are your ears deaf?" He replied softly, "Did you not hear my boss call me Tian Yangsheng?" The prince's face darkened. Being insulted directly by a nameless wretch made his anger rise, and he was already determined not to hold back later. But just then Huo Wenyo spoke up again. "By the way, since we're going to fight, why not sign a waiver agreement?" Sign an agreement. Everyone at the scene was taken aback. When has there ever been such a thing in the world of duels? What was Huo Wenyo thinking? The prince directly mocked, "Damn, are we fighting like women? Do we need to sign an agreement?" Huo Wenyo, however, was unperturbed. "I'm a serious businessman," he said. "Everything must be reasonable and lawful." He paused for a moment, his tone a bit playful. "What? You won't dare, will you?" As soon as these words were spoken, the prince's expression darkened. "In this world, there's nothing my prince dares not do," he immediately retorted, but then his eyes shifted, and he nodded. "Fine, well, sign, no problem." However, he followed up with a boastful expression. "But since we are signing an agreement, if I accidentally kill him later, you won't mind, right?" Tian Yangsheng remained expressionless. Huo Wenyo's lips curled up, seemingly looking forward to it. "If you have that skill," he said, "I certainly won't mind." "Good. Then let's sign." The prince was also eager, wanting to quickly finish this formality and deal with this ignorant kid. Huo Wenyo waved his hand, and Tian Yangsheng brought out the contract. This contract had been drafted by a lawyer specifically to avoid future troubles. The prince checked the contract, both parties signed, and pressed their handprints. Once the process was complete, the prince impatiently said, "Can we start now?" "Of course." Huo Wenyo replied, satisfied, as he put away the contract, his voice deepening. "Then, may the best man win." The prince immediately shook his hand and took a fighting stance against Tian Yangsheng. Tian Yangsheng also shifted his feet, taking his position. To be fair, compared to the solidly built prince, Tian Yangsheng appeared a bit slender. Yet if one looked closely, the cold and sharp aura surrounding him seemed even stronger than the prince's. However, the younger brothers behind the prince could no longer contain their excitement and even began to celebrate prematurely. "Who?" The prince was the first to move, lunging forward and throwing a punch directly at Tian Yangsheng's face. Tian Yangsheng tilted his body slightly and raised his hand to deflect the strike. Seizing the narrowing distance between them, he countered with a reverse punch aimed squarely at the crown prince's nose. The crown prince raised his forearm to block, then instantly followed with a low kick aimed at Tian Yangsheng's groin. Such underhanded street fighting techniques came naturally to Triad enforcers unburdened by restraint or decorum. Yet Tian Yangsheng seemed to have anticipated it. Lifting his leg with uncanny timing, he struck the front of the crown prince's calf before the kick could land. Startled at how effortlessly his move had been read, the crown prince's expression flickered, then hardened as he prepared another assault. A faint icy smirk curled at the corner of Tian Yangsheng's lips. Then in a blur of motion, he surged forward, a thunderous cannon punch exploding against the crown prince's broad pectorals. Thud! A muffled impact echoed through the air. The crown prince staggered backward several steps, retreating all the way to the edge of the crowd, where his underlings rushed forward to brace him, barely keeping him upright. Agony seared across his chest, marked by a stark, livid imprint of the fist. His face contorted in disbelief. He had never imagined that this stoic subordinate of Huo Wenyao possessed such formidable strength. He conceded, silently, that he had gravely underestimated his opponent. Then a flush of crimson rose swiftly across his cheeks. Clearly, even that single blow had left him shaken. Those underlings who knew the crown prince's prowess stood frozen in astonishment, their eyes locked on Tian Yangsheng. "Damn, how strong is this kid?" Huo Wenyao's mocking voice cut in just then. "So this is all you've got, your highness?" He chuckled. "Not exactly impressive." "Damn it, bastard." Stung by the taunt, the crown prince flung aside his supporting men like rag dolls and charged again. Furious, reckless, a raging bull unleashed. Tian Yangsheng no longer held back. This battle would be his ascension, his legend forged in blood and force. His true power erupted. A devastating crashing kick lashed out, cleaving straight toward the crown prince's chest. The crown prince scrambled to parry, only for Tian Yangsheng's assault to cascade without pause. Hardly had he blocked the kick when a fiercer swinging punch whistled through the air, aimed at his temple. Frantically, he raised his arms to intercept. Truth be told, under this relentless onslaught, even the crown prince fought with growing disarray. His underlings watched, jaws slack with shock. Then, Another dull thud, the Crown Prince's own fist slammed into his own torso. Thump! A follow-up kick landed squarely in his abdomen. Ugh! A guttural groan escaped him as his body folded inward, crumpling like a shrimp. His men rushed forward once more to prop him up. Yet even as they steadied him, the Crown Prince suddenly threw his head back and spat a gout of crimson blood into the air. Tian Yangsheng's disdainful smirk never wavered, not for an instant, and his fists kept flying, each blow landing with cold, unrelenting precision upon the Crown Prince's frame. The Crown Prince reeled backward, blood frothing from his mouth with every choked breath. Even the peony tattoo coiling across his shoulder was splattered red, an eerie, grotesque sight. With one final crushing blow, Tian Yangsheng sent the Crown Prince hurtling to the perimeter of the arena, then paused, calm and detached. So this is it. Your tongue is sharper than your fists. The mockery was absolute. Humiliation burned across the Crown Prince's face, scarlet with rage. A double-flower red pole of the Yangsheng Triad, he had never endured such disgrace. I'll kill you. Roaring, he lunged forward once more. Abandoning all technique, unleashing every style, he knew Western boxing, Sancho Taekwondo, pure, unfiltered fury. It was only natural. If the Yangsheng's golden reputation were shattered by an unknown nobody, his standing and survival would vanish overnight. Ferocious in attack, the Crown Prince now faced a Tian Yangsheng fully engaged, every strike sharper, every movement deadlier. Oh, die, die, he screamed as he attacked. Thud, thump, flesh met flesh, each impact resonating with brutal finality. Under the Crown Prince's suicidal assault, Tian Yangsheng absorbed several blows, sustaining minor injuries. Then as the Crown Prince lowered his head and charged again like a maddened beast, a flash of cold ruthlessness ignited in Tian Yangsheng's eyes. In a fluid pivot, he slipped to the Crown Prince's flank, wrist snapping inward to seize his arm. Before the punch could even begin its arc, the limb was locked, immobilized. Get lost. The Crown Prince bellowed, straining to break free. But at that instant, Tian Yangsheng's gaze turned glacial, and with a sudden savage twist, he hurled the man sideways. Crack! Like discarding refuse, he slammed the Crown Prince onto the floor. The sickening thud reverberated deep within every onlooker's chest. But it wasn't over. In one seamless motion, Tian Yangsheng stepped forward, planting his boot firmly atop the Crown Prince's chest, then seized one of his legs, locking it in place with both hands. Before the Crown Prince could react, Tian Yangsheng dropped his hips, channeled every ounce of strength, and wrenched backward with terrifying force. That slender frame exuded a terrifying aura. Before the stunned eyes of all present, the Crown Prince's thigh snapped, bending at a grotesque, unnatural angle. A shriek of raw agony tore from the Crown Prince's throat. Silence fell like a shroud. Beyond his cries, the entire venue froze, stunned, speechless, paralyzed. Huo Wenyao, however, remained unmoved. He knew Tian Yangsheng's capabilities, and having heard the Crown Prince vow to kill him moments earlier, he found nothing surprising in the severity of the response. Still, even he had to admit, the spectacle was chilling. To snap the leg of a Yangsheng double-flower red pole with bare hands was sheer unvarnished brutality. HSSSS. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Expressions ranged from horror to awe to abject dread. The ferocity of the act left many of the Crown Prince's lieutenants pale-faced and trembling. Tian Yangsheng's savagery had seared itself into their minds. This seemingly frail man moved with lethal, unforgettable precision. Brother Taizi, boss. His men panicked. Under the signed agreement, Tian Yangsheng could have killed the Crown Prince and faced no consequences. Terrified that victory alone wouldn't satisfy him, and fearing he might finish the job, they abandoned protocol entirely, surging forward en masse to shield their leader. Yet Tian Yangsheng had never intended murder. Maiming the Crown Prince was punishment for arrogance, and arrogance always exacted its price. But killing, that crossed a line. This was the Crown Prince's territory. Bloodshed here risked igniting open revolt among his followers, and chaos beyond containment. Remember, Huo Wenyao had arrived under the banner of moral authority. If he'd slain the Crown Prince outright, the Yangsheng would declare total war, handing the East Star Triad a golden opportunity. Such folly was beneath Tian Yangsheng. Besides, crippling the Crown Prince and shattering the Yangsheng's prestige achieved far greater effect. So when the underlings rushed forward, he merely scoffed and kicked the Crown Prince straight into their midst. Brother Taizi, are you alright? His men swarmed around him, then turned as one, glaring daggers at Huo Wenyao's entourage, especially Tian Yangsheng, eyes burning with murderous intent. Pain cleared the Crown Prince's mind just enough. Pointing a trembling finger at Tian Yangsheng, he snarled, "Kill him now?" His men exchanged grim looks, then hardened their expressions and charged without hesitation. Charge. Avenge Brother Taizi. Leave them all here. Kill. Seeing the enemy advance, Huo Wenyao didn't hesitate. He simply raised a hand and gave a quiet signal. Instantly, his security detail roared and surged forward. More ferocious, more unified, more overwhelming. Logically, the Crown Prince's side should have dominated. The Yangsheng's enforcers were legendary, and these were his elite. But the public shattering of his arm had devastated morale. Doubt gnawed at his men, But disobedience was unthinkable. So they advanced, resigned, fearful hearts pounding. Huo Wenyao's faction, by contrast, surged with confidence. The two forces collided, chaos erupting across the nightclub. Crush them. Don't back down. Thud. Thump. Crash. Fists flew, tables splintered, bar counters collapsed. Within moments the venue lay in ruins. Numbers were nearly equal, and the Honghing men were indeed more skilled. Yet Huo Wenyao's group fought with unmatched ferocity. Moreover, aside from the Crown Prince's two most trusted lieutenants, the rest were merely competent, not exceptional. Huo Wenyao's team was different. Qiu Gangao, though slightly less formidable than Tian Yangsheng, was no less ruthless. His brothers, Mo Yichuan and Dai Zhuoxian, were equally dangerous. And Tian Yangsheng's own brothers. They had survived gunfire and war zones. Street brawls were child's play to them. Within moments the Crown Prince's men buckled, driven back, beaten down, hunted across the wreckage. Crash. Cut him down. Die, you bastard. Though the security guards and underlings held their ground for a time, the moment Mo Yichuan, Tian Yangji, and the others entered the fray, it became slaughter. No underling lasted 3 exchanges. Total domination ensued. As the nightclub neared total collapse, and the commotion grew deafening, the thousands gathered outside the entrance grew restless, clenching fists and readying themselves to join the fray. Then, whoa, sirens pierced the night from the end of the street. Dozens of police cruisers forced their way onto the sidewalk, halting in perfect unison before the nightclub's entrance. The restless mob outside instantly sobered. Clang. Car doors swung open, and Inspector Miao Zhishuan stepped out, surveying the scene with a knot of dread tightening in his gut. Amidst the standoff he remained composed, immediately turning to the 100 officers behind him and issuing crisp orders. Maintain order at the entrance. Prevent them from engaging. Even the anti-corruption unit officers felt uneasy. Though armed, they knew, if violence erupted, that sea of bodies would swallow them whole. Without further delay, Miao Zhishuan strode inside, accompanied by Ajina Zhu and a dozen officers, reaching the epicenter of the chaos within seconds. What met his eyes was devastation. The nightclub reduced to rubble, the Crown Prince's men overwhelmed and collapsing under relentless assault. Miao Zhishuan bellowed, "Cease fire, police." But the blood-fueled fighters ignored him, so he scowled, darkening. At that moment Huo Wenyao, who had been calmly smoking a cigar in the rear, finally spoke, his voice soft, yet carrying with crystalline clarity. "Stop." Mo Yichuan, Dai Zhuoxian, and Tian Yangji halted instantly. Their discipline was absolute. The security guards followed suit, while the Crown Prince's men, already battered and broken, dared not retaliate. They recoiled instinctively, retreating, panting, wide-eyed with fear. In mere seconds the riotous chaos dissolved into tense stillness. Both factions withdrew, Huo Wenyao's side standing tall, energized, as if the fight had barely begun. The Crown Prince's side huddled together, bruised, breathless, trembling. Miao Zhishuan watched Huo Wenyao command instant obedience with a single word, and his expression grew graver still. He'd met Huo Wenyao before, but this second encounter revealed a man far more formidable, far more inscrutable than he'd remembered. As Huo Wenyao met his gaze, Miao Zhishuan smoothly produced his badge. Inspector Miao Zhishuan, Simsha Sui Anti-Corruption Unit. His eyes flickered briefly over the Crown Prince's shattered leg, then returned to Huo Wenyao, offering a measured professional smile. "Mr. Huo." His tone was as casual as greeting an old acquaintance. "Superintendent Miao, greetings." Huo Wenyao responded warmly. Miao Zhishuan nodded curtly in acknowledgement. He scanned the surroundings, his voice measured and calm. "Gentlemen, I've come in uniform. Do me the courtesy and disperse." He paused briefly, then added, "Should you refuse to cooperate, you'll leave us no choice but to invite you to dine behind bars. A word of caution, the police canteen's fare is notoriously dismal." At that the taut atmosphere in the room softened ever so slightly. As Miao Zhishuan spoke, his gaze barely grazed Tai Zi, yet lingered on Huo Wenyao with unmistakable gravity. By then Tai Zi had regained a measure of composure. Though seething with hatred, he dared not provoke further, not with the anti-black squad's chief present. "Well, this isn't over." His eyes bloodshot, he glared across the space, each word forced through clenched teeth. In truth, he longed for the confrontation to end. His leg was shattered, he needed urgent hospital care. "First, tend to that broken leg of yours," Huo Wenyao scoffed, then added coolly. "Don't forget, the agreement was signed in black ink on white paper." Tai Zi's face drained of color, then turned ashen. He remained silent, shooting Huo Wenyao one venomous, searing glance. Only then did Huo Wenyao appear satisfied, and raised a hand in dismissal. "For Superintendent Miao Sake, stand down. We're leaving." As he turned to depart, Miao Zhishuan's voice followed. "Thank you, Mr. Huo, for your cooperation. I'll remember this favor." From the moment he arrived, Miao Zhishuan's expression had betrayed no flicker of emotion, not even when blood flowed freely moments earlier. He might as well have been blind to it all. He hadn't so much as mentioned the near 10,000 people gathered outside the venue. That unnerving stillness left others uncertain. What lay beneath? In truth, Miao Zhishuan's inner calm was a facade. Especially when uttering those words of gratitude to Huo Wenyao, his thoughts were elsewhere. Yang Jinrong, I've made contact with Huo Wenyao. Wait, I will see him locked away. Our pact remains etched in my memory. Huo Wenyao offered a faint, inscrutable smile. You're too kind. Perhaps we'll share tea sometime. I'd be honored, Miao Zhishuan replied with equal grace. Truly I'd welcome Mr. Hua as a friend. Withdraw. With that single command, Huo Wenyao strode out, flanked by his men, heads high, bearing the unshakable aura of triumph. Tonight had been more than worthwhile. They'd seized wealth and territory, crippled Tai Zi, and forged their name into legend. Every calculation pointed to victory. Outside, the nightclub news had already spread like wildfire. Huo Wenyao's men walked tall, pride gleaming in their eyes. Tai Zi's underlings, meanwhile, slumped in dejection, faces grim. They weren't fools. They sensed the tides shifting. Once they'd swaggered unchecked, shielded by Tai Zi's fearsome fists. Now that he lay broken, their future looked bleak. Would Simsha Sui, indeed, change hands? The news of Tian Yangsheng's brutal dismantling of Tai Zi swept through Hong Kong's underworld like a gale. Overnight, every triad knew the name. Tian Yangsheng, forged in a single battle. And Tai Zi, the once peerless enforcer, had become mere stepping stone for another's ascent. Rain fell steadily outside Jiang Tianxing's villa. Jiang Tianxing, dark circles shadowing his eyes, waited, tense, expectant, for word from Simsha Sui. Lately, clashes between Hung Hing and Dong Xing had escalated. He'd lost patches of hair from sheer stress. The phone rang. He snatched it up. Chen Yao. Mr. Jiang, speak. Tai Zi lost. Beaten senseless by Huo Wenyao's men. His leg is shattered. He'll likely spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. Crash. Jiang Tianxing's teacup shattered on the floor. His face darkened, ominous and cold. What happened afterward? Tai Zi's forces clashed with Huo Wenyao's, but were routed utterly. Yet the anti-black squad intervened swiftly, and Huo Wenyao withdrew with his men. Understood. Jiang Tianxing fell silent for a breath. Call all the branch leaders. Tomorrow, an emergency meeting. Yes, Mr. Jiang. Thud. 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 Jiang Tianxing seized whatever lay within reach and hurled it to the ground again and again, releasing the storm of agitation coiled tight within him. Tai Zi was finished. Holding Simsha Sui now seemed impossible. That district, Kowloon's most lucrative jewel, outshone even Mongkok. Countless triads eyed it hungrily. With Tai Zi fallen, they would move without hesitation. Would Hung Hing truly lose this crownland? Across Dongxing, sleep was equally elusive. Bai Tu Wang and the branch leaders waited, silent, watchful. Upon hearing of Tai Zi's downfall, they were stunned, not only by Huo Wenyao's depth of talent. Qiu Gangao had crippled Wu Ye, and now Tian Yangsheng had broken Tai Zi, both elite enforcers of rival syndicates, but also deeply wary of Huo Wenyao's rising power. Bai Tu Wang found himself in a bind. His lieutenants defied him. Hung Hing stirred unrest, and now Huo Wenyao emerged as a new adversary. Age weighed upon him, yet ambition burned undimmed. He pressed on, though weary. Sha Ming, however, had transformed entirely, now Huo Wenyao's unwavering loyalist. Upon hearing the news, he grinned broadly. Wow, Brother Hua is truly extraordinary. Adjong Xin Lian Haolong and his lieutenant Luo Tianhong grew markedly more vigilant. Inside a black Hummer cruising city streets, Tian Yangsheng drove, while Huo Wenyao sat in the rear. The car headed toward the villa. Aye, boss. From the back seat, Huo Wenyao's eyes narrowed. Go to the hospital, kill Tai Zi, then frame Dongxing. The more chaos, the better. Tian Yangxi, seated beside him, couldn't suppress her curiosity. Still young and eager to learn, she'd absorbed much from Huo Wenyao lately. Boss Tai Zi's already crippled. Why kill him? Huo Wenyao welcomed her inquisitiveness and shot a sharp look at Tian Yangsheng and Tian Yangyi. Look at Asi, how diligent. And you, all you do is brawl, never crack open a book. Tian Yangsheng and his brothers fell into awkward silence. Reading, just thinking about it gave them headaches. Huo Wenyao turned back to Tian Yangxi. Tai Zi lives, yes. We'll collect payment per the arena contract. But if he dies, do you think Hung Hing will dare withhold it? And once Tai Zi is dead and Dongxing framed, the advantages multiply. Dongxing and Hung Hing will escalate hostilities. Meanwhile, we leverage tonight's reputation to seize more territory. Other triads have easier prey. They'll think twice before provoking us. The Tian brothers exchanged glances, then bowed in unison. Boss, you remain incomparably brilliant. Huo Wenyao suddenly adopted a solemn tone. Tai Zi's leg is broken. He'll forever be confined to a wheelchair. A man who rose from the ranks of enforcers now reduced to such helplessness. Surely the anguish consumes him. I, Huo Wenyao, possess a compassionate heart. I cannot bear to witness his daily torment. This act is mercy, liberating him from suffering sooner rather than later. Alas, I'm simply too kind. The Tian siblings stared speechless. Boss, you're truly ruthless. Huo Wenyao glanced back at them. Well, am I not gentle? They hurriedly nodded, faces alight with feigned reverence. Boss, your benevolence moves heaven and earth. Satisfied, Huo Wenyao continued instructing. From now on, cease fixating on violence and brawling, understand. They chorused, "Understood, boss." Tian Yangi asked, "Boss, shall I stop now and go?" "Wait." Huo Wenyao frowned slightly. Sending Tian Yangi carried risk. All of Hong Kong now knew him as Huo Wenyao's man. If he failed, everyone would know Huo Wenyao's treachery and cruelty. That would damage his image. He pondered, then decided, "You stand down. I'll assign someone else." He recalled Wang Jianjun's covert assassination unit, trained, disciplined, and hidden in plain sight. While Tian Yangsheng and Qiu Gangao operated openly, Huo Wenyao always kept operatives in shadow to handle tasks too delicate or unspeakable for public view. Huh? Tian Yangi blinked in surprise. "Boss, is this person trustworthy? Could he expose you?" Tian Yangsheng asked, concerned. Huo Wenyao smiled. "Rest easy. They are loyal to me alone. Soon I'll introduce you. Better to avoid friendly fire." The Tian siblings relaxed, understood. Huo Wenyao picked up his mobile and dialed Wang Jianjun's number. This was precisely why encrypted communication gear mattered. He could call anytime, secure from eavesdropping. Midnight. 2 o'clock in the dead of night. Second floor orthopedics ward, Mingxin Hospital. Tai Zi lay unconscious, his thigh swathed in thick gauze and plaster. His femur had been deliberately snapped. Arterial bleeding was severe. He'd clung to consciousness at the scene solely on raw willpower. The moment he hit the ambulance, he collapsed. Emergency surgery saved his life, but he remained deeply unconscious. Silence reigned in the hushed corridor. Nurses and doctors rested in the staff lounge. Outside the room, one of Tai Zi's men slumped in a chair, drowsy, half asleep. Just then a figure in a white coat and surgical mask approached, pushing a medicine cart. The guard lifted his head drowsily. "Doctor, are you changing dressings this late?" "Severe fracture. Requires regular dressing changes to prevent infection," the doctor replied, voice calm and clinical. The guard grunted in agreement and let his head droop once more. The doctor wheeled inside and closed the door softly behind him. From his waist, he drew a blade. Wang Jianjun preferred the triangular bayonet, but per Huo Wenyao's order, to implicate Dongxing, he used an ordinary dagger instead. He moved to the bedside. Tai Zi's eyes flew open, instinctively sensing peril. But Wang Jianjun's blade descended before he could react. Tai Zi tried to flinch, but bandages held him fast and weakness rooted him motionless. The steel sliced across his throat, severing the trachea and narrowly missing the carotid artery. "GHH, GHH." A ragged wind-pipper-rattling gasp escaped Tai Zi's throat. Eyes wide with terror, he thrashed wildly, yet the bindings rendered him utterly helpless. As consciousness faded, he watched, horrified, as the killer dipped a finger into his own blood, then guided Tai Zi's limp hand to scrawl 2 jagged crimson characters onto the blanket dong. Tai Zi's pupils contracted violently. Framed. Rage convulsed his body, then stilled utterly. His eyes remained fixed, wide, unblinking, vacant. Wang Jianjun sheathed his blade, turned, and vanished from the room as silently as mist. Moments later, a nurse pushed the door open for her rounds. An instant later, a shriek tore through the corridor. "Murder!" Huo Wenyao had just stepped through his front door when the phone rang. "Boss, it's done," Wang Jianjun reported, concise and precise. "Good." Huo Wenyao hung up and smiled, before his thoughts drifted to Miao Zhishuan. This man had appeared earlier at the courthouse, and now served as Tsim Sha Sui's anti-black squad chief. Tonight he'd been unusually cordial toward Huo Wenyao. A good citizen, no illegitimate businessman. Being courted so warmly by the police, something felt deeply off. Miao Zhishuan is certainly not like Chun Jiejun, the law-abiding officer in Gun King. He, along with his subordinates Jin and Azu, has engaged in framing and scheming, driving Peng Yixing to madness. This is not enthusiasm. It is clearly a weasel wishing someone a happy new year. Huo Wenyao waved to Qiu Gangao. "Boss," Qiu Gangao approached. "Go check Miao Zhishuan's background. Oh, I feel something is off about him." "Understood." Tian Yangxi, curious, asked, "Boss, what seems to be the problem with him?" Huo Wenyao replied seriously, "He is too enthusiastic towards me." Pausing, he added, "As a gentleman, I must guard against petty people." Tian Yangxi. Qiu Gangao. In the anti-crime group's office, Miao Zhishuan reviewed tonight's operation, feeling that everything was proceeding smoothly. Connecting with Huo Wenyao would allow him to draw closer step by step. Then, personally bringing him to justice. The prince is dead. He was slashed in the neck at the hospital. The news quickly spread throughout Hongxing, causing an uproar. Losing to Huo Wenyao in a competition was simply a matter of skill, but with the prince incapacitated and lying in the hospital, who would dare strike under the cover of night? Such a despicable act, but utterly disrespects Hongxing. Who did this? Do they think we in Hongxing are easy to bully? Jiang Tianxing's furious voice echoed through the headquarters. Everyone assemble immediately. Regardless of the prince's state, he was still a member of Hongxing, and now that he had been murdered, Hongxing's reputation had been thoroughly tarnished. 40 minutes later, the conference room was filled with people. Compared to the constant infighting in Dongxing, the leaders of Hongxing were relatively united. Many had close ties to the prince, and each wore a grim expression. Of course, there were exceptions. Liang Kuan kept his head down, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, secretly delighted. However, he dared not show any signs of joy at this moment. Yangsheng's face was as dark as water as he coldly said, "Bring him in." The guard who had been on watch was dragged into the conference room, his legs trembling. Tiansheng fixed his gaze on him. "Did you let anyone in?" "No, Mr. Jiang." The guard said, his face pale, hurriedly shaking his head. "Even if I had 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare. I have always been loyal to the prince. I would never do such a thing." Shun Yao suddenly spoke up. In front of all the heads, repeat what happened again. He paused and added, "It's best not to hide anything otherwise." The underling quickly replied yes. He then recounted how he had dozed off, and someone had impersonated a doctor. Tiansheng immediately asked, "What did the prince write before he died?" "Dongxing," the underling blurted out. The room erupted in chaos. One leader slammed the table and cursed, "It's definitely that group from Dongxing. I knew they had malicious intentions. Who else would do something so despicable besides Dongxing? They must give us an explanation." Everyone was filled with righteous indignation, but this anger was not entirely for the prince. After all, they had been clashing with Dongxing during this time, and the frustration had long been pent up. Tiansheng remained silent, his face grim. At this moment, a leader named B displayed a thoughtful expression and couldn't help but say, "I don't think Dongxing is that foolish. The prince has already been incapacitated. Killing him would only provoke us. Could it be someone else trying to frame Dongxing?" This statement momentarily silenced the room. Someone asked, "Then who could it be?" Leader B replied gravely, "Could it be Huo Wenyao?" Everyone was taken aback. Fatty Li was the first to shake his head. That shouldn't be the case. He won the competition. Why would he go to such lengths? Yet what benefit would framing Dongxing bring him? Other leaders echoed in agreement. Fatty Li is right. Huo Wenyao's victory in the competition was justified. Going to such extremes would be excessive. I heard last night Tian, Yangsheng, and the others were drinking. They wouldn't have had time to act. Although he has some power now, he wouldn't dare oppose all of Hongxing, right? Most people agreed with Fatty Li's viewpoint. However, Leader B insisted, "I have been keeping an eye on Huo Wenyao for a long time. Anyone who has had a conflict with him has come to a bad end." Huang Jiqing Han Chan Yang Jinro. He scanned the crowd. "I always feel that he wants to take advantage of our conflict with Dongxing to stir up trouble." This analysis, although reasonable, was overshadowed by the fact that the prince left the word Dong before his death. Fatty Li waved his hand. "Things can't be that complicated. In my opinion, Dongxing did it." "Huo Wenyao, thank you." He paused and added, "They first framed us for killing the camel, and now they killed the prince for revenge. It's clearly provocation." The surrounding leaders immediately responded, "Dongxing deserves to die. I support Fatty Li. They must pay the price." Tiansheng finally said solemnly, "Since that's the case, let's show Dongxing our strength." Do they really think Hongxing is made of clay? While Hongxing convened a meeting, the news of the prince's murder also reached Dongxing. The old man with white hair Ben Shu was utterly bewildered, feeling an immense pressure. After the war between Dongxing and Hongxing broke out, Dongxing, being slightly weaker, had already begun to show signs of defeat. Ben was planning to take advantage of this to pull back. His true aim was to seize control of the gang. But just when a truce seemed imminent, the prince was unexpectedly killed, leaving behind bloodstains. This made him feel a bit on edge. It was obvious that Hongxing would not let things go easily. In Ben's view, the prince was already incapacitated, and killing him would bring no benefit, only worsening the situation. He even suspected that some leaders were secretly stirring trouble, wanting to disrupt his plans for ascension. However, it was too late. Rather than sitting and waiting for death, it was better to take the initiative. Ben thought, "This is a perfect opportunity to enhance my prestige." He immediately shouted with a dark face, "Gather everyone for a meeting." Yes. Half an hour later, the leaders of Dongxing gathered. Ben scanned everyone. "You all know the news. I'll be franco, I didn't do this, and it's possible someone is framing me. However, who is responsible is not important right now. What matters is that Hongxing will retaliate soon. With the prince dead, Simsha Sui is now vacant. Rather than letting other gangs take advantage of the chaos." Ben narrowed his eyes. "We should take decisive action and directly seize Simsha Sui." Sham Wang, Lei Yaoyang, Wu Jiwei, and Situ Haonan all nodded in agreement, but apart from Sham Wang, the other leaders were secretly wondering if the prince's death was a scheme by Ben to rise to power. Everyone had their thoughts, but their actions were resolute. Simsha Sui was the most profitable area. They had long coveted it. Previously, the camel had suppressed them, but now that both the camel and the prince were dead, the waters were muddy enough for them to fish. As long as there is money and power, who would sit at the head position is still uncertain. Looking at it this way, the camel's death had some benefits, allowing the Dongxing tigers to unleash their full potential and make a big move. That night, Dongxing's forces charged towards Simsha Sui, intending to swallow the prince's territory whole. However, Hongxing was not a soft target. Jiang Tianxing immediately ordered a retaliation in the name of revenge against Dongxing. As a result, Simsha Sui was embroiled in chaos all night, with blood spilling in the streets, creating quite a scene. At the Simsha Sui police station, Miao Zhishuan was busy capturing gangsters all night. The cells were packed, but he knew that capturing these small fry was useless. Both Dongxing and Hongxing had countless lackeys, Catching a few hundred or 1,000 was pointless. They needed to catch the leaders. However, the leaders were very cunning. They hid behind the scenes and controlled the situation. Miao Zhishuan worked all night without catching a single big boss, which felt like a waste. The next day, in the northern part of Tsim Sha Sui, merchants gathered together to discuss after hearing that Huo Wenyao had killed the prince. One merchant laughed. The security company is quite capable. Another chimed in, Huo Wenyao keeps his word. I thought he was just trying to squeeze money out of us, but it seems he actually gets things done. Reliable. I hope he can help us reclaim our protection fees. After so many years of paying, I've never seen a return. If he really pays up, I will trust the security company from now on. It seems Huo Wenyao is truly for the peace of the port. In the morning, while Huo Wenyao was having breakfast, Qiu Gongao came to report. Qiu Gongao respectfully said, Boss, I found some information. Huo Wenyao replied, Speak. Qiu Gongao handed over a photo. Miao Zhishuan and Yang Jinrong are not classmates, but they both trained at the Brameshire Police Academy in Daring. This is their graduation photo. In the photo, Miao Zhishuan and Yang Jinrong had their arms around each other smiling. Huo Wenyao sneered. As expected, a weasel wishing a happy new year to a chicken, he has no good intentions. This scoundrel is here for revenge. Qiu Gongao nodded, whispering, Should I go kill him? Mentioning killing a cop, excitement appeared on Qiu Gengao's face. Huo Wenyao shot him a glance. How many times have I told you stop with the killing? We are legitimate businessmen. Qiu Gongao was speechless. Who made Wang Jianjun kill the prince? Who made Tian Yangyi kill Han Chan? Who made the young master kill Yang Jinrong? Who made Tian Yangsheng kill the camel? Legitimate business. Killing is business. Qiu Gongao was still muttering in his heart when Huo Wenyao had already devised a strategy. He thought for a moment and said, This kind of person wants to please me, but all he wants is to make me let my guard down. Huo Wenyao smiled. However, I have a cunning plan. Since he wants me to lower my guard, I will play along and turn the tables using him to deal with those gangs. He turned and shouted, "See, boss," Tian Yangxi responded. "Call Miao Zhishuan and invite him to dinner at the Peninsula Hotel at 7 p.m. tonight." Yes. At the Tsim Sha Sui police station, the anti-crime group leader's office, Miao Zhishuan was lying on the table catching up on sleep. Last night the battle between Hongxing and Dongxing was too fierce. He had stayed up all night and hadn't gone home, so he could only catch a nap at the station in the morning. Do-do-do-do. The phone rang incessantly, disturbing his peace. He picked up the receiver, irritated, and asked, "Who is it?" "Is this Miao Zhishuan, sir?" "I am Mr. Huo Wenyao's secretary." "Huo Wenyao." Miao Zhishuan jolted awake instantly. He immediately became alert. "What do you want with me?" "Sir, after Mr. Huo met you yesterday, he greatly appreciated your approach to handling matters. Therefore, he would like to invite you to dinner tonight at the Peninsula Hotel at 7 p.m. to become friends. Would that be convenient for you?" Miao Zhishuan's eyes lit up. Become friends. Now he was fully awake. It seemed that yesterday's performance was not in vain. "Huo Wenyao, no matter how cunning you have ultimately taken the bait." He felt excited inside, believing this was the first step to bringing down Huo Wenyao. "Haha, I have always wanted to get to know Mr. Huo," Miao Zhishuan readily said. "No problem, see you at 7 p.m. at the Peninsula Hotel." Then it settled. Goodbye. Goodbye. Hanging up the phone, Miao Zhishuan felt suddenly lighthearted, as if the dawn of victory were already breaking on the horizon. At 7 p.m., the Peninsula Hotel. Miao Zhishuan had deliberately donned a formal suit. Inside the private dining room, the two men met face to face. "Sir Miao," Huo Wenyao greeted him warmly at the door, extending his hand. "Thank you so much for gracing us with your presence." "Mr. Huo is far too kind. It is truly my honor," Miao Zhishuan replied with a practiced smile. Huo Wenyao clapped him lightly on the shoulder. "The moment I saw you yesterday, I sensed an instant rapport. That's precisely why I invited you to dinner. Please don't stand on ceremony." After exchanging polite pleasantries, they sat down to eat and chat. By the third round of toasts, Huo Wenyao finally broached the subject directly. "Sir Miao, given our mutual affinity, I shall speak plainly." Miao Zhishuan's expression turned solemn. "Please, Mr. Huo, speak freely. With friends, I am always sincere and direct." Huo Wenyao sighed deeply. "As you know, I spent 8 years undercover in Tsim Sha Sui. To witness such chaos and see ordinary citizens bullied by Triad syndicates, I simply cannot bear it." Miao Zhishuan nodded gravely. "Frankly, I share your sentiment. Unlike your legitimate security firm, those syndicates operate outside the law. They are a cancer long overdue for eradication." "Exactly." Huo Wenyao laughed, slipping an arm around Miao Zhishuan's shoulders. "Since our goals align, why not join forces and clean out these syndicates together?" At that moment, Miao Zhishuan understood everything. This was an attempt to drag him into collusion, a brazen fusion of authority and crime. A cold, silent laugh rose within him. "I, Miao Zhishuan, am no such man." Yet to earn trust and gather evidence, he had no choice but to play his part. "Huh, absolutely, no problem at all." He feigned enthusiastic agreement, raising his glass. "To our partnership, cheers." "Excellent, partners." They clinked glasses and drained them in one swift motion. Just then Miao Zhishuan caught sight of Tian Yangxi, the secretary, raising a camera toward them. Click. He swiftly turned aside, refusing to be captured in the frame. Pretending bewilderment, he asked, Mr. Huo, what is this? Huo Wenyao waved it off casually, just a keepsake photo, to commemorate the start of our partnership. Must it be so formal? Of course we must. How else will we remember this day? Huo Wenyao drew him closer. Come, let's flash a peace sign. Miao Zhishuan stepped back again, still resisting. A shadow crossed Huo Wenyao's face. Tell me, was your earlier offer of partnership merely deception? Do you truly wish to decline collaboration? Miao Zhishuan faltered, momentarily speechless. Words had already been cast. How could he possibly retreat? He forced a smile. Never. My commitment is genuine. With no recourse left, Miao Zhishuan submitted, allowing Huo Wenyao to drape his arm over his shoulder. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Tian Yangsheng pressed the shutter, freezing their image in forced intimacy. Tian Yangsheng watched Miao Zhishuan with quiet amusement. She shook her head faintly and murmured, Poor Miao Zhishuan. He believes himself clever, yet has already walked straight into his boss's trap. Huo Wenyao then drank several more rounds, growing increasingly animated. Slurring slightly, he draped an arm around Miao Zhishuan and declared, Sir Miao, you needn't worry. So long as you stand with me, Tsimsha Sui will belong to us alone. At those words, Miao Zhishuan's senses sharpened instantly. After waiting so long, vital intelligence had finally surfaced, and discreetly, he confirmed the voice recorder in his pocket was running smoothly. Huo Wenyao slurred his promise. Once my security firm dominates all of Tsimsha Sui, I'll give you 20%. Minimum 2 million Hong Kong dollars per month pure profit. A surge of triumph leapt within Miao Zhishuan. This was blatant bribery, irrefutable evidence, at last. Yet outwardly, he nodded, eagerly feigning wholehearted assent. Huo Wenyao continued weaving promises. Miao Zhishuan responded with ready affirmations. Arm in arm, they laughed and chatted, radiating an illusion of unshakable camaraderie. Half an hour later, they parted ways. Back in his car, Miao Zhishuan's intoxication vanished entirely. Eagerly, he retrieved the recorder and held his breath as he pressed play. Only static hissed from the speaker. Utter silence where truth should have been. Enraged, he hurled the device against the dashboard, shattering it. Corrupt fools and logistics. 40 meters away, in another vehicle, Tian Yangsheng drove Huo Wenyao and Tian Yangxi away. Huo Wenyao, now fully sober, revealed the truth. Like Miao Zhishuan, he had been performing. Huo Wenyao said, Tian Yang, take me to Miss Yuzhen. Yes, sir, Tian Yangsheng replied. Tian Yangxi's lips curved faintly. She knew well that life beside her boss was never dull. The next morning, TVB's early news bulletin aired. Host Yuzhen appeared radiant as she opened, Good morning, citizens of Hong Kong Island. She continued, We bring you breaking news. Yesterday, a concerned citizen reported that Miao Zhishuan, head of the anti-triad unit in Tsimsha Sui, and Mr. Huo Wenyao of the security firm were seen dining together at the Peninsula Hotel. Photographs confirmed their apparent closeness, suggesting friendship. One a pillar of law enforcement, the other a celebrated protector of citizens. A formidable alliance, perhaps the very force needed to restore order in Tsimsha Sui's triad-ridden streets. Public reaction surged across Tsimsha Sui. Many exclaimed, Wow, Mr. Huo and the anti-triad unit. What a powerhouse pairing. At last, Tsimsha Sui may find peace. Praise dominated the response. Yet triad syndicates reacted in stunned silence. Their thoughts raced. Isn't Huo Wenyao himself a triad figure? His security firm is a syndicate. How can he collude with the police? This violates every code. And Miao Zhishuan. Their hatred flared white-hot. That damned cop. At the Jiang Tiansheng villa of the Hongheng Society, Jiang Tiansheng choked on his kanji the moment the news flashed across the screen. Head pounding, he reflected bitterly. Since Huo Wenyao's emergence, the Underworld had unraveled, and now open collusion with law enforcement. Had all codes been discarded, Jiang Tiansheng sensed a coming storm, an era of smoke and chaos descending upon the martial world. Meanwhile, at the Tsimsha Sui police station, Miao Zhishuan arrived for duty, and immediately noticed the officers' strange sidelong glances. When he looked their way, they hastily averted their eyes. Once he passed, hushed whispers followed. Bewildered, he entered the anti-triad unit, only to meet the same unnerving stares. Perplexed, Miao Zhishuan called out, Jin, Zhu, come in. Both officers hurried into his office. What's going on? He demanded. Why do everyone's eyes follow me like that? Jin asked. Chief, you didn't hear. Miao Zhishuan frowned. Hear what? Jin replied, this morning's news, about you dining with Huo Wenyao. It calls it a powerhouse alliance. Is it true? Miao Zhishuan gasped. What? Jin added, they even published photos. Realization struck Miao Zhishuan like a physical blow. Nearly choking, he stammered. No. I mean, listen, let me explain. At Stanley Prison, Yang Jinrong nearly lost composure while eating breakfast, his heart sinking as the broadcast played. He was supposed to take Huo Wenyao down, not cozy up to him. Though skies hung gray, his mood darkened further. He kept his head low, feigning calm, but inside fury roiled. His chopsticks ground audibly between clenched teeth as his gaze remained locked on the television screen. Miao Zhishuan, I should never have trusted you. The report had shattered his composure. He'd envisioned a brutal, mutually destructive clash, so that upon his release he could both avenge himself and prove his superiority over Miao Zhishuan. Instead, the two had forged an alliance. In the past, Yang Jinrong would never have doubted Miao Zhishuan. Even photographic proof would have convinced him of an elaborate sting operation. But now, transformed by darkness, he trusted no one. Convinced Miao Zhishuan had long since aligned himself with Huo Wenyao. Of course, he seethed inwardly. Back when Huo Wenyao destroyed me, Miao Zhishuan never truly stood by me. Perhaps they conspired even then. Yang Jinrong abandoned all hope in Miao Zhishuan, no longer expecting aid, only obsessively calculating how to secure his early release and kill Huo Wenyao with his own hands. Yet buried in his meal, he failed to notice the young master seated behind him, watching silent and patient. Ever since receiving Qiu Gangao's orders, the young master had waited for his chance. But Yang Jinrong, ever wary after past betrayals, maintained constant vigilance, even within prison walls. The young master had found no opening, until 2 days ago when he acquired a fruit knife from the prison's enforcer, now concealed beneath his pant leg. And just now, he'd seen it clearly, Yang Jinrong's distracted gaze fixed on the news broadcast. His bowed head wasn't humility, it was emotional concealment. The moment had come. The young master's eyes gleamed. Yang Jinrong's 4 loyalists had just been dragged off to the restroom for a beating, leaving him utterly alone and lost in thought. If you survive this, then I deserve to die, he mused coldly. He did not strike immediately. Instead, he swallowed the rest of his meal hastily, then, under cover of returning his tray, slipped the knife from his calf and hid it beneath the tray before rising with studied nonchalance. His steps were feather-light. Consumed by rage, Yang Jinrong remained oblivious, just as he lifted the final spoonful toward his mouth, preparing to set down the tray and leave. The young master released his grip. As the tray slid downward, the fruit knife flashed silver under the fluorescent lights, then drove forward without hesitation, aimed straight at Yang Jinrong's throat. Startled from his reverie, Yang Jinrong caught the glint from the corner of his eye, and his heart lurched violently. Without time to identify his attacker, he wrenched his neck backward, desperate to evade the killing blow. But the young master had survived 5 or 6 years inside prison, his instincts honed far sharper than those of Yang Jinrong, who relied solely on intellect. Seeing the blade veer off target, he twisted his wrist, redirecting the steel's path straight into Yang Jinrong's windpipe. Yang Jinrong summoned every shred of strength, screaming inwardly, "Dodge, dodge, and you live." But the angle was too cunning. No second chance remained. Thrust. The razor-sharp blade pierced flesh, effortlessly burying itself deep into the carotid artery. Blood erupted in a crimson arc, splattering the young master's face. Yang Jinrong collapsed, hands clamping desperately over the wound, but scarlet welled relentlessly through his fingers. The young master showed no mercy. He wrenched the knife free and struck again. This blow sank deeper still. Gurgling sounds choked from Yang Jinrong's throat, yet no sound escaped. His eyes widened in horror, staring unblinking at the young master, light fading slowly from his pupils. "I knew." He rasped the final syllables, dissolving midair as his body slumped sideways. He crashed onto the floor, eyes still wide open, never closing in death. "I haven't avenged myself. I haven't killed Huo Wenyao. I cannot die." These final thoughts sank into oblivion. A dull thud echoed sharply across the dining hall as his body struck the neighboring table. In truth, the entire assault lasted only a few breaths. Only then did the duty officer react, blowing a piercing whistle. "Freeze." All down on the ground now. Officers rushed in, slamming the young master face first onto the floor. Around him, prisoners dropped instantly, terrified of being swept up in the violence. A prison guard crouched to examine Yang Jinrong. Yet the moment he glimpsed the wound, he shook his head in grim resignation, a fatal hand-throw laceration of the carotid artery. By the time the prison physician arrived, the blood would long have drained away. The young master would certainly face at least another decade behind bars. Yet Huo Wenyao remained unfazed. After all, the young master's flaws were glaringly obvious. Releasing him would only make him an easy pawn for others to wield against himself. Better to keep him confined where he could still serve a purpose. Should Yang Jinrong and Tian Yangyi be assigned to the same cell block, he might meet an accidental end, much like Huang Zhiqing. Still, the mission was now complete, and that sufficed. As the young master was led away, a faint smile lingered on his lips. Beside him, Xiao Biao muttered bitterly, "Such a waste. What a pity." The rarest blossom in this grim prison now withered beyond recovery. In his eyes, Yang Jinrong had been a fleeting solace amid the squalor, now irrevocably lost. As the young master was escorted separately, Huo Wenyao elsewhere. A soft chime echoed. Mission 2: eliminate Yang Jinrong. Completed. Reward: dispersed storage space. A grin tugged at Huo Wenyao's lips. No need for speculation. The young master had succeeded. That wretched man was finally dead. "Huh." His laughter burst forth, unrestrained and exultant, followed by another peal, richer still, as the system's reward settled into place. A storage space, the hallmark artifact of a destined heir across realms. Little wonder his excitement surged. With such a tool at hand, countless tasks would become effortless. With a mere thought, the television remote vanished from his palm, then reappeared just as swiftly when he willed it back. A fine acquisition. Huo Wenyao nodded satisfied. With Yang Jinrong removed as a lingering threat, he could now turn his full attention to Miao Zhishuan. Or rather, focus on collaborating with Miao Zhishuan. He immediately summoned Tian Yangxi. Indeed, she proved both efficient and pleasing to the eye, a rare combination. Who controls Nathan Road and Sim Sha Sui right now? Huo Wenyao asked. Tian Yangxi paused, then replied, it's under Lei Yaoyang of the East Star Triad. Huo Wenyao nodded once, then assembled over 100 men, dispatching 2 elite squads led by Chiu Gangao and Tian Yangsheng, heading straight for Lei Yaoyang's stronghold. Nathan Road, on nightfall. Tian Yangyan returned from reconnaissance and reported Lei Yaoyang is celebrating inside the largest nightclub, his triumphant conquest of Nathan Road. Huo Wenyao smiled. Then what are we waiting for? Lead the way. 10 minutes later, the convoy halted before the nightclub's entrance. A synchronized chorus of slamming doors drew the attention of the doormen. Seeing Huo Wenyao arrive with a 100-strong entourage, one doorman bolted inside without hesitation. Huo Wenyao made no move to stop him, nor did he rush forward. He merely stood still motionless until Lei Yaoyang emerged from within, flanked by his men. Their gazes locked. One of Lei Yaoyang's underlings recognized Tian Yangsheng and murmured a warning. Lei Yaoyang's brow furrowed, his eyes sharpening with wary suspicion. Huo Wenyao, he said coolly. Here to stir trouble. Huo Wenyao shook his head. Lei Yaoyang frowned. If you're a guest, you're welcome. But if you've come to cause strife, then you've chosen the wrong place. Huo Wenyao flashed a radiant smile. Of course not. To stir trouble, I mean. He chuckled. If my memory serves, Prince handed this street to me after our martial contest. So, tonight I'm here to collect protection fees. Lei Yaoyang's expression darkened. So you are here to cause trouble. With a sharp gesture, his men surged forward, encircling Huo Wenyao's group entirely. His voice remained calm, yet edged with menace. Even if Tian Yangsheng fights like a demon, I command thousands. Yet you dare show up with so few. His gaze pinned Huo Wenyao down. Do you truly believe you'll walk out of here? Huo Wenyao let out a light, almost dismissive laugh. I'm merely retrieving what belongs to me. Lei Yaoyang scoffed. Prince lost it. You take it up with Prince. This street I seized with my own hands. It bears the Lei name now. As if recalling something, he added almost incredulously, you really haven't heard. Huo Wenyao didn't answer immediately. Instead, he studied Lei Yaoyang's arrogant visage intently, as though committing every line to memory. After several seconds, he broke into a quiet, knowing smile. It seems my intelligence was indeed delayed. Lei Yaoyang pressed his lips together, eyes locked on Huo Wenyao, waiting poised ready to signal his men the instant Huo Wenyao turned hostile. Yet Huo Wenyao defied expectation. He showed no sign of eruption. Huo Wenyao swept his gaze across the circle of armed men, then nodded slowly. You're right. What Prince promised I ought to claim from Hung Hing, even if he's gone. Then with a warm, guileless smile he added, but since we're already here, surely a drink wouldn't be refused. Consider it a gesture of goodwill toward East Star. The words carried no hostility, only polished courtesy, and struck a resonant chord within Lei Yaoyang. Studying Huo Wenyao's open, unguarded expression, he relaxed his vigilance just slightly. Lei Yaoyang lowered his guard, offering a conciliatory smile. A guest is always honored. If Brother Yao is willing to grace us, please step inside. At that very moment, a plane touched down at Hong Kong International Airport. Moments later, a man in a tailored suit dragging a suitcase strode confidently through arrivals, his features uncannily reminiscent of Aaron Kwok. His name was Liu Jiahui, the most distinguished ethnic Chinese officer in the British police force. Liu Jiahui located a public phone booth and dialed. Hello, Ashun, I'm back. Got a spare room. On the other end, Miao Zhishuan, stationed at Sim Sha Sui police station, lit up with delight. Within minutes, Miao Zhishuan arrived at the airport in his car. He clapped Liu Jiahui on the shoulder. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Liu Jiahui rolled his eyes. I emailed you yesterday. Did you even check? Did I? Miao Zhishuan looked sheepish. Was swamped last night. Never powered up my laptop. They climbed into the car and headed toward Miao Zhishuan's residence. Liu Jiahui and Miao Zhishuan had trained together in Britain and shared a close, enduring friendship. Though Miao Zhishuan had returned earlier, Liu Jiahui remained longer lauded for his exceptional performance. In the car, Liu Jiahui asked casually how things been lately. Miao Zhishuan's expression stiffened. Liu Jiahui noticed instantly. What is it? Miao Zhishuan sighed. You know Yang Jinrong, right? Liu Jiahui nodded. That exceptionally capable man. Has something happened to him? Miao Zhishuan replied, a formidable new player has surfaced in Hong Kong, and Yang Jinrong fell straight into his trap, landing behind bars. Liu Jiahui perked up, intrigued. In his memory, Yang Jinrong was shrewd, adaptable, and fiercely competent. How could someone like him possibly be imprisoned? He pressed, tell me the details. Miao Zhishuan recounted Huo Wenyao's rapid ascent, and how Yang Jinrong in his pursuit of evidence had unwittingly ensnared himself instead. He spoke for 8 full minutes. When he finished, Liu Jiahui remarked, Huo Wenyao does sound formidable. Miao Zhishuan nodded. I'm investigating him now, but he's slippery, so I'm pretending to befriend him, though this morning. He recounted the incident involving the television station photograph. Huo Wenyao is nothing short of a wily old fox. In Miao Zhishuan's telling, Huo Wenyao's cunning and treachery had crystallized into unmistakable clarity. Lu Jiehui placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Then tread carefully from here on. Miao Zhishuan nodded firmly. Naturally. Lu Jiehui paused, then asked, have you looked into his women? Miao Zhishuan blinked. He's not married. Lu Jiehui's gaze sharpened. Not married doesn't mean unattached. Dig deeper. You may uncover something vital. Jolted by the insight, Miao Zhishuan cursed his own oversight. He pulled over, immediately rushed to a phone booth, and called his trusted lieutenants Ah Jin and Ah Zhu. Investigate Huo Wenyao's women. Leave no stone unturned. After hanging up, he exhaled deeply, grateful for Lu Jiehui's timely counsel. Back in the car, he asked, by the way, where will you be posted this time? Lu Jiehui replied, it's not confirmed yet, but from what my superiors hinted, it'll likely be the political department or the police management bureau. Meanwhile, Huo Wenyao stood inside Lei Yaoyang's nightclub. There he spotted a familiar woman, the very Lu Piapiao from the King of Comedy. Without hesitation, he selected her. His men followed suit, each choosing their own companion. The atmosphere buzzed with lively energy, yet no chaos erupted. It was ordinary revelry, nothing more. Lei Yaoyang watched, baffled, muttering aloud, what on earth is Huo Wenyao playing at? Is he actually boosting my revenue? One subordinate, face rigid with suspicion, ventured, boss, there's definitely a plot. Another quickly chimed in, absolutely. Something big is brewing. Lei Yaoyang slapped both men sharply. Idiots. Do you think I need you to state the obvious? Frustrated, he rubbed his chin and barked, quick. Tell everyone tonight, no narcotics. Not a single gram. Huo Wenyao is vile, ruthless, and utterly unpredictable. This whole district's gone to hell because of him. I won't risk him setting a trap. Yes, boss. And Lei Yaoyang added, assigned several men to shadow them closely. Ensure they don't pull anything off. Understood. Yet surveillance inevitably falters. Midway through the evening, Huo Wenyao excused himself to the restroom. Seizing the moment, he retrieved 20 kilograms of high-grade white powder from his storage space, the same stash seized earlier from Han Shen's men. Sealed tightly in waterproof bags, the contraband vanished deep into the drain of a sink. An hour later, Huo Wenyao and his entourage departed the nightclub en masse, leaving behind a crisp, fully settled bill, not a cent unpaid. Lei Yaoyang stared blankly at the empty doorway. His men exchanged bewildered glances. Boss, now what? Slap. Another stinging blow landed. What do you mean, now what? Do you plan to chase after him and hack him down? Here, take this baton and go. The subordinate clutched his head, shrinking back, utterly silent. On the drive home, Huo Wenyao pulled out his bulky mobile phone and dialed Miao Zhishuan's home number. Hello, who's calling? A gentle female voice answered from the receiver. Huo Wenyao's eyes gleamed, his tone warmed instantly. Ah, you must be sister-in-law. This is Huo Wenyao. May I speak with Inspector Miao? Huo Wenyao. The voice registered mild surprise, then softened. You're looking for my husband. Just a moment. Moments later, Miao Zhishuan picked up the line. Hello, Mr. Huo, good evening. Miao Zhishuan's voice brimmed with warmth. Huo Wenyao responded with equal cheer, Inspector Miao. Last night, didn't we discuss cooperation? Indeed, we did. What opportunity? Huo Wenyao lowered his voice, layering it with quiet intrigue. Earlier, I brought my men to Lei Yaoyang's club in Simsha Sui. Not to confront him, but to reason. And guess what? I discovered they're trafficking narcotics. Miao Zhishuan's voice rose sharply. Are you certain? Huo Wenyao affirmed, unwavering, absolutely, beyond doubt. Miao Zhishuan immediately replied, then arrange the arrest right away. However, Ho Wenjiao, you may need to appear in person to testify. Ho Wenjiao instantly protested, Sergeant Miao, that's hardly fair of you. Testify against them. Do you think my life is too long? Miao Zhishuan explained, but without a credible witness, even if we make arrests, we'll only net minor players. Nothing that strikes at the core. Ho Wenjiao then spoke slowly and deliberately, don't worry. I've uncovered something far more damning. Miao Zhishuan pressed, what is it? Ho Wenjiao replied, in the men's restroom on the 3rd floor, there's a sink basin concealing a package, no less than 20 kilograms. A heavy thud echoed down the line. It sounded like a chair had been violently shoved aside. Miao Zhishuan's voice cracked with disbelief. What? You're not lying to me. Ho Wenjiao's tone instantly turned indignant. Sergeant Miao, that's quite unbecoming of you. Good men don't deceive good men. Why would I lie to you? We're friends now. Have you forgotten our agreement yesterday to cooperate? Miao Zhishuan fell silent for a moment. Yes. According to plan, they were indeed friends now. He took a deep breath and declared decisively, very well, I'll dispatch officers immediately. Ho Wenjiao urged, make it swift. After hanging up, Ho Wenjiao gave a faint knowing smile and instructed Tian Yangsheng beside him, mobilize our forces. We're taking over Nathan Road. Tian Yangsheng nodded respectfully, yes, sir. Tian Yangxi, who had listened silently throughout, quietly raised his thumb in quiet admiration. Miao Zhishuan set down the phone and strode back to the dining table, telling Lao Kitfai, apologies. I have an urgent assignment. I must return to the anti-triad unit immediately. Lao Kitfai, having overheard fragments of the conversation, cautioned, be careful. I suspect Ho Wenjiu has ulterior motives. Miao Zhishuan, pulling on his coat as he nodded, said, of course he does. But 20 kilograms of narcotics. Failing to respond would be indefensible. He sneered, coldly adding, and I'll leak the tip-off to the Triads, claiming Ho Wenjiu himself reported it. Let's see how long he lasts in the underworld. Though Lao Kitfai sensed the situation was more complex than it appeared, he still nodded. Go ahead. I could use the time to adjust to the time zone. Without further word, Miao Zhishuan greeted his wife Elaine and hurried out. Half an hour later, he led over 30 officers from the anti-triad unit and patrol police, fully armed, to the entrance of Louis Yuyang's establishment. Cops, what do you want? Step aside. Police executing official duty. Who gave you the gall to raid my Thunder Tiger's premises? This is Hong Kong. Police have full authority to search any suspicious location. A tense standoff erupted at the doorway, the air thickened with palpable hostility. Louis Yuyang soon emerged, his face dark with displeasure. Spotting Miao Zhishuan, he instantly recalled the morning's televised news and let out a derisive snort. Oh, I see who it is. Sergeant Miao himself, Louis mocked. So you've joined forces with Ho Wenjiu to take me down. TSK, the efficiency of collusion between law enforcement and criminals is truly impressive. Ho Wenjiu barely left, and here you are. Your timing couldn't be more precise. His words carried enough volume for the anti-triad officers nearby to hear clearly. Their glances instinctively flickered toward Miao Zhishuan, curious questioning. Miao Zhishuan, a sudden tightness gripped his chest. He nearly choked on his own breath. Who the hell had colluded with Ho Wenjiu? Listen to me. I'm enduring this humiliation to earn his trust. Already half drunk and preparing to leave with a young woman at his side, Louis Yuyang's temper flared violently at Miao's intrusion. A sneer lingered on his lips as he drawled. If you say so, then it must be true. What else can we possibly say? That veiled mockery cut deeper than outright slander. Miao Zhishuan's face darkened. Inside, he cursed inwardly. Ho Wenjiu better be telling the truth, or I'll make sure that bastard pays dearly. He knew full well that ever since Ho Wenjiu had deliberately leaked their photograph together, his reputation in the underworld had become irreparably muddied. The only path to clearing his name lay in arresting Ho Wenjiu himself and laying bare every incriminating piece of evidence. Until then, no explanation would suffice, not even if he sprouted 100 mouths. Seeing Miao remain silent, Louis scoffed again. Ho Wenjiu departs, and you arrive moments later with dozens of cops. Who'd believe you're not working in concert? He paused, his tone dripping with irony. Could it be Ho Wenjiu, intimidated by your strength, enlisted your help to seize territory? Miao Zhishuan, weary of debate, simply raised his hand and commanded, seal all exits. No one leaves until the investigation concludes. Yes, sir. The anti-triad officers responded in unison, swiftly deploying to block entrances and windows. Louis Yuyang, seeing Miao's resolve, sobered abruptly, his expression growing increasingly grim. He'd hoped to talk them down, but that ploy had failed. His underlings shifted nervously. Frowning, Louis barked low. What's there to panic about? Are cops really so frightening? Is the merchandise secured? A junior member nodded hastily, already taken care of. Good. Only then did Louis exhale in quiet relief. His verbal sparring with Miao had bought precious time for his men. After all, nearly every E-Star member was entangled in the heroin trade. Fear was inevitable. Watching officers flood the nightclub, Louis coldly ordered, follow me. We'll see what trouble these cops intend to stir up. Yes. His men answered in chorus. Ever since East Star's bloody clash with Hung Hing, numerous members had been arrested. Their relationship with police had long since curdled into open hostility. The nightclub's music ground to a halt, drawing grumbles from disgruntled patrons. Miao had no patience for appeasement, but Louis trailed behind him, still taunting. Miao Zhishuan, how much does the force pay you to work this hard? Skipping sleep altogether. Are you trying to work yourself to death just to die a martyr on duty? The remark was vicious, bordering on a curse. Miao Zhishuan sneered, then raised his voice to address the crowd. Police received intelligence this venue harbors a large quantity of heroin. We are conducting a lawful search. He gestured sharply. Search. Officers fanned out instantly. Miao strode forward, deliberately shouldering past Louis, who stood in his path. Louis's expression hardened. Already plotting retribution, he held up a hand to restrain his men surging forward. Stand tall. If your conscience is clear, shadows hold no terror. Let them search, and when they find nothing, let's see how they justify themselves. Miao Zhishuan snorted and led his team straight toward the restrooms. Following Ho Wenjiu's intel, he stopped in a corner and pointed to a toilet tank. Open it. An officer lifted the lid and pulled out a massive bag of heroin, exactly 20 kilograms. Found it. The officer's spirits surged. Miao rushed forward, seized the bag, and thrust it inches from Louis's face. Bastard. What is this? How many lives will you destroy? Louis Yuyang. He froze, stunned, disbelieving. How could there be so much? This isn't even our main base. Why would contraband be hidden here? He couldn't recall ever storing anything here. Wait, no? Louis's expression twisted violently. His underlings stared dumbfounded. Miao hoisted the bag with a chilling smile, 20 kilos stashed in one spot. Clearly there's more elsewhere. His gaze swept the room as he raised his voice. Everyone, search them thoroughly. Yes, sir. The officers responded eagerly, fists clenched. Louis's men erupted. You dare. Back off or else. Try touching me, you'll regret it. Yet their outrage only betrayed deeper guilt. The heroin found in the toilet tank defied explanation, but each man knew precisely what was concealed on his own person. Tension spiked, far sharper than before. Louis's face turned ashen. He roared, no. This isn't mine, it's a setup. You're conspiring against me. He jabbed a finger at Miao. I'll see who dares. Before he could finish, Miao smoothly drew his service pistol. The swaggering henchman instantly fell mute. No one dared challenge armed police. Miao's eyes gleamed with righteous authority as he declared, lawful operation in progress. Evidence and suspects confirmed. We're detaining everyone. His muzzle tilted slightly upward. No one refuses a search. Officers swiftly subdued East Star's enforcers, initiating searches. The dealers, pale-faced and trembling, watched in horror as small packets of heroin were pulled from pockets, waistbands, and hidden seams. Their hope dissolved completely. Moments later, Acho reported excitedly, Sir, another kilogram recovered from multiple individuals. Variety is extensive. Miao turned to Louis, sardonic. Rumors claimed East Star bred heroin dealers. Seems they were accurate. He paused. Truly dedicated your men. At that moment he was pressed at gunpoint by Ah Cam, speechless, silenced. Miao wasted no more words. With a sharp gesture he commanded, take them away. Bystanders, both gangsters and patrons, understood instantly Louis Young's downfall was absolute. 20 kilos, that's 15 years minimum. Street price hit 300 Hong Kong dollars per gram. This haul's worth more than gold. East Star's grown brazen indeed. Still, Louis looked genuinely stunned. Could he be faking? Faking or not, it was found on his premises. Louis remained dazed from start to finish, convinced to his bones of his utter injustice. Just as cuffs clicked shut around his wrists, his body jolted. Suddenly he remembered Ho Wenjiao's earlier visit to the third-floor restroom, and the leaked photograph of Ho and Miao arms slung over each other's shoulders. Everything snapped into place. Miao Zhishuan, you dog. Louis exploded, thrashing as he spat curses. You and Ho Wenjiao conspired to frame me. Cops and criminals united, ganging up to ruin me. Damn your entire family. His shrieking fury sent uneasy glances flickering toward Miao among the anti-triad officers, eyes narrowing with suspicion. Evidence was undeniable, but the coincidences piled too high. Louis's repeated claim that Ho had just departed before police arrived was undeniably too perfect. He wanted to weep. He'd merely performed his sworn duty, so why had he become the target of universal distrust? Ho Wenjiao's entrapment of Louis had nothing to do with him. Why did all the blame fall squarely upon his shoulders? Miao Zhishuan seethed with the urge to tear Lei Yaoyang's mouth apart, yet the gazes surrounding him, suspicious, probing, murmuring, left him utterly speechless. He knew denial would only deepen the stain, so he gritted his teeth and fell silent. While inwardly a furious roar erupted, Ho Wenjiao, you wretched bastard. You seize all the gains yet hurl every burden straight onto my shoulders. Damn. For the sake of his long-term plan, he swallowed his pride. Though 20 kilograms of heroin had been seized, and Lei Yaoyang apprehended, Miao Zhishuan felt profoundly ill at ease, especially under the intermittent, appraising glances cast his way. It was truly suffocating. The nightclub was swiftly shut down, its personnel arrested en masse, its contraband fully confiscated. When the news reached Bai Taowing, he froze in stunned silence. Shock, bewilderment, incredulity. Clutching the telephone, Bai Taowing muttered numbly, how could this possibly be? Yet a moment later doubt flickered across his mind. Lei Yaoyang had always operated with meticulous caution. How could he possibly have been raided in one fell swoop, losing over 20 kilograms of narcotics? Something was deeply amiss. A figure suddenly flashed through his thoughts. With a darkened expression, Bai Taowing dialed the number and declared without preamble, I am Bai Taowing of Dongxing. Then lowering his voice to a grave timbre, he demanded, Ho Wenjiao, was it you behind Lei Yaoyang's downfall? On the other end, Ho Wenjiao's heart swelled with quiet triumph. Even as his voice feigned utter confusion, Uncle Ben, what on earth are you talking about? I don't understand a word. Bai Taowing's face darkened further. Lei Yaoyang's establishment was just raided by the police. 21 kilograms of heroin recovered. Was it your doing? This is a grave injustice. Ho Wenjiao's voice trembled with wounded sincerity. He paused, then added a note of indignant offense. Uncle Ben, I hold you in the highest esteem, as a senior pillar of Dongxing, but surely you cannot slander me so recklessly. We may not be officers of the law, but we still abide by evidence and reason. To accuse me without proof is nothing short of defamation. His tone was so righteous, so unassailable. It left Bai Taowing momentarily flustered. After a beat of silence, Bai Taowing couldn't resist asking, truly, not you? Ho Wenjiao countered, must I swear an oath before you'll believe me? Bai Taowing was once again tongue-tied. Ho Wenjiao pressed gently, by the way, Uncle Ben, why suspect me in the first place? Absolutely not me. Then my apologies by Tao Wing offered stiffly, then added with quiet menace, but if I ever uncover who's truly responsible, I'll flay him alive and strip him bare to the bone. Huo Wenyao instantly chimed in, I wholeheartedly agree. I sincerely hope Uncle Ben apprehends the true culprit behind Lei Yaoyang's ruin. His bold, unflinching certainty planted the first seed of self-doubt in Bai Taowing's mind. Could it truly not be him? Still, Bai Taowing sought one final test. Yet I hear you just left Lei Yaoyang's nightclub when the police arrived moments later. Coincidence? Huo Wenyao declared, sharp and unwavering. Pure, unadulterated coincidence. He paused, then added with cheerful eagerness, should Dongxing struggle to identify the perpetrator, I'd be more than happy to assist. You know me well. I'm renowned for my chivalry and readiness. Like a humble brick in Hongba, I go wherever duty calls. Bai Taowing. Speechless, he thought bitterly, doesn't he possess even a shred of shame? Who boasts of themselves like this? His audacity is truly impenetrable. Truth be told, Bai Taowing's perception of Huo Wenyao had been irrevocably reshaped. Though he'd encountered shameless men before, never one so spectacularly, unapologetically brazen. Yet he also caught the barbed irony beneath Huo Wenyao's words and responded gravely, these past 2 days chaos has gripped the underworld. The death of Hung Hing's crown prince has thrown everything into disarray. Though Dongxing and Hung Hing clash fiercely, each triad scrambling for territory, Dongxing remains a seasoned, formidable force. We retain our investigative capacity. Your assistance is unnecessary. Understood. Huo Wenyao agreed readily, then added with practiced warmth, but should you ever require aid, Uncle Ben, please don't hesitate. After all, we're family. Cough, cough. Bai Taowing choked violently. Family? Who's your family? Not in 1,000 years. He felt utterly disarmed, reduced almost to incoherence. With resigned exhaustion, he conceded, in that case, I owe you an apology. Let us meet for tea another day. An invitation from Uncle Ben is one I'd never decline, Huo Wenyao replied with a gracious smile. Bai Taowing stared blankly at the receiver. Truth be told, he still sensed something deeply off about Huo Wenyao. Profoundly off. Yet without concrete evidence, suspicion alone could not justify action. Not now, not while Dongxing and Hung Hing waged war across the city, leaving no room for distraction. With no proof, he dared not provoke needless complications. So he pivoted toward another theory. Could it be Hung Hing? Uncle Ben sank deep into self-doubt, primarily because Huo Wenyao's demeanor had left him utterly disoriented, unable to trust even his own instincts. Meanwhile, Huo Wenyao set down the handset and gazed out the car window at the shifting cityscape, his lips curling into a contemptuous smile. Fool, he muttered softly. Bai Taowing grows more senile by the year, calling me to ask whether I orchestrated it. What nonsense. I run a security firm, not a triad. Why on earth would I tell him the truth? He paused, his smile sharpening with disdain. At his age, shouldn't he know better than to be so naive? No wonder he's crushed beneath Luo Tuo's heel. Old devil, the era has changed. At that moment, the car slowed to a halt. Huo Wenyao rolled down the window. Dozens of vehicles trailed behind him. In the rearview mirror, scores of security personnel were already alighting from their cars. And directly ahead of his vehicle stood a street sign. Nathan Road. Yes, he had been en route there when the call came. And with him rode 1,000 security officers. He smiled faintly. Bai Taowing stared blankly at the receiver. Truth be told, he still sensed something deeply off about Huo Wenyao. Profoundly off. Yet without concrete evidence, suspicion alone could not justify action. At least not now, not while Dongxing and Hung Hing waged war across the city, leaving no room for distraction. Yes, he had been en route to Nathan Road when the call came. And with him rode 1,000 security officers. According to intelligence received after Lei Yaoyang, the Thunder Tiger, was arrested, his subordinates, leaderless and demoralized, failed to mount any coherent resistance. The moment the news spread, neighboring triads, like cats scenting blood, descended upon Nathan Road, seizing territory in frenzied haste. The district had devolved into utter pandemonium. This was precisely the moment Huo Wenyao had been waiting for. He mobilized 1,000 officers on the spot and drove straight into the fray, determined to seize control of Nathan Road in one decisive stroke. Huo Wenyao watched calmly through the window as the 1,000 officers disembarked and assembled. Then he exchanged a subtle glance with Tian Yangsheng beside him. Tian Yangsheng understood instantly. He stepped out of the car, followed closely by Tian Yangin and Tian Yangxi, and led the advance toward Nathan Road. They entered a bar, and within moments, before the watching crowd, glass shattered. Crack, crack, and several Dongxing enforcers were hurled bodily through the doorway. Oh! Screams pierced the air, mingled with desperate pleas for mercy. In the blink of an eye, Tian Yangsheng and his siblings emerged from the bar. His expression remained cold, resolute. Next, his siblings' eyes gleamed with fierce anticipation. Observing this, Huo Wenyao extended his hand from the window and gestured sharply, move out. A unified, thunderous response echoed down Nathan Road. Truth be told, Tian Yangsheng's reputation now commanded immense weight across the underworld. To have crippled Hung Hing's crown prince, a dual-flower redstick master, on the fighting platform was proof of power no one dared question. His exploits were whispered in every alleyway. Now with Tian Yangsheng leading the charge, the security officers surged forward, fired up, electrified, unstoppable. Instantly hundreds of officers flooded into Nathan Road. Shouts of confrontation rang out. Even territories already claimed by rival triads were stormed without hesitation. Tian Yangsheng's team struck with ruthless efficiency. Reputation bore fruit. Here many young thugs, hearing Tian Yangsheng's name, went pale and fled on the spot, legs trembling, courage gone. With Lei Yaoyang imprisoned and no clear successor, other Dongxing branch leaders refused to intervene. Tian Yangsheng's strength and renown were undeniable, and Huo Wenyao himself commanded from the front lines. These factors combined rendered the remaining Dongxing members virtually powerless against the security force. Though numbering barely over 1,000, they swept Nathan Road clean of Dongxing presence with startling ease. Elsewhere, one of Lei Yaoyang's most trusted lieutenants realized all was lost, hopeless, irreversible. After Lei Yaoyang's arrest at Sim Sha Sui police station, the case proved so severe that bail was denied outright and no visits permitted. Other Dongxing branch leaders harbored hidden agendas. Bai Taowing wished to intervene, yet Dongxing's sprawling operations left him overstretched and impotent. Desperate, the lieutenant finally devised a last-ditch scheme. He sprinted to the entrance of TVB television and shouted inward, "I wish to file a formal complaint." Officer Miao Zhishuan of Sim Sha Sui police station and security firm owner Huo Wenyao colluded to frame my boss for trafficking heroin. Miao Zhishuan, a sworn officer, has slandered and entrapped an ordinary citizen of Hongba. His crimes are unforgivable. I demand justice, and I implore the media to amplify my voice. The press thrives on turmoil, especially in today's Hongba where newspapers proliferate and competition runs fierce. To survive, they chase every sensational headline with ravenous zeal. The lieutenant's explosive allegation was tailor-made for their appetites. TVB television lit up with excitement. This involved Huo Wenyao, the city's current golden boy, and Officer Miao Zhishuan of Sim Sha Sui police station. Such a story was too monumental to ignore. The lieutenant was ushered inside and granted an in-depth interview. During morning news broadcast, Lu Huizhen of TVB, her expression tinged with reluctant professionalism, read from the prepared script. Good morning. This is TVB television's morning news. Last night, we received breaking information. A Dongxing member has filed a formal named complaint against Officer Miao Zhishuan of Sim Sha Sui police station and security firm owner Huo Wenyao, alleging collusion between law enforcement and organized crime. The complaint asserts that last night at a nightclub, police deliberately framed Dongxing member Lei Yaoyang for drug trafficking. However, according to official information obtained from police authorities, last night's operation was a targeted raid conducted following verified actionable intelligence. Moreover, police confirmed the seizure of 21 kilograms of heroin from the premises, evidence indisputable and conclusive. Viewers across Hongba paused, brows furrowed in surprise, weighing the plausibility of the accusation with quiet skepticism. To be fair, Huo Wenyao enjoyed considerable public goodwill. Overall public sentiment leaned firmly in his favor. And once Lei Yaoyang's affiliation with Dongxing was disclosed, the credibility of the complaint collapsed entirely. After all, Dongxing's most notorious reputation in Hongba had always been heroin trade. Arresting Lei Yaoyang for trafficking heroin hardly seemed surprising. Yet, just then Lu Huizhen broke into a sudden bright smile and announced with palpable energy regarding the authenticity of this report, our station conducted an exclusive interview with Mr. Huo Wenyao this very morning. The camera cut. Huo Wenyao's composed face filled the screen. Lu Huizhen's voice returned, Mr. Huo, regarding this formal, named complaint. Huo Wenyao wore a stern expression as he addressed the camera firmly. I deny it. This is slander, absolute, unadulterated slander. He continued, our security company is dedicated to providing Hongba citizens with a safe and reliable environment. As for the Dongxing society, it is by definition a triad. Its reputation, I trust, is already clear to every viewer watching at home. I fully support the recent operation conducted by the Sim Sha Sui police station. And according to intelligence I've received, Officer Miao Zhishuan apprehended the suspect red-handed. I categorically reject these baseless accusations. Very well, Mr. Huo. Then Mr. Huo, Lu Huizhen pressed further. What else do you have to say regarding the allegations brought forth by Lei Yaoyang's underlings? Huo Wenyao first assumed an aggrieved expression before replying, I am utterly wronged. This is clearly a deliberate smear campaign orchestrated by Dongxing members to conceal the truth. He paused, then added, in fact, there exists one remarkably simple question. Lei Yaoyang was seized with 20 kilograms of heroin this time. How on earth could I, an upstanding citizen, possibly possess such a substance? Frankly speaking, Huo Wenyao's explanation carried considerable persuasive weight. After all, in present-day Hongba, heroin fetched a price rivaling gold itself. Acquiring 20 kilograms required not only immense capital, but also highly specialized channels. Some citizens had initially harbored doubts, but after hearing this compelling rationale, their skepticism dissolved entirely. That morning, Miao Zhishuan awoke inside the police station. Having arrested Lei Yaoyang late the previous night, and securing both suspect and contraband. He had spent the remainder of the hours conducting intensive interrogation. Yet Lei Yaoyang, a seasoned criminal, refused to confess, insisting instead that he had been framed. Exhausted after an entire night's work, Miao Zhishuan saw no point returning home and opted instead to sleep in his office. Just as he brewed coffee to revive himself, Jin approached quietly, his face grim as he relayed the news. Miao Zhishuan's expression instantly darkened. Silently cursing inwardly, he berated himself. Lei Yaoyang's most trusted lieutenant truly knows how to stir chaos. How could I have forgotten him last night? At that very moment, Zhu strode into the office, his face equally somber. With resigned weariness, he announced, "Boss, the commissioner wants you." Miao Zhishuan already knew what awaited him and could only sigh inwardly as he made his way toward the commissioner's office. Inside the commissioner's office, the foreign-born commissioner glared at Miao Zhishuan the moment he entered, jabbing a finger at the television screen and erupting in fury. "Fuck. Bloody bastard. Look at the mess you've made. Now the entire city questions the integrity of our Tsim Sha Sui police station. Superiors have already issued formal inquiries. Bloody hell. How am I supposed to explain this?" The commissioner raged, spittle nearly spraying across the desk. Miao Zhishuan dared not wipe his face. Seizing a brief pause in the tirade, he murmured softly, "Commissioner, the media report is fundamentally inaccurate. I did indeed apprehend the suspect red-handed. 21 kilograms of heroin were seized from Lei Yaoyang's nightclub. That part is irrefutable fact." "Shut up," the commissioner roared. "Do you think I don't know that? Huo Wenyao had barely left the station before you stormed the nightclub, and the instant you hauled Lei Yaoyang away, Huo Wenyao seized control of Nathan Road. Who would believe you two aren't colluding? Who would believe your hands are clean?" Miao Zhishuan. A wave of despair crashed over him internally. From this vantage point, even he began to suspect something truly amiss between himself and Huo Wenyao. Yet in reality, there was nothing whatsoever. This injustice seemed impossible to clear. Huo Wenyao. Dimly he realized Huo Wenyao had deliberately set this trap for him, but for the sake of his long-term plan, he would endure this humiliation. Everything, all of it, was to bring Huo Wenyao down. He had promised Yang Jinro. What was enduring disgrace to a man of honor? At that thought, Miao Zhishuan finally rallied his resolve. The foreign-born commissioner paid no mind to such considerations. He simply wished to avoid any further scandals tarnishing the Tsim Sha Sui police station. Otherwise, his own position as commissioner would become untenable. He cursed bitterly. "I warned you the day you arrived, not to target Huo Wenyao. But let me be absolutely clear, I told you not to target him, not to collaborate with him. I have no such intention, I swear." Miao Zhishuan knew explanations were futile and fell silent, adopting an impassive, immovable stance. The commissioner's eyes bulged with fury as he bellowed, "Let this be a warning. This is your first and final chance. If you cause another scandal, no matter your connections, even if you're the king of marksmen, I will transfer you out of Tsim Sha Sui without exception." With weary resignation, Miao Zhishuan finally replied, "Yes, sir." After snapping a crisp salute, he turned to leave. Yet just as his hand touched the door handle, behind him, the foreign-born commissioner suddenly spoke again, his tone oddly subdued. "Oh, nearly forgot to tell you. Yang Jinrong died in prison." Miao Zhishuan whirled around sharply. "What?" Disbelief flooded his features. The commissioner, observing his reaction, actually smirked. "I heard you two were close. Here, read the file yourself." He tossed over a dossier and elaborated. The perpetrator was Zhao Jiqiang, the so-called young master serving under Huo Wenyao. Miao Zhishuan's eyes instantly flared crimson. "Huo Wenyao, you despicable wretch." "Humph." The commissioner sneered coldly. Though Yang Jinrong had once served under him, the commissioner had never taken a liking to this subordinate, constantly embroiling the department in trouble. "Let me speak plainly. I forbade you from acting against Huo Wenyao precisely because he's extraordinarily dangerous. Huang Jiqing Hanchun, Wu Luo Tua Taizi." Now Yang Jinrong has fallen too. Review his personnel file. You'll see that anyone who crossed him met ruin without exception. So I urge you, drop these notions while you still can. That such words came from the normally inconspicuous commissioner genuinely surprised Miao Zhishuan. Yet at that moment, he had no capacity for reflection. His mind reeled solely with the news of Yang Jinrong's assassination by the young master. Memories surged, studying abroad together Yang Jinrong's voice, his final request. All rushed back in a torrent. Rage erupted, scorching through his chest. He had fixated on Huo Wenyao solely because he'd sworn an oath to Yang Jinrong. It was a sacred promise. Suddenly, he recalled a casual conversation they'd once shared, both recognizing Huo Wenyao's lethal nature. Yang Jinrong had half-joked, "If I die, Huo Wenyao will be the one who killed me. You must avenge me." Who could have imagined those words would prove prophetic? No investigation was needed. The young master's involvement said everything. Huo Wenyao had ordered the hit. After all, once Yang Jinrong's perjury became public, the young master's sentence had been reduced from 6 months to merely 3. Given his influence within the prison, enduring until release would have been effortless. Yet he chose murder instead. Huo Wenyao. Miao Zhishuan ground the name out syllable by seething syllable, his eyes burning with terrifying intensity. The commissioner, indifferent to his fury, continued calmly. So let me warn you once more. If you wish to avoid sharing Yang Jinrong's fate, stay far, far away from Huo Wenyao. Miao Zhishuan remained silent, jaw clenched tight. The commissioner waved dismissively, irritated. Only then did Miao Zhishuan drift out of the office like a man bereft of soul. In truth, the commissioner's words held a sliver of genuine concern. Though primarily motivated by fear that the Tsim Sha Sui police station would again become a public spectacle, prompting his unusually lengthy admonition, this goodwill proved entirely wasted. Miao Zhishuan approached the window. A rain fell steadily outside, lightning flickering intermittently. The weather mirrored his mood perfectly. Clenching his fist, he whispered, Jinrong, you can rest easy. I will avenge you. Huo Wenyao, I will put him behind bars. His voice had never sounded so resolute. Now nothing mattered except fulfilling his vow to Yang Jinrong. The commissioner's warnings had not registered, not a single word. Though admittedly, during his last visit to the prison to see Yang Jinrong, he had sensed a change in him. He was no longer the friend he once knew. Yang Jinrong had strayed onto a dark path, and then died. But he, Miao Zhishuan, had not changed. He remembered their solemn pact. For that alone, he must expose Huo Wenyao. I will catch him, Miao Zhishuan vowed softly. Boom. A low rolling thunderclap echoed overhead. Through the rain-streaked glass, his profile appeared stark, unyielding. In truth, Yang Jinrong's death caused scarcely a ripple. His prior misconduct had disgraced the entire force, so much so that upon death he was denied even the honor of a flag-draped casket. The authorities handled everything discreetly. His funeral was hastily arranged. Consequently, suspicion surrounding Huo Wenyao as the killer was quietly suppressed. Otherwise, Miao Zhishuan would have heard whispers long before learning of it from the commissioner. The demise of this shame of the police force vanished soundlessly, like a raindrop dissolving into the sea. No one mourned him, except Miao Zhishuan. The rain continued to fall. Meanwhile, the Honghing Society convened its leadership assembly, once again beneath gray, rain-laden skies. They gathered precisely because Lei Yaoyang's downfall signaled yet another major blow to the Dongxing Society, demanding urgent strategic deliberation. Jiang Tianxing arrived slightly late, smiling warmly. Surveying the room, he found every Honghing elder likewise smiling. Lei Yaoyang's arrest was undoubtedly their greatest cause for celebration. Nathan Road had originally belonged to Honghing territory, until Tai Zi's death allowed Lei Yaoyang to seize it first. Had Tai Zi's incident not weakened Honghing's strength, they would have reclaimed it long ago. Admittedly, the earlier violent clashes between Honghing and Dongxing had ended with only marginal advantage for Honghing, despite Luo Tua and Wu Ye falling. Yet Tai Zi's subsequent death had seemingly restored equilibrium. Now with Lei Yaoyang's collapse, Honghing regained overwhelming dominance, and thus jubilation filled the chamber. Dongxing has lost yet another senior commander. That's unquestionably good news for us. Indeed, Jiang Tianxing smiled. To be fair, we owe Huo Wenyao a debt of gratitude this time. Absolutely. Fat Lao Li interjected gleefully, no matter how pitiful Huo Wenyao pretends on television, or how many excuses he fabricates. I'm certain he's the one who did it. Ha ha ha, well said. At that moment, Liang Quan spoke up. Brother Jiang, Dongxing has now lost its leader Luo Ta, its commander Wu Ye, and now Lei Yaoyang. Surely our opportunity has arrived. Liang Quan had long coveted Jiang Tianxing's position as Honghing's leader. He considered Jiang overly cautious and timid, reluctant to wage full-scale war against Dongxing for fear of leaving no room for retreat. Otherwise, had they revised their bylaws, as Dongxing had done, to permit heroin trafficking, Honghing would have amassed vast wealth long ago. His current proposal stemmed directly from coveting Dongxing's lucrative narcotics trade. Within all of Honghing, only he dared secretly traffic heroin, against the society's explicit rules. Jiang Tianxing, ever the pragmatist, nevertheless felt a stirring of temptation upon hearing Liang Quan's words. As he hesitated, Dai Laobi could contain himself no longer. Brother Jiang, I share this view entirely, he declared. Dongxing's morale is shattered, its strength diminished, and decades of bitter enmity remain between us. This rare opportunity demands bold action. Let us settle this threat once and for all. Liang Kuan raised an eyebrow. Senior B, it's rare to hear your support for me. You're right. I naturally stand with you, Senior B replied dismissively. Clearly Dongxing had weakened once more, so much so that even Senior B could no longer remain idle. Jiang Tianxing scanned the room, observing how each branch leader bristled with eagerness, and at last made his decision. It seems we're all of one mind, he declared. Then, let loose our full strength and wage war without restraint. Brilliant insight, Brother Jiang. We'll follow Brother Jiang's lead. Let's press forward together, crush Dongxing in one decisive blow, leaving them no chance to catch their breath. The entire Honghing mobilized instantly. Countless underlings converged from every corner, surging toward Dongxing's territories as ordered by their respective bosses. To be sure, Honghing's momentum today was fierce. Nearly every Dongxing establishment fell under assault. Meanwhile, after Hung Hing's meeting concluded, Bai Tu Wang summoned the remaining Dongxing branch leaders Jin Mao, Hu Sha Meng Qin Long, Hu Sidu Hao Nan, and Xiao Mian Hu Wu Ji Wei. Bai Tu Wang surveyed them, and saw only furrowed brows and despondent faces. A sigh escaped him. As Hung Hing had rightly observed, Dongxing's morale had sunk to its lowest ebb, its power utterly depleted. Hung Hing struck with unprecedented ferocity today, seizing every one of our strongholds. They mean to eradicate us entirely, Bai Tu Wang announced. Yet though we know Huo Wenyao orchestrated this treachery, there's no time now to settle accounts with him. First we must stabilize our territory. Xiao Mian, whose usual smile had vanished helplessly, he said, how can we hold the line? Hung Hing has always held the upper hand, and now with our strength waning and their surging resistance is futile. Beside him, Sha Meng's face turned ashen, but inwardly he muttered, fools. Who told you to cross Huo Wenyao? That bastard is ruthless beyond measure. Luo Tua Wuya and Lei Yao Yang brought this upon themselves. He mused silently. As the old saying goes, true wisdom lies in reading the signs of the times. Look at me. I bear no such burden. At critical moments I can still call upon Huo Wenyao for aid. Yet the moment he recalled the IOUs he owed Huo Wenyao, a dull ache throbbed behind his temples. Suddenly Bai Tu Wang declared, precisely. Our most urgent task is to extract Lei Yao Yang. Once he rallies his men, Hung Hing's advance will stall. But at the mere mention of rescuing Lei Yao Yang, Wu Jiwei, Situ Hao Nan, and even Sha Meng began evading responsibility. Plainly put, self-interest ruled them all. The instant Lei Yao Yang fell, they'd already quietly absorbed his underlings. Why would any of them wish to restore him? Seeing their reluctance, Bai Tu Wang knew the rescue plan was doomed, and turned instead to Situ Hao Nan. Now only you can hold the line, Situ, he said. You are Dongxing's red pole, the strongest fighter among us. Yet Situ Hao Nan stood powerless, his resolve unshaken, but his capacity exhausted. No matter how formidable he was, he remained but one man. Dongxing's crisis ran too deep for any single soul to resolve. Wu Jiwei knew refusal was impossible. Bound by dignity and station, he steeled himself and replied, I will do my utmost. Gazing upon Dongxing's crumbling state, he understood action could no longer wait, or else they would be devoured whole. Meanwhile, Li Xian Heir's psychological therapy continued. That afternoon, Huo Wenyao's scheduled therapy session arrived. As expected, he failed to appear. Yet that evening he stood before Li Xian Heir's apartment door and knocked. Hung Hing's meeting dragged on in heavy silence, until a young underling slipped into the conference room and whispered something into Bai Tu Wang's ear. Bai Tu Wang's expression darkened instantly. Turn on the television, he commanded. The underling obeyed without hesitation. Sha Meng and the others exchanged puzzled glances, until the camera panned to Miao Zhishun's face. Reporter Lu Huijin began, below is our exclusive interview with Inspector Miao Zhishun of the Tsim Sha Sui police station. She extended the microphone and asked, Inspector Miao, regarding allegations that you colluded with Huo Wenyao to frame and falsely accuse Lei Yao Yang. Do you have a reasonable explanation? Miao Zhishun, dark circles shadowing his eyes, answered gravely, this is utter nonsense. A baseless slander against both myself and the entire police force. Lu Huijin pressed further. Then how do you prove your innocence? Miao Zhishun replied, your station should know well. The accuser is a trusted subordinate of Lei Yao Yang of Dongxing. What reputation does Dongxing hold across Hong Kong? Every citizen knows. Such a source's credibility is inherently suspect. He paused, then produced official data. I can release police statistics over the past 5 years. Dongxing ranked among the top 3 triads in narcotics trafficking. Does that not speak volumes? Lu Huijin nodded. That makes sense. Miao Zhishun continued, moreover, last night's arrest operation can be made fully public. Upon receiving the tip-off, officers responded immediately and apprehended the suspect in the nightclub's restroom. Witnesses and evidence were both present. How could I possibly fabricate charges? Many patrons witnessed it firsthand. Lu Huijin affirmed, according to eyewitness interviews, this is indeed accurate. Miao Zhishun exhaled softly, then added almost casually, I only learned Huo Wenyao had frequented that nightclub during the arrest itself, hence the false accusation of collusion. Later we heard Huo Wenyao had seized control of Nathan Road. But I assure you, that was strictly his personal initiative with no involvement whatsoever from the police. Lu Huijin concluded, we urge citizens to view this matter calmly. When the broadcast ended, Miao Zhishun breathed deeply. His words, though outwardly disavowing ties, had subtly redirected suspicion squarely onto Huo Wenyao. Bai Tu Wang switched off the television, his face grim, and addressed Sha Meng and the others. You've heard it yourselves. Lei Yao Yang was betrayed by Huo Wenyao. Silence followed. In truth, they'd all known the answer long before. Yet even Bai Tu Wang hadn't anticipated what came next. Nathan Road has fallen to Huo Wenyao. I called him at dawn. He swore on his life that Lei Yao Yang's downfall wasn't his doing. That scoundrel, utterly despicable. Sha Meng nodded vigorously in agreement. Uncle Ben is absolutely right. Huo Wenyao is indeed treacherous, smiling warmly to your face, only to stab Dongxing in the back the moment you turn away. Situ Hao Nan's expression darkened. He etched Hua Wenyao's name indelibly into his memory. Wu Jiwei shook his head helplessly. Lei Yaoyang was always cautious, yet he still fell. Hua Wenyao's guile runs unfathomably deep. Bai Tuweng shifted tone abruptly, unable to contain himself. It's clear, we must deal with Hua Wenyao now. Otherwise he'll become a mortal threat. I say, we eliminate him outright. For once Bai Tuweng was truly enraged. The moment Lei Yaoyang collapsed he'd phoned Hua Wenyao, only to hear impassioned denials, even solemn oaths of innocence. And astonishingly, he believed them. Yet by morning Miao Zhishun had laid bare the truth on live television. Had it not been for him, Bai Tuweng would never have grasped how cunning Hua Wenyao truly was. A greenhorn who'd outwitted even a veteran like himself. Recalling decades spent mastering the underworld, only to be manipulated so utterly by a youth, he felt humiliated beyond measure. He couldn't sleep for rage. Thus he proposed Hua Wenyao's elimination without hesitation. Yet, though every face in the room tightened, no one spoke up. An awkward hush descended. He understood all desired Hua Wenyao's removal, but none wished to act first, unwilling to strike, while tensions ran highest. A quiet sigh rose in Bai Tuweng's chest. He realized his generation's grip on Dongxing had grown perilously weak. Command had eroded to near irrelevance. The only thing binding them now was the fading prestige of the Dongxing name itself. Otherwise, Dongxing would have dissolved long ago. For a rare moment clarity pierced his thoughts. He recognized the stark gulf between himself and Luo Ta. Had Luo Ta still lived, would matters ever have reached this pass? He sighed deeply. These 4 branch leaders were tigers. Yet one mountain cannot sustain 2 kings. Unity had never been their nature. Though all knew Hua Wenyao had framed Lei Yaoyang, none stepped forward to exact vengeance. In the end, the meeting dissolved amid Sha Meng's feigned ignorance, Wu Jiwei's silence, and Situ Hao Nan's stoic reserve. Dongxing's meeting ended in stifling frustration. Bai Tuweng left seething. Yet Miao Zhishun's efforts bore fruit. In his office reviewing the interview for flaws, he allowed himself a rare satisfied smile. Just then, Jin entered, closed the door firmly, and murmured low, "Chief, news has come." Miao Zhishun snapped alert instantly. Jin continued, his voice thick with astonishment, even envy. After days of discreet investigation, I confirmed that Fang Siwei of ATV and Lu Huizhen of TVB are both Hua Wenyao's women. Fang Siwei and Lu Huizhen were household names, 2 of Hong Kong's most celebrated stunning reporters. Miao Zhishun was stunned silent. He'd never imagined Lu Huizhen, the very reporter who'd interviewed him that morning, was also Hua Wenyao's lover. He thanked fortune he'd spoken little before her, otherwise grave complications would have ensued. Though outwardly impassive, inwardly, he felt a pang of envy. After all, what man wouldn't covet such beauty? Especially women of Lu Huizhen's and Fang Siwei's caliber. He let out a low whistle. Hua Wenyao certainly enjoys extraordinary fortune. How does he manage to captivate so many exquisite women simultaneously? Jin nodded emphatically, then delivered an even more disheartening update. There's more. A woman named Li Xianair. She's our force's resident psychologist assigned exclusively to counsel officers with psychological distress. And Hua Wenyao is one of her patients. Surely this went too far. More? A sharp, uncomfortable itch flared behind his molars. Jin's expression turned oddly knowing, as if he'd read Miao Zhishun's thoughts, and his grin widened, almost gleeful. Jin responded promptly, a smile playing on his lips. Chief, rest easy. I'm well versed in deflecting blame. On our very first day in Sim Sha Sui, the foreign superintendent warned us explicitly never provoke Hua Wenyao. Miao Zhishun gave him an approving glance, then instructed, I'm currently working to earn his trust, so under no circumstances must he learn I'm orchestrating this behind the scenes. Understood. Jin replied crisply, and strode out to execute the plan. At 110 p.m., ATV headquarters. A Sim Sha Sui anti-triad unit officer stood before Fang Siwei. Fang Siwei studied him, frowning slightly. You are? Good day, officer, the man replied. We require your assistance with a brief inquiry. Your cooperation would be greatly appreciated. Meanwhile, at TVB headquarters, Lu Huizhen stared at the officer before her brow furrowed. I interviewed your supervisor, Inspector Miao Zhishun, just this morning. Now you come seeking me. Is this his doing? Please don't misunderstand. The officer quickly shook his head, polite but firm. This is purely procedural. My supervisor knows nothing of it. It's entirely independent of his command. Lu Huizhen sensed a faint unease, but the officer's courtesy disarmed her. After a moment's hesitation, she picked up her bag and followed him to the Tsim Sha Sui police station. Almost simultaneously at the psychological clinic, the receptionist informed Dr. Li Xianair, Doctor, a police officer is here to see you. Li Xianair, seeing the uniformed officer, looked puzzled. Are you here for psychological counseling? No, the officer replied, courteously shaking his head. We simply wish to gather information regarding one of your patients. Rest assured, it's a minor matter and won't take long. Which patient? Li Xianair pressed. The officer smiled faintly. but offered no name. That detail will be disclosed only when you arrive at the station to record your formal statement. Li Shiner replied gently yet firmly, I am a psychologist, and due to professional ethics and patient confidentiality, I cannot disclose any information. So let's just leave it at that. Her decisive tone was prompted by the fact that when she heard the other party was from the anti-crime unit, she immediately thought of Huo Wenyo. Although the officer said nothing, her intuition told her that the subject of the investigation was likely Huo Wenyo. She did not want to go, nor did she want Huo Wenyo to feel that she would betray him. Well, the officer showed a troubled expression, then changed his wording. It's fine if you don't say anything, that's your freedom. But the process still needs to be followed. Please understand this is also part of my job. Li Shiner remained silent for a moment, then reluctantly nodded. All right, but I only have an hour. I have other patients scheduled after this. Please. The officer stepped aside to let her pass. At the Tsim Sha Sui police station in an office, Lu Huijin was the first to arrive. She held a cup of coffee and was becoming impatient. Aren't there questions to ask? Why hasn't anyone come yet? The nearby anti-crime officer smiled awkwardly. Just wait a moment, they'll be here soon. I came here to give your police station some face. Lu Huijin's temper flared, her face darkening. If no one arrives in 10 minutes, I'm leaving, I have work to do. The officer looked troubled, but, you can't leave just yet. What? Lu Huijin's voice rose. Are you going to kidnap me or restrict my freedom? Do you believe I'll report you for detaining a reporter and file a complaint with the police department? The officer was startled and hurriedly said, Please don't be anxious, I'll check on the situation right away. But as he stepped out, the office door was pushed open. Fong Siwei was invited in. Upon seeing her, Lu Huijin was taken aback for a moment, then curled her lips in disdain. What are you doing here? Fong Siwei was also momentarily stunned, then shrugged helplessly. They said to invite me to assist in gathering some information. Lu Huijin shot an annoyed glare at the nearby officer. She and Fong Siwei were equally matched in appearance and were competitors from two different television stations, so seeing each other naturally put them in a foul mood. Both women internally grumbled, in such a large police station, could there be no other room? Why did they have to be put together? The atmosphere in the room became a bit tense, and the nearby officer dared not breathe, too loudly, fearing to offend either of them. However, just as they were glaring at each other for less than 2 seconds, the door opened again. Li Shiner walked in calmly. At this moment, the atmosphere became even more delicate. Li Shiner looked at the two ladies' expressions of deep resentment, feeling somewhat puzzled, and quietly found a spot to sit down. Just then, another anti-crime officer walked into the room. He scanned the room and addressed the three of them. Today we've called you three in to inform you of something, the anti-crime officer began. Fong Siwei responded, Go ahead. Lu Huijin urged, Hurry up and say it. Li Shiner remained silent, just watching him. A strange smile appeared on the officer's face as he glanced at the three of them before saying, You three are quite beautiful. Lu Huijin replied, Do you need to tell us that? Fong Siwei added, What else? Li Shiner continued to remain silent. What exactly do you want to say? Lu Huijin impatiently interrupted him. The officer smiled meaningfully and continued, The reason for inviting you three here is mainly due to your rather special identities. What identity? Fong Siwei questioned. This topic left the three of them somewhat baffled. However, at that moment, the officer finally got to the point. Based on our information, you three should all be dating Huo Wenyo. The room fell silent in an instant. The officer continued, However, Huo Wenyo is currently in serious trouble. He is suspected of being involved with organized crime. We called you in today not to do anything, but to remind you, considering your sensitive identities, that it would be best to maintain a safe distance from him. He paused, then added, So that you won't be deceived, and if you get into bigger trouble, it won't be good. Although dating multiple people isn't illegal, it does concern personal ethics, so I hope you all take care. The officer cleared his throat and spoke quickly. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. I've said what needed to be said, and you three can leave whenever you like. After finishing, he hurriedly turned and dashed out of the room. The door closed behind him. The officer leaned against the door outside, letting out a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead and murmuring, The atmosphere inside is too terrifying. And indeed, the atmosphere in the room was even more dreadful than he felt. When the officer mentioned that Huo Wenyo was dating all three of them, all three women were stunned, shocked, surprised, and in disbelief. Then Lu Huijin and Fong Siwei stood up simultaneously, glaring fiercely at each other. Immediately after, they both turned their attention to Li Shiner. Li Shiner looked shocked, her eyes wide open, frozen in place. Her gaze flitted back and forth between Lu Huijin and Fong Siwei. The three women almost simultaneously exclaimed, You are dating Huo Wenyo. After saying this, they realized they had all spoken the exact same words, and so they shouted together, That bastard. He clearly said he only loved me. Now this was a scene indeed. This statement was no exaggeration. In an instant, the room erupted. The three women began to question each other, their faces filled with fury. To sort things out, after confirming that all three were Huo Wenyo's girlfriends, Lu Huijin and Fong Siwei were furious, as they had already known about each other's existence and had always viewed each other as rivals. They understood that excellent men are not short of women and were mentally prepared for this. However, they had no idea that there was still a Li Shiner in the mix. Li Xiner was even angrier. She was completely unaware of Lu Huijin and Fang Siwei's situation. In fact, what none of them knew was that Huo Wenyo had another girlfriend, Fang Jiexia. Fortunately, Fang Jiexia was unaware of today's events, and they also didn't know of her existence, though otherwise if three women could cause a scene, four could easily turn it into a drama. Quickly, the three angry women nominated Li Xiner to call Huo Wenyo and demand an explanation. The call connected and Li Xiner shouted into the phone, "Bastard! How many women do you have? Fraud! Shameless!" Huo Wenyo on the other end of the line was stunned. He was completely bewildered, never expecting that his three girlfriends would end up together and expose him completely. Huo Wenyo was furious. After being scolded by the three women and having the call abruptly ended, he was extremely displeased and very angry. Who has disturbed my pond? He immediately began to investigate the cause of the situation. Simsha Sui Police Station. Huo Wenyo's anger simmered deep within him as he directly dialed Miao Zixuan's number. Meanwhile, Miao Zixuan, after orchestrating this scene, had long been prepared to take Huo Wenyo's call. Once the call connected, Miao Zixuan's acting skills soared as he pretended to have a close relationship with Huo Wenyo. "What's up, Ayao? What made you think of calling me at this time?" Huo Wenyo's voice was cold. "Officer Miao, I want to ask, do you have a problem with me? Why do you suddenly say that?" Miao Zixuan feigned ignorance. Huo Wenyo, extremely displeased, explained the situation regarding the anti-crime unit officers inviting his three girlfriends to the police station and blowing up his pond, and then angrily stated, "Officer Miao, what do you mean by this? If you have an issue, just say it to me directly." The more he spoke, the angrier he became. "I just gave you a significant achievement, and this is how you treat me. You are simply ungrateful. This is too much." This time, Huo Wenyo found his excuse and took the opportunity to scold Miao Zixuan. "I'm just dating a few girlfriends. Do I need the anti-crime unit to help me promote it? This is clearly intended to irritate me, utterly shameless." Seizing this opportunity, Huo Wenyo let loose on Miao Zixuan, indirectly scolding him for not being a decent person while he was helping him, only to have him backstab him. This scolding lasted over 10 minutes. Miao Zixuan's anger was also rising. He thought to himself, "You took pictures together and leaked them to the media the next day, and did I say anything? You used me to capture Lei Yaoyang, then turned around and occupied Nathan Road territory, and did I say anything? I haven't said a word, and now you're enjoying this scolding. You can only exploit me, but I can't exploit you. Are you out of your mind? Officer Miao, didn't we agree to be friends and cooperate together?" Huo Wenyo persisted on the phone. "You haven't forgotten, have you? We have a common ideal. By doing this to me, how are we supposed to cooperate in the future? You must give me an explanation today." "Explanation?" Miao Zixuan nearly fainted from anger. "How many times have you exploited me? I exploit you once, and now I need to explain." However, he suddenly recalled the deceased Yang Jinro. For the sake of future plans, Miao Zixuan could only grit his teeth and suppress his anger. He took several deep breaths. Breathe. Once he calmed down, he spoke up to explain. "I truly had no idea about this matter. It seems the people under the anti-crime unit are acting recklessly." After a pause, he finally managed to present the excuse he had prepared. "I suspect it might be due to that photo of us being exposed before. Ayao, you also know that many people in the police station have opinions about you, unlike me, who understands your ambitions. So they are likely acting behind my back, stirring up trouble." Miao Zixuan smirked silently while speaking. This tactic was akin to using one's own weapon against them. Before Huo Wenyo could respond, he solemnly assured, "Don't worry, I'll go teach them a lesson." Miao Zixuan learned quickly, using Huo Wenyo's little tricks in no time. However, he still underestimated this Sea King's capabilities. What's the big deal about a blown-up pond? He has his own means. That would trouble you, Officer Miao. Huo Wenyo's tone softened a bit, and he added, "Don't let one or two people ruin our grand plan." He was momentarily speechless, gaining a deeper understanding of Huo Wenyo's thick-skinned nature. This was simply outrageous. After hanging up, Miao Zixuan naturally walked into the large office of the anti-crime unit. He scanned the room and noticed a few sneaky figures, realizing these were the people Jean had brought. Immediately, his expression darkened as he shouted angrily, "Who the hell went to mess with Huo Wenyo?" The office fell silent. Most people looked bewildered, but a few officers instinctively shrank back. Miao Zixuan sneered, "Some people don't want to work anymore. Don't drag me down. On my first day at the Simsha Sui police station, the chief instructed me not to offend Huo Wenyo or conflict with him. You all dare to target him behind my back." He became increasingly furious. "A bunch of idiots. Do you know what kind of image our police station has in the eyes of the citizens? If trouble arises, don't say it's me. Even the chief can't handle it. I see you all don't want to stay in the anti-organized crime unit. Better transfer to the patrol unit as traffic police." The office was dead silent. Everyone exchanged glances, quickly noticing the few officers with awkward expressions. "Awu, was it you who did this? Damn, you really don't regard the boss at all, daring to act recklessly. Huo Wenyo is a plague. Aren't you afraid of the consequences?" Miao Zixuan felt relieved inside, but scolded them even more fiercely. He gave those officers from the anti-organized crime unit a thorough reprimand before leaving. The scolded officers remained silent, their faces dark, allowing him to unleash his anger. In fact, Miao Zhishuan wasn't truly trying to sabotage them. The people he had Ajin find were all new subordinates who didn't obey him after he joined the anti-organized crime unit. It was precisely because they didn't respect him that they were easily persuaded by Azu to play this backstabbing game. Unbeknownst to them, it was a trap set by Miao Zhishuan specifically for them to take the blame. Once Miao Zhishuan vented his anger and left satisfied, the few scolded officers quickly gathered together to whisper among themselves. See, Miao Zhishuan must be in collusion with Huo Wenyao. He scolded so harshly, isn't that backing someone up? Damn, doesn't he realize who his own people are? He's fine with Huo Wenyao, but so fierce with us, he definitely has something going on with him. I also think, if he touched his money-making partner, how could he not be angry? Soon rumors began to spread in the anti-organized crime unit's office. The speed at which the rumors spread goes without saying. Before long, the entire anti-organized crime unit was aware, and then it began to spread to the entire Tsim Sha Sui police station. Meanwhile, Miao Zhishuan sat in his office wearing a satisfied smile as he began handling official business. However, it wasn't long before Azu walked in with a dark expression, clearly displeased. Miao Zhishuan frowned and asked, "What's wrong? You look unhappy." Azu hesitated to speak. "Don't hesitate, just say it." Miao Zhishuan became impatient. Azu sighed and finally spoke helplessly. "Boss, our plan to have someone take the blame seems to be lacking a bit." "What's wrong?" Miao Zhishuan frowned even tighter. To him, this plan was perfect. It dealt with Huo Wenyao, put the newcomers who didn't obey him in their place, and he even personally disciplined them to establish authority, truly a threefold achievement. So hearing his trusted Azu actually questioning him made him instantly displeased. Azu hesitated for a moment, but still mustered the courage to say, "Boss, it's like this. There are rumors within the unit saying that your harsh scolding of everyone is because of an unclear relationship with Huo Wenyao, and that you are protecting him." He paused, lowering his voice. "They also say the arrest of Lei Yaoyang was definitely prearranged between you and Huo Wenyao. You help him clear obstacles, and he gives you benefits." Miao Zhishuan. He was stunned on the spot, completely taken aback. It must be said that his plan was indeed flawless, but he never expected to overlook this one point. People's hearts. These bastards. How dare they? Miao Zhishuan cursed angrily. They actually dare to slander their superior. Bastards. Now he was truly furious to the point of blood pressure rising. After all the effort to devise a brilliant plan that achieved three things at once, he ended up shooting himself in the foot. His reputation was tarnished. He wanted to rush out immediately to explain that his only relationship with Huo Wenyao was to put the other party to death, but obviously it was impossible to explain at that moment. He never expected that he would end up backstabbing himself. It truly is easy to spread rumors, but hard to refute them. While Miao Zhishuan was at a loss for words on Nathan Road, Huo Wenyao asked Tian Yangshi, in Tsim Sha Sui, whose territory remains. Tian Yangshi already had an answer in mind and immediately replied, "There's still the bar and nightclub Street Bowler Lane. That's the busiest area apart from Nathan Road. Additionally, there's the Tsim Sha Sui Food Street and Shanshan Road. However, Shanshan Road has little profit. It's currently under Hong Tai's control." Huo Wenyao remained silent, and Tian Yangshi continued to report in detail. As for Bowler Lane, is managed by Wang Bao. Wang Bao is quite well known in the underworld, and he has a skilled subordinate named Ji who has always managed Bowler Lane. Thinking back, the Prince of Yangsheng had also been eyeing this street for a long time, attempting several times, but always being thwarted. There are rumors in the underworld that in Tsim Sha Sui, Ji has been opposing the prince, known collectively as the twin heroes of Tsim Sha Sui. Needless to say, the profits of Nathan Road were significant, but Bowler Lane was equally impressive. Having tasted the sweetness, how could he not be tempted? Thus Huo Wenyao set his sights on a new target, Wang Bao. But this Wang Bao was a tough character. A famous saying of his in the underworld goes, "During the day the port is managed by the police, after midnight this street is ruled by me, Wang Bao." This tone is not something ordinary characters can utter. It should be noted that this statement caused quite a stir at the time, yet the police had no way to deal with him, and thus Wang Bao's status in the underworld skyrocketed. What ordinary gangs would dare to confront the police? When they see officers from the serious crime unit or the anti-organized crime unit, they have to curry favor. But Wang Bao is different. Not only does he confront high-ranking police officers hidden, but there are even rumors in the underworld that he has killed police officers. This has resulted in Wang Bao having an extremely loud reputation in the underworld and being very fierce. Huo Wenyao himself also knew a bit about Wang Bao. He knew that this person was not only a fierce gang leader, but also had an extremely fiery temper, committing all sorts of heinous acts, openly challenging the police, and even going so far as to eliminate witnesses right under the police's noses. He did everything to the extreme, leaving no room for error. This aspect was somewhat similar to himself, Huo Wenyao. Of course, the two were quite different. Wang Bao was a ghost who made the police headache with a tense relationship. Wang Bao was also well aware that he was being watched by the police, so he acted with extreme caution, leaving no traces. Unlike Huo Wenyao, who could chat and laugh with the police and even cooperate, clearly a model citizen. Well, at least Huo Wenyao thought so himself. After pondering for a moment, Huo Wenyao said, Wang Bao is indeed difficult to deal with, but such an opponent is what makes it interesting. Tian Yang's eyes lit up, seemingly understanding Huo Wenyao's intention. Half an hour later, Huo Wenyao led Tian Yangsheng, Tian Yang'an, and others along with Qiu Gongao, Mo Ichuan Dai Xinjua, and over 100 brothers straight to Wang Bao's nightclub. Bowler Lane is Wang Bao's territory with his eyes and ears everywhere. While ordinarily it wouldn't be so strict that not even a fly could enter, any suspicious activity would soon be targeted for questioning. Even thieves can't survive here, let alone such a large group as Huo Wenyao's storming in like a tide. As soon as they stepped into Bowler Lane, Wang Bao received the news. Then, as Huo Wenyao approached the entrance of the largest nightclub in the alley he had not yet entered, when he saw the plump, expressionless Wang Bao walking out from inside, he was followed by a G with blue hair and a large group of younger brothers behind them. Huo Wenyao and Wang Bao almost stopped at the same time. The atmosphere became tense. Wang Bao's gaze was fierce, although he didn't speak, his expression clearly showed his stance. He did not welcome Huo Wenyao at all. However, unlike Wang Bao's cold face, Huo Wenyao showed no intent to provoke. Instead, he smiled warmly, raised his hand to wave in greeting, and said, Are you Boss Wang Bao? What a coincidence running into you here. Wang Bao looked at him with a grin, the corner of his mouth twitching as he coldly replied, If you ask me. This doesn't seem like a coincidence. Huo Wenyao asked with surprise, So you're here to welcome me? Wang Bao, a G, and the younger brothers behind Tian Yangsheng, Qiu Gongao, and others. They felt a bit at a loss as to how to respond. It was obvious they weren't familiar. How could they chat like this? Wang Bao's face darkened as he asked, Huo Wenyao, bringing so many people to my Bowler Lane at night. Are you here to plant a flag? Plant a flag? Huo Wenyao immediately showed a surprised expression as if to say, How could you think that? He quickly smiled and said, Boss Wang Bao misunderstood. I absolutely didn't mean that. Then what do you mean? Wang Bao's tone was very harsh. Huo Wenyao smiled lightly and replied, Since Lei Yaoyang has fallen, I saw no one taking over Nathan Road, so I conveniently took over that area. Since I've taken over the territory according to the rules, I should come to visit the nearby authority, right? Boss Wang Bao is so famous in the underworld. Oh, I've heard about you for a long time. Previously, I was too far away to have the opportunity, but tonight I happen to be free, so I came to support Boss Bao's business. As the saying goes, you don't hit a smiling face. Huo Wenyao maintained a cheerful demeanor throughout, revealing no hostility, which eased the tense atmosphere somewhat. Wang Bao's expression softened slightly, but just then AG suddenly stepped forward, leaning in and coldly whispering, Boss, I heard that when Huo Wenyao dealt with Lei Yaoyang, it was also like this. He brought his trusted aides and a group of younger brothers teaming up with Miao Zhishuan to set up Lei Yaoyang. We can't let them in. What support? They might be playing tricks again. Damn, can't you speak a little quieter when you're badmouthing someone? Also, am I really that kind of person? My reputation is clearly good, alright. This is pure slander. A G didn't lower his voice at all, and Huo Wenyao heard every word clearly. But he pretended not to hear and continued looking at Wang Bao, saying earnestly, I truly just came to support. That incident with Lei Yaoyang was purely an accident. A G was well-intentioned, and Wang Bao certainly understood. If Huo Wenyao truly intended only to attend as a gesture of goodwill, there was no need to escalate tensions. After all, his reputation as a master provocateur was well-earned, and not to be underestimated. Wang Bao leaned in and murmured to Ji, Deploy several more men to keep close watch on him. I want to see exactly what he intends to do. I refuse to believe he'll dare stir trouble right under my nose. Ji privately disagreed, but Wang Bao's tone brooked no dissent, so he merely nodded in acquiescence. Wang Bao straightened his expression and continued. If Boss Hua has indeed come in good faith, then Wang Bao welcomes him wholeheartedly. But should he seek to cause trouble, don't expect me to show mercy. This was no idle threat. Wang Bao's dominance over the Hongpu underworld was common knowledge. Even law enforcement held little sway over him. Should Huo Wenyao resort to underhanded tactics, Wang Bao would fight without restraint. Not even Christ himself could hold him back. Huo Wenyao responded with a broad, affable smile. Naturally. In truth, I am deeply devoted to peace. He added, Take the matter with Lei Yaoyang for instance. It was Dongxing who provoked me first. Wang Bao frowned slightly. He had indeed heard rumors of Huo Wenyao's clashes with Wu Ye and Sha Meng of Dongxing, so targeting Lei Yaoyang was hardly surprising. Yet Huo Wenyao wasn't finished. And, actually, Nathan Road was originally agreed upon as a wager between me and Prince Taizi. His tone remained disarmingly candid. He lost, and thus forfeited it to me. Unfortunately, before he could formally hand it over, he vanished. No one knows who silenced him. Lei Yaoyang seized the opportunity and claimed Nathan Road for himself. Huo Wenyao shrugged. Brother Bao, you tell me, was my retaliation excessive? He paused, then gave a slow, deliberate nod. Though he operated within the shadows, and the underworld often dispensed with fairness, certain codes still held weight. If Huo Wenyao's account was true, then Lei Yaoyang had brought his fate upon himself. Wang Bao stepped back slightly with his men extended a hand and said, "In that case, please enter." He paused then added, "Thank you, Boss Hua, for honoring us with your presence. Tonight's expenses are on me." Hua Wenyao beamed, radiating the air of a man finally vindicated, and stepped forward 2 paces to clasp Wang Bao's hand. "Then many thanks, Brother Bao, for your generous hospitality." Wang Bao, long accustomed to command, rarely shook hands anymore, and at that moment his brow furrowed in mild discomfort, instinctively wanting to withdraw his hand. But Hua Wenyao gripped warmly, leaving him no choice but to reciprocate politely. After all, in the Jianghu, an ally was always preferable to an enemy. Just then Tian Yangsheng suddenly darted from the crowd and raised his camera, clicking the shutter without warning. Click! The shutter's crisp report echoed sharply. To any casual observer, the photograph conveyed unmistakable tension between Hua Wenyao and Wang Bao. Because at the precise instant the shutter snapped, Hua Wenyao deliberately suppressed his smile and hardened his features. Wang Bao, utterly baffled by Hua Wenyao's maneuver, he scowled and shot him a sharp glance. "Boss Hua, what is the meaning of this?" Hua Wenyao released his hand at just the right moment and smiled apologetically. "It's nothing at all, merely a personal habit. The moment I laid eyes on Brother Bao, I felt an instant kinship, so I thought I'd take a photo as a memento. Surely that's no issue." Wang Bao, judging his expression sincere enough, gave a reluctant nod, accepting the explanation however thin. Though he remained wary of Hua Wenyao's cunning, he dismissed the photograph as harmless, a trivial gesture unlikely to conceal deeper schemes. After a thoughtful pause, Wang Bao remarked, "The Jianghu says you're utterly shameless, Boss Hua. Yet now seeing you in person..." His words trailed off, but his disapproval hung palpably in the air. Hua Wenyao immediately shook his head. "Brother Bao is a veteran of the Jianghu. You know better than most how much rumor distorts truth. Such claims are utterly unreliable. They're baseless fabrications, pure misunderstandings. Brother Bao mustn't lend credence to idle chatter." He wore such earnest sincerity that even Tian Yangsheng and Qiu Gangao behind him almost believed him. Unbeknownst to them, Hua Wenyao's craft had sharpened once again. Wang Bao merely offered a non-committal grunt, neither affirming nor denying his belief, yet unwilling to waste further breath. "Enjoy your evening," he said curtly. Hua Wenyao smiled and nodded. "Then thank you again, Brother Bao, for your hospitality." With that, he led his men into the nightclub. As for Ah Ji's watchful, suspicious gaze, he pretended not to notice. Once inside, Tian Yangsheng and Qiu Gangao both turned toward Hua Wenyao. Hua Wenyao circled his temple with his thumb and murmured softly, "Since Brother Bao has so generously treated us tonight, we won't frame him, at least not tonight." Tian Yangsheng, Qiu Gangao, Hua Wenyao's tone of regret left them momentarily speechless. They exchanged silent thoughts. Wang Bao's luck was extraordinary. Merely hosting a single dinner had spared him entanglement and serious trouble. Had Lei Yaoyang shown similar generosity, perhaps he wouldn't have met such a grim end. Yet Wang Bao's courtesy only delayed Hua Wenyao's schemes, not cancelled them. It granted him merely a brief reprieve. Hua Wenyao never considered himself virtuous, so this dinner invitation merely postponed Wang Bao's reckoning. Glancing around, he appeared to survey the venue casually, yet instantly sensed unseen eyes tracking him. No need to guess, it was undoubtedly Wang Bao's men. He ignored them outright, and instead with subtle precision flicked a glance toward Tian Yangsheng. Tian Yangsheng drew near, catching Hua Wenyao's low whisper, "Investigate Wang Bao, and send that photograph to Lu Huizhen." Tian Yangsheng nodded, comprehension clear. Hua Wenyao then joined his brothers in drinking, laughter and ease filling the air. The next morning, on TVB's morning news broadcast, Lu Huizhen appeared solemn-faced as she held up a photograph. "We now bring you breaking news. Our station received this image early this morning." The photograph flashed onto the screen, indeed the very one taken by Tian Yangsheng. Lu Huizhen proceeded with her analysis. "Judging by their expressions, both Wang Bao and Hua Wenyao appear stern and unsmiling. Even their subordinates and security guards mirror that gravity," she declared, shifting tone decisively. "Clearly Hua Wenyao is preparing to move against Wang Bao. Reviewing Hua Wenyao's record, though his rise has been recent, his exploits are already numerous. Judging by the publicly stated philosophy and mission of his security firm, the conclusion is inescapable. It is evident. Hua Wenyao is about to strike against Wang Bao. Since founding his company, he has faced repeated targeting by corrupt officers Huang Ziqing and Yang Jinrong, proof that he remains steadfast in upholding his principles. Therefore, speaking as an ordinary citizen of Hongpu, she gazed directly into the camera with quiet intensity. I believe we should anticipate Hua Wenyao. Anticipate the actions of this urban hero. Her words carried undeniable rhetorical power. Nor was she speaking entirely without foundation. Among many citizens, Hua Wenyao's public persona had indeed solidified precisely along those lines. The broadcast ignited immediate heated discussion among viewers. Inside the anti-corruption unit office at Sim Sha Sui police station, Miao Zhishuan stared at the screen, speechless. He thought this rogue has barely secured Lei Yaoyang's territory. Could he already be plotting against Bowler Lane? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Based on his understanding of Huo Wenyao and his notoriously insatiable ambition, the likelihood was high. Yet when he heard Lu Huizhen analyze the photograph and speak eagerly of anticipating the urban hero's actions, he nearly choked on his own blood. Has anyone lost their mind? Urban hero? Does he deserve that title? Miao Zhishuan clenched his fist inwardly, reassuring himself. I am the light concealed within darkness. Wait, I will expose his hypocrisy soon enough and let all of Hongpu see his true face. As he silently rallied himself, an anti-corruption officer nearby stole a cautious glance at him. Noticing Miao Zhishuan's tightly clenched fist and his agitated, restrained expression, the office erupted anew in whispers. See, I told you, just hearing Huo Wenyao's name sends him into a frenzy. Look at that fist, but he's already calculating how much money Huo Wenyao's about to hand him. Humph. At this rate, he'll self-destruct before long. Sure enough, the last time he berated someone using the commissioner's name, he was shielding Huo Wenyao. Colluding with corruption. How revolting. Just then Azu passed by and overheard. After discreetly gathering details, he sighed helplessly and knocked once more on Miao Zhishuan's office door. Anything wrong? You look troubled, Miao Zhishuan asked. Azu hesitated, then relayed what he'd heard. Miao Zhishuan nearly spat blood. That was fury. Pure fury. Are their eyes blind? He sputtered, near hysterical. Can't they see that at all? Ah, damn it. Enraged, he slammed his fist onto the desk. At that very moment, Wang Bao also received word. He switched on the television, watched the report, and his expression twisted into something cold, disdainful, and contemptuous. Oof, how bold he sounds, Wang Bao sneered. Yes, Huo Wenyao possesses skill, no denying that. But to challenge me, he's vastly out of his depth. I knew this bastard meant trouble, Ji said coolly. Don't concern yourself, Wang Bao waved dismissively. A mere photograph. I haven't given it a second thought. He paused, then let out a chilling laugh. Urban hero. We'll see whether he dares oppose me. My confidence isn't misplaced, he declared with quiet certainty. Over the years, countless men have sworn to destroy me. Yet here I stand unbroken. Their graves are already overgrown with grass. Ji nodded in agreement. Still, Wang Bao issued one final order. Yet pride precedes downfall. I understand that well. Dispatch additional men to monitor Huo Wenyao closely. Let's see precisely what storm he intends to unleash. Ji nodded. Understood. Wang Bao was not surprised by the photo leak. He had anticipated it from the moment he was photographed. I thought this would stir up a storm, Wang Bao sneered. Is that all? He had always believed that surviving in the underworld required both sharp wits and an unbreakable fist. Brute force overwhelms 10 schools of technique. What did Huo Wenyao's intelligence matter? A single photograph meant nothing. If it truly angered him, Wang Bao would simply bulldoze through it. He had the confidence to do so. At Yangsheng headquarters, the atmosphere grew subtly tense. Sha Meng stared at his phone, pondering for a long while, then suddenly spoke. Huo Wenyao. He's definitely targeting Wang Bao's territory, otherwise why pull this stunt? He stated it with absolute certainty. In Sha Meng's view, no one understood Huo Wenyao better than himself. This man was despicable and unscrupulous, ruthless without restraint. A classic smiling tiger grinning amiably to your face, then striking like a viper behind your back, all while wearing that same serene, faint smile. At the thought, Sha Meng shuddered involuntarily. He knew Huo Wenyao's treacherous artifice, the poison hidden beneath the smile, far too well. Then, muttering under his breath about Wang Bao's impending misfortune, Sha Meng abruptly recalled another urgent matter, and his face fell instantly. That 50 million. Where on earth am I supposed to get it? He nearly burst into tears. Baituwang Uncle Ben, standing nearby, froze upon hearing the news. What the hell? Is this some kind of joke? He muttered incredulously. Huo Wenyao just provoked Yangsheng on such a scale, and crippled Hung Hing's crown prince. Was offending two major triads not enough? Now, instead of quietly consolidating power, he dared provoke Wang Bao as well. Baituwang held high seniority in the underworld, a veteran elder whose experience spanned decades. Yet even he was taken aback by Huo Wenyao's audacity. This young man, does he intend to alienate the entire underworld? Muttering inwardly, he recalled Lei Yaoyang's affair and clenched his teeth in fury. Once Yangsheng regains its footing, we'll make this good for nothing learn the hard way. Having spent decades immersed in the underworld, Baituwang knew Wang Bao's true nature, especially his feral, untamable ferocity. At that thought, he cracked a grin, savoring the coming calamity. A fool. He dares challenge that tiger who even the police cannot rein in. He's signing his own death warrant. His mood lifted instantly. As for C2 Haonan, upon hearing the news, he said nothing, only silently raised a thumb toward Huo Wenyao's direction. Courageous indeed. He murmured softly, even daring to confront Wang Bao. Meanwhile, as Azeng dispatched men to tighten surveillance, Hung Hing also caught wind of the situation. With tensions mounting between Hung Hing and Yangsheng, guards remained stationed at the main headquarters. Upon learning the news, senior advisor Chun Yao gaped in astonishment and hurried to the inner chamber to report to Jiang Tiansheng. After listening, Jiang Tiansheng fell silent for a moment, then scoffed. A fool. Expanding territory is fine, but only if you can swallow it whole. He shook his head. Wang Bao is ferocious. Back then even the crown prince couldn't subdue him. And he's no pushover either. He's courting death. Chen Yao wanted to point out that the crown prince and were evenly matched, and since Tian Yangsheng had slain the former, defeating the latter would likely pose little difficulty. But glancing at Jiang Tianxing's expression, he swallowed the words. It wasn't worth angering the boss over Huo Wenyao's conflict with Wang Bao. Jiang Tianxing spoke again. Huo Wenyao possesses genuine ability. He paused. Pity he lacks discernment. To offend so many at once. Once the underworld settles, reckoning will come swiftly and surely. Brother Jiang speaks wisely. Chen Yao agreed with a nod. Jiang Tianxing suddenly asked, what do you think? Will Huo Wenyao and Wang Bao clash? Highly probable. Chen Yao replied without hesitation. Huo Wenyao is a smiling tiger. There's nothing he won't do. So do I. Jiang Tianxing added, then paused, struck by an odd sensation. By the way, I've always felt Huo Wenyao is like a stick stirred into sewage. Ever since he appeared, Gongpu has known no peace. This murky pool of the underworld, he's the one who muddied its waters. Those words struck straight at Chen Yao's heart. He immediately sighed bitterly and replied, Brother Jiang is absolutely right. Worse still, the man has no shame. He acts without principle, brazenly colluding with the police. The moral fabric of this underworld has truly changed. Jiang Tianxing sighed deeply. That sigh carried profound helplessness. Waving his hand dismissively, Jiang Tianxing clearly wished to drop the subject of Huo Wenyao. He shifted tone. By the way, how far have we progressed on investigating the Crown Prince's case? Was it truly Dongxing? Chen Yao hesitated briefly, then nodded. After Luo Tuo's death, Bai Tu Wang moved aggressively. His ambition to ascend was unmistakable. He explained. Jiang Tianxing grunted, an obvious truth to all. Chen Yao continued. We've uncovered that one of Bai Tu Wang's lieutenants, a man named Kowloon, is exceptionally capable, and for years has handled his master's most shadowy affairs. Jiang Tianxing's expression darkened instantly. You suspect Kowloon carried it out, he pressed. Currently, he remains the strongest suspect, Chen Yao replied. Jiang Tianxing laughed coldly. If Dongxing truly pulled the strings, then courtesy is unnecessary. His voice turned icy. Order every branch to sharpen their focus. Every debt owed must be collected one by one. Chen Yao responded immediately, understood. Later that afternoon, light rain began to fall. Tian Yangxi knocked and entered, her eyes alight with urgency. Boss, news has arrived, she said briskly. Huo Wenyao instantly knew it concerned Wang Bao. So soon, he asked, mildly surprised. Tian Yangxi nodded, then reported, Wang Bao has landed in serious trouble. Tell me. Huo Wenyao's interest quickened. During his last assault, he was witnessed in full by an eyewitness, Tian Yangxi explained. Just days ago, the police persuaded the witness to testify in court. So though Wang Bao still walks free, for now, the legal noose is already tightening around his neck. She paused, her tone laced with mockery. Once the witness takes the stand, and combined with existing police evidence, Wang Bao's downfall is inevitable. Huo Wenyao froze upon hearing this. This plotline felt eerily familiar. He instantly recalled the opening sequence of Kill Zone, the witness riding in a police car toward court, only to be ambushed mid-route by a G's vehicle, then throat-slashed to silence. And thus Wang Bao walked free once more. Tian Yangxi spoke lightly, but Huo Wenyao knew full well Wang Bao was no easy target. A Triad elder who'd survived decades in the underworld. If he were so easily toppled, he'd have perished countless times over. Yet this was an opportunity. Don't celebrate yet. Huo Wenyao doused Tian Yangxi's optimism. Wang Bao is far from simple. Her expression hardened instantly. Any trace of casualness vanished. Huo Wenyao paused thoughtfully, then asked gravely, has the trial time been confirmed? Tomorrow, she answered crisply. I'll verify it again. I need the exact hour and minute. No margin for error, he commanded. Tian Yangxi departed immediately, only to return moments later. Confirmed 3 p.m. Tomorrow, she reported with unwavering certainty. Huo Wenyao's face finally softened into a faint knowing smile. Wang Bao. He murmured low. I hadn't planned to move against you so soon, but when fortune hands you the chance, refusing it would be unforgivable. He summoned Tian Yangsheng and briefed him thoroughly. Find a police officer named Chen Guozhong and follow him. Huo Wenyao ordered, voice steady and cold. Wait until Wang Bao's men strike, then intervene. Under no circumstances may the witness fail to enter the courtroom alive. Tian Yangsheng gave a terse, grim nod and left without a word. After he departed, Huo Wenyao immediately retrieved his phone and dialed Lu Huijin's number. The line connected, and an irate voice snapped back. You jerk! How dare you call me? Huo Wenyao knew she was still furious. After all, the scandal of his entanglement with 3 women had left all 3 glaring at him with icy disdain. But women, well, they could be soothed. Last night, he'd sent her those photos, and she'd still filed her report as usual. That revealed much. When it came to women, Huo Wenyao possessed an infallible method. I had a major story lined up for you, he said coolly. But if you're unwilling, I'll withdraw it. I never force anyone's hand. He deliberately paused. I'll offer it to Feng Siwei instead. Predictably, Lu Huijin exploded. Huo Wenyao, try hanging up and see what happens. A subtle smile curled Huo Wenyao's lips. A minor ruse, and she was utterly ensnared. Only then did he reveal Wang Bao's situation to Lu Huijin and instructed her to dispatch her team for covert coverage. Lu Huijin listened, and her entire being went still with shock. This was explosive material indeed. The next day dawned overcast. The clouds hung low and heavy, threatening imminent rain. Wang Bao wore a brand new suit, wrists cuffed, his expression calm as he stepped into the police car. A nearby officer sneered, good sense at least. This is likely the last new suit you'll ever wear. Wang Bao didn't reply, not even a glance. Though outwardly composed en route to court, a flicker of derision flashed deep within his eyes. This was merely the beginning. Meanwhile, Chen Guozhong escorted the witness toward the courthouse, flanked by 2 officers. The witness trembled uncontrollably in the rear seat. Glancing back via the rearview mirror, Chen Guozhong said firmly, don't fear. Hong Kong is vast. Wang Bao hasn't yet reached omnipotence. Once you testify, he'll spend the rest of his life behind bars. I only beg for my family's safety. The witness stammered, voice trembling. That madman stops at nothing. Rest assured, it will be flawless, Chen Guozhong affirmed confidently. The driver glanced at the navigation screen. Half an hour remaining. Just speak truthfully. The witness nodded, knuckles whitening as he clenched his fists. Chen Guozhong exhaled inwardly. Once today passed, Wang Bao would be finished forever. The vehicle sped down the street. Then, approaching its junction, vroom. Without warning, a sedan erupted from the side. Roaring engine, no time to react. The impact slammed into the police car's flank, sending it skidding sideways for over 10 meters, tires shrieking against asphalt. Inside, bodies tumbled violently. All 3 officers lay unconscious, blood streaming across their faces. Only Chen Guozhong clung to a sliver of awareness. Through blurred vision, he saw a figure leap from the assailant's car. Blood obscured his sight, but he still recognized the glint of a knife drawn from behind the figure's back, now striding purposefully toward the wrecked police vehicle. Chen Guozhong strained to move, but twisted metal pinned him fast. His eyelids grew leaden, impossibly heavy, and that earlier reassurance, once today passes, all will be well, now rang with cruel irony. A silver gleam fluttered before his eyes. He watched the shadow approach the shattered car window, the dagger poised to plunge in. An abrupt metallic hum filled the air. Another engine roar exploded from behind. A second car hurtled straight toward the knife wielder, its speed terrifying. A G froze for a heartbeat. He had only 2 choices: press on with the assassination and be crushed, or pull back and live to fight another instant. He decided almost at once. Withdrawing the dagger, AG kicked off the window and vaulted backward, landing firmly by the railing as a whispering slash sounded. The additional car braked hard, tires carving long black lines across the asphalt, coming to rest exactly between the police cruiser and AG. The door opened. Tian Yangsheng stepped out. Their eyes met. There was a familial likeness between them, yet Tian Yangsheng's face was impassive while Aji's gaze gleamed with malice. The air took on the heavy tang of gunpowder. Aji was no fool. Tian Yangsheng's arrival made one thing plain. Huo Wenyao had seen through their plot. Aji said coldly, you're courting death. Tian Yangsheng's lips tilted in disdain. Not necessarily, he replied. I always suspected Huo Wenyao harbored ill intent. Aji lowered his voice. He didn't frame my boss last time because the moment wasn't right, I suppose. At that moment, a third car drew up from the distance. Aji glanced toward it, relief flickering when he saw it wasn't the police vehicle. The car stopped across the street. Lu Huijin leapt out, clutching a camera, its lens trained unwaveringly on the scene. Lu Huijin called out, barely containing her excitement, you 2 keep going. Don't mind me. Aji replied, only with a taut silence. Tian Yangsheng, who had expected Lu Huijin, was unbothered. Aji's eyes hardened completely. He must deal with Tian Yangsheng first, then handle the reporter. They could not allow any footage to leak, or Wang Bao would truly be finished. Still, Tian Yangsheng had to answer Aji's accusation to preserve appearances. After all, they could not tarnish Huo Wenyao's image. Tian Yangsheng did not bite at the provocation. Instead, he thought how their boss might have answered if he stood here. With Lu Huijin's camera fixed upon him, he followed that thought and spoke, don't slander my boss. Tian Yangsheng said matter of fact, I was merely passing by and saw someone attempt to stab the police car to silence a witness, so I stepped in to stop him. He paused and continued, my boss often tells us to serve the citizens and to contribute to the harbor's peace. That is also the company's mission. He spoke with rehearsed earnestness. It sounded credible. Even Lu Huijin, filming nearby, nodded subtly in agreement. Yet Tian Yangsheng was not naturally one for such rhetoric. He had merely absorbed Huo Wenyao's phrases until they slipped from his lips. Paired with his cold, unyielding face, the words lacked true conviction. Still, the momentum held. Aji's mouth twitched in annoyance. Silent with irritation, he turned his gaze from Tian Yangsheng to the witness gasping inside the police car. There was no time to waste. Aji pushed off and charged, dagger in hand. The blade came out at a sharp, cunning angle, like a sliver of cold light. Tian Yangsheng dared not be careless. The camera was rolling. He stepped back and raised his arm to parry. Wish, wish, wish. Their fists and feet cut the air so swiftly that Lu Huijin stared wide-eyed. Unarmed Tian Yangsheng initially defended while reading AJIS technique. One could not deny the fight's grim beauty. The camera could barely track their lightning-fast movements. A heavy thud punctuated the struggle. Tian Yangsheng cleared a JIS dagger arm and slammed a fist into his chest. A G stumbled backward, breath constricted, his gaze grew even colder. In only a few exchanges he realized that to finish Tian Yangsheng today would require drawing blood. Tian Yangsheng remained impassive, taking up his stance. When he planted himself there, his steady bearing made him seem the true master, more so than the blue-haired AG. A G snorted and lunged again. They tangled immediately, techniques messy but brutal of fists met with dull thuds. Lu Huijin filmed in exhilaration, providing a running commentary into her lens. She cried out, "Look, the knife is wielded by Wang Bao's top man AG. The unarmed fighter is Tian Yangsheng of Hua Sure Security Company. Incredible skill. Oh my, that was close. Tian Yangsheng, go. Finish him." The pounding of blows mixed with the swish of torn fabric. In mere seconds they had traded dozens of moves, their figures moving so fast they left after images. A G panted and held the dagger across his arm. He needed a swift end. The police were approaching. With a low snarl he fought as if his life depended on it, abandoning much of his guard and striking for vital points. Tian Yangsheng's expression tightened. He met the attacks with heightened caution. They traded several heavy blows. Gradually Tian Yangsheng seized the advantage, blood welled at a JIS mouth, yet his strikes grew more frenzied. Lu Huijin could not help but shout, "Tian Yangsheng, that man has gone mad. Defend yourself." Tian Yangsheng paused, taken aback. Defend? It made sense. After so long sparring, he had read a JIS patterns. A G was skilled, but Tian Yangsheng was stronger. Besides, the camera was still rolling. This fight had to be won with dignity for his boss. Tian Yangsheng let out a cold shout then. He'll give it everything. Lu Huijin truly cared for Tian Yangsheng's safety. If he fell, she would be trapped too. Her call to defend was meant to have him hold out until the police could arrive. When she saw Tian Yangsheng seemingly heed her words, she relaxed, only to freeze. After parrying a JIS blade, he did not withdraw. He surged forward and closed the distance. They locked together. Tian Yangsheng cracked a punch into a JIS shoulder hollow and followed with a kick to the chest. A G stumbled back. Before he could steady himself, Tian Yangsheng's assault continued. A G could not bring the dagger around in time. An elbow slammed into his side, and a crisp crack announced a broken rib. Blood spilled from his mouth, yet his eyes flamed fiercer, and he howled as he leapt again. Tian Yangsheng's movements accelerated. Though he absorbed a few blows, they were minor compared to the ferocity of his counterattacks. Lu Huijin watched, somewhat dazed. I told him to defend. Why is he fighting harder? She muttered, then comprehension dawned a moment later. Holy, did he here give it everything instead of defend? Just then Tian Yangsheng seized a JIS wrist and wrenchingly snapped it. The arm broke. The dagger flew free. Tian Yangsheng caught it and drove it into the side of a JIS knee. A G screamed and collapsed to his knees. Tian Yangsheng followed with a knee to the chin that sent a G sailing. With a heavy thud, he struck the ground, tried to struggle, but could not rise. A hard chill passed through Tian Yangsheng as he reflexively considered a finishing strike, but the camera in his periphery stayed his hand. At that moment, sirens wailed nearby. The police finally arrived. In the meantime, Tian Yangsheng had extracted Chen Guozhong and the witness from the trapped car. Moments later, officers secured the scene, and the gravely wounded A G was handcuffed. Lu Huijin continued her interview, flashing Tian Yangsheng a thumbs-up mid-broadcast. At the same time in the courtroom, Wang Bao regarded the prosecutors and the police counsel with a smug expression. He glanced at his watch and, unable to conceal his lightness, addressed the court in a relaxed tone. I suppose the witness feels guilty and dared not come. He paused, then added with relish. Or perhaps he will never have the chance to appear. The courtroom fell silent for a heartbeat. Everyone understood the dark implication. A police officer could not restrain himself and shouted at Wang Bao, "You bastard. Lawless scum. Should be dead." Wang Bao laughed aloud. The judge's face tightened. He cast a glance at the police representative. The officers seated with the plaintiff all went pale and grave. At that moment, the courtroom doors were pushed open. A man with his head swathed in bandages and his face bruised walked in step by step. Sorry, I'm late, the witness said, his voice steady and fortified. A low murmur ran through the room as people took in the wounds on his head. The witness took his place, lifted his gaze, and fixed Wang Bao with an unblinking stare. The hatred in his eyes seemed to flare like heat. Wang Bao froze. At the sight of the witness, Wang Bao's mind went numb. A disbelief was written all over his face. Impossible. How can this be? How could a G fail? With a JIS skill, how could this happen? Murmurs ran through the room, expressing the collective bewilderment. The witness' gaze struck like a blade. As they locked eyes, Wang Bao felt the man's hatred, as if it might tear him apart. Wang Bao's face went deathly pale. He slammed his fist down on a nearby table. Rage churned behind his eyes, about to erupt. He understood better than anyone what this witness presence signified. He knew it all too well. As Wang Bao teetered toward violence, an officer lunged to restrain him. Before the hand could touch him, Wang Bao seized 3 fingers and twisted downward. "Oh!" The guard cried, collapsing to his knees in pain, sweat beading on his brow. Wang Bao's eyes reddened as he glared. "You bastard! No one may touch me!" He roared, his voice raw, a chilling contrast to the earlier arrogance he had shown in court. The entire courtroom was stunned. Remembering that Wang Bao remained in handcuffs, the ease with which he overpowered an officer was terrifying. Unbound, he would be far worse. The room fell into a heavy silence. The judge's face had turned ashen. This was a brazen provocation. He barked, "Seize him." Yes. Another unit rushed in. It was plain to everyone that Wang Bao sought to disrupt the trial. Better to cause a scene and force a postponement than risk the verdict. Such charges often carried light penalties. A delay would buy him time to regroup, discover what had gone wrong, and then find another chance to eliminate the witness. When an officer finally stunned him with a baton, Wang Bao was subdued. The handcuffs restrained him now, and 4 guards kept a constant vigilant hold. The trial resumed. The witness looked at the shaken Wang Bao and offered a cold smile. "You didn't expect me to be unharmed, did you?" Wang Bao hissed darkly. "You'd better think before you speak. Say the wrong thing, and you'll die for it sooner or later." Having just survived a life-or-death ordeal, the witness felt far less fear toward Wang Bao and replied in a low, steady voice, "You're trying to kill me. What do I have left to fear saying anything?" The judge glared disapprovingly at the 2 who had spoken out of turn and struck the gavel sharply. "Order in the court." Silence fell instantly across the courtroom. The judge then turned to the witness and asked, "I ask you under my authority as presiding judge of this court, did you personally witness Wang Bao commit murder?" Without hesitation, the witness affirmed, "1 month ago, I saw Wang Bao kill a man with a knife." As his testimony unfolded, the gravity of Wang Bao's brutality became chillingly clear to all present. A collective gasp rippled through the jury. Finally, the judge could not help but ask, "Witness, why were you late to court today?" The witness fixed his gaze on Wang Bao and gave a cold, mirthless smile. "On my way here, I was ambushed by Aji, the driver working for Wang Bao, who deliberately rammed his car into me. After knocking me unconscious, he attempted to finish me off to prevent me from testifying." At this, murmurs spread among the onlookers. Even the judge leaned forward, pressing further. "And then, what happened next?" Gratitude softened the witness's expression. "Fortunately, Mr. Huo Wenyao's associate Tian Yangsheng happened to pass by and rescued me from Aji's grasp. Aji has since been incapacitated, and it was the police arriving shortly thereafter who brought me here." Hearing this, the truth fell into place like a final piece of a grim puzzle. A wave of stunned disbelief surged through the courtroom. No one had imagined such peril had unfolded beyond its walls. Indeed, the witness's very presence seemed nothing short of miraculous. Jurors exchanged quiet, awed glances. Tian Yangsheng had arrived precisely when needed. Truly, a master's character is mirrored in his disciples. Consider Wang Bao, ruthless, corrupt, steeped in vice. Now consider Tian Yangsheng. Clearly, Huo Wenyao's mentorship had borne extraordinary fruit. Yet upon hearing the full account, Wang Bao's eyes bulged wide, like those of a startled goldfish, as he erupted into frenzied rage. "Huo Wenyao, you despicable wretch! I will slaughter you without mercy. Ahawk, you will die." He had never imagined Huo Wenyao's men would intervene. So that was it. Now it made sense. Understanding dawned, but swiftly curdled into seething fury. He clenched his teeth so hard he could taste blood, consumed by the urge to tear Huo Wenyao limb from limb. What luck! Nonsense. Huo Wenyao must have uncovered his plot and deliberately shielded the witness solely to undermine him. Wang Bao had never fathomed that Huo Wenyao would stoop so low, not merely to seize power, but to orchestrate such calculated, underhanded treachery. He'd anticipated countermeasures, but never something so insidious, so utterly unforeseen. And now, it was already too late. At that moment, his hatred burned fiercest, not toward the witness standing before the court, but toward Huo Wenyao, the unseen architect pulling every string. Seeing Wang Bao erupt once more, the courtroom hushed anew. The judge tapped the gavel and declared, "Given the corroborating testimony, physical evidence, and the witness's credible account, all pointing unequivocally to Wang Bao, the court hereby renders its judgment. Wang Bao is found guilty of murder. His subsequent attempt to eliminate the witness constitutes an aggravated offense. His contempt for this court compounds it further. He is sentenced to 10 years imprisonment." Everything had unfolded exactly as Huo Wenyao had foreseen. From the moment Aji was disabled by Tian Yangsheng, Wang Bao's descent into incarceration had become inevitable. His conviction was sealed. Later that noon, sunlight bathed the city in golden warmth. At ATV Studios, journalist Lu Huizhen faced the camera with palpable excitement. "This morning, while en route to an assignment, I stumbled upon a homicide case." That opening line instantly gripped viewers at home. Few things stir the senses like the raw, chilling reality of murder. Lu Huizhen spoke with crisp authority. I initially moved forward intending to assist, but then spotted Aji Wang Bao's chief enforcer brandishing a knife ready to strike. Thankfully Tian Yangsheng, Mr. Huo Wenyao's associate, happened to pass by and intervened, but that only provoked Aji further. He attacked immediately. Viewers, please observe the live footage. The camera cut. On screen, Tian Yangsheng stood locked in tense confrontation with Aji. Coincidentally, the first frame captured Tian Yangsheng's icy, impassive face, uttering words utterly at odds with his demeanor. My boss often reminds us serve the people, uphold peace in our harbor city. His tone remained flat, yet each word rang with crystalline clarity. Our security firm opened precisely for that purpose, to serve citizens and safeguard order. Now, having witnessed your crime firsthand, I, as a citizen of this harbor city, have no choice but to intervene. His words landed with unassailable weight. Viewers at home slapped their thighs in approval. Huo Wenyao's public image soared yet higher. At home, Huo Wenyao watched the broadcast with a quiet smile, glancing sidelong at Tian Yangsheng. That was well spoken. He paused, then added with gentle amusement, truly worthy of being mine. Tian Yangsheng responded instantly, it's only because the boss taught so well. Huo Wenyao clapped twice, delighted. Excellent. You've got real potential. I'm counting on you. Around them, stunned silence reigned. Brothers Tian Yangxi and Tian Yangin stared dumbfounded. Qiu Gangao's crew stood frozen in disbelief. Tian Yangyi couldn't believe his ears. He stared at his elder brother as if seeing a ghost. Could this really be his brother? Could such words possibly issue from his mouth? Had he not yet woken up? Qiu Gangao and the others wore identical expressions, silent, dawning realization. So that's Tian Yangsheng. Quiet on the surface, but a master of polished rhetoric beneath. Outwardly frigid as glacier ice, yet fluent in eloquence, clearly inheriting his boss's essence. No wonder he stood at Huo Wenyao's right hand. His aptitude was undeniable, truly impressive. Under so many bewildered stares, even Tian Yangsheng faltered. His cheeks flushed faintly. Little wonder they were astounded. These words bore no resemblance to his usual reticence. They defied his very identity. Especially under Huo Wenyao's praise, he felt profoundly ill at ease. So much so that his toes might have carved out a 3-bedroom apartment in sheer mortification. Then Huo Wenyao spoke again. Your delivery was solid, but your expression lacked conviction. You'll need to practice. Remember, when speaking such lines, your countenance must radiate unwavering sincerity, pure, unadulterated righteousness. Tian Yangsheng. He longed to protest how impossible it truly was, but meeting Huo Wenyao's expectant gaze, he swallowed his doubts and nodded. I will try next time. Huo Wenyao nodded approvingly, then instructed, practice regularly in your spare time. Tian Yangsheng. He sensed the surrounding gazes growing even more piercing. Meanwhile, the broadcast continued. This was exclusive footage. The camera followed closely, capturing Tian Yangsheng's fierce, unflinching takedown of Aji. Viewers were riveted, savoring every visceral exchange. Who would have guessed a news segment could deliver the pulse-bounding authenticity of a martial arts film? Bone-jarring, real, and utterly gripping. Yet what sent audiences into fits of laughter was Lu Huizhan's urgent cry, defend yourself, which Tian Yangsheng misheard as go all out. Countless viewers at home doubled over, breathless with laughter. Until finally, when the officers and witness emerged safely from the police vehicle, collective tension dissolved into relieved sighs. In closing, Lu Huizhan added, thanks to the witness's timely appearance in court, Wang Bao has been convicted and sentenced to prison. The report ended. But the storm had only just begun. Across Hong Kong, astonishment reverberated. Everyone was talking about Tian Yangsheng. Countless viewers had fallen for his striking paradox, gentle-hearted, yet fiercely capable. Unquestionably, Tian Yangsheng had gone viral. With Lu Huizhan's enthusiastic advocacy, Huo Wenyao reluctantly agreed to grant her an exclusive interview with him. Before the camera, Tian Yangsheng strained to project solemn, righteous gravitas. We simply emulate our boss, upholding peace in our harbor city. He spoke with deliberate precision. The core mission of our security firm remains unchanged, to foster a harmonious, safe, and equitable society. Our boss constantly reinforces these principles, so when confronted with injustice, I cannot retreat simply because danger looms. Stepping forward is our duty, not to betray the values our boss instilled in us. Upon completing the interview, Tian Yangsheng seamlessly promoted the firm per Huo Wenyao's guidance. Soon after, authorities awarded him the Model Citizen Award in recognition of his heroic intervention. Thus, both Huo Wenyao's name and his firm's reputation rose rapidly across Hong Kong. Huo Wenyao clearly possesses exceptional qualities. How else could his subordinates be so formidable? Absolutely. When the leader stands upright, his followers naturally follow suit. I suspect anyone from their company would rush headlong into trouble when duty calls. Who mocked Huo boss behind his back? Do your cheeks burn now, eh? Since this broadcast aired, I'm declaring it here. Huo boss and his team dine free whenever they visit my shop. Huo Wenyao is legendary. This isn't mere hype. I've hired their security for my storefront. It's been peaceful ever since. No more thugs causing trouble. My younger brothers stall signed their contract too, finally freed from paying protection money multiple times a week. Huo Wenyao handled this better than the police themselves. Praise poured in nearly unanimous. Huo Wenyao's reputation and his firm's brand shone brighter than ever. Yet for every celebration, there was sorrow elsewhere. Lu Huizhen's scoop catapulted her to meteoric fame. ATV's ratings surged dramatically in its wake. Already dominant over ATV TVB, now widened the gap considerably. At ATV, the atmosphere grew heavy. As Feng Siwei passed the restroom, fragments of hushed conversation drifted unmistakably into her ears. Sigh, TVB again. Lu Huizhen's luck is truly unmatched. Our senior reporter Feng. She simply can't compete with that woman. Stunning looks and uncanny fortune. I hear TVB awarded her a bonus this size. They say Feng Siwei is talented, but when will she land a story like this? She even secured Huo Wenyao's exclusive interview. Truly. Feng Siwei halted mid-step, fists clenching involuntarily as she listened. Her lips pressed into a thin line, a surge of heat flared in her chest. Lu Huizhen, she seethed inwardly. They'd agreed to ignore that philandering scoundrel, together. So what had happened? That woman had secretly reconciled with him, and seized a massive scoop. Feng Siwei understood completely now. Their agreement had been Lu Huizhen's ruse, luring her and Li Xiner away so she alone could claim Huo Wenyao. I'm absolutely furious, she muttered under her breath and strode away. Any lingering hesitation or tenderness obliterated by fierce, unyielding resolve. Humph, she'd never surrender so easily, nor would she yield Huo Wenyao to another. Without further hesitation, Feng Siwei pulled out her phone, scrolled to a familiar number, and dialed without pause. The call connected instantly. I need an exclusive interview with you, she demanded bluntly, voice sharp and unyielding. Huo Wenyao paused, startled, her abrupt, fiery tone catching him off guard. He'd been preoccupied lately, neglecting contact with Feng Siwei and Li Xiner, leaving their relationship strained. Yet this call signaled the end of that impasse. He pondered for a moment and roughly deduced the reason. Hey, say something. Feng Siwei grew impatient. Just give me a straight answer. Yes or no. Otherwise I'll spend my entire life. How could I possibly refuse your request? Huo Wenyao smiled, cutting her off. Of course it's perfectly fine. I'm free right now, come over. Hearing his swift and unequivocal agreement, Feng Siwei finally exhaled a long-held breath of relief. They'll be there shortly, she said, and hung up decisively. Gathering her things, she drove straight to Huo Wenyao's villa. Yet after driving some distance, she suddenly recalled something. Her cheeks flushed faintly, and she murmured softly to herself. So readily agree. That scoundrel certainly has no honorable intentions. Her car sped toward Huo Wenyao's residence, and though she knew full well what awaited her, she had no intention of turning back. That evening, ATV aired the exclusive interview. Before the camera, Huo Wenyao wore a sharp suit, his expression earnest as he articulated the philosophy behind his security firm, and subtly criticized Hong Kong's current public order. His words flowed with crystalline clarity, his tone sincere. I firmly believe that with relentless effort, Hong Kong's public order will steadily improve. Citizens' lives will grow safer, more stable, more secure. One day, he declared, voice swelling with fervor, I hope Hong Kong truly achieves an era where doors remain unlocked at night and lost goods lie untouched on the streets. His words resonated with unshakable conviction, so much so that even Feng Siwei, conducting the interview, found herself applauding vigorously. Viewers watching at home responded with overwhelming enthusiasm. After all, Tian Yangsheng's heroic confrontation with armed thugs was still fresh in memory, lending Huo Wenyao's lofty vision an air of remarkable credibility. Cheers and praise seemed to spill from every window. Huo Wenyao's rhetoric was masterful. The future he painted was profoundly stirring. The moment the interview aired, ATV's ratings surged dramatically, propelling Feng Siwei to stardom within the network. More significantly, Huo Wenyao's public prestige soared to unprecedented heights. Huo Wenyao is extraordinary. Hong Kong needs ambitious young men like him. If he says it can be done, I believe him. Doors unlocked at night, goods untouched on the streets. My blood is boiling. We support Huo Wenyao. Stay true to one's original aspirations, and ultimate success shall follow. Praise cascaded like a tidal wave, eclipsing even the police in both volume and intensity. Gradually, voices emerged urging Huo Wenyao's reinstatement into the police force, as commissioner of police himself, to overhaul public order. When this rumor spread, even Huo Wenyao himself found it intriguing. That night inside the Hung Hing headquarters, Jiang Tianxing stared intently at the television screen where Huo Wenyao stood delivering his impassioned speech. A strange expression crossed his face. Turning to Chun Yao, he asked, doors unlocked at night, goods untouched on the streets. Surely no one actually believes that. Chun Yao paused, then replied quietly, well, it's hard to say for certain. After all, his subordinate Tian Yangsheng handled that incident flawlessly, catapulting their reputation to its zenith. Jiang Tianxing shook his head, resigned. We truly underestimated this turncoat before, he mused. So young, and yet possessing depth of character, cunning, and strategic foresight in equal measure. A formidable adversary indeed. Chen Yao, tell me, do you truly believe Tian Yangsheng's appearance at the scene that day was mere coincidence? Impossible, Chen Yao replied, instantly shaking his head. He paused briefly, then added, I heard whispers. He led men into Wang Bao's territory 2 nights prior. Wang Bao, perceiving imminent danger, personally blocked the entrance. Exactly when that newspaper photograph was taken. I assumed Huo Wenyao would strike Wang Bao then, or that Wang Bao would simply refuse him entry altogether. Yet afterward, utter calm descended. I sensed something amiss at once, Chen Yao affirmed, voice steady. Now it's clear Huo Wenyao already knew Wang Bao faced legal charges, and even anticipated Wang Bao would hire assassins to silence witnesses. That's why he dispatched Tian Yangsheng to wait in ambush. Jiang Tianxing nodded, his assessment aligned. Chen Yao continued, murmuring, I suspect Huo Wenyao has set his sights on Wang Bao's turf. He intends to consolidate complete control over Tsim Sha Sui. Jiang Tianxing's brow furrowed instantly. Tsim Sha Sui was rich in profit, and the thought soured his mood. After a long silence, Jiang Tianxing let out a deep sigh. This Huo Wenyao, we'll need to treat him with utmost seriousness from now on. Chen Yao nodded gravely. At present, Hung Hing's primary focus remained fixed on its longtime rival, the East Star Group. Their decades-long enmity placed immense pressure squarely upon East Star. Chen Yao nodded solemnly. Hung Hing's main attention remained locked onto its old nemesis, the East Star Group. As long-standing adversaries, their rivalry weighed heavily upon East Star, especially now with 2 of its top lieutenants, Crow and Lei Yaoyang, gone, its strength severely diminished. Hung Hing's relentless advance forced East Star into continual retreat. Were it not for Hung Hing's cautious conservative strategy, East Star might have already collapsed entirely. Acting leader by Tu Wang, Uncle Ben, was overwhelmed with anxiety, his face perpetually grim. At that very moment, Huo Wenyao's news segment played on television. Staring at that upright, righteous visage, Uncle Ben felt a wave of nausea rise within him, and pointed at the screen, erupting in fury. That shameless wretch! What audacity, to gild his own face with false virtue! He spat. Fools may be deceived, but do you think I am? This was all meticulously orchestrated by you. What nonsense about Hong Kong's public order. If you die first, the underworld's moral climate would improve tenfold. Shameless. Utterly, irredeemably shameless. Uncle Ben had spent half a lifetime navigating the underworld, and swore he'd never encountered anyone more brazen than Huo Wenyao. He was without question the greatest instigator of chaos, yet insisted on wearing the mask of justice. Hypocrite, he snarled bitterly, his molars grinding in rage. Were it not for Hung Hing's suffocating pressure, he would have led men himself to eliminate Huo Wenyao. After all, both Crow and Lei Yaoyang had fallen to this young man's schemes. In other words, East Star's present predicament stemmed entirely from Huo Wenyao's machinations. How could he not seethe with hatred? And as for Huo Wenyao's sheer unadulterated audacity, Uncle Ben had seen it firsthand. Truly, when one descends to absolute shamelessness, invincibility follows. He muttered the words, yet beneath them lingered a bitter, acidic pang. Huo Wenyao's current glory. This was precisely what Uncle Ben, his hair long turned white, still fought for his acting leader. Meanwhile, reactions across the underworld burned even hotter. Most scoffed openly at Huo Wenyao's polished, self-righteous rhetoric on television. He himself was Hong Kong's most destabilizing force, yet dared wear the crown of justice. To many in the underworld, such hypocrisy was deeply contemptible. Hell, how does he even utter such words? Absolutely shameless. Sharing the same underworld with such a man makes me feel disgraced. He seizes territory daily and calls it justice. He's the greatest blight of all. It makes my teeth ache. So brazen, and yet fools still believe him. Soon discussion sharpened toward a more incisive observation. Has anyone noticed? Ever since Huo Wenyao emerged, the entire underworld has descended into chaos. Chaos. It's worse. It's become a cesspool of corruption. Indeed, a calamity. His true nature is base and despicable. How did he become a hero instead? A city hero. What a masterful showman. Sigh, for the underworld, Huo Wenyao is nothing but calamity, not blessing. Opinions about Huo Wenyao polarized sharply between ordinary citizens and underworld figures. One side idolized him fervently, the other reviled him viciously. Yet overall admiration appeared to outweigh condemnation. After all, few possessed his rare combination of skill and audacity. Though sentenced to prison, Wang Bao refused to surrender passively. At his direction, his personal attorney secretly visited him behind bars. Given the massive fallout from the witness assassination attempt, Wang Bao adopted exceptional discretion, ordering his lawyer to conduct the visit in absolute secrecy, ensuring no one else learned of it. Plainly put, he feared word reaching certain ears, triggering another intervention. He still needed to survive, to exact vengeance himself. Inside the police detention center, the lawyer maintained perfect composure. With practiced ease, he slipped a thick wad of cash to the guard, who promptly stepped outside. Only then did the lawyer speak. Boss Wang, the situation is dire, he whispered. The evidence chain is complete. Appeal efforts stand no chance of success. Wang Bao's face turned ashen. Is there truly no way out? He demanded, voice low and heavy. The lawyer fell silent for a beat, then slowly shook his head. None. Thud. Wang Bao slammed his fist onto the table. Huo Wenyao. The name escaped through clenched teeth. Once I walk free, I'll tear him limb from limb. The lawyer recoiled, startled by his ferocity. Then, Boss Wang, what do we do next? That night in jail was no idle confinement for Wang Bao. He held a solution, but reserved it only for desperation. With appeal hopeless, he had no choice but to deploy his final, most dangerous piece. Wang Bao's gaze turned glacial. He raised 2 fingers. 2 tasks. First, spread the word: whoever eliminates Huo Wenyao receives $2 million. The lawyer nodded immediately. Yes. Second, Wang Bao's voice dropped lower still. I'm being transferred to Stanley Prison tomorrow morning. Once inside, that's the end of me forever. He locked eyes with the lawyer, each word deliberate, precise. Arrange for several fearless men to hijack the transport vehicle en route and extract me. The lawyer's heart lurched violently. He frowned. Though the first order was common underworld practice, hijacking a prisoner transport was beyond his willingness to risk. Yet Wang Bao's gaze cut like a blade, so he swallowed his protest and nodded. I understand, Boss Wang, he replied, voice tight. I'll arrange it the moment I leave. Wang Bao settled back, but his tone remained ominously cold. You'd better not play any tricks. The lawyer fled the cell. 2 hours later, he met with Al Wei and several trusted lieutenants. After relaying Wang Bao's orders, Al Wei spoke first. I'll handle the transport hijacking, he declared without hesitation. Boss Wang treated us brothers well. We still have men willing to die for him. But when the subject turned to Huo Wenyao, Al Wei shook his head. That man has Tian Yangsheng guarding him, unmatched in combat. He paused. Among us no one can match him, Hedon. The lawyer grew agitated. Think of something fast. If Boss Wang's grudge goes unavenged, none of us will ever live in peace again. A confidant beside him interjected suddenly. I've heard rumors of a new gang, led by a man named Wang Jianjun. He lowered his voice. They're all veterans from the Southern War, ruthless, precise marksmen. Al Wei's eyes lit up. If we can enlist them, it just might work. He looked at the lawyer. No matter how skilled Huo Wenyao is, he can't withstand bullets, can he? Yeah. The lawyer urged urgently. What are we waiting for? Contact him at once. Al Wei immediately mobilized his men. Although Wang Jianjun and his crew had only recently surfaced in Gongbu, their reputation had already spread, so securing a meeting that very evening proved effortless. Upon seeing Wang Jianjun, the lawyer sized him up. The man stood motionless, expressionless, but an icy aura emanated from his entire being, sending chills down the spine. Flanking him were several men, their eyes sharp and predatory, clearly veterans of blood-soaked streets. The lawyer cleared his throat and spoke first. A job, 2 million, to eliminate Huo Wenyao. Wang Jianjun remained silent, glancing briefly at his younger brother. Wang Zhengwo understood instantly and let out a scornful laugh. What level is Tian Yangsheng, and you don't even know? He shook his head. 1 million. Do you take us for street thugs? The lawyer's face darkened. Then how much do you want? Wang Jianjun and Wang Zhengwo exchanged quiet words. Then Wang Zhengwo turned back and raised 2 fingers. 10 million, non-negotiable. He paused. And our rule is clear payment, first action after. The lawyer's brows knotted tightly. That figure far exceeded his expectations. Seeing his hesitation, Wang Jianjun's expression hardened. I operate on transparent pricing, he said quietly, but with unyielding force. If it's too steep, the door is right there. At this, the meaning was unmistakable. The lawyer hesitated, but did not immediately agree. 6 million isn't trivial. I can produce it. But I need to verify whether you're worth that sum. Hearing this, Wang Jianjun stepped forward 2 paces, his gaze sweeping over the lawyer's men behind him. Who'll test us? The lawyer and Ah Wei exchanged a glance, then the lawyer gestured with his chin toward a burly enforcer standing at the rear, the strongest fighter under Aji. Wang Jianjun watched the man approach, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. He didn't even assume a stance, merely curled a finger lazily. Insulted, the enforcer roared and lunged. Wang Jianjun sidestepped effortlessly, then swept his leg, tripping the attacker mid-lunge. The man staggered wildly. In one fluid motion, Wang Jianjun drove a fist toward the man's chest. The enforcer hastily blocked, but the punch transformed midair into an open palm, which seized the man's jaw and yanked him backward before hurling him sideways with brutal force. The enforcer lost all control, slamming headlong into the nearby wall with a dull, sickening thud, then slid lifelessly to the floor. Wang Zhengwo stood nearby, arms crossed, chuckling. This, and you call it a test for my brother? Yet neither the lawyer nor Ah Wei reacted with anger. Instead, they exchanged a look, each reading reassurance in the other's eyes. Those few moves had been lightning fast, ruthless, and utterly economical. No wasted motion. A master reveals himself in a single strike. The lawyer gritted his teeth. Fine, 10 million it is. But Huo Wenyao must die. Ah Wei promptly produced a photograph of Huo Wenyao and handed it over. Wang Jianjun took it, glanced once, then pulled out a lighter and set the image ablaze, watching it curl into ash. The lawyer leaned toward Ah Wei and murmured, "See." That's professionalism. Wei nodded vigorously. Moments later, 10 million in cash lay stacked on the table. Wang Jianjun checked his watch, then spoke again. I have one more habit. Now thoroughly impressed, the lawyer asked without delay. What habit? Once I accept a job, it becomes mine alone, Wang Jianjun replied, voice glacial. I tolerate no interference. If anyone does. He paused deliberately. They die too. He stressed the word die with chilling finality, making both the lawyer and Wei flinch inwardly and hasten to assent. Rest assured, no one else is involved. Only then did the coldness recede from Wang Jianjun's demeanor. He signaled his brother to collect the money and prepared to leave. At that moment, Wei leaned close to the lawyer's ear, lowering his voice. Killing Huo Wenyao is secondary. It's the prison van heist that matters. We need to rescue Boss Bao. He glanced at Wang Jianjun. This man's skilled and a veteran. Why not? Bring him in. Relying solely on us risks disaster. The lawyer grasped the implication instantly and hurriedly called out to Wang Jianjun, who was already at the door. Wait, there's another job, robbing the prison van and rescuing our boss. Will you take it? Wang Jianjun paused mid-step, and a faint sardonic twist tugged at his lips. Yes, but he added immediately. We handle only perimeter support and rearguard suppression. Breaking in and extracting him. That's your task. The lawyer nodded. And the price? Wang Jianjun raised a single finger once more. Another 10 million. Since it wasn't his own money, the lawyer weighed the stakes, knowing failure during the van heist would be catastrophic. He looked to Wei, who slowly nodded in agreement. Deal, said the lawyer. For the first time, a trace of something resembling a smile flickered across Wang Jianjun's otherwise impassive face. Yet that smile unsettled the lawyer and Wei inexplicably. An hour later, Wang Jianjun and his brother departed, with the money. Once safely away, Wang Jianjun pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hello. His voice came through the receiver, low, resonant, unmistakable. Boss, it's me. Huo Wenyao reclined in his chair, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. Speak. Wang Jianjun concisely recounted the encounter. Boss Bao's lawyer and Wei approached me, offering money to eliminate you. Huo Wenyao's eyebrows lifted. Oh, then he laughed outright, finding the absurdity almost delightful. Hiring his own subordinate to assassinate him. What audacious miscalculation. Were Boss Bao to learn of this folly, he'd likely hemorrhage rage behind bars. And then, oi. Huo Wenyao pressed amusement, lacing his tone. Don't tell me you refused. Wang Jianjun chuckled softly on the other end. Free money. Who declines? Ha ha ha. Huo Wenyao laughed heartily, pleased. Well done. Then curiosity edged his voice as he asked. How much did they offer for my life? 10 million. Wang Jianjun answered without hesitation. Huo Wenyao clicked his tongue twice, his grin deepening. Boss Bao truly hates me to the bone, still scheming against me even as he faces imprisonment. He paused, then asked, anything else? Yes, Wang Jianjun said. They also asked me to hijack the prison van tomorrow morning to extract Boss Bao. Huo Wenyao's eyes gleamed faintly. What's the fee? Another 10 million. Wang Jianjun added, and the money's already secured. Ha ha ha. This time Huo Wenyao couldn't contain himself. The laughter reverberated through the room. What was this if not finding 20 million outright? Aside from Aji, none of Boss Bao's men possessed a functioning intellect. I've already instructed Zhang Wo to deliver the money to you, Wang Jianjun continued. He'll leave it at your door. Please send someone to retrieve it. Good, good. Huo Wenyao responded between chuckles. When his laughter subsided, his tone grew marginally more serious. So, what's your next move? What's your instruction, boss? Huo Wenyao paused thoughtfully. They want you to hijack the prison van. Go ahead. He spoke slowly. But spare yourself the foolhardy charge. Then, find an opening and eliminate Boss Bao for me. He paused, his voice dropping edged with cold resolve. I've been searching for the perfect chance to settle this permanently. He's just handed me the blade. Wang Jianjun replied without hesitation. Understood. At the police detention center, Boss Bao received the news as well. The lawyer and Wei informed him they'd secured a formidable operative to deal with Huo Wenyao. Boss Bao grinned broadly, silently in the dim confines of his cell. Well, he whispered to himself. Let's see if you survive this time. In high spirits, he pulled out a cigar, disregarding regulations, and lit it. Amid swirling smoke, he felt wide awake, exhilarated. The next morning, Boss Bao rose unusually early. He sat quietly beside his bunk, face unreadable, except for the faint knowing smirk at the corner of his mouth. When officers arrived to escort him to the prison van, a young constable berated him harshly. Boss Bao merely cast a cool, detached glance, yet made no retort. Seated inside the armored van, his expression remained neutral, but inwardly he'd already decided the first person he'd eliminate upon freedom was this insolent young officer. The vehicle pulled away, flanked front and rear by patrol cars, heading towards Stanley Prison. The route took over an hour, but the prison's remote location meant traffic congestion was unlikely. Yet halfway there, the officers gradually relaxed, beginning idle chatter. None noticed that without warning, several sedans had appeared ahead and behind the convoy. The driver did spot the lead sedan, but assumed nothing amiss since a large freight truck blocked his view ahead. Minutes passed. The road grew increasingly desolate. Suddenly, the surrounding sedans swerved sharply right, while the freight truck decelerated abruptly. The armored van swerved violently to avoid collision, only to be boxed in by the sedans. Bang! Crunch! The van slammed hard into the truck's rear, jolted to a violent stop. The patrol cars ahead and behind braked frantically. Before they fully halted, windows rolled down in the sedans, and black muzzles emerged, firing instantly. Rat-a-tat! Bang bang bang! Gunfire erupted. 2 officers fell instantly. The rest scrambled to return fire while radioing for backup. Inside the van, Boss Bao was prepared. He sustained only minor injuries. The moment the vehicle shuddered to a halt, he overpowered the officers seated beside him. The rear door flew open. A subordinate shouted, "Boss Bao, fall back." Boss Bao leapt out, dodging bullets as he sprinted. Prison van hijacking was suicide by definition, and yet he ran straight into the hailstorm of gunfire fearless. But his men, mere rabble, untrained, undisciplined. Once the officers regained composure, they dropped 7 or 8 of them in rapid succession. Half his men lay dead or wounded, but Boss Bao didn't blink. He ran, head down, relentless. Boss Bao, reinforcements ahead. A subordinate had barely shouted when a bullet struck his back, sending him crashing face first to the ground. Boss Bao's expression never wavered. He kept running. Despite his heavy frame, he moved with startling speed, leaping into a waiting car within seconds. But they'd scarcely traveled a few hundred meters before armed officers gave chase. Boss Bao's face finally darkened. Then, out of the distance, a car surged forward, its window lowered. Wang Jianjun leaned out, shouldering a submachine gun, and opened fire. Rat-a-tat, rat-tat. Bullets pinned down the pursuers, suppressing them completely. As a battlefield-tested veteran, Wang Jianjun's marksmanship and tactical dominance were peerless. Under his cover, Boss Bao's vehicle roared to life, engine roaring as it sped away. Wang Jiangwo wrenched the wheel, executing a screeching U-turn to follow closely behind. Against the relentless pursuit, Wang Jianjun maximized his firepower, keeping the officers suppressed, unable to raise their heads. The extraction succeeded flawlessly. Boss Bao escaped. Over an hour later, after multiple detours, Awei led Boss Bao, his surviving men, and Wang Jianjun's group to a secure safe house. The lawyer was already waiting inside. Boss Bao, he greeted respectfully. Boss Bao nodded curtly. Well done. Only now did the group collectively exhale, relief washing over them. Wang Jianjun's team, however, remained perfectly composed, their calm unnerving. Having weathered real combat, they bore no trace of tension, leaving Boss Bao's men stunned, awestruck, and instinctively respectful. Boss Bao caught his breath and turned to Wang Jianjun. You're exceptional. Worth every cent I paid. Wang Jianjun's face betrayed no emotion. We fulfill contracts, for pay. Seeing him like this, Wang Bao grew even more impressed. He was thoroughly satisfied with their combat prowess. Truth be told, he had taken a keen interest in them. After all, AG was already crippled. Wang Bao now urgently needed men like Wang Jianjun to bolster his strength. It was only natural then that he began contemplating recruitment. Yet as a leader, he weighed matters more carefully. He also feared they might prove unruly, and a betrayal would only compound his troubles. Wang Bao paused thoughtfully before speaking. I owe you my gratitude for your timely intervention. He paused again, then added firmly, your strength. I acknowledge it without reservation. But I am not yet entirely secure. So I am prepared to increase my offer, to retain your protection for a little longer. Upon hearing this, Wang Jianjun feigned brief contemplation before nodding. No problem, he said. As long as the price is right, we'll stay as long as you need. Wang Bao smiled, satisfied. With Wang Jianjun and his men standing guard, he truly felt far more at ease. Though he had always prided himself on his martial skill, the current situation demanded every possible advantage. He continued, before we proceed further, however, there's something you must do for me first. Wang Bao paused, his expression darkening. Eliminate Huo Wenyao for me. At that name, his jaw clenched tight. That treacherous bastard dared scheme against me. He will pay the price. He exhaled slowly, his tone shifting to weary resignation. I'd intended to handle it myself, but as a wanted fugitive, appearing in public is far too dangerous. So this time I must entrust it to you. Wang Jianjun studied Wang Bao's venomous expression and merely suppressed a cold inward laugh. Outwardly, he remained impassive and nodded. Killing him? No issue. Yet his tone shifted sharply. But I looked into him yesterday. He's no simple target. He commands a man named Tian Yangsheng, a fearsome fighter. Wang Jianjun met Wang Bao's gaze directly. Of course the task can be done, but the risk is extraordinary. So the fee must rise. Wang Bao glanced briefly at Awei, who had just entered, then waved dismissively. Bring them another 5 million. Yes, brother Bao. Awei bowed and exited, returning moments later with a heavy case placed before Wang Jianjun. He couldn't help but glance admiringly at Wang Jianjun. Today's success hinged entirely on you. If not for your intervention, brother Bao would never have escaped so smoothly. He added earnestly, your strength is beyond question, truly formidable. A faint, unsettling curve tugged at Wang Jianjun's lips. Is that so? Absolutely. Wei replied without hesitation. Then good. As those words left his mouth, Wang Jingwo, who stood beside him, abruptly raised his pistol, aiming squarely at Wei and the lawyer. Gunfire erupted without warning. Rat-a-tat. Bullets sprayed across the room. The henchmen, having just relaxed their guard, had no time to react. Several dropped instantly. Screams and gunfire merged into chaos. Of the remaining dozen or so men, not one escaped. Corpses littered the floor in seconds. Almost simultaneously, Wang Jianjun leveled his own handgun steadily at Wang Bao. He squeezed the trigger, without hesitation. Bang! Bang! In a flash, Wang Bao yanked the lawyer in front of him and dropped low to the ground. Every bullet tore into the lawyer's chest. He didn't even gasp, dead before he hit the floor. Wang Jianjun blinked, mildly surprised. He hadn't expected such reflexes from Wang Bao, not under this meticulously orchestrated ambush. Still, it hardly mattered. Discarding his empty pistol, he drew a submachine gun from behind his back and lifted the muzzle, ready to unleash another barrage. Just then Wang Bao hurled the lawyer's corpse straight at him. They were barely steps apart. Wang Bao would not wait passively for death. Seizing the split-second gap, while Wang Jianjun switched weapons, he shoved the body forward and lunged sideways. Wang Jianjun sidestepped the flying corpse, catching from the corner of his eye how unexpectedly agile Wang Bao's bulky frame could be. Within 3 strides, he vanished behind a low cabinet. Those initial shots hadn't been wasted. Blood now bloomed in crimson speckles along Wang Bao's arm. Wang Jianjun kicked aside the obstructing corpse and raised his weapon once more. Crouched behind cover, Wang Bao finally roared in fury. Despicable. Cowardly. His voice trembled with raw, ragged rage. Face me in fair combat, man to man. A flicker of disdain crossed Wang Jianjun's face. He didn't bother replying, only opened fire directly at the cabinet where Wang Bao hid. Rat-a-tat. Splinters exploded, a dust billowed thick. Coughing violently, Wang Bao heard Wang Jianjun's voice cut through the haze. Calm, measured, chilling. Fine. Come out. I'll fight you barehanded. Wang Bao hesitated, then cautiously extended his head just slightly. Rat-a-tat. Another burst slammed into the edge of his cover, sending sparks flying. He jerked back, instantly cursing inwardly. Wang Jianjun, utterly shameless. Thankfully, he'd only tested the waters. If he'd truly believed that lie, he'd already be riddled with bullets. Now, save for himself, every one of his men lay dead. Wang Jingwo strode forward, gazing toward the cabinet, and let out a contemptuous snort. Brother, why waste breath on this scum? Let me finish him. Wang Bao flinched, first in anger, then in dread. He knew full well Wang Jianjun's resolve to kill him was absolute. Yet still he shouted, voice cracking with fury. Wang Jianjun, we conducted business. Goods delivered, payment settled. He panted heavily, his voice thick with suppressed fire. I paid you handsomely. You profited. Why draw blood now? He simply couldn't fathom it. Had everything gone as planned, had a G silenced the witness, Wang Bao wouldn't only walk free, but reign with even greater impunity. Instead, Huo Wenyao struck first, framing him, irrevocably sentencing him to over a decade in prison. Only after the lawyer arranged the armored vehicle hijacking did he escape, hardly drawing breath before Wang Jianjun turned on him with lethal intent. At first he suspected collusion, the lawyer and Wang Jianjun staging a double cross. But the lawyer died before his eyes, and Wang Jianjun never mentioned money. That deepened the mystery. What then did Wang Jianjun truly want? Unable to contain himself, he bellowed the question aloud, just as crisp footsteps echoed from outside. Wang Jianjun and Wang Jingwo turned, instantly bowing respectfully. Boss. Boss. Wang Bao froze, then instinctively peered out from behind a cabinet. One glance, and he went rigid, disbelief twisting his features. His teeth ground together with an audible grind. In that instant, he understood why Wang Jianjun had struck without warning. This was unforgivable. Wang Bao spat the name syllable by syllable through clenched teeth. Huo Wenyao. His shriek was shrill with outrage. Hearing it, Huo Wenyao turned, met Wang Bao's gaze, and offered a benign, easy smile. Oh, Brother Bao, he said warmly, eyes crinkling. It is you. Wang Bao. Everything snapped into terrible clarity. Wang Jianjun's deference confirmed it. He had always answered to Huo Wenyao. And Wang Bao, sworn enemy of Huo Wenyao, had just hired Huo's own men to hijack the prison transport, placing his own head neatly onto Huo's executioner's block. Even worse, he'd handed Wang Jianjun 15 million to assassinate Huo Wenyao himself. Now looking back, Wang Bao felt less intelligent than a pig. Especially at the sight of Huo Wenyao's placid grin. He longed with visceral intensity to smash it into ruin. He swept his gaze across the carnage, and his expression gradually slackened into hollow bewilderment. He considered himself a master of hand-to-hand combat, but precisely because he relied on physical dominance, he rarely carried firearms. Now Wang Jianjun's entire crew stood armed, cornering him here. Unless Huo Wenyao lost his mind and challenged him to single combat, escape was impossible. After a long silence, a rare flicker of surrender dimmed Wang Bao's eyes. He stepped deliberately from behind cover, facing Huo Wenyao with eerie calm, as if accepting fate. Every underworld lord knew death could come at any street corner, but few met it so absurdly, hiring your enemy's men to kill him only to be betrayed by them instead. Such irony was indeed rare. Do as you will. Kill me, torture me. I accept it all, Wang Bao said flatly. Huo Wenyao smiled gently. My terms are simple. Accept them, and I'll grant you a swift end. Forget it, Wang Bao replied unmoved. I won't agree. Wang Jianjun scoffed, irritated. Think I can't make you beg for death, or cling desperately to life? Wang Bao's face remained stony. I've said it once, do as you please. Click. Wang Jianjun slapped in a fresh magazine, his finger tightening on the trigger, when Huo Wenyao suddenly raised a hand to halt him. His smile widened, rich with implication. What if I told you this sum could buy your wife and child's safety? He paused, holding Wang Bao's gaze unblinkingly. Would you still refuse? You bastard. Wang Bao exploded, eyes blazing red. What the hell do you mean? Huo Wenyao spoke slowly, unhurried. Strange, isn't it? Your wife has miscarried repeatedly. So many times you've taken up vegetarianism and prayer, begging the Buddhas for mercy. This time, though, it's held. 8 months along, isn't it? And it's a son, they say. With each word, Wang Bao's face grew grayer, tighter. Huo Wenyao paused again, then delivered the final blow. Mother and child are in my custody, right now. So tell me, will you surrender the funds and reclaim their safety? His smile turned glacial. Or shall I send them down, to keep you company? The choice is yours alone. Wang Bao stood frozen. Huo Wenyao's details were too precise, too intimate, to dismiss as bluff. His wife and son truly were in this man's grasp. Rage contorted his features, but beneath it churned desperate conflict. Surrendering that hidden fortune. Unthinkable. Wasn't Huo Wenyao the architect of his ruin? This wasn't merely about money. It was honor. To yield would be to die dishonored, eyes wide open. Yet, compared to wealth, he feared losing his wife and son far more. He was no longer young. He'd waited years for this son. The child would soon be born. An old saying held true, even tigers spared their young. He lacked the heart to condemn them. His mind whirled, chaotic, frantic, until abruptly he released a deep, shuddering sigh. The last vestiges of defiance and fury dissolved from his face, leaving only weary resignation. You must swear it, he rasped, his voice parched. Once you have the money, you will not lay a hand on them. And this admission signaled surrender. You may rest assured. I have no quarrel with pregnant women, no grudge, no motive. And of course that held true only if no grievance existed. And should enmity take root, all rules would be void. Wang Bao remained silent, exhaling a long, weary sigh before reciting 3 locations in succession, the very places where he had hidden his entire life savings. Huo Wenyao nodded, satisfied. Then he glanced toward the doorway. The sea is unusually calm today. Wang Bao understood instantly. He closed his eyes, a bitter twist tugging at the corner of his mouth. Huo Wenyao turned and walked out. Beside him, Wang Jianjun sneered and pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat. Wang Bao crumpled to the ground, his body riddled with crimson blossoms, blood welling thick and steady from each wound. Nearing the end for the sake of his wife and children, he offered no resistance, letting the bullets stitch his flesh into a sieve. Wang Jingwo retrieved a burlap sack, stuffed Wang Bao's corpse inside, weighted it with stones, and sank it deep beneath the waves, per Huo Wenyao's explicit instruction. Wang Jingwo obeyed without question. Wang Bao's death remained known to few, only to Huo Wenyao's inner circle. Sinking the body was a calculated erasure, fewer traces, fewer threads for detectives to follow, fewer secrets laid bare. Wang Jianjun's crew must stay hidden, and should fate summon them again, as it had this time, Huo Wenyao would laugh in his sleep. Elsewhere, chaos erupted. Wang Bao had been snatched from a prison transport, while officers lay dead or gravely wounded. The police force exploded into full crisis mode, especially its upper echelons, where commanders slammed fists onto desks, roaring that Wang Bao must be recaptured at all costs. And every single hijacker was to be hunted down. None could escape. To seize a prisoner convoy was no mere crime, it was a slap across the face of law enforcement itself. True Hongbao citizens held little regard for the police, but even an institution with tarnished pride still clung to dignity. Such a catastrophic failure only reaffirmed their perceived incompetence. To reclaim that dignity, they had no choice but to deliver a response both decisive and visible. Moreover, those killed and wounded were their own comrades. The Hongbao police force treated attacks on officers with ruthless severity, regardless of motive, justification, or circumstance. Reasons were plentiful, what mattered was posture. Unyielding, unambiguous, unmistakable. Otherwise, that dignity would vanish, swept away like flotsam into the sea. Thus, under furious high command orders, the entire Kowloon district mobilized, launching an all-out manhunt for Wang Bao. His turf, Baolu Lane, became the absolute epicenter of the operation. Police cars and officers formed concentric rings, sealing every entrance and exit so tightly that even a passing rat would receive 2 sharp slaps, let alone his gang of Triad youths. Every hoodlum within that world, without exception, was soon escorted back to the station for coffee, and merely brushing against Wang Bao's orbit meant trouble, serious trouble. Almost overnight, Sim Sha Sui achieved a rare, eerie tranquility. Not a single Triad youth dared surface during this volatile hour. Any who did would pay dearly. The streets cleared, the air grew crisp, and clean public order surged overnight. "And, officer, I swear, I barely know Wang Bao, and me neither. I've never met the man. I'm just passing through. Can I skip the statement? And boss cut me some slack. I'm running late. And I'm not with Wang Bao. I'm with Hung Hing. All right, stop hitting me. I'll go with you." And after several heavy blows, Baolu Lane was scoured clean, like a street rinsed by monsoon rain, leaving not a single Triad youth in sight. Still, everyone knew this calm wouldn't last. Wang Bao's brazen act had ignited the police's fury, now burning white-hot, lashing out indiscriminately. Once the storm passed, perhaps in a few days, they'd likely revert to business as usual. And after all, the police weren't idle, sustaining such massive deployments exhausted even their reserves. Incidents like this had occurred often in Hongba. The standard crackdown lasted 3 to 4 days, rarely exceeding 1 week. And though the Hongba police force bore a poor reputation, it wasn't wholly inept. Yet corruption festered above, apathy spread below, and only a handful possessed the grit to risk everything. Most chose self-preservation. After all, this profession dealt in lives, not abstractions, and no one truly volunteered to leap into the furnace. That perhaps was the root of their ill repute. Meanwhile, Lane, the police dug deeper than ever, sealing every nightclub and establishment registered under Wang Bao's name. But that was merely the beginning. Every confirmed lieutenant, every prominent name tied to him, was arrested without exception. And the force had long mastered the art of resurrecting old cases. A cursory review of past files sufficed: arrest, prosecution, conviction, all executed with chilling efficiency. And even without prior records, the charge of organizing Triad activities stood ready, a blunt, all-encompassing hammer. The result: Wang Bao's entire inner circle collapsed, decimated in one fell swoop. Even those attempting to flee the country were intercepted mid-journey. And the operation resembled a locust swarm, devouring everything in its path, leaving barren ground behind, akin to imperial-era house arrests, lacking only the execution of 9 kinships. Fortunately, after 4 grueling days, the police finally withdrew. Only then did Sim Sha Sui's Triad youths dare draw breath, and immediately unleashed torrents of profanity. "That bastard Wang Bao, he ruins lives and walks free, in bloody hell. Why couldn't he just die quietly? Must he drag us all into chaos? I'll curse him till my lungs burst. In 4 days I was hauled in 5 times. I've had enough, and they say when one ascends, even chickens and dogs rise with him. Ours is the opposite. One stumbles and we all perish, and damn his whole family. If I knew where Wang Bao was hiding, I'd hand him straight to the cops. And same here. May my brother's 10 years of celibacy by Wang Bao, a son born without an anus, mean short Wang Bao's name had become irredeemably toxic in the underworld. Though it scarcely mattered anymore. He had already become a modest contribution to Huo Wenyao's land reclamation project beneath the sea. Alas, no one in the Jianghu knew the truth. All assumed he'd fled to lie low. Newspapers covered the event relentlessly these past days. And shocking, Baolu Lane undergoes carpet-style purge, and crisp skies, clear streets. Police deliver heavy blow against Triad organizations. And is this the end of Triad youth? And Hongba police demonstrate unwavering resolve. And 3 fugitives captured in 3 days. 17 extortion cases solved in Baolu Lane, and smoke and filth swept away, clean and clear. And headlines varied wildly, yet all centered on the sweeping purge in Sim Sha Sui. The police's achievements were indeed substantial. For days the media amplified their triumphs, successfully burying the scandal of Wang Bao's abduction. And by noon on the 4th day, the force began withdrawing its units. Less than half an hour after their departure, rival factions hesitated, fearing a sudden police return. Yet Huo Wenyao arrived in Baolu Lane at the head of his men. This purge had bruised surrounding syndicates, but Huo Wenyao's operation remained untouched. The reason was simple: his security firm operated legally, registered with the Bar Association, fully tax compliant. Not a triad, but a legitimate enterprise beyond police reach. Even the management fees he collected were governed by ironclad contracts signed in black ink on white paper, flawless, unassailable. Thus he stood unchallenged. Not a single one of his security personnel was detained. Shielded by the legitimacy of his security company, Huo Wenyao entered Baolu Lane openly. No one dared utter a word. His car halted at the lane's entrance. Huo Wenyao spotted a familiar face. "Stop the car." Tian Yangji pressed the brakes. Huo Wenyao stepped out smiling warmly and strode toward Miao Zhishuan, who was directing his officers' withdrawal. "Inspector Miao, haven't seen you in days. How terribly worn you look." Miao Zhishuan turned, and there it was, Huo Wenyao's face, the very visage he dreamed of cuffing and dragging back to the station. His exhaustion deepened instantly. As head of the Sim Sha Sui anti-triad unit, he bore responsibility for this sordid, exhausting operation, ordered directly by the police headquarters. For sleepless nights naturally left him gaunt, and instinctively his gaze flickered behind Huo Wenyao. to see rows of uniformed security personnel filing into Baolu Lane, each holding contracts beginning negotiations with shopkeepers along the street. Miao Zhishuan. And he grasped Huo Wenyao's intent immediately. And this was no coincidence. It was vultures descending the moment the carcass cooled. Wang Bao's empire had barely crumbled, and here Huo Wenyao rushed to seize the spoils. And Miao Zhishuan's lips twitched, his simmering resentment rose another notch. Yet recalling his own agenda, his rigid expression softened slightly, and he deliberately ignored the security personnel signing contracts. And he knew Huo Wenyao's terms were fair, his methods shrewd, his paperwork impeccable. So despite his irritation, Miao Zhishuan chose silence. And he forced a faint smile, his voice hoarse from exhaustion. Wang Bao caused unprecedented chaos. We lost 5 officers. Headquarters is furious. So, yes, these past days have been exceptionally demanding. Fatigue is only natural. And Huo Wenyao stepped forward, extending his hand with genuine concern. Even amid relentless work, one must safeguard health. Didn't we agree to jointly uphold Hongbao's peace and stability? He clasped Miao Zhishuan's instinctively raised hand, his smile radiant and sincere. Should you collapse from exhaustion, wouldn't that break the hearts of friends and delight our enemies? Miao Zhishuan thought bitterly, if anything happens to me, you'll be the first to celebrate. Yet aloud he replied, gripping Huo Wenyao's hand firmly, don't worry. I'll remain standing until every poison in Hongbao is eradicated. The remark hung with double meaning. Both men exchanged knowing smiles. And then Tian Yangsheng materialized from nowhere, raising his camera to capture the two shaking hands, laughing amicably. The timing was flawless. And click, and the shutter snapped. Crisp final. Miao Zhishuan hadn't even blinked before the image was locked in. Miao Zhishuan, in for a stunned second, his composure shattered. Damn it, caught again. Blast his ancestors, another trap. And he realized instantly Huo Wenyao's earlier banter had been pure misdirection, designed solely to relax him in that precise moment of handshake. As for the photograph's purpose, Miao Zhishuan needed no guesswork. Within 2 hours it would grace the desks of every major newspaper office. The headline, likely identical to the last, same framing, same implication. In Miao Zhishuan's face fell a weariness seeped into his bones. How many layers does this schemer's mind possess? Deeper than the Mariana Trench. Damn it. His fists clenched at the sight of that serene smile, yet he dared not erupt. Swallowing hard, he suppressed the rage and summoned another strained grin. To avoid detonating on the spot, he hurriedly said, "You carry on. I must return to handle loose ends, and please do." Huo Wenyao offered no pretense of reluctance. His objective had been achieved. Seeing him act so decisively, Miao Zhishuan, he once again felt used to the utmost. It was excessive, utterly too much. He immediately scowled and hurriedly left Baolxiang with his subordinates. Huo Wenyao watched the somewhat embarrassed silhouette go and smiled all the brighter. Miao Zhishuan's premonition was not wrong. The next morning at the TVB station, Lu Huijin pointed to the photo on the big screen behind her and said with a smile, "Next we report the following news." As everyone knows, the police sweep triggered by Wang Bao's prison van heist concluded yesterday. This photograph taken during the police withdrawal shows Mr. Huo Wenyao, owner of a security company, arriving at Baolxiang and encountering Inspector Miao Zhishuan, head of the Jianshazui anti-organized crime unit. The two appeared to be in pleasant conversation. This picture amply demonstrates that the police's advocated cooperation between law enforcement and civilians is beginning to bear fruit. At this point, one must again mention the founding principle of Mr. Huo Wenyao's security company, "Farewell to gangs, jointly creating a safe life in Baolxiang." From this slogan, one can also perceive Mr. Huo and Inspector Miao's hopeful vision for Baolxiang's future. Our station hopes the two sides deepen their cooperation to jointly safeguard the personal and property safety of the harbor city's residents. Wishing for continuous, mutually beneficial cooperation. In his office, Miao Zhishuan, he could already hear the chatter of the men outside. "See, I told you there's something fishy between him and Huo Wenyao." "Exactly. Who do you ever see him smile like that for?" "Only when he meets the money god. With Inspector Miao as his umbrella, our anti-organized crime unit will never be able to touch him in our lifetime. Once was bad enough, and now again. Sigh, Inspector Miao is a disappointment." Miao Zhishuan, he truly felt as if he wanted to tear Huo Wenyao to pieces. Yet just as the waters of the underworld were beginning to settle, an ordinary citizen by chance discovered the corpses hidden in Wang Bao's secret refuge. A dozen or so bodies had lain 3 or 4 days. The stench was unbearable. The smell was so strong it finally attracted the attention of passers-by. When the police arrived at the remote warehouse, they found a group of henchmen beaten to a pulp. The fugitive's lawyer and Wei were among the corpses, but Wang Bao himself was nowhere to be seen. The forensic traces pointed to Gangongang violence, and the bloodstain reconstruction delivered its verdict: Wang Bao was likely dead. The news spread, and the underworld trembled. Wasn't he just involved in the prison van heist? How could he be dead again? Ha ha ha, karma. Gangongang serves them right. I think that group saved Wang Bao and then coveted his money. When talks broke down, they struck, and ended up destroying themselves. Where's the body? Wang Bao's body wasn't found. Maybe it's fake. Perhaps Wang Bao slipped away long ago, and the police are saving face. Whether truly dead or not, time will tell. Who cares? Anyway, that figure won't be walking our streets anymore. To be honest, Wang Bao had a run of bad luck. Huo Wenyao finished him without bloodshed. When it comes to scheming, Huo Wenyao, despite his youth, is unmatched. Someone said, thumbs raised. Beol Xiang already bears the Hua name, and Miao Zhishuan still sticks to his line. The police just left, and Huo Wenyao's men moved right in. Jian Shazui. Looks like the balance may be changing. Voices in the underworld debated, yet even with eyes open, what could they do? Huo Wenyao's momentum was irresistible. No one wished to court misfortune. Besides, it was plain to see that Miao Zhishuan and he were in cahoots. Once the matter was sorted, the underworld drew a consensus. Huo Wenyao is despicable. That verdict spread fast, reaching even the Jianshazui police station. When Azu reported to Miao Zhishuan, Miao's eyes lit up, and he slammed the table. Exactly right. That man is arguably the most malicious I have ever seen. Azu nodded feverishly at his side. They had learned the lesson firsthand. A few days later, Huo Wenyao sat in his office leafing through a stack of contracts Tian Yangshi had delivered. He smiled. Tian Yangshi said, "Boss, the contracts for the merchants in Beol Xiang are all here. Our protection fees are 20% higher than when Wang Bao ran things, but they signed quite readily." Huo Wenyao nodded. Wang Bao was a figure of pity. Born at the wrong time. Tian Yangshi's mouth curved. The remark made sense to her. Huo Wenyao asked, "Any holdouts?" "Two nightclubs haven't moved yet." "Why? They used to be close to Wang Bao." Tian Yangshi hesitated. "Now people say we were behind Wang Bao, so." She trailed off. Huo Wenyao waved dismissively. "Then change the owners." "Understood," Tian Yangshi replied. "But note," Huo Wenyao added, "don't use our own people. Send some low-level thugs to do it. Our brand is precious now, we cannot tarnish it. Or, we could let the police handle it. They're itching for an outlet. Given half a chance, they'd be glad to oblige." Tian Yangshi bowed respectfully, a subtle curve playing at her lips. She admired how the boss could conjure so many strategies at a glance. Especially the idea of using the police. It was practically a death sentence for those two nightclub owners. This stack of contracts meant that within 2 days Beol Xiang would effectively bear the Hua name. Though a couple of troublemakers remained, dealing with them would not be difficult. There were many methods. Because the police had recently swept Beol Xiang to search for Wang Bao, Huo Wenyao's takeover met little substantive resistance. After a moment's thought, he suddenly asked, "Which street in Jianshazui is still not under our control?" Tian Yangshi answered, "Only Shanlin Dao remains. It's a food street. The profits aren't great right now. Hong Tai holds it." "Hong Tai?" Huo Wenyao smiled. "Another Hong family." He tapped his finger on the desk. "Even if the take is small, we must move on it." He continued, "If we can make Jianshazui uniform, there's no reason to leave this street out." He paused, then instructed Tian Yangshi, "Go and find out Hong Tai's background." "Yes." Tian Yangshi replied and left. No sooner had she left than the office door opened. Fang Siwei walked in, eyes fixed on Huo Wenyao. "I want a big story," she said bluntly, "something that will shock the whole harbor city." Huo Wenyao looked her over and smiled. "There isn't one." "I don't believe you." Fang Siwei shot back, thinking of the station's demands. "You must have something. You're a liar." Huo Wenyao shook his head helplessly. "I already said the last time was a misunderstanding. He just drank too much." Fang Siwei's face flushed, and she cut him off. "What about Lu Huijin and Li Shiner? How do you explain them?" Huo Wenyao did not take the bait and instead said, "Didn't I give you an exclusive interview recently? That should have boosted your ratings for a while." He spread his hands. "I've had some movement lately, but I can't manufacture big news every day." Fang Siwei snorted. "That doesn't count." "Then what does?" Huo Wenyao asked. Fang Siwei hesitated and whispered, "At most. Call it an apology." "I don't care. I promised my supervisor that I would deliver a big scoop." Huo Wenyao was momentarily speechless. He rubbed his brow. "You're a reporter. To get news, you go out and run after it. I'm a businessman. Oh, where would I get so many headlines?" Fang Siwei pursed her lips in a look that said, "You're pulling my leg." Huo Wenyao felt a bit awkward under her gaze. His eyes drifted away and lingered on her figure. Though not as voluptuous as Lu Huijin, Fang Siwei's proportions were pleasing. Her waist and hip line carried a subtle allure. She noticed his glance and instinctively crossed her hands to cover herself. Her face reddened as she shot Huo Wenyao a glare. He withdrew his gaze with a sigh. After the disturbance with Miao Zhishuan, he had expended much effort placating the 3 women. The thought alone gave him a headache. Seeing his expression, Fang Siwei's manner softened. Indeed, the exclusive interview had made her shine at the station for a time. Pushed by her supervisor's urgency, she had rashly agreed to come back to Huo Wenyao in search of more material. It was hardly her fault. Lately, most of the city's headlines revolved around Huo Wenyao. Any exclusive could send newspaper sales and ratings soaring. But Fang Siwei had principles, as she would never sell out anything for a story. Still, remembering Lu Huijin's cleverness, her supervisor's prodding, and the threads of sentiment she had yet to sever regarding Huo Wenyao, she saw this as a convenient opportunity. She straightened, dropped her hands, and said, "I want the news." Huo Wenyao was silent for a moment. He was after all not a saint. An hour later the room had quieted. Feng Siwei's cheeks were flushed, the light in her eyes and at the corners of her mouth made her look livelier. Huo Wenyao lit a cigarette. The barrier that had arisen between them because of Miao Zhishuan had dissolved. Feng Siwei clenched her fist and made a mock gesture toward him. "Don't lie to me again." The threat had little force, and Huo Wenyao did not argue. He nodded. Feng Siwei smiled and drew closer to chat casually. Having had his fill, Huo Wenyao had not forgotten her. After all, she was his woman and deserved attention. He grew suddenly earnest and said, "I plan to make Jianshazui uniform under one banner." His tone now was serious, a stark contrast to before. Lacking experience, Feng Siwei did not recognize this as a moment of masculine gravity, as she only felt him once more restored to a commanding presence and could not help admiring him. Huo Wenyao went on, "Jianshazui used to be plagued by too many gangs, disorderly and chaotic, so its public security has long been poor. You saw how the police swept Baoxiang the other day. The effect was immediate, but once they leave, the chaos creeps back." He tapped the ash from his cigarette and continued, "Baoxiang has been in disarray for too long. My entrance aims to give the residents there some peace of mind." He paused. His tone was calm. "People outside say my name is tainted. I know that." Feng Siwei listened without interrupting. "But why do they curse me?" Huo Wenyao tugged a corner of his mouth. "Merely because what I do blocks other sources of income and destroys those thugs' livelihoods." He sat up straighter, met Feng Siwei's eyes, and spoke clearly. "So I've made up my mind. Jianshazui must be uniform under one banner. Power is one matter, but at the very least, I must ensure the people who live here can walk the streets at night with peace, unafraid of extortion and unafraid of dying suddenly on some corner." After he finished speaking, the room fell into a brief hush. Feng Siwei stared at him, feeling that this man before her possessed a clear aim and a steady, keen intensity. Her small measure of kindness and sense of justice were stirred, and she nodded at once. "Yao Ji, I believe you," she said with conviction. "The citizens will support you." "Of course," Huo Wenyao smiled with quiet confidence. "You can take a walk through Jianshazui now. Baoxiang or Mi Dundao are both fine. Which shop with my company's sign still has to pay protection money 7 or 8 times a day," he added finally. "I believe the path I walk is the right one. One day not only Jianshazui, but all of Hong Kong will be like this." Feng Siwei felt a warmth in her chest and could not help patting lightly with her hand. She leaned forward slightly, the movement stirring a ripple. Huo Wenyao's gaze flickered. The thought he had just set aside came alive again. He reached out and drew Feng Siwei closer. 2 hours later, Feng Siwei returned to the television station. Her steps were brisk. The afternoon's harvest had indeed been plentiful, both in news material and in other matters. At 7 in the evening, the news aired on schedule. Feng Siwei changed into a neat suit and, facing the camera, offered a professional, fresh smile. "Tonight I am honored to have interviewed once again the head of the security company, Mr. Huo Wenyao." She paused briefly, then continued, "In our in-depth conversation, Mr. Huo revealed an important plan that may affect the future public order of Jianshazui." The screen cut to Huo Wenyao, sharp in his suit and earnest in expression. "Jianshazui has always been too chaotic, many forces, deep roots," he told the camera. "The police sweep through, but the disorder returns the next moment. When I entered Baoxiang, there was no other intent than to give the neighborhood a truly secure environment." As the interview segment played, many viewers in front of their televisions nodded slightly. Huo Wenyao shifted tone and wore a hint of helplessness. "Reporter Feng may have heard the gossip. There are many who speak ill of me and call me despicable." He forced a wry smile and tightened his tone. "But is it not because I stand with the citizens that I have offended those who profit by crooked means, eh?" He pronounced the words, "protecting the citizens," with particular clarity. At that moment, countless ordinary people watching the broadcast frowned and began to murmur among themselves. "Those ruffians are truly a scourge. Life could have been better, but these people ruined it. I heard from a friend in a sports car that everyone in the underworld curses Huo Wenyao, but now it seems he is blocking their money. The police are useless. My shop downstairs has been smashed twice this month. What good is calling the police?" The interview continued on screen. Feng Siwei asked at an opportune moment, "Mr. Huo, what exactly are your next plans?" She wore a look of appropriate expectation. Huo Wenyao set his expression and with decisive certainty cast out his goal. "My idea is simple. Jianshazui must be made uniform. I have limited ability, but I will do all I can so that residents here no longer fear being bullied or extorted. This is my ideal, and I will persist in it." He looked into the camera with a steady gaze. "I believe that what is right will one day spread throughout Hong Kong." When his words fell, though filtered through a screen and recorded, a smattering of applause rose unexpectedly in many living rooms. Some nodded at the television, others murmured approval. Feng Siwei's smile on the screen seemed particularly sincere. Voices of support swelled before the television. On screen, a faint smile crossed Huo Wenyao's face, as if he had anticipated this reaction. It was not hard to guess why. Though the port city had been hailed as an oriental pearl, its security left much to be desired. Ordinary people's demands were simple: safety and prosperity. Huo Wenyao seized upon that desire and magnified it. Though his methods were not honorable, he expanded his turf under various pretexts. His plan to make Jianshaze uniform was no different in nature. But by framing it as being for the citizens, his ideal easily won the support of countless people. Undeniably, under his security company's management, public order on Mi Dun Dao and Beol Xiong was markedly better than elsewhere. Merchants paid a sum and in return obtained a stable environment for business. The bargain seemed advantageous to both sides. Huo Wenyao took the money and handled matters neatly. Merchants could trade in peace and both parties got what they needed. There was no need for Huo Wenyao to explain himself. Eager citizens had already provided the justifications. What's wrong with Huo Wenyao collecting a little money for social stability? Who wouldn't like it? I wish he would collect from me. Do you know how many times a day I had to pay protection fees? 14 times. Hurry up, when will it be our turn? I can't wait. In several open-air eateries, some viewers set down their chopsticks and exclaimed. At that moment, in the eyes of many citizens, Huo Wenyao had become a hero. Their praise of him was so high that even the police could not match it. Although the televised interview had ended, Fong Siwei continued the thread in her report. Perhaps some think Mr. Huo's ideal is far-fetched, she told the camera, but it is not. She reported, this afternoon I visited many merchants on Mi Dun Dao and Beol Xiong. Wherever Mr. Huo's security company has contracts, the changes were revolutionary. Ask any shopkeeper and they will be smiling. Such scenes are rare in other parts of the port city. Her coverage was detailed, almost elevating Huo Wenyao to the skies. The citizens accepted it, and their recognition of Huo Wenyao grew, some even wishing he would take over the police station by tomorrow. Those who lived at the grassroots felt most keenly the change he brought. As the report continued to ferment, voices supporting him grew louder. There could be no better publicity. Huo Wenyao. Keep it up. I am a resident of Jiansha, and I fully support a uniform community. On Mi Dun Dao we seldom see the shadows of ruffians now. Sign the contract and a single call brings security to your aid. That feeling is simply exhilarating. I am from Beol Xiong, and I can attest to it. Mr. Huo, strive to run for the election committee, or our whole family will vote for you. When the news reached Huo Wenyao, he was tempted. The election management committee was independent and powerful. If he could ride his current reputation into a committee seat, even as a regional representative, his status would change significantly. Then officials in the administrative departments would have to show courtesy when meeting him. If he pushed further, Huo Wenyao found the idea increasingly feasible and began to make calculations. Elsewhere, Hongtai's head Chun may have been flirting with his mistress, planning to enjoy the evening, when a subordinate hurriedly roused him. He frowned and turned on the television. On screen, Huo Wenyao was speaking earnestly, repeatedly invoking the people as his priority. Chun may have been about to scold his men for overreacting. At that moment, Huo Wenyao said something on television that made Chun Mai's face darken instantly. Humph, what a bold tone, he snorted at the screen. Does he not fear that a stiff wind might knock his tongue loose? Although the Hongtai syndicate had deep roots in Jiansha, impervious to even Wang Bao and the young master, Huo Wenyao's words still rankled Qin Mei. The playful mood with his mistress vanished. Yet beneath his bluster, Chun Mei did not dare truly treat the matter lightly. After all, Wang Bao's fate had been a warning. He had become a stepping stone for Huo Wenyao without much effort, and Beol Xiong had disappeared as a result. Chun Mei immediately ordered all hall leaders summoned for a meeting of Hongtai heads. Chun Mai's word was law within Hongtai, and though it was late, the hall leaders gathered quickly. He recounted Huo Wenyao's public challenge and asked in a grave voice, "What are your thoughts?" The news had in fact reached them on the way in. The hall leaders exchanged glances, and no one answered. Qin Mei frowned. "What, none of you want to deal with that bastard Huo Wenyao?" The meeting room remained silent. Wang Bao and the young master's ends were a living example. Huo Wenyao was not easy to contend with, and no one wished to take that hot potato. Seeing no one speak, Hongtai's young master Chun Mai's son let his arrogant second-generation temper flare. "Damn it!" The young master slammed the table in displeasure. "Has my old man told you to speak, and you all gone mute?" His rebuke darkened everyone's faces, yet they remained silent. The young master stood and pointed at the hall leaders. "Are you all dead?" he spat, then resumed his foppish tone. "A mere Huo Wenyao, can he be our match? What are you afraid of?" No matter how he shouted, those below exchanged glances and tacitly shifted responsibility from one to another. Chun Mei, angered, finally bellowed, "Enough!" The young master fell silent, but still glowered. At that moment, Hongtai's star enforcer Leopard cleared his throat and began, "Actually we." At the Jiansha police station, Miao Zhishuan saw the news and could not contain a flicker of excitement across his face. After waiting so long, the chance had finally arrived. He had been feigning dealings with Huo Wenyao to find the perfect moment, and this clearly presented an opening. Having been provoked by Huo Wenyao several times, Miao Zhishuan could no longer restrain himself. He summoned Azu and instructed in a low voice. Huo Wenyao publicly declaring he will move on Hongtai's turf is a rare opportunity. Have the anti-gang unit move immediately and tail him closely. "Yes, sir," Azu replied. Seeing Miao Zhishuan so serious, Azu did not slack and passed the order down at once. The anti-gang unit fell into silence. Azu's face darkened. Are you deaf? Did you not hear the order? Only then did the officers respond in scattered fashion. Yes, sir. Oomph. Azu was dissatisfied. Move quickly. Yes. Once Azu left, the seemingly busy office became still and quiet in an instant. The officers exchanged glances, and someone couldn't help but murmur, closely monitor Huo Wenyo. Surely the team leader isn't planning to take action against Hong Tai again, right? I was just thinking the same thing when I spaced out a moment ago. Damn, me too. Wow, so everyone was on the same wavelength. I knew it. That Miao definitely has a problem. I would never believe he has nothing to do with Huo Wenyo even if you killed me. This is just too obvious. Huo Wenyo just called for an all-out action, and he immediately wants to move. Is he Huo Wenyo's lapdog? Not even pretending. Isn't that a bit excessive? That Miao is bound to be finished eventually. Not necessarily. Let's not forget he previously captured Lei Yaoyang and earned a merit. With merits backing him up, and with Huo Wenyo granting him some achievements, I bet he could become a perennial figure in the police force. Just say you support Huo Wenyo directly. Who are you acting for? Again, with the public-private mix, a crooked upper beam leads to a crooked lower beam. I think the Hong Kong police force is beyond saving. The discussions in the office grew louder. However, the group passionately venting their frustrations had no idea that Miao Zhishuan was standing just outside the door, hearing every word clearly. This normally calm sharpshooter was now green with anger, his teeth grinding together in frustration. He was on the verge of exploding with rage. Miao Zhishuan stood outside, feeling a rush of anger surge to his head, his tightly clenched fists trembling slightly. Although his lungs felt ready to explode, he ultimately refrained from acting. Such idle chatter felt no different from slapping him in the face. If it were someone else, they would have rushed in by now. He certainly wanted to storm into the office and yell at everyone that he had nothing to do with Huo Wenyo, but he knew it would be futile. No one would believe him. Unless he truly cuffed Huo Wenyo and sent him to prison, he would never wash away this dirt. He took a deep breath, swallowing his anger. Azu and Ajin stood behind him, their faces turning green with rage. They understand nothing. Azu muttered under his breath. Ajin couldn't help but exclaim, "Boss, you're clearly just trying to pin down Huo Wenyo. Those bastards." As they spoke, the two were about to charge into the room. Miao Zhishuan immediately reached out to stop them, keeping his voice low. "Don't go in." "Boss." Azu protested. "It's unnecessary." Miao Zhishuan shook his head, his expression grim. "There's no point in saying anything now. Once the matter is resolved, everything will be clear." He paused and added, "If we alarm the snake by hitting the grass and Huo Wenyo becomes wary, it will be even harder to deal with." Azu, enraged, punched the wall. Ajin stomped his foot in frustration as well. Ultimately, the three could only suppress their anger and turn away from the door. This scene happened to be witnessed by an officer who had stepped out to grab coffee. The officer hurried back to the office and reported the situation. The room fell silent instantly. So they had been overheard while cursing. Everyone exchanged glances, and the atmosphere turned a bit awkward. However, within moments, someone scoffed. "So what if they heard?" The officer shrugged. "If they heard and didn't dare to come in to argue, isn't that a sign of guilt?" This remark quickly received responses. "Exactly, they're just guilty. They must have hit the nail on the head. Otherwise, why act like a turtle? Haha, who knows, they might need sleeping pills to get through the night." The office was once again filled with a lively atmosphere. Knowing Miao Zhishuan was swallowing his anger only emboldened their mockery. Some even joked, "Speaking of which, how could he endure this? Is our team leader a turtle? Miao the Turtle? Hey, that's actually quite fitting." Ha ha ha. Thus the nickname, Miao the Turtle, swiftly spread throughout the entire Tsim Sha Sui police station. Of course, it reached Miao Zhishuan's ears. Bang! The cup his wife had given him was shattered on the spot. Miao Zhishuan trembled all over, not expecting that his patience would only lead to even worse humiliation. This was simply a great disgrace. He stood up abruptly, wanting to rush out to settle the score. However, Huo Wenyo's face suddenly flashed through his mind. His actions faltered, and he heavily sat back down in his chair, staring blankly. After a long silence, he finally squeezed out a voice through gritted teeth. "It's all Huo Wenyo's fault. As long as I take care of him, everything will get better." He again suppressed his anger, simply calling Azu and Ajin to have them keep a close watch on the anti-Triad team as they worked. He vowed in his heart that one day he would make Huo Wenyo pay the price. But just a little over an hour later. Ding ding ding. The phone rang. Miao Zhishuan picked it up, and the voice that instantly raised his blood pressure came through. Huo Wenyo laughed. "Hello, Miao sir, do you have time to grab a meal?" The tone was not one of negotiation, but rather a command. Miao Zhishuan's mood plummeted, and he had already cursed Huo Wenyo 800 times in his heart. How could he dare to have a meal with Huo Wenyo now? Didn't he already have enough dirt on him? "Eating. I might be busy," Miao Zhishuan awkwardly refused. "The anti-Triad team has new assignments, and I have a meeting with the chief later. Let's skip the meal for now, we can arrange it for another day." Miao Zhishuan was truly scared of Huo Wenyo. Wasn't it those two photos that caused his own people to stab him in the back? He felt he had been psychologically scarred, and now only wanted to avoid him. Until he completely brought down Huowenyo, he had made up his mind to stay far away from this guy. But it seemed Huowenyo could see through the phone line and immediately guessed the reason. Ahem, Huowenyo cleared his throat. Meow sir, I know why you're declining. But you misunderstood me, I'm really not a bad person. Just look at how well we collaborated before. He paused, his tone becoming sincere. Now in Bayol Lane and Nathan Road, isn't the public security much better? The chaos has disappeared and the local vendors are grateful. Isn't this all thanks to our teamwork? Otherwise, how could I have so many supporters when I said I wanted to make Tsim Sha Tsui a safer place? If you don't believe it, you can ask the citizens in those areas if they are now living in peace. Miao Zhishuan was momentarily at a loss for words. This statement seemed to hold some truth. Although he was 1,000% unwilling to admit it, the facts were laid out clearly. In recent times, the few streets under Huowenyo's control had indeed been surprisingly peaceful, with a significant drop in emergency calls. This credit, when calculated, did indeed belong to Huowenyo. This, Miao Zishan's tone softened, revealing a hint of hesitation. With that in mind, perhaps having a meal with Huowenyo wasn't completely out of the question. However, before he could sort out his thoughts, the office door was suddenly pushed open, interrupting his train of thought. Don't you knock. Miao Zhishuan was irritated, not raising his head as he snapped. Do you not have hands? But when he looked up, his anger instantly froze. Several unfriendly-looking, unfamiliar faces had already walked in, and the leading man displayed his credentials, speaking in a calm voice. Hello, Inspector Miao. I am Lu Zhilian, the Chief Investigation Officer of the Independent Commission Against Corruption. The ICAC. Miao Zishan's mind buzzed, and he became stiff in his chair, his face filled with shock and disbelief. How could he be involved with the ICAC? Lu Zhilian observed his dazed expression and smiled faintly. We received a report, and after investigation, it seems that you were present when Huowenyo was expanding his territory recently, Miao sir. Moreover, there were also anonymous materials from within the police force. So please accompany us back for an investigation. Miao Zhishuan was completely stunned, his mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. Lu Zhilian was not in a hurry. Instead, he took interest as he casually took the phone receiver from Miao Zishan's frozen hand, which was still on the line. Hello, Lu Zhilian asked into the receiver. Who is this? On the other end of the line, Huowenyo had already learned about Lu Zhilian's background perfectly and was nearly laughing himself silly. However, he hadn't expected Lu Zhilian to directly take the phone, so he immediately feigned ignorance, stifling his laughter while asking in an annoyed tone. I'm Huowenyo, who the hell are you to interrupt my conversation with Miao sir? About business. Lu Zhilian held onto the receiver, not responding immediately, but his expression visibly turned cold. If he had only suspected earlier, now he could almost be certain that Miao Zhishuan had a problem. How could he still be on the phone with Huowenyo at a time like this? Moreover, Huowenyo had opened with talking business. It seems that Miao Zhishuan indeed has issues, Lu Zhilian thought coldly. At the same time, Miao Zhishuan, standing not far away, overheard Huowenyo shout and was instantly furious. He cursed in his heart, this bastard is definitely doing this on purpose. To kick someone while they're down is one thing. Lu Zhilian, with a dark expression, replied into the receiver, Chief Investigation Officer of the ICAC, Lu Zhilian. As soon as Huowenyo heard this, he immediately switched to a tone of surprise. Oh, so it's Commissioner Lu from the ICAC. But then he dragged out his tone, however. Isn't it a bit rude to snatch someone else's phone? He was clearly trying to provoke the other party, hoping to draw Lu Zhilian's fire onto Miao Zhishuan instead. Lu Zhilian answered in a flat tone. I'm sorry, Mr. Hua. We received a report and now suspect Inspector Miao Zhishuan of misconduct, and we need him to return with us for an investigation. If you have any business, it's best to wait until he's out. He paused and added, of course. If he can come out safely. The implication was clear. Entering the ICAC didn't guarantee coming out. Huowenyo immediately adopted a dissatisfied tone. So what if it's the ICAC? Feeling all high and mighty. When Huang Zhiqing and Yang Jinrong slandered me, why didn't the ICAC step in? Now that Miao sir and I have finally improved the public security in Tsim Sha Tsui, you come to investigate him. You ignore what should be addressed and meddle in what shouldn't. Lu Zhilian was momentarily speechless. While he found it displeasing to hear Huowenyo's words were indeed factual, the ICAC had not acted on the two cases involving Huang Zhiqing and Yang Jinrong, which could be considered neglect. Moreover, the senior police officers had been eager to suppress the matter, fearing that the ICAC's involvement would make it even harder to resolve. Faced with Huowenyo's straightforward complaints, Lu Zhilian didn't know how to respond, so he simply returned the phone to Miao Zhishuan. As soon as Miao Zhishuan took it, Huowenyo's voice rang out again quite loudly. Do you guys know how much better Tsim Sha Tsui's public security has become since Miao sir and I teamed up? Coming to investigate him now makes me suspect that you are being used as a pawn. Is someone getting anxious and sending you to mess with us? Huh, what a load of crap, the ICAC. Miao Zishan's hand holding the phone began to tremble. The ICAC officers standing nearby heard every word clearly, their faces flushed with indignation. One could no longer contain himself and snapped. Our Independent Commission Against Corruption has always upheld justice. You'd best watch your tongue. False accusation carries the penalty of reverse prosecution. At that only Lu Zhilian remained stone-faced, the rest of the investigators visibly bristled with anger. Miao Zhishuan finally broke down, leaning into the microphone and shouting in near hysteria, "Please, shut up. Do you want me dead that much?" Huo Wenyao paused briefly on the other end, then responded with solemn, unassailable conviction, "I'm merely stating facts. It's not every day one finds a partner as exceptional as you. I cannot stand by while someone frames and defames you." Miao Zhishuan's composure shattered completely. He realized with bitter clarity how foolish he had been to hope Huo Wenyao would lend his voice in support. The man wasn't an ally. He was gleefully watching him drown. Though hanging up abruptly might arouse the ICAC's suspicion if he didn't cut the call, now he'd be irredeemably damned. No river, not even the Yellow River, could wash away such disgrace. Meanwhile, Huo Wenyao continued undeterred and voluble. "I strongly urge the ICAC to withdraw immediately. Otherwise, I have every reason to suspect that." Beep, beep, beep. Miao Zhishuan slammed the call button shut. Clutching the receiver, he felt the room spin, darkness creeping at the edges of his vision. He simply couldn't fathom Huo Wenyao's intent. They'd agreed to cooperate, yet that so-called support had just nailed him to the cross with surgical precision. The ICAC officers' expressions had grown grim and sharp. Their stares pierced Miao Zhishuan like blades. In their eyes, his collusion with Huo Wenyao was now irrefutable. Why else would that street thug leap forward with such damning declarations? Lu Zhilian, however, betrayed no visible shift in demeanor. Only his tone grew markedly colder as he raised a hand, once more gesturing toward the door. "Inspector Miao, please." Miao Zhishuan opened his mouth, then closed it again, uttering nothing. With a long resigned sigh, he rose and followed Lu Zhilian and his team out of the office. As they walked down the corridor, numerous uniformed officers peered out from doorways, their glances layered with ambiguity. Word that Inspector Miao had been taken by the ICAC swept through Tsim Sha Sui police station like wildfire. "The ICAC is here, and they've taken Inspector Miao. Is it true? Invited for tea. How does the old saying go? The tallest tree catches the fiercest wind. He's risen too fast lately, never tempered his ambition. No wonder trouble found him. My guess, someone inside couldn't stomach it any longer and lodged a complaint. Now this is fascinating. Huo Wenyao declares on television he'll cleanse Tsim Sha Sui of corruption, and the very next moment his partner is summoned for coffee. Let's see how he plays this hand. ICAC tea is notoriously bitter. Wonder if it suits Inspector Miao's palate." Murmurs buzzed, some laced with schadenfreude, most coldly detached. To many, Miao Zhishuan's departure signaled a point of no return. Senior police leadership reacted with acute sensitivity. The foreign commissioner swiftly issued a strict gag order. No detail was to leave the station. After all, it was deeply unseemly. Should the press catch even a whiff of rumor, the entire Tsim Sha Sui police station would be stripped of dignity and credibility. Thus, the incident remained almost entirely unknown to the public. Except to one person. Elsewhere, the moment Huo Wenyao set down the phone, he burst into laughter. He hadn't anticipated the ICAC would move so decisively. But regardless, this would indelibly stain Miao Zhishuan's career as a police officer. Even if no concrete evidence emerged, and Miao Zhishuan walked free, his path to promotion would be effectively sealed. Yet Huo Wenyao dismissed such calculations for now. As he turned, Lo Weichun approached, her face clouded with displeasure. "What's wrong?" Huo Wenyao asked. Lo Weichun bit her lip, pouting. "Why did you give all those exclusive stories to Fong Seaman?" Huo Wenyao winced inwardly. Women, truly exhausting. A swift mental pivot brought forth a look of helpless exasperation. "Actually, this isn't my fault. It's yours." Lo Weichun blinked, pointing incredulously at herself. "Mine?" "Absolutely," Huo Wenyao declared with flawless sincerity. "Who made you so outstanding?" "She's from the same network. You've pressured her relentlessly, so she came begging me for help." He spread his hands, radiating innocence. "I'm soft-hearted, you know. When she pleaded like that, how could I abandon her?" His words dissolved half her sulk and left her glowing, flattered beyond measure. Instantly, she seized his arm, coiling close in playful entreaty. "Well, I don't care. If you gave her one, you owe me one too." A faint knowing twist touched Huo Wenyao's smile. He winked, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial murmur. "Then perhaps you'll need to soften it first." Lo Weichun froze. Then comprehension flooded her cheeks with crimson heat. Fong Seaman's surge in prominence, fueled by exclusives, had ignited Lo Weichun's alarm. Her visit to Huo Wenyao was nothing less than a bid for equal leverage. Her fierce competitive instinct lasted barely a heartbeat before she sank gracefully to her knees. Huo Wenyao, ultimately unable to resist, relented, granting Lo Weichun her interview request after an exquisite interlude. Afterward, she tidied her equipment with serene satisfaction. Huo Wenyao reclined on the sofa, tossing off a casual remark. "Let me share a piece of news." "What is it?" Lo Weichun's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Recently, Inspector Miao Zhishuan has been summoned by the ICAC for investigation." Huo Wenyao drawled, slow and deliberate. Lo Weichun's large eyes widened instantly. She sprang to action, lifting her camera lens, locking onto Huo Wenyao. "Mr. Hua, what is your perspective on this matter?" The moment recording began, Huo Wenyao slipped seamlessly into character. His expression hardened with righteous outrage, while the ICAC enjoys a sterling reputation and commands broad public support. I must emphasize with utmost seriousness, I am not a Triad member, nor do I consort with gangs. I am a legitimate businessman. He spread his palms wide, projecting weary resignation. Every procedure for my security firm is fully compliant with the law, and I myself am a former officer. The police know my background better than anyone. Meeting the lens directly, he countered, is it truly abnormal for a lawful businessman to collaborate with law enforcement? He shook his head, lowering his voice slightly. This time the ICAC is straining gnats from camel's hair. I even suspect they've been manipulated, deliberately targeting both Inspector Miao and myself. You see, I've invested heavily in Hong Kong's public safety, but inevitably that makes enemies. It's highly probable someone is pulling strings from the shadows. He paused, his tone turning grave. Without question, summoning Inspector Miao for tea is a warning to us both. Lo Weichuan's eyes gleamed as she pressed further. Then Mr. Hua, what would you say to the ICAC? I urge them to act with fairness, impartiality, and transparency, Huo Wenyao declared resolute. Finally, Lo Weichuan edged the microphone closer. Mr. Hua, anything else you'd like to add? Huo Wenyao sat upright, his bearing suddenly solemn. At this critical moment, I know I am the only one who can speak up for Inspector Miao. His voice rose with urgency. Otherwise, I fear he'll fall victim to a sinister conspiracy. I sincerely hope Inspector Miao receives fair and equitable treatment at the ICAC. Throughout the interview, Huo Wenyao labored tirelessly to affirm Miao Zhishuan's integrity. That evening, the broadcast aired precisely on schedule. Lo Weichuan's full interview segment aired uninterrupted. Meanwhile, in an ICAC investigation office, staff watched the screen, teeth grinding in fury. Huo Wenyao appeared to defend Miao Zhishuan, but between every line irony dripped like poison. His tone was nothing short of caustic mockery, obvious to anyone with ears. It enraged them. On the spot, they resolved, even if Miao Zhishuan proved utterly blameless, they would make something stick. For if Miao Zhishuan walked out unscathed, it would mean Huo Wenyao had spoken truth, and for the ICAC that would be nothing less than humiliation. All eyes converged on Miao Zhishuan, seated alone at the center of the room. Miao Zhishuan. He was stunned, genuinely profoundly stunned. Out of nowhere, Huo Wenyao had helped him by publicly lampooning him and drawing a torrent of hostile scrutiny. His composure cracked under the weight. He'd watched the broadcast moments earlier, and now his scalp prickled. He murmured, voice hushed with dread, I beg you. Please stop speaking. Honestly, if you stay silent, I'll be fine. He pressed his palms to his forehead. Just shut up. If you keep talking, I'll die right here, in the ICAC offices. Miao Zhishuan nearly wept. This is the epitome of declaring innocence where no accusation exists. The broadcast ignited fierce public debate across Hong Kong and placed immense pressure on the ICAC. After all, many citizens openly supported the partnership between Huo Wenyao and Miao Zhishuan. The ICAC's sudden intervention naturally provoked widespread resentment. As Huo Wenyao suggested, countless people began wondering, was there indeed another hand guiding the ICAC's actions? The ICAC arrested Inspector Miao. Since when has the ICAC stopped doing what's right? Indeed, no institution remains incorruptible for long. How quickly the ICAC too has faltered. Damn it. Just as Huo Wenyao and Miao Zhishuan were about to purify Tsim Sha Sui, the ICAC leaps in. What on earth is that supposed to mean? Exactly. We demand to know what the ICAC really intends. This makes absolutely no sense. Look at Huo Wenyao, how hard he works solely to shield Inspector Miao from slander. Where else could one find such a loyal partner? Only Huo Wenyao possesses such deep loyalty. Anyone else would have abandoned him long ago. Let us hope Inspector Miao stands tall, unafraid of crooked shadows. This is serious. Inspector Miao will bear tremendous pressure. I agree with Huo Wenyao, he's renowned as a scrupulous businessman. What's wrong with cooperating with the police? Precisely. Countless businessmen work with law enforcement. Does that make them all suspect? Instead of investigating the guilty, why target those who serve society? Go Huo Wenyao. Go Miao Zhishuan. We're behind you. As the interview spread, even ICAC insiders felt the mounting strain. Integrity and impartiality are the ICAC's bedrock. Should public trust erode, its collapse would follow swiftly. Higher authorities immediately pressured Lu Julian, demanding irrefutable evidence against Miao Zhishuan and fast. Otherwise, the ICAC's very reputation would crumble. In the ICAC briefing room, Miao Zhishuan stared at Lu Julian and his team, grave, meticulous, unyielding, and felt utterly, devastatingly speechless. Lu Julian spoke slowly, his voice calm, yet heavy with quiet authority. Inspector Miao, the broadcast you just saw. I trust you've seen it as well. Lu Julian gazed at Miao Zhishuan, his tone calm, yet weighted with quiet authority. To be fair, your business partner truly possesses remarkable influence. He's placed considerable pressure on our independent commission against corruption. Miao Zhishuan remained silent, his expression visibly strained. Actually, he paused, voice dry and hoarse. There is absolutely no connection between me and Huo Wenyao. Do you believe that, and Lu Julian said nothing, only gave a faint dismissive shake of his head. And several ICAC investigators beside him couldn't suppress their laughter, shaking their heads like pendulums. Do you truly take us for fools? And, Inspector Meow, please spare us the insult of assuming we're that gullible. And, your so-called partner has mobilized public opinion with extraordinary zeal to secure your release. And you claim there's no relation between you two? And Miao Zhishuan was left speechless, until after a long silence he finally choked out, what if I told you? Huo Wenyao is deliberately framing me. Why would he frame you? Lu Julian pressed instantly, his gaze sharp as a blade. And this? Miao Zhishuan faltered momentarily, tongue-tied. Indeed, he had no answer. Though he had privately agreed to cooperate, nothing concrete had ever materialized, and he had accepted not a single cent from Huo Wenyao. Had Huo Wenyao truly intended bribery, he would have acted long ago, perhaps even ruined his rival's reputation as a respectable businessman. Yet now Huo was exerting himself relentlessly to rescue him. For what purpose? The more he pondered, the more bewildered he grew, utterly unable to untangle the logic. In watching his flustered demeanor, Lu Julian let out a cold, mirthless laugh. You still dare insist there's nothing amiss between you? Miao Zhishuan opened his mouth, but closed it again, choosing silence. In and elsewhere at the Hung Tai General Headquarters, Chun Mei raised a hand and switched off the television. Instantly a branch leader chuckled deferentially. Still Prince Tai reigned supreme. What an ingenious plan. Absolutely flawless. And indeed, just a few anonymous letters, and Inspector Meow was taken in by the ICAC. Brilliant. And, haha. Look at Huo Wenyao's frantic expression on screen. Does he honestly think he can storm the ICAC headquarters and snatch someone out? NAS praise rained down Prince Tai's face, flushed with unmistakable pride. He waved a hand, feigning nonchalance, a mere trifle, a modest stratagem. And then he puffed out his chest, voice laced with arrogance. Truth be told, from childhood onward have I ever feared the police. Preposterous. And Prince Tai speaks absolute truth. And exactly right. And this time Inspector Meow has fallen, irrevocably, into Prince Tai's hands. Dragons beget dragons, phoenixes hatch phoenixes. Truly the son of our dragon head is peerless in intellect. Flattered beyond measure, Prince Tai swept his arm wide and declared triumphantly, now that we've severed Huo Wenyao's strongest ally, what remains for him to oppose us with? Is Huo Wenyao really fit to challenge Hung Tai? He's courting death, and didn't he publicly vow to unify all of Tsim Sha Sui under his banner? Prince Tai grew increasingly animated. Now that I've dismantled Miao Zhishuan, let's see how he manages to fulfill that boast, and watch him humiliate himself before the entire city. Soon all of Hong Kong will be laughing at him. A raucous wave of laughter erupted throughout the conference room, and even Chun Mei, who had remained uncharacteristically silent, offered her son an approving glance and finally spoke. This time Prince Tai executed it flawlessly. Naturally, Prince Tai accepted the compliment without hesitation. Scanning the assembled branch leaders, he added with a hint of mockery, frankly, I hadn't planned to intervene personally. He drew out the words slowly, but who among you, truly, proved reliable, and an awkward, nervous chuckle rippled through the room. His words held truth ever since Huo Wenyao declared his intent to seize Shanlin Road, Dragon Head. Chun Mei convened meetings seeking countermeasures, but none of these men offered viable solutions, nor did any volunteer to confront Huo Wenyao directly. Their excuses were unanimous. Chiu Gangao and Tian Yangsheng, Huo's lieutenants, were too formidable, they simply couldn't win. In the end, only Prince Tai devised this scheme. Noting the leader's embarrassed expressions, Chun Mei knew his son had grown overconfident, and tapped the table firmly to refocus the discussion. Miao Zhishuan is now detained by the ICAC. Whether or not he ultimately walks free. Ni's gaze swept across the room, voice low and commanding. We must seize this opportunity and crush him utterly. And, all of you, prepare accordingly. Yes, sir. The others responded in unison. In and at Huo Wenyao's office, the television screen dimmed to black, and a subtle knowing smile curled at the corner of his lips. Miao Zhishuan had been thoroughly outmaneuvered. Yet through this very coverage, Huo Wenyao's public image in Hong Kong had grown even more upright and resolute. A masterstroke, two birds with one stone. And had Miao Zhishuan secretly hoped to uncover incriminating evidence against him? Such naivety was almost pitiful. And Huo Wenyao had long sensed Miao's duplicity, and would never act without laying meticulous groundwork. His ostentatious campaign to rescue Miao served a precise purpose: to ensure the ICAC detained him longer. Only then could Huo Wenyao turn his full attention to Hung Tai, without a police officer breathing down his neck. Otherwise, constant surveillance would prove deeply inconvenient, and everything unfolded precisely as planned. And Huo Wenyao lifted his gaze toward Tian Yangshi, who stood quietly before him, and asked, what is the current situation with Hung Tai? What is the current situation with Hung Tai? And Huo Wenyao turned to Tian Yangshi and asked again. And Tian Yangshi replied succinctly, they are prepared. At least 1,000 men have gathered along several streets of Shanlin Road. Additional forces are stationed across other territories, evidently poised to reinforce immediately upon our first move into open conflict. Merely defensive? Huo Wenyao asked. And yes, Tian Yangsheng nodded. No signs of imminent aggression, only waiting for us to strike first. Huo Wenyao smiled faintly. Hung Tai truly lacks intelligent leadership. At that moment Xiao Gangao interjected, boss, give me manpower. I'll lead my men straight into Shanlin Road. No matter the cost, I'll seize it, and make Sim Sha Sui truly unified under your banner. In Huo Wenyao arched an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. Tian Yangsheng glanced sidelong at Xiao Gangao, but said nothing. In Huo Wenyao found it curious. Xiao was normally composed. Oh, why such fervor today? He exchanged a subtle glance with Tian Yangsheng. In understanding, instantly Tian Yangsheng leaned close and murmured softly into his ear, rumors circulate within the company that my elder brother surpasses him in ability. Huo Wenyao nodded, comprehending at once. This was pride stirred to action. Yet when he looked at Xiao Gangao, he said instead, how foolish you've become. Xiao Gangao blinked startled. Huo Wenyao sighed, shaking his head. I've taught you repeatedly, in this world survival demands intellect, not brute force. Read more. Stay informed. Strike less. Think deeper. Xiao Gangao's face flushed slightly, but he remained silent, muttering inwardly that he'd become a cop precisely to avoid studying. Huo Wenyao said no more, returning to the matter at hand. How far have your investigations progressed? Tian Yangsheng nodded. We've mapped Prince Tai's movements thoroughly. He's an uneducated street thug, possessing only superficial cunning. 2 months ago, desperate after heavy gambling losses, he borrowed 3 million from Sangbo. Huo Wenyao smiled. The details matched his own intelligence. And Sangbo still operating as a lone shark. Ruthless and scrupulous, a rabid dog who stops at nothing. Tian Yangsheng paused briefly. However, he's recently drawn police scrutiny, linked to multiple murders and cases of forced prostitution, so he's grown somewhat cautious. Precisely. A sly curve touched Huo Wenyao's lips. Why dirty our own hands? This time, we wield another's blade. And he issued his orders calmly. Through his subordinates, retrieve Sangbo's criminal evidence and deliver it to me. Yes, sir. And I'll use Sangbo to eliminate Prince Tai first, Huo Wenyao murmured to Xiao Gangao. By then, inevitably, someone will attempt a rescue. You'll intercept them. Once Sangbo kills Prince Tai, bring him in, alive if possible. He may yet serve a purpose. And he continued, afterward Hung Tai will implode from within. No further action required from us. Xiao Gangao listened, admiration gleaming in his eyes, and snapped to attention. Yes, sir. And inside he thought the boss is right. Survival here truly demands intellect. That evening, Xiao Gangao and Tian Yangsheng commenced their operation. And meanwhile, Huo Wenyao filled his car's trunk with roses and drove to Li Xiner's apartment building. He knocked. And Li Xiner opened the door, and her eyes lit up with surprise, clearly having waited some time. Yet she swiftly masked her delight, her expression hardening. What brings you here? To seek treatment, naturally, Huo Wenyao replied solemnly. I'm your patient. You're my psychotherapist. Surely consultation falls well within professional bounds. I'm off duty, Li Xiner replied coolly. If you wish treatment, schedule an appointment at the clinic tomorrow, early. She moved to close the door. Huo Wenyao slid his foot into the gap and said, I know my past conduct upset you. I've come to apologize. Now at least grant me the chance to explain. Li Xiner let out a soft, derisive huff and withdrew her hand, turning to walk inside. Huo Wenyao smiled, perfectly understanding. Women, after all, often speak in contradictions. Her words were sharp, but her heart tender. Letting him in was no different than releasing a tiger back into the wild. And indeed, it was no different at all. Once inside, Li Xiner leaned against the window and said flatly, explain. Huo Wenyao instantly transformed, assuming the guise of a man torn between anguish and resignation. I first met Le Huijin, he began slowly, but at that time my psychological condition was severely compromised, leading directly to everything that followed. He paused, watching her reaction carefully. As for Feng Siwei, purely a consequence of excessive drinking, he said earnestly. But you are the one who brought me warmth. Li Xiner's brow furrowed faintly, but she said nothing. You are not merely my therapist. You are my harbor, my healing balm. Huo Wenyao exhaled deeply and deftly shifted his tone. Yet fate ordained that I met you last. He lowered his head, voice thick with remorse. I apologize. I truly couldn't resist once I saw you, so I. His carefully rearranged narrative subtly cast Li Xiner as the latecomer. As she listened, her lingering resentment gradually softened, tinged inexplicably with a whisper of guilt. Sensing the moment ripe, Huo Wenyao shifted into lamentation. I've been under tremendous pressure lately, he massaged his temples, especially after seizing Wang Bao's territory. To meet performance targets, Miao Zhishuan pressured me to unify Sim Sha Sui without delay. Li Xiner watched him, her gaze growing softer. Hung Tai is no weak opponent, but he assured me of support, so I dared declare on television my intention to seize Shanlin Road. Huo Wenyao's expression deepened into wounded helplessness. Who could have foreseen that moments after the broadcast ended, Miao Zhishuan would be taken by the ICAC? He spread his hands, helpless. The words are already spoken. I cannot disappoint Hong Kong citizens. My burden now is immense. The performance proved devastatingly effective. In gazing upon his tormented visage, Li Xin'er's compassion stirred. She stepped away from the window and approached him, speaking gently to soothe him. And she remained, as ever, too kind-hearted, her empathy overwhelming her reason when confronted with a man striving earnestly for his ideals, yet trapped in crisis. Huo Wenyao, sensing the shift, exhaled as if relieved, and drew her gently into his arms. In the atmosphere thickened with quiet intimacy. Li Xin'er tried to pull away, but it was already too late. What followed unfolded with inevitable grace. There beside the window they entwined for a long, lingering time. To be fair, the night view beyond the glass was exquisite, lending the moment an undeniable elegance. In the end, Li Xin'er could not escape Huo Wenyao's grasp. Na psychotherapist. Precisely, those most versed in the mind sometimes cling most stubbornly to their convictions. Huo Wenyao had exploited that very truth, masterfully, completely, holding her in perfect, unbreakable control. The next morning, Huo Wenyao was jolted awake by a phone call. Xiao. He rose decisively, dressed swiftly, and gently patted Li Xin'er. Something stirring at Hong Tai. I need to head back immediately. Li Xin'er replied softly, don't burden yourself too heavily. When your heart is heavy, you may always come to me. To Huo Wenyao, those words were indistinguishable from an open-ended pass. He smiled faintly and turned to leave. And in returning to Nathan Road, Xiao was already waiting in the office. Boss, the incriminating evidence against Sang Bo, we've secured it all. Xiao handed over a dossier. If this isn't enough, we can dig up far more. Huo Wenyao flipped through the pages, clicking his tongue twice. Sang Bo is ruthless indeed. Gambling, prostitution, drugs. None escape his grasp, and his methods are chillingly insidious. Because he's clever, he never challenges the powerful, only preys upon the ordinary, Xiao added. Huo Wenyao studied the dossier intently, then suddenly looked up. Where did this material come from? Is it verifiably sound? We detained several of his underlings, Xiao said, a confident smile flickering across his face. A few well-placed blows loosened their tongues, and they supplied the evidence themselves. Good. Huo Wenyao closed the dossier. Now shadow Sang Bo closely. Once these black deeds surface, he'll have no choice but to flee, and before he does, he'll certainly scramble to gather every last dollar for his escape. And Xiao nodded. Yes. He turned and departed. Silence settled over the office. Huo Wenyao gazed at the dossier in his hands, yet hesitated. Who precisely could be entrusted to expose it? But the dilemma scarcely lingered. Fong Siwei arrived unannounced. Huo Wenyao tucked the dossier away and stepped forward with a smile. This time Fong Siwei didn't rush to demand news. Instead, her eyes sharpened. She sensed something beneath the surface. What is it? She asked casually. Who's been troubling you? Fong Siwei sighed, venting. No one's bullying me. It's just, the weight of work has grown unbearable. Huo Wenyao had long seen through her quiet intentions, but chose not to reveal them. If there's anything I can do, say the word. Fong Siwei's eyes lit up instantly. Our station's ratings have plummeted lately. My supervisor is furious, and even our bonuses hang in the balance. Just now I pledged to him that I'd uncover a major story. She deliberately stressed the phrase, major story, her gaze locking onto Huo Wenyao with unwavering intensity. Brother Yao, you promised just now you'd do everything in your power to help me, she urged, her voice laced with anticipation as she leaned in slightly. So, grant me an exclusive scoop. Huo Wenyao remained silent, not yet replying. Events unfolded exactly as he'd anticipated. Lu Huijin and Fong Siwei had clearly entered a fierce rivalry, each vying for his ear, each desperate to outshine the other with breaking news. When women set their minds to victory, their tenacity can eclipse even that of men. Yet for him this was advantageous. A look of reluctant hesitation crossed Huo Wenyao's face as he drew out his reply well. Seeing his pause, Fong Siwei grew anxious. Her eyes widened, fixed on him. Only then did Huo Wenyao exhale deeply and explain, it's not that I refuse to help you, but I've already pledged this story to someone else. You've promised it to that sly fox Lu Huijin, haven't you? Fong Siwei interjected at once. Huo Wenyao offered a wry, resigned nod. Upon hearing Lu Huijin's name confirmed, Fong Siwei grew even more flustered. She seized Huo Wenyao's arm, her voice softening perceptibly. But I need it now. I've already sworn to my supervisor. And you yourself just vowed to aid me. Surely you won't go back on your word. Huo Wenyao wore an expression of inner conflict, though inwardly he was already elated. Had he truly pledged anything to Lu Huijin? Not at all. This was merely a calculated feint. Fong Siwei began swaying his arm gently, her voice stretching into a coaxing murmur, Brother Yao. Huo Wenyao's expression softened slightly as he met her gaze. Helping you isn't impossible, but then, might you also lend me a hand? Fong Siwei followed his glance and flushed faintly. She bit her lip, yet this time she did not retreat. To seize the story, she would overlook propriety entirely. After all, who had broken their word first, if not Lu Huijin? And in that afternoon, Huo Wenyao switched on the television. On screen, Fong Siwei stood, radiant, microphone in hand. Ladies and gentlemen viewers across Hong Kong, Behold the whistleblower documents we've just received. The documents meticulously catalog Sang Bo's decades-long reign of lawlessness in Hong Kong. Revelations so staggering they defied belief. She held the dossier toward the camera, her tone growing fervent. Sang Bo owns 3 illegal casinos, rigged games designed to bankrupt families, leaving countless gamblers destitute and broken. He also lends money at exorbitant interest, employing brutal collection tactics, including forcing debtors to sell their daughters into bondage. Worse still, he is implicated in narcotics trafficking and the coercion of young women into illicit trade, victims beyond count. At this, Fong Siwei's face contorted with anguish. How is it possible that such a monster has roamed free in Hong Kong for so long, while the police remained utterly blind? I speak for all victims when I ask, what precisely are the Hong Kong police doing? Following this indictment, her voice softened, tinged with a tremor of emotion, reflecting now Mr. Huo Wenyao's decision to establish a security firm emerges not as ambition, but as profound civic virtue. No wonder his endeavors met such fierce resistance. Only those who truly comprehend Hong Kong's hidden darkness understand how desperately light is needed here. Gazing upon these whistleblower documents delivered to our station, I wish only to tell Mr. Huo Wenyao, please persevere. We, the ordinary citizens, are your most steadfast support. The broadcast ignited shockwaves across Hong Kong. Sang Bo's crimes were so grotesque, they instantly inflamed public fury. Waves of outrage crashed upon the police department, overwhelming complaint lines once more. Under mounting pressure, the police force swiftly convened a special investigation unit, and within 30 minutes issued a citywide arrest warrant for Sang Bo. Meanwhile, Fong Siwei's subtle endorsement of Huo Wenyao at the report's close prompted deep reflection among many viewers. Increasing numbers of citizens began wondering, why is Mr. Huo so determined to launch a security company? Huo Wenyao's reaction upon watching the broadcast: uncontainable delight. He'd intended only a passing mention, but the impact surpassed all expectations, propelling his popularity to new heights. Now that's advertising, worth every cent, he laughed. Everything proceeded precisely as planned, and in meanwhile Sang Bo stood stunned. In the midst of coercing a debtor to sell his daughter, he caught sight of his own exposé on television. His face darkened, he roared, "Who the hell is setting me up?" For years he'd ruled through sheer brutality, convinced his dominance would endure forever. Yet now Hong Kong hunted him relentlessly. The police held irrefutable evidence. Capture men a decade or more behind bars. Only one path remained: flight. Sang Bo's jaw clenched, his pallid gaze sweeping over his underlings. Where did the TV station get this flood of dirt? There's a traitor among us. His men recoiled, waving their hands frantically, swearing oaths of loyalty. Boss, it wasn't me. And I've served you loyally since day one. It couldn't possibly be me. I swear, on my life, it wasn't me. And I swear too. Sang Bo, ever suspicious, scrutinized each man in turn. Then one underling suddenly remembered. Wait, boss. Shogo's vanished these past 2 days. His phone's dead. Could it be? He's the one who sold us out. Others chimed in instantly. Exactly. It must be him, and Shogo's been with us longest. Most of what aired on TV passed through his hands. Sang Bo's eyes burned crimson. Through gritted teeth he snarled, "Shogo, you're already dead." His rage surging, he pointed at the debtor and barked at his men, "Restrain him, now." His men sprang into action. Sang Bo seized the debtor's daughter, his voice venomous, "Your debt will be settled with her." He dragged the girl into the inner room. Help me, and in her cries and struggles echoed out, while the debtor collapsed to the floor, sobbing uncontrollably. A nearby underling warned coldly, "My boss is in a killing mood. Stay still, or I won't hesitate to break you." Moments later, Sang Bo emerged, trousers hastily adjusted. Silence now reigned inside the room. His breathing had steadied, though his expression remained thunderous. One underling ventured timidly, "Boss, what do we do next?" "Track down Shogo. Track his head." Sang Bo cursed. "Evidence is already flying everywhere. If we go hunting now, we'll walk straight into the cops' arms." "Then what do we do?" Sang Bo paused, then declared grimly, "We run, lie low for 2 years until the storm passes." Just then his phone rang. A panicked voice crackled through. "Boss, it's bad. The gambling den's been raided. Cops everywhere. They're broadcasting your citywide warrant. They're hunting you like rabid dogs." "Fuck this shit." Sang Bo exploded, hurling the phone against the wall. His entire fortune lay buried in that den, now seized, leaving him penniless and stranded. Blind with fury, he demolished the debtor's home. Only then did his rage begin to ebb. Flight was inevitable, but without funds it was impossible. A sharp thought struck him: Hong Tai's crown prince. "Arrange a meeting with the crown prince of Hong Tai," Sang Bo growled. "That bastard still owes me a debt. Time to collect." "Yais." His underlings scrambled to comply. News of Sang Bo's warrant had spread through the underworld like wildfire. Everyone knew his fall was imminent. Who dared associate with a man marked for extinction? The crown prince of Hong Tai had no choice but to meet Sang Bo. After all, leverage rested in Sang Bo's hands. Yet he felt little fear. A man hunted citywide was no longer a threat, merely a rabid stray. The Crown Prince reasoned delay a few days, and the problem would vanish on its own. At Shanlin Road, directly opposite the city's grandest restaurant, Huo Wenyao watched the scene across the street through the glass, pointing toward Wei Jixiang and instructing Qiu Gangao, "That young man will interfere shortly. Have someone detain him." Qiu Gangao nodded. "Understood." He turned and left the room. Huo Wenyao raised his binoculars and resumed observation. Within a minute, the Crown Prince of Hong Tai appeared at the restaurant entrance, flanked by a retinue of underlings moving with urgent haste. Huo Wenyao smiled. Events aligned perfectly with his memory, yet what followed would diverge sharply from the original future. The Crown Prince would not leave that restaurant alive. His gaze tracked the Crown Prince into the private dining room. Fortunately, the room featured a window, offering clear visibility. Huo Wenyao even turned to Tian Yangshi with quiet praise. This location was well chosen. Excellent sightlines. Tian Yangshi smiled. "Thank you, boss." Indeed, women often executed such delicate tasks with exceptional precision. Entrusting this to others might well have yielded less flawless results. By then, the Crown Prince had entered the private room, only to find Sangbo seated at the head of the table, silently eating. Instantly irritated, the Crown Prince snapped, "Hey, Sangbo, with the entire Hong Kong police force hunting you, how dare you show your face?" Sangbo did not even look up. He said coldly that he wanted the prince to settle the gambling debt, 3 million, not counting interest, and he was already doing the prince a favor. The prince snorted. "There may be no money," he snarled, "but he had 2 lives. He paused, then his voice rose. Did Sangbo think he was still on his first day roaming the streets, demanding debts be paid at the table? Outside, Wei Jixiang pressed his ear to the door, sensing something was wrong. Only then did Sangbo speak coldly. "Prince, do not swagger, just because your old man enjoys Hong Tai's patronage." With a slam of his hand on the table, the prince roared, "To be clear, this whole stretch of Shanlin Dao is Hong Tai's turf, and this very restaurant is under Hong Tai's protection. He'll say whatever I please," he scoffed, pounding the table in contempt. "What are you going to do, bite me?" The prince rose, his finger almost touching Sang Boss' nose. "I warn you, if you do not pay for this meal, do not expect to walk out of here." This was not mere blind arrogance. To preempt Huo Wenyao's attempt to clean house, Shanlin Dao was at that moment teeming with Hong Tai's men. With so many underlings at his side, he felt he could dismiss Sangbo. What could a fallen mutt do? Having delivered his barb, the prince turned and began to leave without hesitation. Then Sangbo suddenly flung down his chopsticks, overturned the table, and lunged forward. Sang Boss' men at the door moved instantly, forcing the prince's party back into the private room. A henchman kicked the prince in the chest and left him stunned. He had not expected Sangbo to make a move on Hong Tai's territory. But the prince remained foolish. He did not consider that a cornered mutt will leap the wall. If they failed to subdue him, now even the gods would not save them from the blade. And so it came to pass. Sang Boss' knife bit into the prince's back, the pain forcing a scream from his throat. Terrified, the prince scrambled like a madman towards the exit. Sangbo, eyes rimmed in red, cursed and chased after him. The prince fled in a state of utter panic, about to be struck when Wei Jixiang suddenly leapt from the sidelines to interpose. "Prince, run." The prince tumbled and crawled toward the restaurant door as Wei Jixiang covered him with desperate effort. Sangbo, blood-mad, pursued them, knife aloft. The pursuit spilled out onto the street. At that moment, a leg jutted out from the restaurant entrance. Perfectly timed, Wei Jixiang was tripped and went sprawling onto the curb. The leg withdrew. Sangbo stepped over Wei Jixiang, caught up to the prince, and buried the blade in his back again. The prince's scream tore through the air once more. Wei Jixiang struggled to his feet, desperate to continue the rescue. He knew this was his chance to advance, save the prince, and he would earn great merit. But the foot reappeared and struck him down before he could steady himself. Wei Jixiang collapsed again and stood stunned. He cursed under his breath. His opportunity to ascend had evaporated. Who had kicked him? Time slipped away. He managed only to lift his head and saw Sangbo upon the prince, the blade landing blow after blow. Sangbo had gone completely mad, spitting invective as he hacked. Anyone who owed Sangbo had not even been born yet. So what if he was Hong Tai's prince? He would cut him down regardless. Wei Jixiang could only watch helplessly as the prince fell beneath the frenzied blades. Rage flared in him. He loathed the owner of that foot and instinctively glanced toward the corner by the door, meeting Qiu Ganggao's indifferent face. A sharp sense of danger surged through him, and he swallowed the curse that had risen to his lips. He spat, hesitating over whether he should go and tend to the prince's body at least, so he would not die ignominiously. Then in his peripheral vision, he saw his wife leading their child across the road. A heavy lorry, swerving to avoid the rampaging Sangbo, veered wildly, lost control, and began to roll toward his wife and child. Wei Jixiang's heart leapt into his throat. "Wife," he cried, scrambling up and running. Fortunately, that bothersome foot did not appear again. He tumbled upon his wife and child, hurling them out of the truck's path. The 3 of them fell in a tangled heap. Wei Jixiang exhaled. The regret over failing to save the prince dissipated in an instant. After all, had he spared no hesitation to save the prince's wife and child would likely have been killed. For a moment, he felt a strange gratitude toward whoever had tripped him. Wei Jixiang had no time for the prince. Grateful, he turned to look back, but saw only a silhouette disappearing into the crowd. However, Qiu Gongao did not know it, but Wei Jixiang had taken note of him. Sirens drew near, and Sang Bo was pinned down by police on the spot. For Sang Bo, this was almost fortunate. To fall into Hong Tai's hands would have been worse than death. Prison at least kept his life. Though the outcome differed from his plan, those intoxicated with violence seldom think of consequence. They act recklessly. This is perhaps the common malady of hoodlums. The spectacle ended. Huo Wenyao watched Sang Bo being pushed into the police van. Before he was taken away, Sang Bo spat fiercely at the prince's corpse. The arriving ambulance confirmed the prince's death. Hong Tai's men converging from all directions nearly beat Sang Bo's remaining henchmen to death. The next day it rained steadily. Because it was the weekend, many citizens stayed home watching television. TVB and ATV both carried the same bulletin reporting that the wanted fugitive Sang Bo had been arrested yesterday. They noted that capturing a suspect within 6 hours of issuing a warrant was extraordinarily rare. On camera, Fong Siwei reported that the Gongbu police had performed admirably, apprehending the fiend Sang Bo in less than 6 hours after the news broke. Please look at the photo behind me, she said. Sang Bo is a lunatic. Rather than lie low after the manhunt, he went to Shanlin Dao and hacked to death the only son of the Hong Tai syndicate leader, Chun Mei, in the street. His ferocity is plain to see. We hope Gongbu will be spared the rise of such maniacs in the future. Meanwhile, Lu Huijin on TVB spoke with righteous indignation. Had Sang Bo not been exposed, he would have roamed free, treating the law as nothing. Through this episode, we should scrutinize whether the Gongbu police have long been inactive, allowing such scoundrels to run rampant. This also sheds light on why the local triad problem remains grave. As the media fervently reported Sang Bo's downfall, the pent-up public resentment was to some extent mollified by the police's comparatively swift action. Yet citizens still debated how many more men like Sang Bo lurked in Gongbu. As a result, Huo Wenyao, who claimed he would restore stability to the city, was mentioned again and again. His prominence soared, lifting his security firm's reputation. In an almost exaggerated development, merchants from other districts flocked to Tsim Sha Sui to seek contracts with his company, even offering double the usual price. Huo Wenyao nevertheless dared not accept such contracts lightly. Gongbu was large, he did not wish to offend too many at once, and resolved to expand cautiously until his strength matched the ambition. For a time, merchants even petitioned through chambers of commerce, urging the Gongbu government to support Huo Wenyao so his security company could span the city and protect the populace. Huo understood that the goal required time. Although his power had grown, it was not yet sufficient. He must plan for the long term. Meanwhile, the Gongbu police allowed themselves a sigh of relief. The outcome was reasonably satisfactory. The incident had occurred, but it was resolved quickly enough to prevent further escalation. Officers involved in the capture received promotions and raises, and the higher-ups felt the burden lift. Yet beneath the calm, the police were frightened by what had happened. Thus, Chief Inspector Lu Jiehue of the Operations Unit, newly appointed, was ordered to visit ATV. He produced his badge and unimpeded located Fong Siwei. Seeing the police at her door, Fong Siwei immediately recalled an unpleasant prior encounter and bristled. "What's the matter, officer?" she asked. Lu scanned the room and said, "Reporter Fong, could we speak somewhere quiet?" She hesitated a moment, then nodded. She led Lu into an empty office and said impatiently that he should speak quickly, as she had work to do. Lu offered a contrite expression before speaking earnestly. "You must be familiar with the Sang Bo case, Reporter Fong." Fong frowned and replied that she had been the first to report it and therefore knew it well. She added that Sang Bo had already been arrested and asked why they had come to see her. Lu smiled faintly and explained that the Gongbu police were curious about who had provided her with the materials. Fang's brows tightened. Hadn't she already said on air that the documents were sent anonymously? They were anonymous, and she merely reported them, she insisted. Liu's smile did not falter. First, he admitted the Sang Bo affair had indeed been a failure on the part of the police. But the report had also had a great impact. There might have been a more proper way to handle things, he suggested. "Hand the materials to us, and we would not have stood idly by," he said. "It is the duty of the police. Reporter Fong must understand that the Gongbu police are under tremendous pressure." He added that in future similar matters should be brought to the police, and they would not shirk responsibility. Their inquiry into who gathered the information was merely to have a word with that person. Fong immediately reiterated that the source had been anonymous. Before she finished, Lu interrupted, "I have already asked the security at the station entrance. They received no anonymous package yesterday. Instead, he said, I heard you hurried back," and then reported the story. Liu's decisive manner left Fong momentarily unsure how to answer. But Fong was no pushover, as she snapped back that if he already knew everything, why ask her? Feigning obstinacy seemed her reflex. Seeing her reaction, Lu suddenly asked directly whether Huo Wenyao had been the one to give her the materials. In truth, Lu had already guessed much, but police procedure required confirmation, which was why he had come to Fong, so he could report back to his superiors. He would naturally suspect Huo Wenyao, partly because Miao Zhishuan had mentioned Huo Wenyao upon greeting him at the airport. Moreover, Huo Wenyao's name had been appearing repeatedly on television and many officers within the police force were already discussing him. The relationship between Fang Siwei and Huo Wenyao was no secret to the police. After all, if even Miao Zhishuan had access to such information, it certainly posed no difficulty for the police force. Upon receiving the assignment, Lu Jiehui immediately surmised Huo Wenyao was behind the leak and concluded he had deliberately fed the story to the press. Yet when he first raised Huo Wenyao's name during the briefing, he carefully observed the senior leadership's reaction, revealing their ambivalent stance toward this former undercover officer, equal parts admiration and resentment. They admired him because lately every major incident bore his signature, but paradoxically, he also resolved those very crises, leaving them perpetually frustrated. Worse still, Huo Wenyao himself proved exceptionally difficult to handle, making him all the more vexing. Thus, the police force's top brass preferred to avoid direct engagement with him altogether. After meticulously reviewing the situation, Lu Jiehui identified the pivotal event, the murder of Hongtai's crown prince by Sang Bo. Having already uncovered the motive, he instantly grasped Huo Wenyao's stratagem, using the police as a blade to eliminate Sang Bo, then letting chaos destabilize Hongtai. This was clearly an attempt to leverage police authority to seize control of Shanlin Road. Lu Jiehui understood it perfectly, yet comprehension alone offered no recourse. Huo Wenyao danced precisely within the boundaries of the law, stepping deliberately along the razor's edge, leaving no opening for prosecution. He had originally intended to skip this meeting entirely, until he recalled his friend Miao Zhishuan sipping coffee under investigation at the ICAC, prompting him to intervene to caution Fang Siwei and deliver a discreet message to Huo Wenyao urging restraint. That in fact was the sole purpose of his visit today, and judging by the outcome, that objective had been achieved. Fang Siwei would undoubtedly relay the message. She pursed her lips slightly. You say who it is, and it is. Who else but you, the police? She added, her tone laced with gentle irony. Lu Jiehui offered a faint knowing smile. Huo Wenyao will understand. With that, he turned and departed without lingering a second longer. Fang Siwei watched his retreating figure until it vanished beyond the doorway, then exhaled a sharp, disgruntled tch before snatching up her phone to dial. Once the call connected, she recounted every detail to Huo Wenyao. On the other end, Huo Wenyao listened silently, then repeated softly, Lu Jiehui. His gaze flickered, suddenly alight with intrigue. Now this is interesting, he murmured, then chuckled lightly, reassuring Fang Siwei, don't worry, everything's under control. After all, reporting the truth is your duty as a journalist, isn't it? He paused briefly before adding, ultimately the police failed to contain the situation themselves, so where else would your story come from? Fang Siwei considered his words. You're right. Meanwhile, at the Hongtai headquarters, a mourning hall had been hastily erected. The air hung thick with suffocating tension, for the dragon-head son, the crown prince, was dead. Chun Mei slammed his fist onto the table, jolting the incense burner upright. Eyes bloodshot, he swept his glare across the line of kneeling branch leaders. Worthless. All of you, utterly worthless. Every last one of you. He jabbed a trembling finger toward the door. Shanlin Road, that's our territory. We have dozens of men stationed there. And yet my own son was butchered on our own soil. Stepping forward violently, he pressed his face inches from the nearest leader's speak. Do you secretly wish my son dead? The accusation struck like thunder. Faces paled instantly, frantic denials erupted. Dragonhead, we swear on heaven and earth. This has nothing to do with us. It was Sang Bo, the rabid dog who plays by no rules. We rushed over the moment we heard, but by then Crown Prince brother was already. How could we ever betray someone so close to us? Chief, please calm down. Calm down. Chun Mei recoiled as if scalded, stabbing a finger at his own chest. He's my only heir, my sole bloodline. Now it's severed. And you tell me to calm down. He seized the speaking leader's collar, spittle flying onto his face. What if I kill your son right now? Would that help you calm down? Would it? Silence fell, broken only by his ragged, heaving breaths. Beneath the fury, a slow, glacial wave of belated remorse and dread seeped upward, wrapping around him like ice. Spoiling a child is akin to killing him. Only now did he grasp its terrible cost, his only son. Chief, the crown prince is gone. You must mourn properly. Yes, let us lay him to rest first. Chun Mei flung his hand aside, voice dropping low and venomous. I'll deal with everything else later. But my son's vengeance, I will have it. Beside him, Bao Ge hesitated, lowering his voice. But Chief, Sang Bo's already in police custody. To exact revenge, we'd have to rely on brothers inside the prison. Brothers inside? Chun Mei sneered. Those are just scapegoats you sent in to take the fall. Do you truly believe they can slay Sang Bo, the rabid dog? I'd sooner hope my son rises from the grave. Bao Ge choked into silence, speechless. Chun Mei turned slowly toward his son's portrait, enunciating each word with chilling finality. I won't wait. Before the seventh day rites, I want Sang Bo buried beside him. A branch leader dared to interject, but Chief, the police will surely. I know the police are watching. Chun Mei snapped, cutting him off impatiently. So what? Is there anyone on this entire island whom Chun Mei cannot eliminate? He drew a slow, deliberate breath, then unveiled his long-contemplated plan. Sang Bo, is due for trial. We strike during transport. The morning hall froze, utterly silent. Every branch leader stood stunned, exchanging wide-eyed, horrified glances. Chief, that's impossible. A prison van ambush. Wang Bao's fate is still fresh. This would destroy Hongtai. Chief, think carefully. Think rationally. This grief clouds your judgment. It's far too perilous. What about issuing a bounty? Let desperate convicts inside the prison carry it out. Even the crown prince looking down from heaven would never endorse such recklessness. Yet their pleas struck stone, absorbed then dismissed without trace. Chen Mei's eyes burned fiercer still. He slammed his palm onto the table. If Wang Bao could pull it off, why can't I? His gaze swept the room, voice raw and ragged. I've said it once. I'll say it again. Unless my son returns from death itself, Sang Bo's head is mine. My only son was slain. His killer must descend to serve him in the underworld. I'm certain, even in life, the crown prince would stand behind this decision. Seeing Chen Mei's descent into unreason, several dissenting leaders suddenly felt his dangerous gaze lock onto them. Their hearts lurched. They clamped their mouths shut, paralyzed. Under collective pressure, Bao Gu reluctantly stepped forward. Chief, there's also Huo Wenyao. He left the sentence unfinished, but the implication hung heavy. Sacrificing Hongtai's future for vengeance was reckless folly. Chen Mei caught the subtext instantly and scoffed, a cold, dismissive curl twisting his lips. Since when has Hongtai feared Huo Wenyao? Yes, he's risen swiftly lately, but after all his bluster, where's the action? He surveyed the room, heads tilted thoughtfully. Huo Wenyao, I've never regarded him seriously. Look at his so-called territories. How many were seized through real combat? None. He merely scavenges scraps in the police's wake. Besides, Miao Zhishuan remains under ICAC investigation. Not to belittle him, but what does this young man truly possess that threatens Hongtai? He paused, delivering his verdict. If he possessed the strength, he'd have moved already. His inaction proves his impotence. So why fear him at all? Ignore him completely. The logic resonated. Bao Ge faltered. Others exchanged glances, privately acknowledging they'd never truly seen Huo Wenyao as a threat. Bao Ge fell silent, but no one else dared utter a sound. Under Chen Mei's unblinking stare, each lowered his head, terrified of earning the dragon head's lasting enmity. Chen Mei's authority over Hongtai was absolute. Though the branch leaders privately deemed the prison van assault suicidal, a fire that would consume them all, they dared not oppose him openly. They knew well how he'd held power for decades, not through luck, but through ruthlessness forged in blood and iron. Thus the plan was ratified by decree alone. He scanned the assembly, voice low and commanding. Now, each of you selects men from your ranks, preferably unknown faces, and men unafraid to die. Upon success, compensation and bonuses will be generous, guaranteed by Chen Mei himself. Bao Ge ventured one final caution. Chief, if we act, the police will certainly assign guards to protect Sang Bo. Simple. Chen Mei interrupted, voice glacial. Anyone who stands in our way, kill them, officers included. What difference does one or two fewer cops make across all of Hong Kong? A chill ran through the room. Recognition dawning. Chen Mei had crossed into irrevocable madness, determined to burn everything to ash. At that moment, Wei Jixiang, standing guard at the morning hall entrance, shifted subtly, his expression altering. Watching Chen Mei and Bao Gu dissect operational details of the prison van ambush, a flicker of inner conflict crossed his face. Across Hongtai, it was assumed Huo Wenyao, now stripped of Miao Zhishuan's patronage, dared not move. But Wei Jixiang knew better. Last night, before the crown prince fell beneath Sang Bo's blade, he'd had the chance to intervene. Only for Chiu Gangao to step in, abruptly, physically restraining him. Logically, he should have raged. Saving the crown prince would have been his ultimate redemption. Yet instead of resentment, gratitude flooded his heart. Chiu Gangao's intervention, though it cost him glory, had unwittingly saved his wife and child. Wei Jixiang dared not dwell on the alternative. If his wife had perished, how could he have endured life thereafter? After a moment's hesitation, resolve hardened within him. That same evening at Nathan Road nightclub, Chiu Gangao sat beside Huo Wenyao sharing drinks, when a security guard entered and whispered urgently into Mo Ichuan's ear. Mo Ichuan nodded, then leaned toward Chiu Gangao, voice hushed. Brother Ao, the visitor is here. Who? Chiu Gangao asked coolly. The guard, cowed by his presence, murmured, it appears to be someone from Hongtai. Hongtai. Chiu Gangao stiffened, then recognition flashed. He bent instantly toward Huo Wenyao. Boss, the young man you mentioned has arrived. A subtle smile curved Huo Wenyao's lips. Let him in. Yes, sir. Chiu Gangao glanced at the guard, who bowed and hurried off to escort the guest. Huo Wenyao raised his glass, though he knew full well by Chiu Gangao's nature after stopping Wei Jixiang yesterday, he would have silenced him to avoid exposure. But he had restrained him. The reason was simple. He had read Dragon in the Rivers and Lakes and knew what kind of man Wei Jixiang was. Not wicked by nature, only driven to resist when forced into a corner. In the original story, his wife was run down, his son beaten, his woman taken, and only then did he reach the breaking point. That was why Huo Wenyao had Chiu Gangao secretly lend a hand. Sure enough, Wei Jixiang repaid the favor. A moment later, he was let in by security. Xiao Gongyao watched him with an unreadable face. Huo Wenyao smiled and gestured to the sofa. Please sit. Wei Jixiang shook his head, still torn. Huo did not press, he asked slowly. I know you are with Hantai. But if a brother from your side comes to my men, what is it? Wei Jixiang drew a deep breath. I'm here to thank him for saving my wife and child yesterday. Is that all? Huo's smile deepened. Wei bit his lip. I don't know whether saying boss affair is connected to you, but Brother Ao stopped me yesterday and truly let my wife and children escape a disaster. I, Wei Jixiang, may have no education, but I know to repay a kindness. He paused and lowered his voice. I've seen the news. I know you intend to make Jian Shazui uniformly yours. Since I'm indebted, I must repay. He grew stern. I overheard the leader's Chun Mei is going to ambush the prisoner transport Kill Sang Bo to avenge Taizi. I don't know if this is useful to you, but the debt between Brother Ao and me is settled. He turned and left without hesitation. Huo Wenyao pondered a moment, then said, If I were you, I'd go home and be with your wife and children. The bloody turbulence of the underworld is not for you. Wei Jixiang hesitated. Huo saw him nod, and then he disappeared through the door. Remembering Weiss' report, Huo's smile grew wry. Chun Mei is truly mad, he muttered. Tian Yangsheng interjected. He lost his son. Oh, of course he's desperate. Desperation can be useful, Huo said with a faint smile. Wei Jixiang's news arrived just in time. It will make my plan more perfect. He rose. You keep drinking, you'll step out. I have something to arrange. Tian Yangsheng and Xiao Gongyao stood as well, but Huo waved them off. The next meeting required discretion. It was best to go alone. He left the nightclub, got into his car, and dialed a number he had not called in a long time. The phone rang into the quiet. The ringtone woke Fang Jiexia. She had only just fallen asleep and had been dreaming pleasantly when it interrupted her. Irritated, she reached for the handset. Seeing the caller ID, she froze. It was him. That bastard still remembered to call. She cursed inwardly, but her finger had already answered. Commissioner Fang, I heard about your promotion. Congratulations. Huo Wenyao's voice came through the receiver. Fang snorted. It's been days. Only now you send your congratulations. Good things aren't ruined by being late, he said, feigning sincerity. It shows my earnestness. You silver-tongued devil, Fang replied without warmth. Afraid it'll change my mind. Huo teased. Her expression turned cold. Courting death. Believe it, and he'll castrate you. I think you'd be reluctant, Huo said. Fang said nothing. She truly was reluctant. With Huo, she had at last tasted something of being a woman. But she was career-minded and never conceded in words. I wish I could kill you right now, she said. Huo smiled gently. Then he'll be at the Yamadi Hotel. Don't say I give you no chance. Fang flushed, then set a stern mask. Bastard. I'd gladly go down with you. Tisk, Huo scoffed. That's no fun. Don't forget who helped you get promoted. So you use someone and then toss them aside. Fang snapped. I deserved it, she blurted. Deserved with what? Huo countered. Huo answered quickly. Fang was struck dumb. She cursed herself inwardly. She should never have compromised. Now she was being toyed with by that bastard again and again. Women are often contradictory. In her dream, she had been entwined with him. Now his call made her furious. Fang's ambition was admirable, but she prized face above all. Yet Huo was drawn to that very impulse. Of all his women, only with Fang did he feel the most powerful sense of conquest. Fang gnawed her lip, plotting a retort when Huo shifted his tone. I wonder if Commissioner Fang might be interested in trading with me once more. The word trade stung Fang understood perfectly. Anger rose, then she suddenly froze. To trade again. She knew exactly what that implied. Fang steadied herself. After several seconds' silence, she lowered her voice and asked, What do you mean? Exactly what you're thinking, Huo said with a laugh. Fang said nothing. What am I thinking? I'm not thinking anything. That damn bastard. Her face remained taut, but her thoughts quickened. She would not admit it aloud, yet the truth was plain. She had gained much from Huo, and it had not been without pleasure. Who would not grow addicted to that? In the force they all called her an Iron Lady. Only with Huo could she allow herself to be a woman again. She almost agreed. Then she balked. This felt too unguarded, no different from delivering herself on a platter. Damn, when did I become like this? Fang stopped the thought. She instinctively wanted to refuse, but the words died on her tongue. Pride can hold firm once or twice, but after many times it frays. In the end, she could not bring herself to say no. As if reading her, Huo added decisively, This is a rare chance. I promise it will be a major coup. He gave a hotel room number and said, Come if you will. But I will wait. After the call, she stared at her phone. Going would seem unseemly. Huo never knew tenderness. Every time left her aching and her dignity bruised. But if she did not go, she had just received a promotion and was riding high at the police department. She knew well what had been traded for that rise, yet it was not the first time. Do something often enough and you grow accustomed. Besides, Huo sounded so certain, the payoff would be considerable. She remembered the glory of promotion and the earlier dream lingered. Fang had not expected to dream of that bastard. With these thoughts piled together, awkward as she felt, her body obeyed honestly. She showered, dressed, and left the apartment in one fluid motion. In the hotel room, Huo lay sprawled on the bed. Seeing Fang enter with a hard face, he smiled. This woman could not escape his palm. Fong stood her ground and asked stiffly, "Say it. What do you want?" He let his gaze sweep down and said, "Come up here yourself. We'll discuss the matter later." Fang's expression was rigid, yet He caught a glint of eagerness in her eyes. He made no more words and moved to action. Over an hour later, a cigarette but smoldered in the ashtray. Fong had withdrawn from her abandon and donned her cool facade once more. She was sweating all over and her aloofness looked forced. She turned and asked, "Now can you tell me?" He grinned. "Remember Wang Bao's prison van ambush?" Fong froze, then widened her eyes. "You killed Wang Bao, eh?" "Don't be silly," He shook his head. "That was..." "I picked up word," He said in a low voice. "Hong Tai's boss Chen Mei plans to copy Wang Bao, to prepare an ambush on the prisoner transport." "What?" Fong sat bolt upright, disregarding modesty, and demanded urgently, "Is the intelligence reliable?" He, enjoying the moment, smiled. "When have I ever lied to you?" Fong hesitated, then noticed his gaze, and her face darkened. "What are you looking at?" "You weren't like this a moment ago," He said, raising an eyebrow. Fong blushed, pulled the blanket over herself, and asked, "Is Chen Mei mad? Why ambush the prisoner transport?" "His son Taizi is dead. He wants revenge," He clicked his tongue. "It's pitiable, an old man burying his child. Desperate acts are not unexpected." Fong was silent for a few seconds, then said coldly, "Don't think I don't know. You're the one stirring things behind the scenes." "And what if I am?" He scoffed. "Many see the pattern. Have I broken the law?" Fong was momentarily speechless. The remark was hard to refute. Had Chen Mei not been blinded by anger, he might have seen this angle too. He went on, "He insists saying Bo must die to accompany his son's vengeance." Seeing he was not joking, Fang's face changed. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" "Sang Bo is due in court tomorrow morning. They'll have to make arrangements now." There was a hint of excitement in her voice. It was understandable. Wang Bao's prison van ambush had shaken the city and shamed the police, and the subsequent crackdown had been meant to restore their credibility. The entire department was hypersensitive to the phrase, prison van ambush. Only a few days had passed, now another. If Chen Mei succeeded, Gangdao would erupt into chaos. Senior officers would be furious, the foreign chief might spit blood. Now Fong had received the tip early. It meant she had the chance to stop the operation and secure the credit. The reward would be considerable. Though Fong had only just become senior commissioner, she could already picture herself as chief commissioner. Then she would be the youngest female chief commissioner in Hong Kong. 7,200,000. She murmured the number. The value of the information was immense. The more she thought, the more excited she became. She suddenly leaned over and kissed He on the cheek. He was momentarily taken aback. A woman with such ambition was indeed rare. Fong rose and dressed to go and coordinate the response to the ambush. He added, "By the way, there's one more condition." "Speak." Fong rolled her eyes. "I knew you weren't simple." "No big deal," He smiled. "I'll arrange for a reporter to be nearby. You let her do a routine interview and ensure her safety." Fang's face darkened. "That TVB temptress or the ATV bimbo?" He Wenyo did not respond. He knew that Fong Jiexiao was fully aware of Lu Huijin and Fong Siwei, but her words were indeed harsh. He instead smiled. "Are you jealous?" He watched her leave, then picked up the phone to call Fong Siwei. Last time it was Lu Huijin, this time it was Fong Siwei's turn. She had been performing well these past few days, and He Wenyo didn't mind giving her a little reward. Moreover, the night was long, and it was only midnight. Having someone to warm the bed was quite nice. Fong Siwei had just finished an interview and was exhausted, but upon receiving the call, she instantly perked up. Hearing there was big news, she hurriedly rushed to the hotel. What followed was naturally a storm. The next morning, the armored car, transporting Sang Bo, drove toward the court under the escort of 4 police cars. Since the Wang Bao incident with the prisoner transport, the police had increased their vigilance with the escort vehicles upgraded from 2 to 4. However, since they had recently cleared out Wang Bao's influence, the officers appeared rather relaxed. Halfway through the journey, everything was smooth. However, at that moment, several motorcycles suddenly rushed out from the roadside, closing in on the armored car. The windows rolled down, and several submachine guns were aimed at the transport vehicle, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. The driver was shot on the spot, causing the armored car to lose control and crash into the guardrail. The nearby police cars immediately returned fire. Amidst the gunfire, a few grenades were suddenly thrown out from one of the vehicles. Unlike Wang Bao, Chen Mei was not there to rescue, she was there to kill. Boom. Boom. Explosions erupted one after another. No one noticed that a car had been following closely behind. Fong Siwei tightly gripped her camera, excitedly filming the gunfight unfolding before her. Bullets were flying and several police officers had already fallen, yet she was not afraid, instead she was thrilled. Last time it was Lu Huijin who got the big scoop, now it was finally her turn. Fong Siwei recorded while commentating into the microphone. Viewers can see that over 20 bandits are currently assaulting the armored car, but unlike last time, this time they are clearly out for blood. From what I know, the vehicle is transporting the notorious Sang Bo. With so many people wanting him dead, it seems he has quite a few enemies. Another police officer has been shot. The bandits are also falling. The scene is extremely chaotic. When will police reinforcements arrive? Just as she finished speaking, several cars approached from a distance and stopped 50 meters away. Fang Jiexia pushed the door open and got out of the car while the police behind her quickly took their positions and launched a counterattack. Gunfire suddenly intensified. The sharp crack of the .38 caliber was unmistakable. The bandits knew immediately that police reinforcements had arrived. Fang Jiexia's voice then came through the loudspeaker. I am Senior Superintendent Fang Jiexia of the police department. You still have time to surrender. This statement was also captured by her body camera. Standing behind the car, she commanded with confidence. Despite being a woman, her decisive demeanor was indeed striking. Facing the flying bullets, she not only remained calm, but also organized the police forces efficiently. Even Fang Siwei in the distance couldn't help but zoom in with her camera, capturing several close-ups of her. Bang! Fang Jiexia emptied her magazine and swiftly reloaded. She then grabbed the radio from the police car and shouted, Everyone hold your ground. The Flying Tigers will be here soon. Hearing the words, Flying Tigers, the officers who had been suppressed by the gunfire immediately perked up. After all, they were the elite of the harbor police, well-equipped and well-trained. For a moment, the gunfire from the police side became considerably more resolute. An officer took advantage of the moment to retreat to cover, gasping as he muttered, This female commander is quite fierce. Isn't she afraid of death? At her age, she's already a senior superintendent. Can she be ordinary? To even have the Flying Tigers called in. She must be something special. Don't be cowardly. Hold your ground. The gunfire echoed through the streets. Rat-a-tat. Bang. A stray bullet shattered Fang Siwei's car window, sending glass shards flying. She screamed in fright, burying her head like an ostrich. Yet at the scene, Fang Jiexia's lips curled into a slight arc. She had already set up a trap. There were indeed reinforcements around, just waiting to take action. What she wanted was to take down every single one of these desperate criminals who dared to kill in the streets. This counts as repaying you a personal favor, she hummed to herself, and the favor owed was naturally to Ho Wenyo. On the bandit side, pressure was also mounting. Damn it, are we still charging? We've already received the compensation. Are we going to die with our families if we don't charge? Brother Bao said that once the job is done, he'll send us off. So what are we waiting for? Wait for the Flying Tigers to come for tea. Concentrate our fire. Let's take out Sangbo first. They were fired up and bullets rained down on the already battered armored car. Sangbo inside the car curled up like a shrimp, lying flat on the floor, constantly cursing, Crazy. Chun Mei, you crazy woman. Crazier than me. He certainly knew who wanted his life. At that moment, a huge rumbling sound approached, drowning out the gunfire. Everyone subconsciously looked up. A black helicopter was rapidly approaching. The bandits were dumbfounded. What the hell? Is this necessary? Last time when Wang Bao was hijacked, it didn't have this treatment. Surrender. Is it okay if I surrender? It's just killing a prisoner. Do we need to send in the Flying Tigers? Fang Siwei hurriedly raised her camera. Under everyone's gaze, several rapid descent ropes were thrown from the helicopter, and several fully armed figures swiftly slid down the ropes. Flying Tigers. It really is the Flying Tigers. Fang Siwei excitedly whispered into her microphone. However, the first team member to land seemed too focused on style and tripped, falling hard on the spot. The heroic aura that had just rushed in instantly dissipated. It was unclear if his name was Zhou Xingxing. The Flying Tiger team member hurriedly got up, looking around to confirm he wasn't noticed before dashing toward the bandits. However, he was unaware that his every move had been fully captured by Fang Siwei's lens. Although the entrance of the first team member was quite awkward, it did not affect the overall strength of the Flying Tigers. As the helicopter continuously lowered more team members, the bandits panicked. There were no thoughts of resistance left, and they immediately scattered and fled. Fang Jiexia was waiting for this moment, immediately ordering the ambushing officers to all move out and begin the netting and capturing operation. Meanwhile, the headquarters of the Hongtai Tang was brightly lit. All the hall leaders gathered together, with Chun Mei standing behind a black and white portrait of the prince. He furrowed his brow, frequently looking at his watch, and finally couldn't help but ask, Is there any news? Brother Bao replied from the side. They should have already made their move. Chun Mei replied, his expression suddenly turning fierce. I said, saying, Bo must die. Don't worry, boss, Brother Bao quickly assured. I have arranged many informants nearby, and any news will be relayed immediately. Only then did Chun Mei reveal a satisfied expression. I trust you to get things done. Brother Bao smiled broadly. Just then a younger brother rushed in to report. The latest news just came in, and the operation has started and is currently going smoothly. Ha ha ha. Chun Mei immediately burst into excited laughter. Kill that bastard for me. However, before the laughter could die down, one of the hall leaders hesitantly spoke up. Boss, are you sure there won't be any mistakes? If the police find out our Hongtai, we'll be finished. Chun Mei's expression instantly turned cold as he said solemnly, No one is stopping you. If you want to leave now, no one cares. Boss is right, Brother Bao immediately echoed. If you're afraid of dying, what are you doing in the gang? Get lost. Chun Mei was just about to continue reveling in the excitement of the impending success when the younger brother returned. He thought it was good news and was about to show his excitement only to see the younger brother's strange expression as he said, Boss Huo is outside claiming he's here to pay respects for the prince. Huo. The hall fell silent and everyone exchanged glances. What is this bastard doing here? A cat crying over a mouse's death pretending to be sympathetic. Paying respects. Does he even deserve it? At such a critical moment, who has the time to see him? Just send him away. Didn't he say he wanted to clean up Sim Sha Sui? I see he's not coming with good intentions. The hall leaders all spoke over each other, their tone full of disdain. Brother Bao suddenly asked, how many people did he bring? About 100 or so, the younger brother replied. Brother Bao sneered. Does he dare to come to our Hongtai territory with just this many people? Is he looking for death? He turned to Chen Mei, boss. The implication was clear. Huo had only brought this few men, now was a great opportunity to act. However, Chen Mei was taken aback and slowly said, forget it, let him in first and see what tricks he's up to. After all, once he's in our territory, life and death will be at our discretion. Boss is right. Brother Bao then instructed the younger brother. Let him in and let's hear what his last words are. Laughter erupted in the hall. One hall leader interjected. I think Huo is just here to admit defeat. That's right, Miao Zhishuan is still under investigation. He's afraid we'll wipe him outright. But everyone should not underestimate him, another reminded. That Tian Yangsheng is indeed not to be underestimated. Mentioning Tian Yangsheng, everyone calmed down a bit. After all, Tian Yangsheng's reputation was earned through real fighting, unlike Huo, who only knew how to scheme or rely on police power. The crowd then adopted indifferent expressions, all gazing toward the hall entrance. Soon Huo handsome figure appeared in their line of sight. He wore a smile as he walked into the conference room, led by Hongtai's minions, instantly freezing the atmosphere. Huo looked around, his gaze finally landing on Chen Mei, and smilingly said, Boss Chen Mei, I've long admired your name. Chen Mei remained expressionless, glancing at the people behind Huo before blandly saying, why has brother Yao only brought this few people? Aren't you supposed to clean up Sim Sha Sui? Did your head get muddled and you want to die, so you want me to send you on your way? Huo showed no anger at all. He knew precisely how arrogant Chen Mei had become and how devastating his downfall would soon be. With an indifferent grin, he narrowed his eyes and said, who dies remains uncertain. At once the Hongtai branch masters bristled with fury. Do you think we're invisible? Daring to speak so boldly on our own turf? Do you seek death? Bringing only this handful of men? Are you here to collect your own corpse? What do you mean by that? Daring to act so brazenly on Hongtai soil? You've grown tired of living, eh? Do you think I want to hear you limb from limb? In an instant, the Hongtai branch masters surged to their feet, eyes blazing with menace. Chen Mei too bared a ferocious expression, yet he held back from striking first. After all, Huo had already entered his domain, but the air in the conference room hung thick with unrelenting tension. Behind Huo, Tian Yangsheng and the others merely stepped half a pace forward, their gazes sweeping coldly across the assembled masters. Huo fully understood Chen Mei's leverage, yet this Hongtai chairman remained naively overconfident. He believed he held the strings of others' lives, unaware that within this confined space, it was far from certain who truly held whose fate in hand. Still, Huo made no move to expose that truth. He had not come today with only these few men. What do you intend? Chen Mei asked. Huo smiled faintly. As I said, I've come to pay my respects to the late prince. Chen Mei stared at him, a growing sense of foreboding tightening like a noose around his chest. This was his first time meeting Huo in person, a man utterly unlike the polished figure seen on television. Before him stood a true warlord radiating raw, unvarnished authority. He even sensed that Huo was far more formidable than rumor suggested. There's no need to trouble brother Yao personally, Chen Mei replied icily. My son cannot bear such an honor. Actually, Huo lips curled upward. I quite agree. Silence crashed upon the room like a thunderclap. Chen Mei's face contorted into cruel fury. His eyes locked onto Huo, seething. His earlier remark had been meant to dismiss, yet Huo had seized it and ground Hongtai's dignity into the dust. Huo, Chen Mei's voice dropped to a venomous whisper. Have you come here to die? Certainly not, Huo replied unruffled. State your purpose, Chen Mei commanded, raising a hand to silence his restless underlings, and then, I shall send you on your final journey. Huo let out a soft laugh and spoke slowly. My purpose today is simple, singular. Chen Mei remained silent, watching him with glacial disdain. I wish for Hongtai to cede control of Shanlin Road to me. On what grounds? The words were forced through clenched teeth. What grounds? On the grounds that Huo smile never wavered. I have already declared on television I will seize Shanlin Road and turn Sim Sha Sui into a unified, seamless territory. A roar of derisive laughter erupted across the hall. Brother Bao spat contemptuously. Boss, don't waste breath listening to this dog's yapping. This fool's lost his mind. Let me end him now. Yeah, boss, take him down. Let him keep talking, and it'll be an insult to Hongtai itself. Chen Mei had finally exhausted his patience. He raised his hand and snapped attack. Before the command, even fated masters and underlings charged forward en masse. Yet Huo Wenyao didn't flinch. His smile remained fixed, rooted where he stood. At that very moment, Tian Yangsheng and Qiu Gangao sprang into motion. Brother Bao lunged first, his fist barely arcing outward before Tian Yangsheng sidestepped and drove a crushing kick into his chest. Brother Bao flew backward, toppling 2 chairs. Before he could rise, Tian Yangsheng was already upon him, fists and kicks raining down like a merciless storm. The other masters watched stunned rigid. None dared confront Tian Yangsheng, so they turned instead toward Huo Wenyao's companions. But Qiu Gangao and the rest were no ordinary fighters. Within moments, those who rushed forward lay sprawled and broken. Call in reinforcements. Chun Mei retreated behind the portrait of the late prince and roared, "Kill him, now." Footsteps thundered outside. The Hongtai underlings began surging into the room. The hall was cramped and the flood of outsiders stalled at the threshold, giving Huo Wenyao's side precious time to stabilize the chaos. Qiu Gangao blocked the doorway outright, holding back the tide of Hongtai men single-handedly. Tian Yangxi stood guard beside Huo Wenyao. Anyone who ventured within 3 meters was met with a lightning-fast kick. Though the room swirled with violence, Huo Wenyao and Chun Mei remained eerily still, each anchored by quiet, absolute certainty. Huo Wenyao glanced at his watch, then grinned. "Time's about right." "Yangxi." Tian Yangxi instantly understood. Her body blurred past a master, vanishing and reappearing before Chun Mei in the blink of an eye. Chun Mei recoiled desperately, but her speed dwarfed his. A dagger appeared in her hand, as if conjured from shadow, its edge pressing unyieldingly against his throat. The cold steel kissed his skin. Chun Mei froze, every hair on his body standing on end. He stared at Tian Yangxi in disbelief, never imagining Huo Wenyao commanded not only Tian Yangsheng, but another warrior of such terrifying prowess. By the time he regained his senses, the entire hall was under Huo Wenyao's control. Those outside saw their leader held at knife point and dared not advance further, packing themselves helplessly at the door. Less than 2 minutes had passed since the first blow. Chun Mei drew a deep, shuddering breath and fixed Huo Wenyao with a glare of pure hatred. "No matter what, you will not walk out of this Hongtai hall today. I have thousands of men here. Even if your people fight like demons, exhaustion alone will bury you." Huo Wenyao's smile never faltered. He gazed down at Chun Mei and asked again, calm and deliberate. "Shanlin Road, may I have it?" "You're dreaming." Chun Mei ground out between gritted teeth. Though the blade pressed against his throat, he refused to believe Huo Wenyao would dare strike. If Huo Wenyao truly killed him, none of them would leave alive. Huo Wenyao sighed softly, shaking his head with genuine regret. "Then, I shall have to trade you in to the police." Chun Mei blinked, stunned. "What do you mean by that, Hua?" "What else could it mean?" Huo Wenyao's smile turned glacial. "Did you truly believe no one knew about the prison van ambush and the killing of Sang Bo?" The hall fell utterly silent. Chun Mei, all the masters. Stupefaction gripped them all. How could Huo Wenyao know? If he knew, then surely the police did too. Their faces paled. Everyone knew Huo Wenyao's close ties with Miao Zhishuan, and that Hua himself had once been an undercover operative. A suffocating hush settled over the room. Chun Mei stood frozen. Then suddenly, as if struck by revelation, he whirled toward Huo Wenyao. Just then a panicked shout tore through the doorway. "Boss, a swarm of officers just arrived, along with reporters. They're coming hard. They mean business." "Ha ha ha." Huo Wenyao burst into rich laughter and strode straight for the exit. His path was unblocked. After all, both the boss and the boss's boss were now in his hands. They could only watch helpless as Huo Wenyao walked out, straight into the waiting arms of uniformed officers and cameraman Fong Siwei, and flashed them a radiant, flawless smile. Huo Wenyao discovered that Hongtai's leader Chun Mei was plotting to ambush a prison van, so I devoted myself to persuading him to repent and turn himself in. Alas, Chun Mei chose defiance. I could not stand by while a murderer escaped justice. Therefore, I have assisted the police in apprehending Chun Mei, the mastermind behind the prison van ambush. He delivered the lines with such righteous conviction and wore such a noble, solemn expression that officers and Fong Siwei alike stood speechless. Inside the conference room, Chun Mei heard every word, and his eyes bulged wide. A violent tremor shook his frame. Then he vomited a gout of blood, splattering crimson across the table. He had never imagined Huo Wenyao's true objective. As Chun Mei choked out a curse, Tian Yangxi's wrist flicked, her blade scoring a thin, bright line of blood along his throat. Even the police were momentarily disoriented. Chun Mei's scheme had been audacious, reckless enough to provoke immediate, overwhelming retaliation. When officers stormed the Hongtai Hall, they found a mob of furious underlings jammed at the entrance. They flashed badges and drew weapons, only to find Huo Wenyao standing tall, delivering a morally unassailable account of his actions. Assisting law enforcement in apprehending the mastermind behind a prison van ambush is every citizen's sacred duty. His words left the officers exchanging bewildered glances, but Chun Mei was undeniably subdued. Chief Inspector Fong Jixia studied Huo Wenyao's upright, virtuous countenance, and inwardly cursed this cunning opportunist while outwardly maintaining stern composure. "We thank you for assisting the police in arresting the mastermind behind the prison van ambush." As she spoke, she accepted custody of the restrained Chen Mei and announced Huo Wenyao would receive the Citizen Merit Award. The Hongtai branch masters involved in the plot were swiftly taken into custody, plunging the entire organization into chaotic disarray. At that moment, reporter Fong Siwei darted forward, thrusting his microphone toward Huo Wenyao. "Mr. Hua, why were you present at Hongtai's headquarters?" Under the lens, Huo Wenyao answered with effortless poise, "I received intelligence that Hongtai's leader Chen Mei." After a brief interview, he suddenly raised his voice, "And now, allow me to announce our security firm is actively recruiting. Regardless of background or education, anyone willing to reform and start anew is welcome to join our family. Competitive salaries and generous benefits await." That afternoon's midday news exploded across Hong Kong. After all, the deafening roar of helicopters and the crackle of gunfire could not be concealed. Citizens had braced for another humiliating police failure, yet instead Fong Siwei appeared on screen reporting with palpable excitement. This morning's prison van ambush was foiled by police forces under Chief Inspector Fong Jiexia's command, featuring a pre-deployed elite Flying Tigers unit. Witness the live footage. The camera cut to footage of Fong Jiexia directing operations amid tense exchanges with armed assailants. Though the first rappelling officer encountered minor difficulty, every criminal was either killed or captured. None escaped. Next came Fong Jiexia's live interview. According to confessions from arrested suspects, the prison van ambush was indeed orchestrated by Hongtai's leader Chen Mei to avenge his son. All persons involved have now been apprehended. As the broadcast reached this point, many viewers stared astonished. Did the police actually succeed this time? Something's off. That's not their usual style. That female inspector. She's strikingly handsome and handles cases with remarkable efficiency. Amid the murmurs, Fong Jiexia's name spread like wildfire across Hong Kong Island. Few officers earned public trust. Far fewer still were young, brilliant, and breathtakingly poised women. Overnight, the streets buzzed with talk of this decisive, unflappable Inspector Fong. Her reputation as a swift, resolute force swept through every alley and avenue. The citizens did not leap to conclusions, yet the evidence lay plain before them. In the footage broadcast by Fong Siwei amid a firefight with the gunman, Fong Jiexia not only commanded with precision, but personally led the charge. Such courage was rare, especially from a female officer. This time the police did not resort to after-the-fact damage control, they achieved a genuine, tangible victory. The turn of events somewhat reversed the public's negative impression of the force, and even invigorated senior officials at the police department. Fong Jiexia had rendered conspicuous service, commendations, and promotions seemed all but certain. There were few inspectors of her age, and a further rise would make her the youngest senior female officer in Gangbus history. Yet that prospect left many of her male colleagues in the force looking embarrassed. Just as the public presumed the good news had ended, Fong Siwei shifted tone, a broader smile on his face. After arresting the prisoner transport hijackers, Inspector Fong Jiexia led a team to the Hongtai syndicate to apprehend Chen Mei. He paused, then added, "But events at the scene were unexpected." The image cut. Outside the Hongtai Hall, henchmen had gathered, and the atmosphere was taut. The camera threaded through the crowd, and suddenly Huo Wenyao's figure filled the center of the frame. "I discovered that Chen Mei was plotting the prisoner transport hijacking," Huo Wenyao told the camera with calm composure. "One cannot stand idle as the perpetrator escapes, so I assisted the police in restraining him." Viewers before their televisions were stunned. Having heard the report earlier was one thing, to see Huo Wenyao standing on Hongtai turf and to witness him take down the boss delivered a wholly different shock. Only when Chen Mei was escorted into custody by Tian Yangsheng did many finally come to their senses. "My God, so daring," some gasped. "Catching the boss in his own lair. Truly audacious." As expected of Huo Wenyao. Now Jianshazui will be wide open for the taking. The chatter had barely subsided when Fong Siwei's voice rose again. Inspector Fong Jiexia also stated that it was thanks to Mr. Hua's assistance that the police were able to swiftly overcome the syndicate's obstruction and apprehend Chen Mei. He paused. "From the incident to the capture of the mastermind, this is the most efficient case resolution Gongbu has seen in years." After the broadcast ended, public debate only grew more fervent. The prisoner transport hijacking alone was sensational, and the performances of the principal figures added fuel to the flame. Fong Siwei's audacity, Fong Jiexia's competence, and Huo Wenyao's intervention became the talk of every street and alley. Huo Wenyao already carried a reputation, while Fong Siwei and Fong Jiexia truly stepped into the public eye. For a time, conversations about the two women would not subside. Inside the Lianjing Commission, Miao Zhishuan watched the screen, his molars clenched until his jaw ached. His face darkened as he ground out a low sound of dismay. "That bastard. He really sees Shanlindo," he muttered. He drew a deep breath and fell silent, a pressure building in his chest. He knew with the clarity of bitter experience that Huo Wenyao's accomplishments had little to do with him. They were Huo's own doing. Yet Huo's stratagems and arrangements had a way of making everyone assume Miao Zhishuan was implicated. That thought inflamed him further. He had feigned closeness to Hua precisely to find an opening to strike. Now, aside from his two confidants who in all of Gongbu still believed his dealings with Hua were innocent. Otherwise, he would not still be detained at the Lianjing Commission for questioning. After Hua's maneuvers, the investigators seemed convinced Miao Zhishuan was compromised. Even when 2 days of inquiry produced no yield, they showed no mercy. If anything, they assumed Miao was hiding his tracks too well and that more time was required. Damn it, Miao Zhishuan thought. He had planned to use this opportunity to seize leverage against Hua and gradually control him. Now everything had been ruined. Hua had even taken care of Chun Mei while Miao himself remained trapped here. His resolve fractured completely. He could have predicted it with his toes. Once the commission took him in, the orders he had issued for his men to investigate Hua would be ignored. Miao Zhishuan sighed deeply. For the first time, he truly understood how difficult it would be to contend with Hua Wenyao. A nearby investigator clicked his tongue and could not resist mocking him. Tisk TSK. You are the one under investigation, but your partner is out there basking in glory. Officer Miao, you really picked an impressive teammate. Another added, exactly. Inspector Miao must be desperate to get out now, otherwise being left behind by your partner would be awkward, wouldn't it? Not to mention, because of our inquiry, you missed the good thing this time. The loss must be significant. Are you seething with hatred for us? They circled him, sneering and whispering. Miao Zishan's face went black as night. He whipped his head toward the ringleader, Lu Zhilian, and snarled. You bastard. I told you I was after Hua Wenyao. He paused, lowering his voice, but seething with rage. I never colluded with him. I got close on purpose to make him drop his guard and to catch his evidence. He then raised his voice. After all your investigations, do you not know what my relationship with Yang Jinrong is? He may have used the wrong methods against Hua, and he erred, but would you say Yang Jinrong and Hua Wenyao were in league? Lu Zhilian listened and adopted a solemn expression. The other investigators remained unconvinced. Miao, seeing this, could not help but roar in the interrogation room. Do you understand? Yang Jinrong told me before confronting Hua that if he died, it would be Hua Wenyao who did it. He asked me to avenge him. I was only fulfilling my promise to him. The room fell utterly silent. Faces around him showed astonishment as everyone pondered the possibility of his claim. At last, Lu Zhilian assumed a grave tone and looked Miao Zhishuan earnestly. Whether what you say is true or false, we will verify it. He softened his voice. We will not deliberately make things difficult for you. Lu Zhilian's integrity offered some small comfort, and Miao's agitation eased slightly. With that assurance, he at least avoided intentional mistreatment. Yet how much Lu Zhilian truly believed him remained uncertain. After all, the tale could sound like a self-serving excuse. The commission knew of his deep ties to Yang Jinrong, but the particulars had to be examined. Miao had not wanted to raise such matters. He did not fear investigation, so long as it was impartial and free of personal grudges. But the smear Hua had cast was relentless. Miao's words were in part an act of self-preservation to avoid being singled out. As the news ended, police action was already underway. It had long been said that the police detested prisoner transport hijackings. The reaction to Wang Bao's previous incident had made that clear. For Chun Mei to brazenly act in such a high-pressure climate showed utter contempt for the Gongbu police. Senior command would not let him escape retribution. The Gongbu police might often seem invisible, but do not mistake them for ineffectual. When they move decisively to bring someone down, failure is rare. This time, determined to stamp out the sickness of hijacked transport, senior command erupted in fury and ordered a thorough purge of Hongtai. It was less about vengeance on Chun Mei himself than about making an example. The force meant to punish one to warn 100, to make crystal clear whoever dares hijack a transport will be finished. It seemed that once Chun Mei was caught, the matter would be closed. In truth, the operation had only just begun. Orders were issued and large numbers of officers mobilized at once, converging on Hongtai's various venues. They employed a familiar tactic, dredging up old accounts. Indeed, digging through past transgressions. Syndicates kept ledgers of dirty dealings that the police had previously been reluctant to probe. Once they set about systematically reviewing those records, many of Hongtai's lieutenants immediately faced the risk of fleeing. And even that was not the end. As the purge unfolded, the police rounded up Hongtai's upper echelon in one sweep. The syndicate lost its core and could not mount any coherent resistance. Thus, the police were able to dismantle the organization piece by piece, sweeping Hongtai's influence clean. No one outside dared to claim membership anymore. The hall leaders sat in the station awaiting indictment. Leaderless and scattered, Hongtai soon vanished from gangbus scene. All of this unfolded exactly as Hua Wenyao had foreseen. With Hongtai purged, Hua Wenyao naturally moved to take up residence in Shanlindo. While the police swept through Hongtai at the police department, Fang Jiexiao was being received by several Western superiors. The room brimmed with praise. Given gangbus history, these Westerners from Waidulia had always occupied exalted positions. They frequently staffed the senior ranks of the police and civil administration. That such haughty men should offer warm commendation was truly rare. Madame Fang, splendid work. Thanks to you, the force avoided embarrassment. Indeed, your intelligence gave the Feihu squad the time to prepare and prevented any criminal from slipping away. You surpassed the majority of the force. Rest assured we will reward merit. Your promotion dossier has been submitted and now awaits review. Fang Jiexiao listened to the flattery and felt a rare pleasure. Such treatment had seldom been seen in Gongbu. It must be said that she had acquired considerable credit thanks to Huo Wenyao, and when she thought of Hua, her thoughts drifted and the small joy she felt diminished. She could not help but recall how she had effectively offered herself to him, and that memory dampened her delight. Her mood grew complicated, and the subsequent praise from her Western superiors fell on unreceptive ears. She drifted back through the memory of how she and Huo Wenyao had come to know one another. Frankly, Fang Jiexiao knew that each promotion and raise she had received was inseparable from Huo Wenyao's help. One could say she owed it all to him. Otherwise, she might still be an ordinary madam in the administration department. Their first introduction had been orchestrated by her superiors to take the fall had it not. Who would have imagined that Huo Wenyao, that scoundrel? In the end, the outcome was not bad, and in the meantime, she had indeed enjoyed parts of it. Huo Wenyao, I cannot always be the one to do all the heavy lifting. Next time I'll lie back and let it be. At first, after being taken by Huafang Jiexia's heart brimmed with hatred. But with subsequent encounters, and especially after experiencing such pleasures, that hatred had quietly ebbed. She remembered the first time when in fury she had drawn her gun ready to shoot him. Now, regarding having offered herself to him, she felt not revulsion, but a faint hesitant expectation. Fang Jiexiao suddenly realized this and felt her emotions wobble. Unwittingly, she had altered the way she saw him. All in all, she was grateful to Huo Wenyao for the promotion and the credit he had brought her. Simultaneously, she gnawed at a private resentment, hating that he had used her.